Chapter 1 A New World. When Song Zilio Penidires Schvelchutter li disoriented, after all, housed to be confused Jupen war king up to find the ceiling of their own home metrans for meet beyond recognition. After jetting out of bed in pace and Guren theorem, Song Zilio returni tossitanti joverbed, her expression grave, upon awakening in a completely unfamiliar place, her first instinct was to assume Mesh had been kidnapped, yet, she couldn't believe her vigilance had failed her so drastically. Moreover, formation had set up in front of her door should Dave prevent heading in the frommentering. Song Zilio's an orphan, from Fitty Mesheckled remember, she drummed Avalugi alone. It wasn't until she was 5 years old that Tainal Dillam and her master rescued her that the old man surnamed a song, and it was in lineatural for her told up this family name. After scrubbing her clean in the bathtub and dropping her Rena pristine new white towel, Vesicator sat sidors and jing joyfully, thus nestled in the zune war meat towel, share received her name Song Zilio. Thus he often complained Ashgar Walder Totty Oldman Hagaveng here a name yet of convenience, she none the less accept it with sincerity. The oddman forbade her for calling him dad, insisting Sheriff Heimer's master. As a child, she didn't understand the significance of it lend simple called him master without question. However, after gaining some understanding through education, she felt her sense of injustice. The old man had no children, and she's an orphan at Seamead farmer refitting for her to him grandpa, children at rely yearn for familial bonds, and grandpa sounded farmer reen dearing than master. Thus, she began to sulk, yet, after severe old days of silent resentment, the old man picked her up, a little sprite like her cordard lick contend with an argel tree lizing sheckled and breckfree, schkicket the air in frustration and indignant lied manded, if you want metacalu master, thneoshal dat least each messamathing. A stubborn child wouldn't have tasted corn duty that to come from the old man. To her surprise, he pondered for a moment and replied, all right, then I'll take you some meetings. The little's proud waist they ken aback. From that day forward, a new world unfolded before her area entirely different from her previous understanding, a somewhat fantastical world to realm of cultivation. However, this was a night dated him, ever since the depletion of spiritual energy, the realm of cultivation had long since merged with the mortal world, by the Timmy of Song Zilio almost no one remembered it. She didn't know how the old man truly was or why possessed such vast knowledge simply learned whatever had taught her. Array formations, talismans, swordsmanship, artifact refining had abilid enamored of topics, formation should set up the doorway store toa by the oddman, ha claim editways are famacency and defensive formation that ensured new nicoldenter. The old man's credibility in Hiris was quite high. Thus, Song Zilio affirmed I believe it wouldn't be abducted in her sleep. Beauty feet were sidnapping then what was the situation? When in doubt, consult the phone. Song Zilio Akasuli picked Japan objectives and billing Afona from her bedsidable, tapping the screen a couple of times. In the next moment, a blue virtual screen materialized, and countless pieces of information began scrolling across it. Song Zilio. It was confirmed thighs was definitely no the world. The level of technology in her world had not yet evolved to this point. The notion of transmigration was not particularly favorable for Song Zilio. After rolling Guffer sleeved her cairn firm the birthmark was still there, she raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. A cluster of spiritual fiery appeared at the fingertips, eagerly licking the air around her, distorting it with its sheet. Reflected in her pupils, the spiritual fire darkened her gaze. Indeed, this was a body, sure Daravidino strange a new world. While cell transference circled perhaps be planetasies in ga body, what was happening no? Or, as the theory of parallel universes suggests, could three exist a collection of universes that could exist yet do not intersect with her own, wherein another version of herself appears unidentical to her sides? After pondering without a solution, Song Zilio Oloki Baku pat the virtual screen hovering in the air. Regardless, she needed toes with to comprehend the current world in order to survive. 10 minutes later, her mind was filled with a deluge of information. Song Zilio buried her head in her pillow, feeling gutturally despondent. This was a completely different world. After rolling her head around in the pillow in frustration, she sat up, her hair wildness, and crossed her legs to begin meditating. Compement, comho. Upon sensing the frenzied influx of energy coursing through her meridians, Song Zilio Ozzy's wider ned in astonishment some spiritual energy. Ever since the depletion of spiritual energy, meditation had primary lies erviturcum themen and nurture the spirit, with berliuni absorb. Yet now, Song Jilio distinctly felt that spiritual energies were linked around her body, rushing into her being. Without spiritual energy, one cold not advancing cultivation. Song Jilio had Taich would remain stuck in cheery refining stage for life, but she now felt theorium beginning tolosen. Water strokio flock. Juster saper sona climatizes all oral titudis after being gathi elevations, Song Jilio amused touch might be slightly intoxicated deep spiritual energy. Gigi, are you awake? Just a she prepared to meditate again, a sudden narkecoed threterum. Startled, Song Jilio shivered. With no memory of the self, sighed and comforted herself. Whatever comes, let it come. After responding with a's, the person outside the door said, then im kermingen der as the pos het theater open. Song Jilio keenly court the self-reference of newcomer. The person entering was Song Jilio's mother. Seeing Song Jilio still seated on the bed, Thuman paused for a moment and said, Gigi, why haven't you changed it? You'll be late for the orientation. Song Jilio waster Kennebach, what orientation? The woman looked puzzled. Isn't O'Day our cool orientation d? Song Zilio. Suddenly a cold Zian garnered mission notice in their holographic brain device. Quickly opening the device, she scanned the information orientation time August 31 St 800 am. Looking at it displayed above the holographic screen. 7:29 am. Crap. With her swift flip, she jumped out of bed, and within 10 minutes she gathered her things and bid farewell to Thumanus herushed out the door. Watching her daughter sprint towards the entrance, Yankian Kaladite, Gigi. Breakfast. Song Jilio replied without looking back, no time im skipping it. After saying this, Song Zilio paused for a moment. Theward shad slipped out instinctively, as if this in a hard play due on countless mornings before. Weighs it instinct half his body? Yang Qian, left behind, glanced at this and which in theatre blind murmured, this child, if she skips breakfast, her stomach will be ruined. Chapter 2 School Orientation. Upon bursting through her front door, Song Jilio Oglan seed at the stomach had arrival to me oft intelligent floating car. 8:10 am definite telelate. After contemplating for a seconds, solved her modi of transportation. The community where her home was located boasted lush greenery. Song Jilio uskened her surroundings and quickly found what she was looking for. Perhaps due to the abundance of spiritual energy, the plants in this world were impressively tall. Song Jilio stared at the shrub rang over her lips twitching. Though she stood at 1.65 meters, she had never felt so short before. Ria Kinga seclude corner, she ensured the surrounding foliage concealed her completely before raising her hand. Her fair fingertips traced nearly invisibly trajectories in the air, accompanied by a low, mysterious incantation the began to ripple. As the final word fell from her lips, Song Jilio suddenly opened her eyes, golden flexed and singing her black rises. Formation gate open. In the next instant, all the light points in the air converged, transforming into a shimmering portal. Satisfied, Song Jilio clapped her hands at the sight of the formation gate. Having gample spiritual nagu ways indeedable singopninger formation gateways are fortless. Estimating the distance to the school, she felt a twinge of concern that the might not be berto career through, as it were spushing her limits. To her surprise, it posed no problem at all. It seemed the issue was no the schools, but rather thinner dequishy of her previous environment. With this conclusion, Song Jilio stepped confidently into the formation gate, and once she pinnered her again, she found herself in a narrowly. Pouring out from Thiele, thus ignoth the Federal University gleam a brilliant line the morning light. Perfect landing. Indeed, Themathoj had used Torush to school during Iku Waresti Laplikar blind his new world. Han you were class started at 6 in the morning. Waking at 7:29 and arriving by 7:45 just as heard in the past. The moment Song Jilio stepped out of Thiele, a floating car pulled up beside the street. The passenger door swung open, and a butler clad in formal attire, complete with white gloves, stepped out. "Young master." The butler opened at the back door and handed over a backpack, but found no one to receive it. Hello kid quizzically te do manan the car, hoas gazingen tent lie at Thelia across the street. Is a meeting wong, young master? The butler inquired, perplexed. Nothing, Sejinian replied, retracting gaze, his expression indifferent, it must have misinterpreted something. It seemed that ha been in a guy fluctuation in Thetaly, beauty twasn't her fanny kind recognized. The butler didn't press further. First truly off service sani ver prion to thithout softy mouster. Bowing slightly, the butler played his gloved hands before him respectfully and said, "Understood, young master." As Sejinian entered the school, he caught the attention of manian lookers. "Why, what's that? Thickret heen Transisa limited edition, right? I heard only 5 or re-released when it first came yet." "That's the Scandido master of the family. You didn't know? Watari I weaven scrolling through Funstarnet of Verde? Therikist the family?" "Exactly." The questioner gasped, so hot liveless this person? Anno Thurglan stat Sejinian's already distant figurant whispered, "I've heard this psyche clevlis or posed tobagrade. But hadn't the note undergone their physical examination yet. The cost of testing psychic levels was quite steep, so most people discovered their levels during their school's physical examination. Aereo is stupid, Theotheroled Hyses. Dost see familia per telechius, they are specialists for examinations every year. A grade than his likely the top new student year. Not necessarily his brother Rissel Sue grade. TSK, the Xi family's genus are truly exceptional. Since the interstellar, most pupils psychic level shad such a lead art grade, with grade being grary and dagrity exceeding Lascas. The Federal University hadn't seen in a grade student in Fives how de vi pectedonato emergained his new cohort. That prasonga that Sejinian's retreating figure, exclaiming, "Truly, the Enjar generation is formidable." By time Song Gilio or arrived at the registration area, only a few students remained, after entering here in formation. The Tuka pointed to a nearby student and said, "The senior will take you to our dormitory." Suddenly being correlated with the Tuka, Thedros young king straightened it up, "Yes, teacher." He approached Song Gilio and turned told here in another direction. As they walked, he squinted at the massive estonetter bled behind the registration area and muttered, "I can't believe it's real." Song Gilio spurkied up. After the morning's events, she noticed her hearing seemed heightened, perhaps due to a cultivation beginning to loosen. Walking beside Xiangqing, Song Gilio casually inquired, "Senior, what's that stone to bleed at thin trance? Some puts are still glowing?" "Oh, that," Xiangqing replied as they walked, "you might not know sincere and new student, but hot's divine tablet." His expression turned Dreveren Tasha spoke of divine tablet. "The divine tablet?" Xiangqing nodded and explained, "Did you see them a messenet?" Song Gilio replied, "I saw them." A Theveratop, the name is read from left to right Maleros, Loft, Hill, Hegrer, and Uris. In fact, there remain their names in Thitterblit, but is very prominently displayed, their characters larger than Thrist, immediately capturing Song Gilio's attention. Xiangqing continued, "Those read their names of deities. Their top Vivirith supreme gods, while Theothos forlanda the dominion. Unlike Song Gilius world, in Thisrium, every person worship a deity. I furna believer in a deity, they became that deity's follower, housed then bestow upon them our ability is known as supernatural powers. Among the followers, one might berkosen be the deity to receive unique authority. Thekos enonis referred to as a divine enver. Thys was common knowledge in this world, and Xiangqing seemed to realize this. Feeling a bit sheepish, he scratched her back off his sheet with a smile, it might Semetimus Ramblian, sorry about hat. Song Zelio, an atheist with no knowledge of deities, replied, "Not at all. These and I or court certainly laboratemor." Xiangqing assumer discussing Thestanetter blurtwantha names on the divine table at Leip, it signifies that the deity has go send their divine enver. Recalling what she just witnessed, Song Gilio a hesitant liamact, it seems like a verveening shaveleater. Indeed. Xiangqing seemed equally incredulous. Just last night, all 5 supreme gods simultaneously selected the divine envoys. When his news broke, Starnet exploded with activity after. These names had never illuminated Hetterblet before. Now, it was stunning revelation. Early in the morning, many people gathered at Thintran so Federal University just to catch a glimpse of divine tablet. Xiangqing was among team after seeing the news at dawn. He couldn't sleep and drove to school to verify its authenticity. Even after witnessing it firsthand, he still felt taste how for dreaming. Song Jilio exclaimed, "What a remarkable coincidence, they told Viv would kusi thyron versations." Hearing her words, Xiangqing's body stiffened and to kick pulled her aside, whispering, "Junior, you mustn't speak curiously about that." Song Jilio blinked, "Why not?" Xiangqing lowered his verse, "Those vivavi story of conflictor follow Ursa still vying for supremacy." He emphasized the last few words stolert Song Zilio, urging her to be cautious about what is in front of others. Song Zilio. Indeed, the ways a reason those viverne meswirly ned up together at CM at Heher Dieto establish a hierarchy. Song Jilio looked at the visibliancy of Xiangqing and playfully asked, "So, who do I think is Thito paying them?" Xiangqing straightened his back, "Of course, it's the god of fate." "Oh, so it turns out you zaddy hard for enough god of fate." Chapter 3, The Emergence of the Vermilion Bird. The Federal University is notoriously difficult to gain admission into, accepting only 500 students in total. The written examination is scored out of 400 points, and Song Jiliao has just checked the results. The minimum acceptance score is a staggering 375. With a score of 395, she ranks 6th among the new students. Glancing at the college's schedule, she notes that the only remaining requirement is an ability assessment, after which students will be assigned to their respective classes based on their results. This is nothing short of a boon for Song Jiliao, as she is utterly ignorant of the subjects covered in the written exam, such as federal history and divine overview. If she were to take the test now, she is convinced her performance would be dismal. With the small number of admissions and the vast campus, the Federal University generously provides each student with their own dormitory, maximizing their personal space. After tidying up her belongings, Song Jilio gazes at the plush carpet underfoot and, without a moment's hesitation, plops down onto it. Indeed, it is quite comfortable. In her room, Song Jilio sits cross-legged, her eyes gently closed, breathing evenly and deeply. Around her, the air stirs slightly, and spiritual energy envelops her like a soft morning mist, tendrils of light merging into her body. Half an hour later, she slumps back against the sofa, a smile playing at her lips, radiating an aura of tranquility. She has reached the foundation establishment stage. In truth, Song Jilio's cultivation had already reached the threshold of breakthrough, but she had long struggled with the thinness of spiritual energy, preventing her from advancing. Now, with the spiritual energy nourishing her, the breakthrough came without any pressure. Leaning against the sofa, she lifts her left hand, gazing thoughtfully at the jade bracelet on her wrist. When the old man departed, he said nothing, leaving only this bracelet behind. Beyond its exquisite jade quality, she could discern little else. To her surprise, this bracelet had accompanied her into this new world. Perhaps due to the changes brought about by her breakthrough, a curiosity to investigate the bracelet emerged within her. Just as she sat up to examine it further, a sudden warmth surged through her right wrist. Startled, she glanced down to find a red totem glowing vividly on her wrist, with a large bird in the center shining even more brightly. "Is this the little chick?" Song Jilio murmured. The little chick had been a birthday gift from the old man when she turned 10, a vibrant red bird of unknown breed. On one occasion, while playing, the chick had pecked her, drawing a bit of blood, and thereafter, the totem had appeared on her wrist. The old man had mentioned that the chick possessed spirit, advising her to regard the totem merely as a guide. Thus, she had taken it lightly. Now, with the totem glowing fervently, it indicated that the little chick was nearby. Drawing this conclusion, Song Jilio abandoned her lethargy, snatching her coat from the hanger and stepping outside. After extending her consciousness, she soon detected the little chick's presence in the mountains behind the school. Without a second thought, she opened a portal. As the golden light dissipated, she stepped into the grass, only to find herself overwhelmed. The grass was so lush it nearly reached her calves. Struggling to move forward, she almost stumbled over the roots entwined on the ground. Narrowing her eyes, she observed the stout trees above, confirming that their branches should be able to support her weight before bending her knees and swiftly climbing up. The moon hung serenely in the sky, its silvery light casting a gentle glow over the earth. Standing on a branch, Songjilia closed her eyes slightly, gradually extending her consciousness outward. With her elevated realm, her awareness expanded accordingly, and soon she had scanned the vicinity, retracting her consciousness with a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, her earlier intuition proved correct. The surrounding flora was imbued with the essence of wood spirits. No, according to local terminology, it should be referred to as the god of life. After a moment's contemplation, she began to formulate a plan for the ability assessment the following day. Though she lacked any innate abilities, she could easily fabricate them. Lightly channeling her spiritual energy into a nearby branch, she watched with delight as several new buds sprouted almost instantaneously. As her gaze shifted back downward, she noticed a figure out of the corner of her eye. Is there someone else here at this hour, who would venture into the forest at night, unafraid of the potential dangers? Were it not for her search for the little chick, Songjilia would never have dared to explore the woods after dark. Suppressing her presence to the bare minimum, she peered down at the individual below. Bathed in the ethereal moonlight, the youth's dark hair flowed gently in the breeze, contrasting beautifully with his fair complexion. Most striking were his violet eyes, rare and seemingly imbued with the mysteries of the cosmos, possessing a depth that could invert the very essence of existence in an instant. The calm detachment emanating from those eyes made one instinctively desire distance. The uniform of the Federal University accentuated the youth's figure, elevating his demeanor significantly. Perched in the tree, Songjilia compared him to the latest rising star in the entertainment industry, concluding that he far surpassed any celebrity. After a brief moment of admiration for the young man's striking features, she began mentally urging him to leave. After all, curfew was fast approaching, and she had no desire to spend the night on the streets. Her keen sense of danger, honed through countless sparring sessions with the old man, warned her that this youth likely possessed considerable strength. Should she reveal herself now, the situation could become quite precarious. With the intention of avoiding conflict, Songjilia decided to wait until he departed before making her exit. "Brother, you truly dare to come alone?" a voice called from below, as another figure approached, a malicious smile gracing his lips. Xie Jinyang did not rise to the bait, maintaining a nonchalant expression tinged with weariness. "What is it?" The newcomer grinned broadly. "Nothing of great importance, merely acquired a magical beast recently and thought to bring it for my brother to see." As his words fell, the previously tranquil clouds above began to roil, cascading like waves in the ocean, converging toward the center. Suddenly, crimson lightning streaked across the sky, hurtling toward them. Hidden within the tree, Songjilia had initially intended to spectate leisurely, but as the enormous bird drew nearer, she sensed something amiss. Its appearance and the celestial phenomenon were strikingly reminiscent of the vermilion bird among the four divine beasts. Just as she struggled to reconcile this with the imagery in her books, the totem on her wrist suddenly flared with intense heat, as if urgently conveying a message to her. "Songjilia, wait, could it be?" She abruptly turned her gaze skyward towards the bird soaring down, her eyes widening with astonishment. The arrival of the vermilion bird unleashed a powerful wave of energy, causing the surrounding air to ignite, heat waves radiating forth, even the distant mountains glowing a fiery red. In mere moments, it had reached Xie Jinyang. "Brother, I wish you luck," the figure called, smiling as he waved goodbye, vanishing from sight. Although he could not place a spiritual mark on the bird, he could certainly stir up trouble for Xie Jinyang. Standing his ground, Xie Jinyang felt the searching heat enveloping him, his expression unwavering. Facing the vermilion bird's formidable beak, he raised a hand, his lips parting to release a crisp command. "All who approach me, cease." As he spoke, energy began to surge from his palm. With his words, a colossal wave of energy erupted from his fingertips, swiftly enveloping the vermilion bird, which abruptly halted its frantic flapping in mid-air. However, merely pausing for 3 seconds, the vermilion bird regained its ability to move. A piercing cry echoed through the forest as the temperature soared to unprecedented heights. Both Song Jiliao in the tree and Xie Jinyang below understood. The vermilion bird was enraged. Chapter 4. A sudden descent. Song Jiliao perched upon a tree, gazing downwards. The countenance of the youth below, even through the layers of leaves, appeared strikingly pale. The exertion of his abilities relied heavily on his mental fortitude. That recent strike might have thoroughly drained his psychic energy. After all, the vermilion bird ranks among the 4 great mythical beasts, and its offensive capabilities should not be underestimated. To impede its movements, this individual's prowess must undoubtedly be formidable. Although Song Jiliao was reluctant to stir trouble before the school year had even commenced, it was evident that this person was no ordinary individual. Nevertheless, if the vermilion bird truly resembled a fledgling, she would, to some extent, be entangled in this karmic web. Raising a young one is no easy feat. A sigh of resignation escaped her lips. With a heavy heart, Song Jiliao descended from the tree, pressured by the flames to retreat. Xie Jinyang surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing in concern. His hand instinctively brushed against his neck, as if seeking something within his collar, but before he could act, a figure landed beside him. Xie Jinyang's gaze sharpened, realizing that the newcomer was an unfamiliar girl. He took a cautious step back, his expression wary. "May I inquire who you are?" However, before he could finish his sentence, the girl abruptly yanked him backwards, regarding him as if he were a fool. "The fire is nearly scorching your feet. Can't you move out of the way?" Never before had Xie Jinyang been regarded so. Song Jiliao, oblivious to whether the flames had stunned him, simply shoved him behind her. "Stay well hidden." Clearly unaccustomed to such treatment, Xie Jinyang's violet eyes flickered with bemusement, resembling a cat suddenly doused with water. In a place where he could not see, Song Jiliao performed a fire-evading incantation, ensuring that the flames would not reach this spot, before rolling up her sleeves and charging forth. When a child misbehaves, a good spanking often sets them straight. Watching the girl dash into the inferno, Xie Jinyang's eyes widened in shock, instinctively preparing to follow her. However, just as he took a step forward, Song Jiliao's impatient voice echoed from the heart of the flames. "Stay put." "Xie Jinyang." He retracted his foot, fixating intently on the blazing sea, his eyes stinging momentarily, blinking away the physiological tears. He looked up to see Song Jiliao emerging from the fire. He turned his gaze towards her exit point. Upon realizing that she seemed unperturbed by the surrounding flames, a flicker of contemplation crossed his features. However, she appeared to be clutching something in her hand. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned that it resembled a chick, yet, unlike an ordinary chick, this one was entirely crimson, mirroring the large bird from earlier. The young man approached Song Jiliao, his gaze landing on the object she held. What is that?" Song Jiliao lifted the vermilion bird and shook it lightly, succinctly explaining, "It's that large bird from earlier." Xie Jinyang's expression grew somewhat complex. After all, it was difficult for anyone to accept that a colossal creature, which had just attempted to devour them, had now been reduced to a mere palm-sized form, held aloft by someone else. Song Jiliao cast a glance at him but chose not to elaborate further. She then looked down at the vermilion bird in her grasp and playfully swatted its rear. "Put out the fire." The vermilion bird, though chastised, dared not protest and emitted a feeble chirp in response. Under the watchful eyes of Song Jiliao and Xie Jinyang, the little bird opened its delicate beak and gently inhaled. The chaotic flames around it seemed to be drawn in by an invisible force, swirling towards it like threads of fire. As the last flicker of flame disappeared, the vermilion bird let out a small burp in Song Jiliao's grasp, blinking up at her with wide eyes. Admiration glimmered in Song Jiliao's gaze. The divine fire of the vermilion bird was not akin to ordinary flames. It was notoriously difficult to extinguish, and she certainly did not wish to set the school's garden ablaze on the very first day of term. Tucking the vermilion bird into her sleeve, she turned to Xie Jinyang. "I saved you, and I shall handle this matter. Is that agreeable?" Xie Jinyang nodded. "You are free to do as you wish." At that moment, Song Jiliao realized that the individual before her possessed impeccable manners. Despite having just been singed by fire, he remained composed and dignified. She appreciated conversing with those who understood courtesy. "Very well," Song Jiliao replied, leaping back onto the tree, her expression mischievous as she winked at Xie Jinyang below. "Please take care of the others behind you as well." "Xie Jinyang, what are you doing?" A voice, laced with urgency and frustration, echoed from a distance, drawing nearer with each moment. Yet, the person being called remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on the one in the tree. "What is your name?" Song Jilio had no intention of divulging that information. She waved her hand dismissively, just a passerby. "Xie Jinyang, I have not yet expressed my gratitude." "No need," Song Jilio replied, pinching the soft vermilion bird in her sleeve. "Karma has been settled." As the newcomer approached, Song Jilio resolved to waste no more time and promptly opened a portal to make her escape. The individual seemed poised to speak, but without hesitation, Song Jilio stepped through the portal, leaving the rest of the words unheard. Why should she concern herself with whatever else he had to say? Her dormitory would be closing soon. Meanwhile, Xie Jinyang observed a glimmer of golden light flash through the leaves before the figure in the tree vanished entirely. He furrowed his brow. So, was it a spatial type ability? Xie Jinyang. The person finally arrived, his eyes wide as he scanned the charred remnants of the forest, nearly fainting from shock. "What on earth are you doing?" "It was Xie Zhao's doing," Xie Jinyang replied nonchalantly. You too." The principal was at a loss for words. Though he had always known that the two brothers had a tumultuous relationship, he had never anticipated it to be this hostile. "I will report you both to your parents." Upon hearing this, Xie Jinyang's eyes flickered momentarily, but he ultimately chose silence. He merely thought to himself that it seemed the ability assessment scheduled for tomorrow would have to be missed. Chapter 5. The four young ones at home. 1 minute before the dormitory doors were to close, Song Jizhao rushed through the entrance. Initially, she intended to open the barrier directly into the dormitory, but to prevent altercations among students, each dormitory building was equipped with an ability fluctuation detection device connected to the dormitory supervisor's neural interface, which would trigger an alarm at the slightest disturbance. To err on the side of caution, Song Jizhao refrained from doing so. Upon entering the dormitory, she extracted the crimson sparrow from her sleeve and unceremoniously tossed it onto the bed. Chirp! The round little creature bounced slightly on the soft bedding, dizzy from the impact, and stood up in a huff. However, when it met Song Jizhao's bemused gaze, it fell silent. Chirp! With arms crossed, Song Jizhao looked down at it from her elevated position. "And now, enlighten me, what transpired?" Chirp! The red sparrow tilted its head, seemingly oblivious to her inquiry. "Spare me the act," a Song Ji bear retorted, unimpressed. "I am well aware that you can speak, so do not feign ignorance." Just moments ago, amidst the chaos of flames, she had distinctly heard it call her name. With a cold tone, she continued, "Pray tell, has your linguistic ability diminished along with your size?" "That is incorrect, Jizhao, I was mistaken." Realizing that Song Jizhao was on the verge of anger, the little bird hastily spoke in human tongue. The sweetness of its voice took her by surprise. "Your voice was not like this just now." "Of course, my voice must change when I become smaller." The sparrow presented a rational argument. Song Jizhao poked its plump little belly, causing it to plop down onto the bedding. "Very well." The sparrow, with a soft grunt, chose not to contest her. "When I awoke, I found myself in that forest," it began. Upon hearing this, Song Jizhao frowned and asked, "Was there no prelude?" The sparrow chirped, "None at all. I merely took a nap, and upon waking, I was in a different location." Just as she had experienced, Song Jizhao rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Unaware of her contemplative expression, the sparrow continued to speak. "When I awoke, I saw someone slaying a strange beast. The inner core of that creature radiated immense energy, and I inquired if I might have it. It merely asked me to assist with the task." Song Jizhao recalled the recent incident at the back mountain and furrowed her brow. "Assist with murder?" The sparrow shook its small head vigorously. No. It hopped closer to Song Jizhao, puffing out its chest proudly. "I am your familiar. How could I kill without cores? That would invoke karmic repercussions." Song Jizhao was well aware of her little companion's nature. Though it could be a tad mischievous at times, it would never engage in excessively outrageous behavior. She nodded. "Please, continue." "The individual requested that I injure a person, but not to the point of death." Song Jizhao's expression soured. You could be easily deceived for a mere inner core. What if that person proves too formidable for you? Impossible. I am a divine beast. Under Song Jizhao's stern gaze, the sparrow slowly curled into a ball. All right, I concede. Song Jizhao scoffed. What errors could a divine beast possibly commit? Were it not for our contract, I would stand no chance against you. The sparrow's strength was formidable. Her ability to manage it stemmed solely from the binding contract that suppressed its power. Without that, she would undoubtedly be no match for the sparrow. The sparrow fell silent, recognizing that speaking further could lead to more trouble. After settling the new account, Song Jizhao began to ponder the old. Given that you can speak, why did you refrain from doing so in the modern era? Moreover, it had always appeared as a mere chick. Who could have guessed that her little chick was the divine beast Zhu? The sparrow protested its innocence. A chirp. I truly could not. The spiritual energy was so thin in the modern age that I was left with little power. Otherwise, I would not have remained in the form of a chick. Such a loss of dignity for a divine beast. Song Jizhao quickly grasped the situation. Divine beasts thrived on the energy of the world. As that energy diminished, they naturally became weakened. So, you mean to say that your strength has gradually returned since arriving here? The sparrow nodded vigorously. Wait. Song Jizhao suddenly recalled the other 3-inch little creatures the elder had given her. If you are Zhu, then what about the little snake, the kitten, and the turtle? Qinglong. By Hu Xuanwu. As the sparrow announced the true identities of the other 3 young ones in a manner akin to listing dishes, Song Jizhao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The thought that the little snake she often teased, the kitten she petted, the chick she carried, and the turtle she poked were actually the 4 great divine beasts left her feeling somewhat impressive in her own right. Yet, the truly remarkable one was still the elder. What was his true identity that he could present divine beasts as mere pets for her to raise? As she mused on this, she remembered the elder's sudden departure, her brow furrowing in concern. She inquired of the sparrow, but received only a vague answer. With a sigh, she decided to let it be. Song Jizhao had always been a person of tranquility, believing in the philosophy of going with the flow and accepting whatever comes her way. Thus, upon discovering she had arrived in a new world, her mindset remained remarkably steady. Since she was here, she would make herself at home. The sparrow, perched on the bedding, its bright red eyes gleaming, exclaimed, "Since both you and I are in this world, could it be that Qinglong and the others are also present?" There was a possibility, indeed. However, unlike Zhu, Song Jizhao had not forged a contract with them. Without a contract, she could not sense their existence. Perhaps, it was all she could say, yet Zhu was filled with excitement. That would be splendid. I shall certainly bring them all back. A family of young ones should be together. This was a sentiment that Song Jizhao had instilled in it, gently stroking the sparrow's plump head. Her eyes shimmered with a tender smile. Rest assured, not a single one shall be left behind. If they were in this world, she would undoubtedly seek them all out. Chapter 6. The desk mate. The following morning, Song Jizhao arrived at the venue for the supernatural abilities assessment. Although termed an assessment, it was essentially a machine measuring one's supernatural powers and mental strength, akin to a health checkup. Early in the morning, a long queue had already formed before the machine, and Song Jizhao leisurely ambled over while munching on a piece of bread. Standing in line, she conversed with the Zhu residing in her sea of consciousness. Under Zhu's guidance the previous night, she had learned to incorporate it into her consciousness. Why didn't you teach me this before? Let us not forget, I cannot speak, and your original sea of consciousness was simply unable to accommodate me. The capacity of the sea of consciousness is limited. Given Song Jizhao's previous cultivation level, it could not possibly host a divine beast. Understanding dawned upon her, so that is how it is. Indeed, higher cultivation levels have their advantages. The queue moved sluggishly, leaving Song Jizhao feeling somewhat bored. What if you don't possess any supernatural abilities? Zhu inquired anxiously within her sea of consciousness. It's fine, Song Jizhao replied, stuffing the last morsel of her bread into her mouth, responding mentally, spirit energy attacks are just as effective. According to the elder's words, she was a celestial spirit root. Generally, celestial spirit roots possess a singular attribute. yet hers appeared to be rather unique, exhibiting more than one elemental attribute. However, by the age of 18, she had only developed the wood and water spirit roots. So, Ji Lier, which one do you plan to use this time? Zhu Qiu tilted its head inquisitively. Without hesitation, Song Ji Liao declared, of course, the wood spirit root. Why? As a divine beast of the fire attribute, Zhu Qiu had an innate affinity for fire. Hearing Song Ji Liao's unwavering choice of the wood attribute spirit root, it felt somewhat disgruntled. Song Ji Liao quickly soothed its feelings. I still have a fondness for the fire spirit root. She then asked Zhu Qiu, what are our guiding principles? After a moment of reflection, Zhu Qiu responded emphatically, if you can lie down, do not stand. If you can be stealthy, do not charge. To live like a blissful little salted fish. Exactly. So, in your opinion, which spirit root is best for stealth? Wood spirit root. Compared to the fiercely potent fire spirit root, the gentler wood spirit root drew less attention. Moreover, Song Ji Liao had previously learned that among the 5 supreme deities, people generally held a friendly attitude towards the deity of life. After all, no one could guarantee that they would never fall ill or be injured throughout their lives. The adage, do not provoke a doctor, certainly holds merit. However, Song Ji Liao had no intention of masquerading as a healing-type supernatural ability. Growth of flora. The assessment teacher glanced at the form Song Ji Liao had filled out and casually pointed to a patch of grass nearby. Try it over there. Under the teacher's watchful gaze, a green orb of light began to coalesce in Song Ji Liao's hand. When the orb landed on the grass, it instantly shot up by 30 centimeters. A rather ordinary life-affiliated supernatural ability, its strength was likewise average, prompting the teacher to mark a C in the supernatural abilities box. Following this, Song Ji Liao received another C for her mental strength, as expected, leading her to be placed in Class F. Satisfied with the result, she thanked the teacher and turned to leave. Gazing at the report card in her hand, a flicker of understanding crossed her dark eyes. During the testing process, she had successfully validated her hypothesis. In this world, the mental consciousness of the Qi refining period equated to C-level mental strength. Furthermore, her spirit energy could indeed be utilized as a supernatural ability. With her hypothesis confirmed, Song Ji Liao felt quite pleased. As for the levels of mental strength, she suddenly recalled the young man from the previous night. What do you think of that person from last night? She asked Zhu Qiu. Not bad, Zhu Qiu mused after a moment. Based on the recent testing standards, he should be A-level. Song Ji Liao nodded slightly, her heart easing a bit. An A-level, certainly not in the same class as her. Although she had disguised herself with a spell the previous night, she had yet to ascertain whether her magic would be fully effective on the people of this world. Avoiding him would be the best course of action. With this thought in mind, Song Ji Liao hummed a little tune as she returned to her dormitory. However, the next day, she cast a glance at the person seated beside her, maintaining an expressionless facade while internally pulling Zhu Qiu, still sound asleep in her sea of consciousness, up for questioning. Didn't you say he was A-level? With a tuft of hair sticking up atop its head, Zhu Qiu groggily replied, what are you talking about? Upon opening its eyes and catching sight of the person sitting next to Song Ji Liao, Xie Jinyang, Zhu Qiu was instantly wide awake. What the heck, how did he end up here? Through gritted teeth, Song Ji Liao seethed, I, too, wish to know. From the moment she laid eyes on him, she sensed he would be a considerable nuisance. Over the years, her instincts had never led her astray. Thus, to prevent any future entanglements, she had altered her appearance to avoid being recognized. Yet, the trouble was now sitting right beside her. Recalling the earlier scene, despair washed over Song Ji Liao. She had just arrived at the classroom, with only 2 seats left at the back of the class. Randomly choosing one to sit down, she suddenly heard a commotion at the front of the classroom. Looking up, she saw the boy from the previous night approaching her, ultimately settling down right beside her. Song Ji Liao. The law of Murphy surely cannot be disregarded. Indeed, what one fears most comes to pass. From the teacher's insistent demand for self-introductions, Song Ji Liao learned the young man's name, Xie Jinyang. Well then, life must go on. Struggling to rise from her desk, Song Ji Liao opened her textbook, intending to discern the subject matter of the class. However, as her thoughts settled, she gradually sensed something amiss in the air. Song Jiliao twitched her nose, confirming it was not merely her imagination. There was a metallic scent of blood. Moreover, this scent of blood seemed to emanate from Xie Jinyang. Reflecting on the details from the previous night, Song Jiliao was certain Xie Jinyang had not sustained any injuries. Given that the scent of blood had reached her, he must have been hurt quite severely. So, what transpired after last night? In a school, the fastest means of information circulation is through the forum. The recent stir in the classroom due to Xie Jinyang's arrival indicated he was no nameless individual. Following her intuition, Song Jiliao opened her holographic device to locate the Federal University's forum. There, she indeed found Xie Jinyang's name. Song Jiliao clicked on the most popular post, rapidly scanning through the comments. Title: What the heck? How did Xie Jinyang end up in Class F? First floor. Same question, I was shocked when he just walked in. Second floor, I heard he missed the supernatural abilities assessment yesterday. Pondering. Third floor, apparently, he was summoned back by his family. Fourth floor. What could have happened just after school started? I heard he just returned from his family a few days ago. Fifth floor, did you hear that commotion in the back mountain the night before last? Sixth floor. Of course, it was deafening. Seventh floor, no kidding, I almost rolled out of bed, furious. Pausing at this, Song Jiliao felt inexplicably guilty. The ruckus Zhu had caused was indeed rather loud. TSK, how disruptive. After a moment of internal remorse, she continued reading. The supporter from the 5th floor replied below. Sad smiley. 8th floor, I heard Xie Jinyang was fighting with Xie Zhao in the back mountain. When the Xie family found out, they called him back, saying it was his mother's doing. 9th floor, it can't be that crazy woman, can it? 10th floor. TSK, then Xie Jinyang must have been badly beaten. I heard she uses a whip. Reading the final comment, Song Jiliao's gaze sharpened. What on earth, a whip? Though Song Jiliao had no parents, the notion of using a whip on children certainly did not align with her understanding of parental behavior. At this moment, the scent of blood emanating from Xie Jinyang suddenly found its explanation. Chapter 7. The Reading Machine from Xie Jinyang. After turning off the light brain, Song Jiliao slightly tilted her head to observe the individual seated beside her. He maintained an upright posture and exuded an air of refinement, unmistakably a product of a prestigious family. Were it not for the metallic scent of blood wafting from him, one would never suspect he bore grave injuries. Nevertheless, it mattered little to her. Song Jiliao withdrew her gaze. The ties of fate had been severed long ago, and they owed each other nothing. In the ensuing days, Song Jiliao experienced a period of relative tranquility. During this time, she fervently harnessed the abundant spiritual energy of this world, elevating her cultivation to the latter stages of the foundation establishment period, just a step away from breaking through. As her cultivation advanced, the intensity of her spiritual awareness doubled. Then, one fateful evening, she inadvertently activated the bracelet left to her by the old man. This activation was not a mere physical opening, but rather a revelation that the bracelet contained a hidden space. Within this space lay an array of treasures, books, talisman papers, and alchemical furnaces, everything one could desire. Upon discovering the dozens of boxes filled with talisman papers, Song Jiliao was nearly beside herself with joy. In the realm of the stars, paper had become a rarity, causing its production to plummet. Yet, scarcity breeds value. The diminishing supply had led to soaring prices. While the affluent acquired paper for the refinement of their calligraphy, she sought it for the crafting of talismans, and she found herself at a stark economic disadvantage compared to them. Song Jiliao hailed from an ordinary, well-off family. Her father, Song Zuan, was an editor at a publishing house, while her mother was an accomplished writer. As they often claimed, their bond was forged through their work. Together, their salaries sufficed to cover the household expenses and provided a comfortable living allowance for their daughter. However, they could hardly withstand the exorbitant costs associated with paper. With an abundance of spiritual energy yet no means to create talismans, the itchiness in Song Jiliao's hands was unbearable. Fortunately, that dilemma had now been exquisitely resolved. The talisman papers in her hidden space would sustain her for 2 to 3 years. As for what would come after, she would let her future self ponder that. With the ample spiritual energy at her disposal, Song Jiliao reveled in her freedom. This was particularly evident in the overflowing collection of completed talismans within her storage space. The old man had taught her to craft numerous talismans, but the lack of spiritual energy had severely limited her output. Now, however, the issue of spiritual energy was no longer a concern. It was positively exhilarating. Song Jijia now viewed this world with newfound appreciation. Although she had attended a regular university prior to her arrival here, she had adjusted remarkably well to life in the military academy over the past month. She attributed much of this adaptability to the rigorous training she had undergone under the old man's guidance. Moreover, she had come to appreciate Xie Jinyang as a commendable individual. The seating arrangements in their class had been fixed from the first lesson, thereby designating Xie Jinyang as her desk mate. Despite some objections regarding the unusual seating policy in a university, they were swiftly quashed by the instructor. Initially, Song Jijia felt a twinge of resistance, but she soon discovered that Xie Jinyang's academic prowess was astonishingly high. The knowledge system of this world was entirely foreign to her. Concepts such as the structure of firearms and the history of the Federation required her to relearn everything. While the initial stages of learning were invariably challenging, Xie Jinyang demonstrated an impressive breadth of knowledge. After seeking his help with a question and receiving a satisfactory answer, she shamelessly approached him for clarification on several more occasions. Although his demeanor remained somewhat aloof, he patiently provided her with answers each time. Returning to her seat with the solutions in hand, Song Jijia felt a profound respect for him. He was akin to a living textbook, pointing out solutions with precision. Stowing away her electronic textbook, she cheerily called out to Xie Jinyang, "Let us go, it's time for the next combat class." As the foremost military academy in the Federation, combat training was indispensable. However, due to the physical capabilities of the freshmen, combat classes only commenced after a month of physical training. The thought of the daily physical training sessions gave Song Jijia a headache. While such training might exhaust an ordinary individual, it paled in comparison to the grueling regimen she had endured for over a decade under the old man's watchful eye. The memory of being roused each morning to run 10 kilometers by him made her long to be a sloth. After each training session, she emerged not only sweaty but also relatively composed, recovering swiftly, a stark contrast to her classmates who lay sprawled on the ground in exhaustion. Thus, she often feigned fatigue, pretending to be just as drained as they were. Each time, she could sense Xie Jinyang's gaze upon her, yet, whenever he turned to look, he would promptly avert his eyes, leaving Song Jijia at a loss for words. She remained uncertain whether he had discerned anything amiss, especially since the instructor had failed to notice. With a mindset of mutual silence, he would not inquire, and she would not divulge. Song Jijia maintained her composure during physical training. Upon hearing her words, Xie Jinyang nodded slightly and stood to head toward the training room, showing no intention of waiting for her. Shrugging her shoulders nonchalantly, she paid him no mind. She recognized that Xie Jinyang had established his own boundaries, keeping everyone at a distance from his inner circle. Even after nearly a month of sitting together, his demeanor remained strictly transactional. He answered her questions but offered no further engagement. Song Jijia saw no issue with this arrangement. Everyone had their own way of dealing with matters, and she respected his boundaries equally, acknowledging that her own disposition was hardly exemplary. Throughout the month, she had no intention of mingling with others. At the start of the semester, someone had approached her, seeking to switch seats. She had initially considered acquiescing, but upon noticing the flicker of something unsettling in his eyes, she promptly sat back down. This individual was unable to disguise his intentions, openly harboring disdain for Xie Jinyang while simultaneously desiring to draw closer to him. Instantly, memories of her previous schoolmates resurfaced, two-faced and duplicitous. Thus, she declared, "I want to be changing seats. Why not?" The abrupt shift in the individual's expression prompted a smirk to curl at the corners of Song Jijia's mouth as she replied, enunciating each word, "In none of your business." After delivering her retort, she leaned back in her chair, awaiting his reaction. Song Jijia had already resolved that if he continued to pester her, she would not hesitate to kick him away. Fortunately, he merely shot her an annoyed glare before departing. The following day, Song Jijia noticed an unusual shift in her classmates' gazes toward her. A majority were gathered at the front of the classroom, and amidst the throng, she spotted the boy from the previous day seated in the center. Sensing her gaze upon him, he turned, offering a provocative smile. Song Jie raised an eyebrow, recognizing him as a troublemaker who thrived on scheming from the shadows. The scene before her was all too familiar, and she found herself adapting with ease. Perfect, let them leave her in peace. Seated in the corner, surrounded by tranquility and with a living textbook beside her, the circumstances were nothing short of fortuitous. Consequently, after a month of diligent effort, Song Jie successfully completed her heaven-mending plan. Reviewing the entrance examination papers for the Federation University, she completed them with satisfaction and awarded herself a perfect score. Chapter 8 The Ambush. After changing into her training attire in the locker room, Songji walked towards the training room while engaging in a lively conversation with Zhu, who was chattering away in her mind. Ji, when shall we venture into the forest for some fun? Zhu exclaimed. Reason? Songji inquired. With unwavering confidence, Zhu replied, I'm hungry, I crave the inner core of exotic beasts. The last encounter with that individual had indeed occurred in a forest, which she learned from her classmates was referred to as the Ancient Forest, a realm teeming with otherworldly creatures. With a bemused chuckle, Songji retorted, Don't be ridiculous, do you think I am unaware that divine beasts thrive on the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, and they do not require sustenance? Caught in a web of her own lies, Zhu felt a twinge of embarrassment and began to throw a tantrum within Songji's mind. Come on. That inner core is truly delectable. It has been ages since I have tasted anything so exquisite. In Zhu's memories, there had once been a time when exotic beasts roamed freely, yet, as spiritual energy waned, many had vanished, leaving only a handful of divine beasts like themselves. To her astonishment, arriving in a new world allowed her to encounter such wonders. For Zhu, spiritual energy was akin to a life-sustaining elixir, much like nutritional fluids in the interstellar era, though it did not induce hunger, nor could it be described as palatable. However, the inner core of exotic beasts was another matter entirely, crunchy and bursting with flavor. When she had first arrived, her thoughts had been muddled, and upon seeing an exotic beast's inner core, her eyes had sparkled with delight. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to assist that individual. Listening to Zhu animatedly describe the exquisite taste of the inner core, Songji couldn't help but twitch her lips. What a divine beast. At its core, it was simply a glutton. This reminded her of the time Zhu had snatched half of her bread in one swift motion. In a rush to get to school, she had turned to pour a glass of milk, only to find her bread reduced by half upon her return. Had time not been of the essence, Zhu would have certainly transformed into a plucked chick by now. All right, I understand. Songji relented. I shall take you to find some snacks when I have the time. Having completed her remedial classes and temporarily alleviated the risk. Chapter 9 The god of deception, seeing the blank expressions of the individuals below, as if the words were merely passing through one ear and out the other, Chen Li felt no surprise whatsoever. Are you not dissatisfied with being placed in Class F? As soon as he uttered these words, he instantly captured the attention of many. A faint smirk graced Chen Li's lips. A mere group of youngsters, they are hardly a match for me. This scenario unfolds every year, during the initial class assignments based on mental strength and ability levels. Many who find themselves relegated to the lower classes express their discontent, believing that the evaluations do not reflect their overall capabilities. Observing the eager eyes fixed upon him, Chen Li casually dropped a bombshell. During the midterm examination, there will be a reallocation of classes. The crowd erupted in excitement. Someone quickly raised their hand and inquired, Instructor, what will be the criteria for reallocation? Chen Li glanced at him, maintaining an air of nonchalance, yet his tone bore a distinct sense of authority. Next time, submit a report before speaking. In that instant, Songji realized that the aura exuding from him was reminiscent of someone who had seen the battlefield. Upon recognizing the student who had posed the question, she thought to herself, a familiar face, isn't he this the one who wanted to swap seats with her previously? Zhu appeared momentarily stunned by the instructor's sudden intensity, his usual arrogance diminished. Oh yes, instructor. Submit a report. Report? Understood. Satisfied, Chen Li redirected his attention and began addressing Zhu's inquiry. Next month's midterm examination will take the form of a personal points competition, and class reallocation will be based on the final scores. Another hand shot up. Report. Chen Li nodded. Speak. Where will the competition take place? Upon hearing this question, Chen Li cast a meaningful glance at the crowd, then calmly uttered 4 words, the Misty Forest. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The Misty Forest. Isn't that where the god of deception lies in slumber? Wait, aren't we prohibited from entering? I heard you need special permission from the military to enter. Is the school really that bold? Chen Li stood before them, unusually refraining from curbing their discussion. In truth, he had been equally astonished when the higher-ups announced this decision. The deity had not manifested in years. Most speculated that he had succumbed to a deep slumber. The Misty Forest had long been regarded as the resting place of the god of deception due to the immense surge of divine power that had once emanated from it. The sanctity of the divine realm must not be disturbed by mortals, hence the military had sealed off the Misty Forest, forbidding any entry. However, a month prior, the names of the 5 supreme deities had suddenly illuminated on the divine stele, signifying that they had chosen their divine envoys. Unlike other deities whose names flickered and faded, this was the first time these 5 names had shone forth on the stele. The revelation sparked interest from various factions, as no one wished to miss the opportunity to align with the supreme deity's envoys. Yet, while the oracle of the god of fate could provide the most precise prophecies, it was merely indicated that the envoy of the god of deception had emerged among this cohort of fresh students. Unbeknownst to the newcomers, their profiles had already been scrutinized by the military. However, after a month of observation, they had gleaned nothing. Thus, the military proposed to conduct the midterm examination within the god of deception's sacred slumbering grounds. The relationship between the divine envoys and the deities had always been intimate, making this the only feasible course of action. Some voices of dissent arose. The Misty Forest has not seen visitors in ages. Is it not too perilous for the new cadets? This objection was swiftly dismissed. There have been no high-level aberrant beasts in the Misty Forest for quite some time. Previous aerial surveys revealed only low-tier aberrant creatures. If one cannot even contend with the lowest tier, then they are unworthy of being students at the Federal University. Following this statement, no further objections were raised. After all, the lowest tier of aberrant beasts possessed an attack power only slightly greater than that of ordinary animals. Thus, the decision for the new cadets' midterm examination to take place in the Misty Forest was finalized. Upon hearing this news, the students expressed clear excitement. Is there a chance we might encounter the god of deception? Are you out of your mind? Deities are not something we can simply stumble upon. TSK, can't we just dream a little? That's not dreaming. That's wishful thinking. Observing their animated chatter, Chen Li hastily called for order. Enough, let us commence the lesson. Do not let your abilities in powers surpass your physical skills. The strength of one's abilities and mental fortitude are mutually reinforcing. To enhance both, long-term training is essential, and such improvements cannot be realized overnight. Thus, if one seeks to redeem themselves, honing physical skills is an excellent approach. With this thought, the students' demeanor gradually shifted towards seriousness. In less than 10 minutes, their attitudes underwent a dramatic transformation, much to Chen Li's satisfaction. However, he noticed 2 individuals remaining utterly indifferent. One was their soft target he had selected before class, and the other was the second young master of the Xie family. As one of the foremost families in the Federation, the Xie family had always been the most loyal followers of the god of deception. Among the new students, 2 young masters from the Xie family were present, the envier of the god of deception, new students of the Federal University, the Xie family. These factors combined made Xie Jinyang and Xie Zhao prime subjects for military scrutiny. In the corner, the young man suddenly raised his gaze, meeting Chen Li's eyes with a directness that left no room for pretense. Chen Li inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement but chose not to elaborate. Internally, he mused that Xie Jinyang was indeed preferable to the third young master. He had encountered Xie Zhao a few days prior and found him too brash. After observing Xie Jinyang, he shifted his gaze to Song Ji, who responded with a seemingly harmless smile. Chen Li raised an eyebrow. This girl possessed commendable vigilance. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of frustration regarding the lack of competitive spirit in the 2 individuals. As military academy students, it was unacceptable to lack a sense of failure. Thus, with 5 minutes remaining before class ended, he deliberately called the two of them forward. Song Ji, Xie Jinyang, step forward. He then pointed out two others from the group, both of whom he deemed competent during training. Chen Li instructed these two to stand opposite Song Ji and Xie Jinyang. You four will engage in pairs, the rest of the students will observe, class will conclude once a victor emerges. His intention was to ignite a sense of competition within these two. He had noticed their lackadaisical attitudes during training. Song Ji appeared half-hearted, while Xie Jinyang seemed to be coasting along, both displaying a decidedly improper demeanor. It seemed clear that they required a push, and being bested in front of their peers was, in his estimation, the most effective way to kindle their competitive spirit. Song Ji, with her fair complexion and innocent appearance, stood shorter than the average height of her classmates, giving off an impression that she could easily be knocked down by a single blow. Her ability to counter was likely due to her opponent's underestimation. Her true strength was probably not formidable. As for Xie Jinyang, what prowess could the scion of a wealthy family possess in physical skills? With this thought in mind, Chen Li took a step back, already envisioning the scene of Song Ji and Xie Jinyang being knocked to the ground. Meanwhile, Song Ji, facing Zhu Zilin with a disdainful expression, couldn't he help but reflect, isn't he this fate? Just when I was lamenting the lack of an upper chapter 10, a slap in the face, a slap, bang. Chen Li gazed at the two individuals who had been thrown to the ground in rapid succession within a mere 10 seconds, his expression a blank slate, still processing the bewilderment of the situation. What on earth, while the abilities of newcomers may vary, surely they could not be this disproportionate. This was sheer annihilation. Chen Li cast a glance at Song Jizhao, who appeared to be waiting obediently for his command, unsure of what to say. The adage that one does not stumble twice in the same pit is true, but one can certainly be tripped by the same individual twice. Today, he grasped the meaning of this phrase. He had just observed that both Song Jizhao and Xie Jinyang exhibited impeccable fighting stances, executing their moves with speed, precision, and ferocity. One strike, one kill. It was evident that no one in this class could rival them. With an air of annoyance, he approached the still prostrate Zhu Zilin, who lay on the ground moaning incessantly, and kicked his backside, his face a mask of fury. What are you still doing on the ground? Song Jizhao only hit you 3 times, how could she possibly incapacitate you? Standing beside him, Song Jizhao looked down at the struggling Zhu Zilin, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Zhu Qiu in her mind was cackling with glee. Har har har, don't be fooled by the fact that it was only 3 hits, each of those strikes targeted the most painful spots. Listening to the commotion in her mind, Song Jizhao felt a hint of helplessness. She was just as baffled as to how Zhu Qiu, a bird, could produce the sound of a duck. Xie Jinyang, also standing nearby, lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at his desk mate, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Quite impressive, reaping the benefits while playing innocent, attempting to feign docility, yet clearly exuding an air of defiance and fearlessness. Retracting his gaze, Xie Jinyang turned to the stern-faced Chen Li and casually reported. After Chen Li granted him permission to speak, Xie Jinyang pointed towards the electronic clock at the front of the classroom and asked, "Can we dismiss class now?" Chen Li, you rascal, you're no saint either, slacking off during class with a thoroughly inappropriate attitude. Dismissed. With that command, the classroom erupted into chaos as students scattered. As Song Jizhao prepared to exit, she was halted by Zhu Zilin. Stop. With her steps forcibly halted, Song Jizhao looked up at the sullen Zhu Zilin, her tone laced with mockery. What? Haven't you been beaten enough? You. Zhu Zilin had never been so humiliated. As the sole heir of the Zhu family, he had been pampered since childhood. Had it not been for his family's insistence on mingling with the second son of the Xie family, he would have had no desire to sit beside the son of a lunatic. Yet, this oblivious commoner had dared to refuse him. Today, she had pressed his face into the ground. Did you use your abilities? Zhu Zilin accused. His combat skills had been taught by his uncle. How could he possibly be bested by this commoner in a single blow? Are you out of your mind? Song Jizhao retorted, finding him not only annoying but also rather foolish. Do you think the instructor is unaware if I used my abilities? Zhu Zilin's expression darkened further. He had never before been insulted to his face. Across from him, Song Jizhao noted his tightly clenched right hand, distinctly sensing a surge of energy emanating from it. Her brow arched. Was he truly so enraged as to resort to using his abilities against her? Classmate, fighting with abilities on campus will result in severe penalties. A gentle yet commanding male voice suddenly resonated in the now empty classroom. Song Jizhao turned to face the doorway. A refined and handsome youth, with a slight smile gracing his lips, was observing them, his gaze fixed intently on Zhu Ziling's right hand. He wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses that inexplicably lent him an air of scholarly elegance. Although his expression was quite pleasant, Song Jizhao sensed an underlying chill in his emerald eyes behind the lenses, as if Zhu Ziling would face irrevocable consequences should he make any further moves. She glanced at the nameplate on his chest, Wenheryu. Suddenly, Song Jizhao recalled seeing this name in the freshman handbook, leader of the Federal University's inspection team, Wenheryu. He was also the top student of the second year. The inspection team was responsible for maintaining discipline throughout the school, and the leader possessed the authority to issue disciplinary actions directly. Generally, students would avoid crossing paths with members of the inspection team, fearing they would be caught in some minor infraction. Wenheryu regarded Zhu Ziling with a steady gaze, his warm expression tinged with a hint of warning. Zhu Ziling realized the identity of the individual before him, and the energy he had been gathering swiftly dissipated. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head in greeting to Wenheryu. Wenheryu nodded in acknowledgement. Song Jizhao, belatedly aware of the situation, greeted him, "Hello, senior." Wenheryu smiled gently, "Hello, junior." With a member of the inspection team present, Zhu Ziling could no longer act against Song Jizhao, yet he could not swallow his indignation. His mind raced, and a malicious grin flitted across his face. "Song Jizhao, shall we have a competition?" Song Jizhao replied, "I decline." Her refusal was immediate and merciless, leaving Zhu Ziling momentarily stunned. Wenheryu's smile deepened, now imbued with sincerity. Zhu Ziling pressed on, "If you win, I'll give you 10,000 star coins." Song Jizhao hesitated, her footfalls faltering. Seeing her pause, Zhu Ziling sneered inwardly, confirming that commoners were indeed predictable. Meanwhile, Song Jizhao contemplated the absurdity of this fool, who not only sought to challenge her but also intended to shower her with money for free. Turning to face him, Song Jizhao inquired, "What are we competing in?" Zhu Ziling declared, "Target shooting." Song Jizhao nodded, "Deal." At that moment, Wenheryu interjected with a gentle reminder, "Junior, aren't you curious about what will happen if you lose?" Fearing that Song Jizhao might reconsider, Zhu Ziling quickly added, "If you lose, you have to swap seats with me." Song Jizhao regarded him quizzically, utterly perplexed by his fixation on her seat. Was it truly because of Xie Jinyang? All right. She had no objections. As soon as she uttered those words, however, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar garment flitting past the half-closed door. Instinctively, she felt that the outfit was somewhat recognizable, yet when she extended her consciousness outward, she found the corridor utterly deserted. "Junior, what's wrong?" Under Wenheryu's slightly concerned gaze, Song Jizhao shook her head, "It's nothing." Perhaps she had merely misseen. Chapter 11, The Training Room. After Zhu Ziling departed, Song Jizhao turned to the youth beside her. "Thank you, senior," she expressed her gratitude. "It is merely my duty," Wenheryu replied. As if struck by a thought, Wenheryu hesitated in his departure, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. "Is your marksmanship quite remarkable, junior?" Song Jizhao did not respond directly. Instead, she tilted her head and inquired, "What makes you think so, senior?" Wenheryu adjusted his slightly slipping glasses with a hand and mimicked Song Jizhao's gesture, his tone laced with a light-hearted mirth. Perhaps it is because you exude a sense of confidence." Song Jizhao recognized that he was being rather tactful. Her earlier demeanor was not so much confidence as an unshakable belief in her own invincibility, thus she had not even contemplated the consequences of defeat. Her gaze towards Wenheryu now bore a hint of scrutiny. "Not at all," Song Jizhao replied candidly, "I am utterly ignorant of marksmanship." Wenheryu's eyes widened in mild surprise. He nodded good-naturedly, his tone contemplative. Is that so? Just when Song Ji-Liu anticipated him to mention her slim chances of victory, she heard Wen Haiyu propose, "Then, would you like to practice shooting, Junior?" Song Ji-Liu was taken aback. Wen Haiyu continued leisurely, "New students likely have no access to firearms outside of regular shooting classes." Instinctively, she nodded. He chuckled lightly, "As the head of the inspection team, I possess a specially approved training room. Would you care to give it a try?" "Is the inspection team so privileged?" Song Ji-Liu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. The training room was where they usually conducted their shooting lessons, employing the unique virtual mode of the interstellar realm for training. However, such rooms were typically only accessible during class hours, and while they could be reserved when available, new students lacked the authority to do so. Song Ji-Liu did not expect the school to grant Wen Haiyu a private training facility. Wen Haiyu activated his holographic computer, inputting Song Ji-Liu's information into the training room's access permissions. "Perhaps it is because I have consecutively held the title of champion for 2 terms, he remarked with a smile. A notification pinged on Song Ji-Liu's device, indicating the granting of access to the training room. "Why?" she inquired, puzzled. She and Wen Haiyu were not well acquainted, yet his demeanor towards her seemed excessively amiable. She did not perceive this as a reflection of his character. The head of the inspection team, who maintained order among the university's students, could hardly be described as affable. She scrutinized Wen Haiyu, her wariness unmasked. Yet, Wen Haiyu appeared unfazed, seemingly appreciating her caution. "Because I see something in you, Junior," Wen Haiyu stated, extending his fair fingers towards her and offering a gentle, harmless smile. Song Ji-Liu blinked. She had to concede that when a handsome man flashed such a smile, it was indeed soothing. "What is it?" she asked. However, Wen Haiyu made a sure gesture. "I cannot disclose that." "All right, Junior, I must attend to my inspections now. I shall take my leave." Before Song Ji-Liu could react, he turned and strode towards the exit. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, Wen Haiyu suddenly halted, slightly turning to one side, half of his figure shrouded in the dimness beyond the door, his silver glasses glinting. With a smile, he remarked, "Junior, I look forward to your growth." Song Ji-Liu, "Thank you for the invitation," but her ultimate dream was truly to be a slacker. Were it not for the old man's insistence on her diligent training, she might have already succumbed to complete lethargy. With a soft sigh, Song Ji-Liu activated her holographic computer. Upon accessing the Federation University forum, she typed Wen Haiyu's name into the search bar. Skimming past the extensive list of accolades, her attention fell upon the section regarding divine beliefs. Wen Haiyu, divine belief, god of fate and time. The concepts of fate and time were enigmatic indeed, and as the 2-time reigning champion, his extraordinary abilities were undoubtedly formidable. Reflecting on his earlier vague comment, Song Ji-Liu furrowed her brow. By coincidence, the following day was Saturday, and with no classes in the afternoon, Song Ji-Liu resolved to practice shooting in the training room. After messaging Wen Haiyu to confirm his unavailability for the day, she left her dormitory. En route to the training room, she engaged in conversation with Ju-Q in her consciousness. "Did you notice that Xie Jinyang seemed rather aloof towards me today?" Song Ji-Liu inquired mentally. "Not really," Ju-Q replied, coiling up the small blanket Song Ji-Liu had fashioned for it in her mind. "I find it quite normal." Chirp. "Did he not answer all the questions you posed?" "It feels different," Song Ji-Liu asserted. Previously, during discussions, he had shown some interest, but today, he was utterly indifferent. If this continued, she would truly become a cold, emotionless reading machine. Having shared a desk for a month, Song Ji-Liu cherished the companionship, even though Xie Jinyang was not particularly sociable. He was still far preferable to her previous classmates, who either kept an enormous distance or took pleasure in tossing her books out the window in her absence. Encountering such a compatible deskmate, Song Ji-Liu did not wish to lose him so soon. However, she could not fathom a reason for his sudden change in demeanor. Perhaps she would observe further on Monday. With this thought, Song Ji-Liu scanned her iris to enter the training room. This specialized facility, allocated to Wen Haiyu by the school, was devoid of surveillance cameras due to its exclusive nature. Song Ji-Liu decided to release Ju-Q from her consciousness. In the interstellar realm, the relationship between humans and exotic beasts was fraught with tension. Individuals with strong mental powers could imprint their will upon these creatures to exert control, But such instances were rare. More often than not, the initial reaction of people encountering exotic beasts was to flee. Thus, Song Zhiliu had refrained from letting Zhu Qiu out, fearing it might frighten others. Zhu Qiu, though having protested that it was merely a small bird now, was regrettably informed by Song Zhiliu that the school did not permit students to keep pets. Chirp. Once released, Zhu Qiu soared around the training room to survey its territory. After confirming its domain, it perched upon Song Zhiliu's shoulder. After a moment's restraint, Song Zhiliu could no longer hold back. Zhu Qiu. Chirp. Get down. A warm, fluffy bundle nestled against her neck, radiating heat. Chirp. Zhu Qiu indignantly flew off. Upon reaching the shooting area of the training room, Song Zhiliu glanced at the iron table cluttered with parts. The first lesson in shooting class had focused on firearm assembly, and only after mastering the assembly could the instructor permit students to shoot. As a diligent citizen whose aspirations revolved solely around academic pursuits, firearms were entirely foreign to Song Zhiliu. Thus, when the instructor instructed them to proceed with the operation, she was left utterly bewildered. Witnessing her peers deftly spring into action, clearly seasoned in such tasks, Song Zhiliu felt her grasp of this era was woefully inadequate. Ultimately, she had to beseech Xie Jinyang to assemble the weapon once more to learn how. Gazing at the array of components before her, memories of her initial confusion surfaced, yet she was no longer the same person she once was. Completing the assembly in 50 seconds, Song Zhiliu lifted her hand to grasp the trigger, aiming at the target 100 meters away. Zhu Qiu, perched on the table, blinked at her series of actions. If memory served, the highest record in their class was 1 minute and 30 seconds, while the instructor's record stood at 62 seconds. Chirp. Indeed, in a different world, Zhiliu's aptitude for learning remained remarkably strong, Zhu Qiu thought with pride. Chapter 12. Shooting. Song Zhiliu gazed at the target 100 meters away, her breathing steadying. Although she had never practiced shooting, she was well versed in archery. The old man's words echoed in her mind. Focus your heart, hold your breath, and strengthen your will. Every arrow you shoot is a dialogue between you and your target. Her heightened awareness allowed Song Zhiliu to clearly see the bullseye. She slightly adjusted her wrist to correct her aim, her gaze unwavering. And the next moment, bang, 7 points, announced the shooting range machine. Setting down the gun, Song Zhiliu rubbed her wrist, which throbbed from the recoil. Zhu Qiu flew to her side, leaning close to the still smoking muzzle. The aiming technique seems quite different from that of a bow and arrow. Noticing Zhu Qiu's actions, Song Zhiliu's brow twitched. She raised her hand to gently push the bird aside and replied, "It's due to the recoil. Thus, it can shift the direction slightly." After settling Zhu Qiu, Song Zhiliu picked up the gun once more. Bang, 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 bang. The training room was filled with the sounds of gunfire throughout the afternoon. Zhu Qiu nestled in the soft nest that Song Zhiliu had made for it, watching her intently as she shot at the target. In the training room, the prolonged concentration had drenched the girl's temples in sweat, beads of perspiration trickling down her fair cheeks. Compared to her usual appearance, she now looked somewhat disheveled, yet her dark eyes sparkled brightly. Bang! 10 points. Hearing the announcement from the speaker, a smile finally graced Song Zhiliu's lips. Following that, the training room reverberated with the machine's proclamation of 10 points. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she lowered her already numbed arm. Chirp, chirp. Upon seeing her set down the gun, Zhu Qiu immediately flew over. It perched on the table, its tiny red eyes fixed intently on Song Zhiliu. "Zhi, are you done practicing?" Song Zhiliu nodded with a smile. With a flutter, the little red bird took off and landed atop her head, urging, "Then let us hurry and eat." Having risen late, Song Zhiliu had only managed a late breakfast, and after living together for many years, Zhu Qiu knew that meal was utterly insufficient for the afternoon's exertions. She must be starving by now. Cradling the red fluff atop her head, Song Zhiliu acquiesced to its insistence and made her way to the cafeteria. However, having just finished training, Song Zhiliu found her appetite lacking, compounded by the thought, why is the food in the interstellar realm so unpalatable? She lamented to the Zhu Qiu in her mind. She once thought the food in her modern high school cafeteria was dreadful, But the fare at the Federal University had reached a whole new level of inedibility. Yet, as the foremost military academy, one would expect the meals to be decent, indicating that the culinary standards across the entire interstellar region were simply subpar. Perhaps it's because everyone relies on nutrient solutions, Zhu Qiu suggested. But that cannot be the way. What meaning does a life devoid of delicious food hold? No, I must earn money quickly and move out, Song Jijiao declared earnestly. The dormitory forbade cooking, but off-campus surely permitted it. She must become self-sufficient, Zhu Qiu chirped excitedly in her consciousness. I agree. The dormitory was far too cramped to accommodate the noble Zhu Qiu's flight. Just as the two impoverished souls began to plan their bright future, Song Jijiao's light brain emitted 2 beeps. Upon checking the message, she saw that Yang Qian was inquiring whether she would be returning home tomorrow. Song Jijiao bit her lip, her expression wavering. 2 days prior, Yang Qian had asked her, to which she had responded that she would be training on Saturday. Staring at the message on her light brain for a moment, Song Jijiao ultimately sent a positive reply. Gazing at her response, Song Jijiao fell into a trance. The role of parents felt utterly foreign in her life. The old man had always employed a hands-off approach. He would be present during her childhood, but as she grew older, he was often nowhere to be found. Most of her understanding of parental figures had been shaped by others. When she fought with classmates who insulted her, their parents would stand protectively behind them in the teacher's office, while she remained expressionless across from them. Observing the visibly angry man and woman before her, Song Jijiao felt an unusual calmness wash over her. She found herself momentarily lost in thought, wondering if she had parents, would they also act in such a manner, would they shield her without reason, standing in front of her? Song Jijiao did not know, for she had none. Yang Qian was a gentle mother, always asking if her funds were sufficient, reminding her not to set the air conditioning too low at night, and inquiring when she would return home. She was exactly like the mother Song Jijiao had fantasized about. Thus, knowing that this mother did not truly belong to her, she still found herself uncontrollably immersed in the warmth of that maternal affection. On Sunday morning, Song Jijiao boarded a hover car heading home. Initially, she intended to take the gate directly home, but in the morning, Yang Qian unexpectedly transferred her some money, urging her not to scrimp and to take the hover car for comfort. Song Jijiao understood this was a sign of her mother's care. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to take the hover car. Upon her arrival, Yang Qian was already waiting downstairs. Gigi. Spotting Song Jijiao, Yang Qian rushed over and enveloped her in a warm embrace. The fragrance that belonged to women instantly filled her nostrils, causing Song Jijiao to stiffen momentarily. She awkwardly returned the embrace, softly calling out, "Mama." Yang Qian released her, cupping her face with tenderness. "Oh dear, how have you lost weight in just a week?" As she guided Song Jijiao upstairs, she chattered incessantly. "Why on earth did you choose to attend a military academy? With your grades, you could have gone to any university. You've lost so much weight in just a week. Imagine what would happen in 4 years. The flesh on your body was cultivated by me over many years." Walking beside Yang Qian, a smile appeared at the corners of Song Jijiao's mouth, one she hadn't even realized was there. She responded to Yang Qian's words, her usual languor vanishing in that moment. It was peculiar. Despite having spent little time with Yang Qian, all her previous reservations melted away upon their meeting, and their conversation flowed naturally. It was as if they had been mother and daughter for over a decade. Chapter 13, Family. "You should go rest in your room for a while. We will eat once your father returns," suggested Yang Qian. The mention of dinner instinctively put Song Jijiao on alert. She cautiously inquired, "Mom, who is making dinner?" Yang Qian replied as if it were obvious, "The machine, of course, though it may not be as delicious as what you have in the cafeteria." Song Jijiao's expression shifted. "Not as delicious as our cafeteria, what could that possibly taste like?" Reluctant to further refresh her memories of the unpalatable interstellar cuisine, Song Jijiao resolved to take matters into her own hands. Peering into the kitchen, she discovered an assortment of oils, condiments, and pots at her disposal. "Mom, how about I prepare lunch?" she proposed to Yang Qian. Yang Qian, taken aback, asked, "Since when can you cook?" Without hesitation, Song Jijiao attributed her skills to the Federal University. "It's what the school taught us." Do military academies even teach cooking these days? Yang Qian queried, but Song Jilia nodded confidently. All right then, Yang Qian said, harboring no doubts. She gestured towards the kitchen. There should be plenty of ingredients. Feel free to experiment. Raising her hand in encouragement, she added, whatever you create, your father and I will be able to eat it. Song Zhiliu couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, her culinary abilities were quite commendable. Nevertheless, she embraced Yang Qian's encouragement. Okay, Mom, I will do my best. Upon opening the refrigerator, Song Zhiliu fully grasped what Yang Qian meant by everything. A plethora of meats, vegetables, seafood, and fruits filled the shelves, truly anything one could desire. Ignoring the king crab and the lobster, she directly took some pork ribs, fatty pork, and a selection of vegetables. In her previous world, during her free time, she enjoyed exploring eateries, ultimately finding her favorite dishes to be home-style cuisine. Now, she wished to share her beloved meals with those who had treated her kindly. In the living room, Yang Qian animatedly shared with her husband the news of their daughter's culinary endeavor. Upon hearing this, her husband expressed some skepticism, but after Yang Qian sent a photo of Song Zhiliu cooking, he promptly replied, "Husband, I will come home early for lunch." Yang Qian's eyes sparkled with delight. It seemed she was not the only one eagerly anticipating their daughter's cooking. After sending the message, Yang Qian suddenly detected a delightful aroma wafting through the house. Sniffing the air, she realized the source was indeed the kitchen. A question mark appeared above her head. Typically, the machine's cooking did not emit such enticing scents. Could it be that Zhiliu's culinary skills surpassed those of the machine? Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Yang Qian tiptoed into the kitchen. Song Zhiliu was busy reducing the sauce for sweet and sour ribs when she heard a woman's astonished voice exclaim, "Zhiliu, did you make all this?" Yang Qian gazed at the 4 beautifully arranged dishes on the countertop, her astonishment evident. "Yes," Song Zhiliu replied, scooping the ribs from the pot. "Dinner will be ready shortly." She placed the platter of ribs on the counter and turned to wash the pot. As she turned on the faucet, she belatedly noticed Yang Qian had fallen silent. Song Zhiliu raised an eyebrow. When she looked back, she found Yang Qian innocently holding a rib in her mouth, gazing at her with wide eyes. Song Zhiliu sighed in exasperation. "Mom." "Yes." "Have you washed your hands?" Thus, Yang Qian found herself shooed away by her daughter to wash her greasy hands. When she emerged, Song Zhiliu had already set the table. Yang Qian approached, saying, "Your father should be home soon." Just then, the sound of the door opening echoed from the entrance. Hearing the commotion, Song Zhiliu felt an inexplicable tension. Unlike her initial encounter with Yang Qian, she had yet to meet his Song Zhiliu's father. The man's words on the holographic communicator were always succinct, giving off a serious demeanor. However, when Song Zhiliu finally laid eyes on Song Ziwen, she discovered a man who could indeed be described as refined and gentle. "Zhiliu." His voice was equally soothing. "Darling." Yang Qian rushed to embrace him, and Song Ziwen chuckled, patting her back. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow over everything in the room, enhancing the warmth of the scene before them. Standing in the dining room, Song Zhiliu silently observed it all. So, this was the life that the Song Zhiliu here had always led. A sense of disorientation washed over her. As Song Ziwen ambled in wearing his slippers, he noticed the spread on the dining table, and his gentle eyes widened in surprise. Yang Qian nudged his shoulder, beaming, "Aren't you surprised?" Moments later, Song Zhiliu felt a warm hand rest on her head, and the man's voice brimmed with pride, "Our Zhiliu is quite impressive." Watching the couple photograph the table, Song Zhiliu felt a lump in her throat. Initially, her motivation for learning to cook was merely to save money. She had prepared dishes like these countless times before, yet never had they been so cherished. The comforting voice of Zhu chirped in her mind, and she gently acknowledged it, taking a seat at Yang Qian's beckoning. As Song Ziwen sampled the golden brown, pan-fried tofu, his eyes widened in surprise. Yang Qian, seated across from him, inquired, "So, how does it taste? Our daughter is quite the cook, isn't she?" "Delicious," Song Ziwen nodded earnestly. In fact, it was better than any dish he had ever tasted. As a writer, he suddenly understood the meaning of a dish that appealed to the senses of sight, smell, and taste. "Zhiliu's culinary skills have improved tremendously," he joked. Without batting an eye, Song Jilio replied, "It's thanks to the excellent teaching at school." With a piece of rib in her mouth, Yarn Chin mumbled, "If the students are this skilled, the meals at Federal University must truly be exceptional." Song Jilio accepted the compliment on behalf of her school, even if it was somewhat undeserved. As they reached the halfway point of their meal, Song Ziwon suddenly inquired with concern, "Jilio, is your living allowance sufficient?" Song Jilio paused, then nodded affirmatively, "Yes, it is." The 3,000 star coins provided by her parents exceeded the living expenses of many ordinary families. She planned to earn her own money for her off-campus rent. "That's good to hear," as Song Ziwon said, his tone tinged with worry. "If it's not enough, be sure to let us know." Song Jilio obediently replied, "All right." After the meal, Song Jilio intended to help with the dishes, but her parents insisted she rest, claiming that cooking was exhausting. Watching as Yang Qian unceremoniously closed the door behind her, Song Jilio fell silent for a moment. Sitting on the carpet in her room, she pondered for a few seconds before standing up to lock the door, then summoned Jukyu. Chapter 14 Smooth Fur Chirp. The vermilion bird nestled on Song Jilio's lap, gazing intently at the refining furnace enveloped in spiritual flames. As the impurities within the spirit stones were eliminated, the spiritual energy emanating from the furnace grew increasingly pure. With her right hand regulating the temperature of the flames, Song Jilio raised her left hand, forming a single-handed seal. 2 defensive formations were successively infused into the refining furnace. In that instant, the vermilion bird sensed a sudden surge of spiritual energy from within the furnace. As the spiritual flames gradually subsided, the furnace slowly descended back to the ground. Both the girl and the beast in the room understood that, at this moment, the spiritual artifact had been successfully crafted. The vermilion bird rested its head on Song Jilio's wrist, its eyes reflecting 2 bracelets. "Are these for them?" it inquired, sensing the defensive formation Song Jilio had just embedded within the bracelets. Nodding, she replied, "Yes." She brought the bracelets to the bird's beak, gently tapping its head. "Breathe out some fire." The vermilion bird obediently exhaled a small flame onto each bracelet, retrieving the refining furnace back into her jade bangle. Song Jilio admired the 2 bracelets in the sunlight. They contained a defensive formation she had inscribed, along with an attack from the vermilion bird. "Sufficient, indeed," the vermilion bird asked. "Will they wear them?" Bracelets seemed to be quite rare in this era. Song Jilio, brimming with the confidence she herself could not fully comprehend, assured, "They will." As she had classes on Monday, Song Jilio prepared to return to school that afternoon. Song Ziwon, originally not scheduled to work, had been compelled to stay late due to some issues that arose in the morning. Naturally, he remained at home to accompany his family in the afternoon. As Song Jilio departed, he and Yarn Chen accompanied her downstairs to see her off. "Dad, Mom, I'm leaving." Song Jilio waved goodbye. The couple raised their hands in reply, their wrists adorned with the bracelets she had gifted them. "Be careful on the road. Send me a message when you arrive at school." As she ran out, Song Jilio turned back to respond, her smile radiant and bright. On Monday, as soon as Song Jilio took her seat in class, a figure approached her from the front. With an expressionless face, she looked at Zhu Zilin. "Is there something you need?" Zhu Zilin crossed his arms, looking down at her. "Didn't we say we'd have a competition? How about this afternoon's shooting class?" Song Jilio shrugged nonchalantly. "Sure." Zhu Zilin grinned. "You're bound to lose." Song Jilio replied with a casual, "Oh." Zhu Zilin, frustrated by her nonchalant attitude, was about to explode when a cold voice interrupted from behind him. Irritated, he turned around only to find himself meeting a pair of violet eyes. The violet gaze was emblematic of the Xie family. At that moment, a few dark glimmers swirled within Xie Jinyang's eyes, inexplicably evoking a sense of dread. Zhu Zilin hurriedly stepped back, stammering, "Oh, okay." Song Jilio observed him curiously. If he was so afraid of Xie Jinyang, why did he go through so much trouble to sit next to him? Watching Zhu Zilin flee in haste, a smile tugged at Song Jilio's lips. Indeed, the air felt much fresher now that the annoying person had left. In high spirits, she greeted Xie Jinyang. "Good morning, desk mate." However, Xie Jinyang merely cast a glance her way, showing no inclination to respond. As she regarded the now seated figure, A flicker of contemplation crossed her mind. Something was amiss. It seemed that Xie Jinyang had indeed acknowledged her greeting last time. Recalling his unusual behavior from the previous week, Song Jijie subtly shifted her seat, maneuvering closer to Xie Jinyang. Without a trace of emotion, Xie Jinyang continued to remain silent, even as she propped her elbow on his desk, resting her chin on her palm, her eyes brimming with evident curiosity. "What are you upset about?" Hearing her inquiry, Xie Jinyang finally spoke, albeit with just 2 words, "Nothing." Clearly, there is. Song Jijie admonished him for his dishonesty. Much like a cat, he would ignore someone when annoyed, yet still sought to maintain distance. If he grew even more displeased, he might bare his teeth and hiss. Such behavior could intimidate others, but not Song Jijie. After all, she had her own cat. Oh, no, it should be called a white tiger now. Unfazed, she met his violet gaze, her tone sincere as she attempted to reason with him. "Come on, if you tell me, I can change." Xie Jinyang was taken aback. He had never encountered someone so direct in demanding an answer. Her defiant demeanor mirrored when she insisted he explain problems to her, yet, just as he eventually relented and explained the problems, Xie Jinyang also acquiesced this time, stating, "You made a wager with me and Juseline." Song Jijie's eyes widened in realization. "So it was really you outside that day." Xie Jinyang pressed his lips together, acknowledging her observation but offering no explanation for his lingering outside the classroom for so long after class. Perhaps Song Jijie sensed something but chose to ignore it. "I didn't make you my wager," she insisted. Xie Jinyang regarded her with a complex expression, seemingly taken aback by her audacity. "The odds must be uncertain for it to be called a bet, and for you, I must win. In her earnest attempt to clarify that she did not regard Xie Jinyang as a wager, she remained oblivious to the considerable ambiguity in her words. Xie Jinyang's violet eyes darkened, and then his gaze fell upon the glimmering light in her eyes as he softly inquired, "Are you so certain you can defeat Juseline?" His marksmanship was taught by his uncle in the military. Song Jijie raised an eyebrow. Of course. So what if he was taught by someone in the military? She had still succeeded through self-study. Xie Jinyang fell silent, his unwavering gaze fixed upon her, as if assessing the credibility of her words. Song Jijie allowed him to scrutinize her. Moments later, Xie Jinyang was the first to avert his gaze. "I understand," he said. Song Jijie immediately smiled, pleased. Problem solved. Just then, the class was about to begin, and Song Jijie prepared to shift back to her original seat. Just as she turned her back, she heard a soft voice behind her say, "Good morning." The tone was so faint that she might have missed it had her senses not been heightened. Turning back to look at Xie Jinyang, she noticed he had averted his gaze, seemingly somewhat shy. Truly, he was like a cat. Song Jijie mused once more. She chose not to reiterate the earlier morning greeting but returned to her seat with a composed demeanor. After all, having just smoothed out the fur, she did not wish to provoke him into a huff. The shooting class was the first period in the afternoon, but as Song Jijie entered the classroom, she spotted an unexpected figure next to the instructor. In surprise, the figure turned just in time to meet her gaze as she stood at the doorway. "Hello, Junior," Wenhui greeted her with a smile, waving. Chapter 15, The Emergence of Talent. Song Jijie subconsciously waved her hand, greeting, "Hello, Senior." Once her hand fell, she suddenly realized how a second-year student, Wenhui, could possibly be present here. She approached and posed this question, yet the response did not come from Wenhui. "This fellow expressed an ardent desire to attend my shooting class, pleading endlessly. Consequently, I permitted him to audit," remarked their shooting instructor, his expression one of delight, utterly devoid of any semblance of difficulty. Gazing at Wenhui's handsome visage, Song Jijie found it hard to envision him in a state of desperate entreaty. The subject of discussion merely smiled faintly, raising his shoulders in a gesture of resignation towards Song Jijie. Both individuals present understood that the instructor's words bore little credibility, yet none dared to expose the pretense. As Song Jijie watched the instructor depart to prepare the firearms, she took small steps to stand beside Wenhui and whispered, "Senior, what on earth are you doing here?" She could not fathom that the top student of the second year had come merely to audit a shooting class. Moreover, was there truly a need to audit a shooting class? Wasn't mastery inherent upon learning? Besides, she had already seen Wenhui's exceptional shooting scores on the forum that day, an unequivocal A. Wen Heyu raised his hands innocently. Is it so implausible that I simply wish to pay my respects to Instructor Liu? Song Jiliu stared at him unblinkingly, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. Very well, Wen Heyu conceded first, adjusting his glasses with a finger joint, a smile gracing his lips. I merely wish to observe the results of my junior's shooting practice. Song Jiliu. Indeed, you were probing me this morning. Earlier, Wen Heyu had inquired if she needed the training room that afternoon, to which she replied that she would not, as she had a shooting class. He had also asked how her practice was progressing, to which she had merely responded that the afternoon would reveal all. Little did she expect Wen Heyu would arrive upon seeing her message. Nevertheless, Song Jiliu was unperturbed. From Wen Heyu's perspective, the girl's eye sparkled with confidence, like the brilliant dawn. In any case, I certainly won't squander the opportunity of my senior's training room. Wen Heyu wholeheartedly supported her. Then I shall eagerly anticipate it. Song Jiliu responded with a satisfied hum. Indeed, as Song Jiliu asserted, the shooting instructor imparted only the fundamental techniques. The rest depended solely on one's individual effort. Thus, following the customary pre-class briefing, the instructor waved his hand, allowing them to commence their training. Before Song Jiliu could make a move, Zhu Zilin approached directly. How shall we compete? She inquired. Zhu Zilin was about to speak but abruptly altered his words upon catching sight of the two individuals beside Song Jiliu. Xie, classmate, Senior Wen, do you have business here? He cast a disgruntled glance at Song Jiliu, seemingly questioning. Why are these two here? Am I not allowed to spectate if I'm being used as a wager? Although Xie Jinyan's expression remained as placid as usual, Zhu Zilin distinctly sensed the underlying threat in his words. Recalling Xie Jinyan's unique abilities, Zhu Zilin swallowed back his urge to expel them. Never mind, this was a confrontation he could not afford. He turned his gaze to the other individual. This one, too, seemed to be beyond his capacity to confront. Meeting Zhu Zilin's gaze, Wen Heyu smiled with narrowed eyes. I am merely an auditor. Please consider me non-existent, Junior. Zhu Zilin. How could one possibly act as though he were non-existent? Song Jiliu cast a sidelong glance at the seemingly amiable Wen Heyu, convinced that he must be a cunning fox in human guise. With no other recourse, Zhu Zilin resigned himself to the situation. Determined to ignore the two others, he said to Song Jiliu, let us proceed. The four of them made their way to the vacant shooting positions, and Song Jiliu looked at Zhu Zilin, her eyes urging him to hasten. She was eager to avoid any delays after class. Zhu Zilin proposed, we shall compete in static shooting, 10 shots each. What do you think? Song Jiliu, just this, what does that make of her rigorous practice with dynamic shooting scenarios in the training room? Zhu rolled in her consciousness. Consider yourself diligent. Noticing the shift in Song Jiliu's demeanor, Zhu Zilin assumed she was intimidated, which brought him a measure of reassurance. During the first shooting lesson, he quickly noticed that Song Jiliu was utterly incapable of assembling a firearm, which indicated that she had hardly ever handled a gun. Xie Jinyang observed the entire scene and, noticing a hint of discomfort on Song Jiliu's face, stepped forward and leaned in to whisper, what's the matter? Song Jiliu rubbed her face and replied, it's nothing, I just feel an even stronger determination. Upon hearing that phrase, Xie Jinyan's expression momentarily stiffened. He cleared his throat and straightened his posture. Meanwhile, Wen Heyu's gaze flitted between the two of them, the young master of the Xie family. Reflecting on the deity revered by the Xie family, Wen Heyu furrowed his brow slightly. On the other side, Song Jiliu directly told Zhu Lin, let's begin. It was best to resolve this swiftly. Zhu Lin, eager to comply, responded, all right. The two stepped into the shooting positions, while Wen Heyu and Xie Jinyang remained outside, both seemingly uninterested in conversing. However, a minute later, the sound of gunfire emanated from Song Jiliu's shooting station. Wen Heyu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Was she assembling the firearm at such a remarkable speed? 20 seconds later, gunshots were also heard from Zhu Zilin's position. Xie Jinyan's attention remained fixed on Song Jiliu. Although he could not see what was happening inside, he could hear the sounds. After listening for a moment, he sensed something was amiss. The shooting speed. Wen Heyu, also focused on Song Jiliu, quickly grasped what Xie Jinyang was implying. The junior's shooting speed is rather astonishingly swift, Wen Heyu remarked with a serious expression. Xie Jinyan's gaze flickered. He turned to look at him before swiftly returning his attention. Wen Heyu listened for a few more seconds, confirming his suspicions. There was almost no pause between Song Jilia's shots. As soon as one shot concluded, she immediately fired the next, showing no inclination to re-aim. Wen Heyu's gaze turned scrutinizing. Was this a case of reckless abandon or simply excessive confidence? He suddenly recalled that the training room kept records of training sessions. Song Jilia's training record would reveal the truth of the matter. With this thought in mind, Wen Heyu raised his hand to activate his light brain. Just as he called up the training records, preparing to examine Saturday's logs, the gunfire from Song Jilia's side ceased. In the next moment, the system announcement resonated throughout the training room. Song Jilia, 10 shots, 100 points. Simultaneously, the virtual screen before Wen Heyu displayed the records from Saturday, revealing an astonishing tally of 10 perfect shots. Wen Heyu lifted his gaze once more to look at Song Jilia, who was emerging from the shooting station, a newfound interest glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, what a delightful surprise. Chapter 16, The First Problem Child. Each shooting station was equipped with a broadcasting device that announced the results after every shot. Since most students opted for single shots, the training room was filled with continuous announcements of missed, 5 rings, 7 rings, and so forth. Liu Ji wandered aimlessly around the classroom, occasionally encouraged by her 8 rings or 9 rings from a nearby station. However, upon hearing a 10 rings, he would pat the person's shoulder and say, "Young man, your future is promising." Yet, during this session, whether due to poor performance or some other reason, Liu Ji had not heard a single 10 rings after more than half the class had passed. These kids, can't they even get lucky? How pathetic. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden announcement from the system broke the silence. Song Jiliao, 10 shots, 100 rings. Liu Ji was momentarily stunned. 10 shots, 100 rings, which meant every shot was a 10. Goodness, a sharpshooter has emerged. Liu Ji swiftly made his way to Song Jilia's station, and after confirming the accuracy of the system's announcement, he gazed at the bystander, Wen Heyu, with intense scrutiny. Did you achieve such remarkable results? Wen Heyu shrugged. If you're referring to scoring perfect 10s on every shot within a month of enrollment, that did not happen, he said, glancing at Song Jiliao and playfully winking. Our junior is quite impressive. Wen Heyu had no intention of exaggerating. The Federation was still under a gun ban, thus, before entering military school, students might have assembled firearms using models, but those who had actually fired were few. After systematic training, it would take at least half a month to avoid missing the target, followed by honing accuracy. However, a newcomer like Song Jiliao, achieving 10 perfect shots after merely 1 month of training, was unprecedented in recent years, as evident from instructor Liu's expression. Little Song. Upon witnessing Liu Ji's excited gaze directed at her, Song Jiliao instinctively took a step back. Instructor, is there something you need? I have high hopes for you. Liu Ji emphatically patted her shoulder several times. As Zhu Zilin entered, he was greeted by this scene. His system chimed in as well. Zhu Zilin, 10 shots, 85 rings. Liu Qiang exclaimed, not bad, kid. Zhu Zilin replied, thank you for the compliment, instructor. Yet, his attention was still on Song Jilia's performance. However, before he could speak, Liu Ji interjected, but you're still a bit behind little Song. With her 10 shots, 100 rings, that was a score I only achieved in my 2nd year. Zhu Zilin. He abruptly turned to look at Song Jiliao, seemingly in disbelief that she had accomplished such a feat. Song Jiliao caught his skeptical gaze, shrugged, and motioned for him to see for himself. People must see to believe. Zhu Zilin stepped into the position where Song Jiliao had just stood, staring incredulously at the display screen. The screen not only showed her overall score but also where each shot had landed. Zhu Zilin could clearly see that all 10 shots were consistently in the same spot. Such precision was certainly not the result of mere luck. Observing Zhu Zilin's sudden stillness, Song Jiliao leaned toward Xie Jinyang and whispered. Liu Ji, puzzled, asked, what do you mean you've won? Song Jiliao replied, just a little competition among students. She even gestured with her fingers to indicate it was indeed trivial. Liu Ji found her quirky demeanor amusing. All right, have your fun. Afterward, he patted Zhu Zilin on the shoulder. A true man knows when to accept defeat. Zhu Zilin mumbled in agreement. And you, weren't you here to audit my class? Why have I not seen you for quite some time? Liu Ji remarked to Wen Heyu. Wen Heyu chuckled. The competition was quite captivating. I was drawn in. Liu Ji mockingly scolded him before dragging him away. Song Jiliu looked at Wen Heyu's helpless expression and couldn't help but chuckle. It was a rare sight to see the fox caught by the hunter. As they walked ahead, Wen Heyu's ears perked up, keenly aware of her laughter. Subsequently, the corners of his lips curled into a faint smile, reflecting a hint of frustration. It seemed no one had dared to laugh at the inspection team leader in quite a long while. Behind them, Song Jiliu winked at Xie Jinyang, her eyes gleaming with mischief. See, I told you it didn't count as a wager. Xie Jinyang glanced at her and eventually nodded softly. Quite impressive, he thought to himself. After calming the anxious cat, Song Jiliu prepared to explore other areas. However, as she took a step forward, she was halted by Zhu Zilin. Looking at him, Song Jiliu felt genuinely annoyed this time and snapped, "Do you have something to say?" At that moment, Xie Jinyang stepped forward, seemingly intending to separate her from Zhu Zilin. "I'm sorry," Zhu Zilin suddenly said. Song Jiliu paused, momentarily confused, then asked, as if she didn't comprehend, "Why are you apologizing?" Zhu Zilin spoke earnestly, "I apologize for everything that has transpired since the beginning of the semester." Song Jiliu lightly responded with an "oh," unsure if she absorbed his words. She simply placed her hand on the holographic device and pointed, raising her chin slightly, "Ear pay up." She had agreed to the competition with Zhu Zilin for a sum of 10,000 star coins. Zhu Zilin thought she had not forgiven him, and after transferring the star coins, he apologized once more. This time, Song Jiliu responded with a cold and indifferent tone, tinged with unmistakable weariness, "I do not forgive you, but you may leave now." Zhu Zilin appeared taken aback by her response, yet just as he was about to say something else, she had already walked away. As she walked beside Song Jiliu, Xie Jinyang asked, "Why don't you forgive him?" Song Jiliu glanced at him curiously. "Do you wish for me to forgive him?" "Of course not." Xie Jinyang sensed that had his answer been affirmative, the girl before him would have unhesitatingly kicked him and walked away. Hearing his negative reply, Song Jiliu resumed her stride. "Because his apology is solely due to my strength," she answered Xie Jinyang's question. "If I were a weakling, his attitude would remain unchanged. This world operates in such a manner. When you are weak, everyone wishes to kick you while you're down, yet when you become strong, those rabid dogs will merely circle at your feet." Upon hearing her words, Xie Jinyang's violet eyes shimmered, growing darker with depth. A rare smile graced his lips. "Exactly. This world is truly disgusting." His evident disdain for the world drew Song Jiliu's attention. This fellow seems to harbor a tendency towards nihilism. Realizing this, Song Jiliu understood that her deskmate was likely a problem child. Chapter 17, Midterm Examination. Half a month later, Song Jiliu boarded the starship along with the rest of the group. Their school was located on the main planet, but the examination venue was on another celestial body, necessitating travel by starship. Gazing out of the porthole, Song Jiliu marveled at the beautiful planets beyond, exclaiming, "They are all so exquisite." She had only ever seen the appearance of other planets through photographs and videos in her world, never imagining that one day she would witness them in person. The scenery outside the starship was different on either side. Having taken in one side, she longed to switch seats and join Xie Jinyang, who sat opposite her. Noticing Song Jiliu's excitement, Xie Jinyang could not help but comment, "Typically, the first jump can be rather uncomfortable. It is advisable to sit tight." Understanding the intent behind his words, Song Jiliu obediently settled into her seat. "Country bumpkin." A girl seated beside her suddenly scoffed. Song Jiliu swiftly retorted, her tone tinged with innocence, "Are you referring to yourself?" Finally Xian widened her eyes, ready to respond, but Song Jiliu threatened, "If you say another word, I shall be the first to eliminate you." Her threat was sincere. Her mental acuity had improved, and after a week spent in the forest, locating someone would not pose much of a challenge. Just as she was about to question the source of Fang Li Xian's confidence, she recalled Song Jiliu's combat and shooting class performance, and ultimately chose to remain silent. Although she disapproved of Song Ji-liao associating with the Xie family, she was not foolish enough to create enemies before the competition. Moreover, she could distinctly sense Xie Jinyang's gaze shifting towards their direction. Clenching the hem of her clothing, Fan Lixuan bit her teeth in frustration. What gave Song Ji-liao the right? In the Federal University, the influential and powerful would never allow their children to be assigned to Class F. Thus historically, most students in Class F came from average backgrounds and lacked talent. However, this year, Xie Jinyang's unexpected placement in Class F led many families seeking to curry favor with his family to enroll their children in the same class. Zhu Zilin was one such example. Based on his ability assessment, he should never have been in Class F, yet he was. It was likely that his family had orchestrated this. The Xie family held considerable sway throughout the Federation and could even command respect within the empire, complemented by their various enterprises and mines. Their existence was synonymous with wealth. A saying circulated on the Star Network, a mere trickle from the Xie family would suffice for an ordinary person to live a lifetime. Fan Lixuan had encountered this saying, but at that time, she never envisioned herself crossing paths with a member of the Xie family. Thus, upon discovering that Xie Jinyang was in her class, she entertained some ulterior motives. If she could cultivate a good relationship with him, her future life would undoubtedly become considerably easier. With this thought in mind, Fan Lixuan made multiple attempts to engage Xie Jinyang in conversation, all of which ended in failure. Even the items she had sent him the previous night were found discarded in the trash the next day. Had Xie Jinyang treated everyone with such indifference, Fan Lixuan might have accepted it more readily. However, he chose to interact with Song Ji-liao. Initially, when Zhu Zilin sought to trouble Song Ji-liao, she relished the situation for several days. Yet, she never anticipated that Zhu Zilin would concede so swiftly. Fan Lixuan cast a sidelong glance at the serene Song Ji-liao beside her, her eyes filled with malice. As Xie Jinyang had said, the jump was indeed uncomfortable. After a buzzing in her ears, Song Ji-liao suppressed the nausea rising in her throat, forcing herself to lift her head, only to witness someone nearby retching loudly. Song Ji-liao. Suddenly, she felt her own reaction was rather commendable. Xie Jinyang's concerned gaze fell upon her. Are you all right? She nodded, disregarding the cold stares from beside her, and gestured an OK sign to indicate her well-being. At that moment, an instructor entered, pushing a cart. He approached the center and nodded towards it. Now, hand over your light brains, and each of you will receive a backpack. Scanning the room, he caught sight of the individual who had just vomited. The instructor clicked his tongue. Poor physical condition, you need to train harder. The person, pale-faced from the retching, shakily raised a hand in response. Report, instructor, understood. Once he confirmed that everyone's light brains had been submitted, the instructor adopted a serious demeanor to announce the rules for the upcoming examination. This midterm will last for 7 days. Each of you will be equipped with a specialized firearm, with each gun containing 50 rounds. Being shot by a gun results in elimination. If eliminated, remain at the designated spot, and an instructor will retrieve you. This examination will be scored. Each head counts for 5 points, and surviving each day earns you an additional 5 points. Song Ji-liao listened to the initial rules with a cursory ear, then began to contemplate the examination in her mind. She had previously promised Zhu Q that she would search for exotic beasts in the forest when time allowed, and this examination provided the perfect opportunity to fulfill that promise. She would find a secluded spot, search for some exotic beasts, and once Zhu Q was satiated, she would have someone else eliminate her. After detailing the rules and precautions, the instructor shifted his tone. Furthermore, there are rewards for the top 10. The 10th place will receive 10,000 star coins, 9th place 20,000, with each subsequent rank earning an additional 10,000. Upon hearing this, the starship erupted in a frenzy, and Song Ji-liao's posture straightened instantly. Wait, star coins. Without hesitation, she overturned her earlier plan. One could afford to be lackadaisical, but one must never turn away from money. Previously, she had observed that rental prices for houses surrounding the Federal University started at 2,000 per month, requiring payment for a quarter upfront. If she could secure a reward this time around, her worries about rent would vanish. Song Ji-liao imagined the houses beckoning to her. Xie Jinyang, observing the sudden surge of enthusiasm in Song Ji-liao, found himself perplexed by her newfound vigor, as she had just moments ago appeared listless. The affluent Xie failed to grasp that while Song Jiliao might initially come off as lethargic, she was, in fact, a small fish driven by the law of wealth. Laziness may be admirable, freedom more so, yet, for the sake of delicious food, both could be cast aside. To cook for herself, Song Jiliao was willing to shake off her lethargy and outshine everyone. Meanwhile, within her consciousness, Zhu Qiu observed the once tranquil pond bubbling with excitement, swallowing hard. Gigi, my inner core, you still have some left, right? It inquired cautiously. Surely, it would not be denied snacks in the pursuit of rewards. Song Jiliao reassured, rest assured, there will definitely be enough. Although the allure of the reward was enticing, her beloved companion remained paramount. At this moment, the starship had descended above the planet of Huanyan, gradually beginning its descent. As Song Jiliao adjusted to the sensation of weightlessness, she suddenly heard Zhu Qiu exclaim in surprise. What is it? I seem to have sensed a familiar aura. Zhu Qiu replied, somewhat uncertain. Instantly, Song Jiliao thought of Qinglong and the others, but Zhu Qiu quickly negated, not them. Furrowing its brow, Zhu Qiu sensed again, only to find the aura had vanished. Disheartened by the failure to detect it, its little tuft of hair drooped dismally. It's all right, Song Jiliao consoled, maybe upon arrival, you will sense it once more. While she verbally reassured Zhu Qiu, her own gaze darkened. She stared out at the planet enveloped in a blue mist, lost in contemplation, the slumbering realm of the god of deceit, and the familiar aura sensed by Zhu Qiu. Something about this planet felt extraordinary. Chapter 18, The Encounter with the Exotic Beast. Upon the spaceship's descent, the students were ruthlessly ushered off by the instructors. Song Jiliao surveyed her surroundings, her vision filled with a sea of heads. Someone beside her whispered, I've never seen so many people before. Their school had not held a single assembly thus far. For the past month, classes had been conducted in smaller groups, making this occasion the most populous gathering of new students. As she gazed at the instructor in front, Song Jiliao absent-mindedly stroked the jade pendant around her neck. The spot on her wrist where she used to wear a jade bracelet was now replaced by a wristband issued by the instructors. Prepare for the examination, the chief instructor announced, pointing towards the shimmering blue portal. The activation of the portal relied on an instructor with spatial abilities, and upon entering, the new students would be randomly transported to any location within the misty forest. After a brief moment of dizziness, when Song Jiliao opened her eyes again, she found herself beside a large tree. She contemplated the purpose and mechanism of the portal, realizing it was somewhat akin to her own array gate. The portal operated on mental energy, while the array gate depended on spiritual energy. Observing the tree, which was ensnared by vines, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in her eyes. She sensed a striking similarity between the energy systems of the two realms. As she pondered with her gaze lowered, a sudden sound of something crawling caught her attention. Quickly, she extended her mental awareness to search the vicinity, yet found nothing. Nevertheless, she was certain she had not misheard. If there was nothing horizontally, a whoosh of air abruptly sliced through the space above her. Song Jiliao's expression sharpened. It was coming from above. She swiftly retreated a few steps, narrowly evading whatever was descending upon her. Once steadied, she finally discerned the creature plummeting from the sky. Before her lay a massive serpent, 2 meters in length, hissing as it flicked its forked tongue, its crimson eyes brimming with malice. Song Jiliao clicked her tongue in dismay. Were the exotic beasts of the interstellar age truly so unfriendly? In her world, even small creatures were treated with kindness, yet this one clearly did not belong to the category of small animals. She was certain this creature was contemplating how to swallow her whole. Provoked at her doorstep, she could not allow such insolence to go unchallenged. Narrowing her eyes, she charged forward. How reckless, remarked a scarred instructor in a room where several instructors were fixated on the screen displaying Song Jiliao's actions. Another instructor beside him commented, indeed, the phantom serpent is the fastest among low-tier exotic beasts. Rushing in without caution could easily lead to her being crushed on the spot. Old Jiang, prepare to rescue her. Zhang Feng turned his head, reveling in the misfortune of the cornered student. It hasn't even been half an hour, and we're already on duty. What a pity. Jian Xingfei retorted tersely, shut up. The school has a history of catching me alone, he lamented, Was it merely because he possessed spatial abilities, the portal required his activation, and the students called for his rescue? He felt utterly disregarded. It was an exhausting drain on his mental energy. Besides, the cost of mental recovery potions was exorbitant. His meager salary could hardly suffice. The chief instructor sensed his frustration. "You'll receive a bonus after it's over. I assure you, the mission will be accomplished." Jian Xingfei instantly regained his enthusiasm, requesting the coordinates from the monitoring personnel, preparing to activate the portal. Wait. Jian Xingfei felt his powers abruptly interrupted mid-activation. Gritting his teeth, just as he was about to inquire about the matter, the content on the screen suddenly captured his attention. Jian Xingfei's words faltered in disbelief. What the screen displayed the phantom serpent, which had just been so brazenly threatening to devour someone, now lying motionless on the ground, while the student was manipulating vines in an attempt to stretch it into a long strip. Jian Xingfei stood in a daze. While low-tier exotic beasts were not particularly formidable in their eyes, he doubted this year's new student possessed the prowess to dispatch one so easily. He turned to Wu Hao, who had called him for rescue, and urgently asked, "What on earth happened?" Wu Hao, equally bewildered, quickly replayed the events in his mind and responded, "This student's speed surpasses that of the phantom serpent." Jian Xingfei. His initial reaction was disbelief, yet the chief instructor's subsequent words confirmed the authenticity of the event. "Which class is this student from?" The information officer swiftly retrieved Song Jizhao's records since her enrollment. "Combat, shooting, theory." The chief instructor scanned her grades, concluding, "She is a potential candidate. Continue observing her." "Understood, sir." With numerous students undergoing examinations, the chief instructor soon shifted his attention to other screens. However, it wasn't long before a cacophony of strange noises erupted behind him. He furrowed his brow and barked, "What's all the noise?" Jian Xingfei pointed to the screen displaying Song Jizhao's actions, awkwardly saying, "Sir, this student is rather ferocious." Initially, they had assumed she controlled the phantom serpent with vines to prevent a counterattack. Little did they realize she intended to dissect it. As soldiers, they were no strangers to bloodshed, yet witnessing a live dissection performed by an 18-year-old girl was a first for them. The expressions of the instructors varied greatly. The chief instructor paused momentarily upon viewing the scene on the screen, yet having weathered many storms, he ultimately remarked, "Respect others' interests." Jian Xingfei. Truly, a niche interest. Due to the somewhat gory imagery, the instructors averted their gazes from that screen, thus failing to notice the sudden appearance of a small red bird beside Song Jizhao. After discovering that the serpent, though swift, lacked significant attack power, Song Jizhao seized the opportunity to knock it unconscious. Discarding the stick she had used, she snorted in disdain. Competing in speed? She had been chased by a cat, and the creature. Chapter 19, Memories of the Vermilion Bird. After extracting the inner core of the phantom serpent, Song Jizhao summoned the vermilion bird. Observing the bird pecking enthusiastically at its meal, she propped her chin on her hand and inquired, "Is it truly that delectable?" The vermilion bird swallowed its final morsel with evident satisfaction. "Absolutely delicious," it exclaimed, attempting to persuade Song Jizhao further. "The texture is exquisite, and it even contains spiritual energy." Though the notion of spiritual energy piqued her interest momentarily, the idea of consuming an inner core raw was still a tad difficult for Song Jizhao to accept. Thus, she politely declined the vermilion bird's fervent recommendation, saying, "No, thank you. Let us proceed to our main task," she stated, rising and brushing off the dirt from her attire. The vermilion bird flew to her shoulder, tilting its head to ask, "What are we going to do?" With a mischievous smile, Song Jizhao replied, "We're going to gather points." Earlier, while slaying the serpent, she had detected the presence of others nearby. It appeared that they were all operating solo. Liu Bin was currently surveying the forest, utilizing his eagle-eyed ability to see farther than the average person. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a glimmer of gold among the leaves to his upper left. Liu Bin, he swiftly drew his gun, aiming it at the source of the light, and barked, "Who's there?" No response came. With a furrowed brow, Liu Bin hesitated not. He fired 3 shots in quick succession at that spot. As the last bullet was discharged, silence reigned, save for the fluttering leaves. Lu Bin was momentarily stunned. Had he miscalculated? No, trusting his powerful instincts, he quickly turned around, only to find a figure charging towards him. As he raised his weapon to shoot, he cursed internally. How could there be no warning at all? In the next heartbeat, terror gripped his heart. None of the 6 shots he had fired had found their mark. With the enhancement of his eagle-eyed talent, his dynamic shooting ranked among the top in his class. How could it be that he missed every shot in his line of sight? With each bullet he fired, the girl seemed to predict his moves, dodging with uncanny precision. Even while sprinting at full speed, her evasion was seamless, and in an instant, she stood before him, relying on his shooting prowess. He had assumed no one could approach him closely, thus he had neglected hand-to-hand combat. However, with all 6 shots gone astray and the girl now in close proximity, Lu Bin realized how foolish he had been. Song Jihao swiftly disarmed him, and in that moment, she drew her own weapon with remarkable speed. From Lu Bin's perspective, the girl's delicate, fair face bore no expression, her dark eyes cold, her movements unceasing. The next moment, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Candidate Lu Bin has been eliminated. Please remain in place for instructor retrieval. Lying on the ground, still feeling the residual pain where the bullet had struck, Lu Bin belatedly grasped the gravity of the situation. Had the bullets been real, he would have perished. It was his first encounter with the spectre of death, and his thoughts momentarily dulled. As he propped himself up to sit, he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. When Jian Qingfei arrived, he found Lu Bin in a daze. Get up, he said, pulling him to his feet. You were bested by her. It's hardly unjust, you're not even in the same league. Their instructor had witnessed the recent skirmish, and it was clear that Song Jihao surpassed Lu Bin in reflexes, speed, and combat skills. Lu Bin was no match for her. Not unjust, Lu Bin thought. The first day and already eliminated, without a single head to his name, he had plummeted from Class A to Class F. He bore the humiliation, but eventually, he couldn't restrain himself and asked Jian Qingfei, Instructor, which class is she from? Jian Qingfei replied flatly, Oh, she's from Class F. Lu Bin. In an instant, Jian Qingfei noticed how Lu Bin's already glum expression grew even more despondent. Sighing, he patted his student's shoulder twice for consolation. After ushering Lu Bin through the portal, Jian Qingfei followed suit, suddenly recalling that they were still some distance from where Song Jihao had been earlier. How had she arrived here so swiftly? Wasn't he her ability to manipulate vines? Old Jiang, hurry over here, came a call from the other side of the portal, snapping Jian Qingfei back to reality, and he promptly set that line of thought aside. Coming. Once the eliminations were complete, Song Jihao made her escape. She reached the bank of a small river, confirming with her spiritual awareness that no one was nearby before squatting down to wash her hands. Gigi, why didn't you just shoot him from the tree to eliminate him? The vermilion bird, perched on a stone by the river, tilted its head in question. Although the person had been within shooting range, Song Jihao opted to engage him directly before eliminating him. Because of the bullets. After ensuring the water was drinkable, she scooped some up and took a sip. Bullets? The vermilion bird was momentarily confused. Yes. Song Jihao nodded, wiping her fingers dry. The chief instructor had emphasized that each participant was equipped with only 1 gun and 50 bullets. Eliminations could only be achieved by hitting the opponent. In other words, even when using each bullet judiciously, one could only eliminate 50 individuals. Yet, this batch of newcomers numbered 500. Thus, in the early stages, the key was not merely to eliminate opponents but to acquire ample ammunition. The chief instructor had also stated that once a candidate was eliminated, all their weapons would be rendered useless. Therefore, Song Jihao had to secure bullets before she could eliminate anyone. The vermilion bird suddenly understood, chirping in realization. The examination had commenced in the afternoon, and now night was swiftly approaching. After a moment's contemplation, Song Jihao decided to make camp for the night. As darkness fell, a fire sparked by the vermilion bird illuminated the surrounding area. Seated beside the fire, Song Jihao skillfully prepared a fish she had caught in the river, placing it over the flames to roast. Noticing the reflection of the flames in the bird's eyes, she playfully poked its fluffy head and teased, "What is this? Are you hungry?" The vermilion bird nodded earnestly. Divine beasts do not require sustenance, yet in modern times, when it was still a small bird, the vermilion bird often enjoyed the delicacies prepared by Song Jiahao. Reflecting on this, the bird felt a twinge of melancholy. As a divine beast relying on spiritual energy for survival, it had succumbed to slumber as the energy waned. Just before closing its eyes, it had believed its fate was sealed. However, upon awakening, it found itself in a small house, facing a 10-year-old Song Jiahao. The old man who had brought it back had instructed it to serve as Song Jiao's pet, which a proud divine beast could hardly accept. Initially, its temper was quite foul, and it would peck at her whenever she drew near. Nevertheless, whether due to Song Jiao's good nature or some other reason, she did not take offense and instead prepared numerous meals for it. As the bird displayed signs of weakness due to the depletion of spiritual energy, Song Jiahao employed every means possible to nourish it. Eventually, it was the old man who could no longer bear to watch and informed the young girl that it would only consume items rich in spiritual energy. By then, the vermilion bird had become quite feeble, uncertain of when it would again succumb to sleep. Once more, it drifted into unconsciousness, and when it opened its eyes again, it was met with a muddy, cherubic face. The vermilion bird thought, has this girl been rolling in the mud? Realizing that Song Jiahao was now quite close, it lacked the strength to peck at her, so it simply shut its eyes, hoping to avoid the annoyance. Yet the next moment, a delightful fragrance of spiritual energy wafted into its nostrils, causing the vermilion bird to snap its eyes wide open. Before it stood the girl, her fair face smeared with mud, holding out a pill with a foolish grin. "Little bird, eat." When the vermilion bird refused to open its beak, she pressed the pill insistently against its beak. That day, it consumed the spiritual pill, and its vigor soon returned significantly. That night, amidst the girl's incessant chatter, it learned she had ventured into the mountains to gather spiritual herbs to refine into pills. The vermilion bird was beside itself with rage. Did she not comprehend the dangers of a young girl wandering alone in the mountains? After a lengthy tirade, Song Jiahao merely exclaimed in delight, "Wow, you finally want to talk." The vermilion bird. What a misfortunate child. Although spiritual energy was scarce in modern times, certain herbs in the mountains still retained a hint of it. Henceforth, Song Jiahao frequently ventured into the mountains to collect herbs, returning to refine them into pills for it to consume. She continued this practice for a decade. 10 years passed, and Song Jiahao transformed from a small girl into a young woman, while the vermilion bird remained unchanged. Chapter 20. The request of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird stood upon the stone meticulously cleaned by Song Jiahao, casting furtive glances at her. Her brows and eyes were softened by the flickering firelight, faintly revealing traces of her childhood visage. Having existed for millennia, the divine beast had once reveled in countless treasures of heaven and earth, only to incinerate them all in a single blaze. It had presumed that the pleasures of this world were thus limited, yet, in the presence of Song Jiahao, it felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Despite the humble surroundings, even the fire before it being of its own making, a profound comfort enveloped its being. The lengthy lifespan of the divine beast, it mused, was not without its merits. At least it had led to the encounter with this individual. "Here, have some fish," Song Jiahao said, placing the roasted fish before the vermilion bird, only to find it fixated on her. "What is the matter?" she inquired with a smile. The bird blinked, seemingly with much to express, yet ultimately uttered but a single phrase. "Gigi, you are truly wonderful." Song Jiahao was both amused and touched by its sudden sentimentality, playfully poking its head. "You've only just realized that, ho?" The vermilion bird huffed in apparent discontent with her response. "All right then," as Song Jiahao said, rising from her knees. "You should eat quickly. It'll taste awful if it gets cold." With that, she made her way toward the riverbank, intending to catch another fish, as she had yet to have her dinner. After finishing her meal, Song Jiahao extinguished the campfire and, with the vermilion bird perched upon her shoulder, ascended a tree. She understood that instructors could observe their students, but only while they were on the ground. To be prudent, she decided to remain aloft. Just as she had surmised, the night watchman Jian Xingyun muttered something about her agility, and upon losing sight of her, turned his attention to the screens of other students. In the tree, Song Jilio rummaged through her backpack for a few herbs, questioning whether the vermilion bird recognized them. These herbs were gathered beneath the great tree where the phantom serpent had appeared. After disposing of the serpent's body, she had returned to that spot, and with years of experience in herb gathering, she sensed a distinct spiritual energy emanating from the tree. However, in her haste to collect points, she had only managed to stuff these herbs into her bag. Now, she finally had the leisure to take them out. The vermilion bird leaned in to sniff them and confidently declared, "This is hallucinogenic grass." True to its name, the herb could induce hallucinations or unconsciousness and served as a primary ingredient in hallucinogenic pills. Hallucinogenic pills. Song Jilio echoed thoughtfully, contemplating the potential marketability of such a concoction. However, her optimism soon waned. This substance was far too unique and had yet to appear on the market. Should it draw significant attention, it would undoubtedly lead back to her. The speed of information in the starry realms was more terrifying than in modern times. Finding a seller was a trivial task. While Song Jilio herself was unconcerned, she feared the trouble it might bring to Yang Qian and Song Zuan. After some deliberation, she chose to set aside the thought for the time being. Gigi, the vermilion bird suddenly called out to her. Song Jilio placed the herbs back into her backpack and turned to face it. "What is it?" The bird hopped onto her knee and requested, "Make one for me too, like you did for them." Realizing what it meant, Song Jilio responded, "You want a bracelet too?" Yes, the vermilion bird exclaimed. Without further inquiry, she promptly set about preparing to forge one for it. The bird chattered eagerly, "My bracelet must also have formations." Song Jilio chuckled, "You, a divine beast, need my formations. Surely, in times of peril, a mere breath of fire should suffice." Yet the vermilion bird was insistent, "I want it." All right, you shall have it." Song Jilio selected several spirit stones from her storage bracelet. "What formation do you desire?" Without hesitation, the vermilion bird replied, "A teleportation formation." This answer took Song Jilio by surprise. If one end of the teleportation formation is you, then where shall the other end be? As the name suggests, a teleportation formation would allow one to traverse to any location, provided they possessed a destination and sufficient spiritual energy. Yet, Song Jilio could not fathom where the vermilion bird wished to go. However, its answer left her momentarily speechless. "By your side." The fiery red bird perched on her leg, its crimson eyes locking onto hers. Song Jilio found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The vermilion bird, sensing her hesitation, tilted its head in a playful manner, attempting to coax her. "Gigi, I beg you." Though they had forged a contract, it was merely a basic one, enhancing their mutual sensitivity, with Song Jilio being the only one able to sense the bird. Upon arriving in this world, the abundance of spiritual energy had allowed its strength to return to its peak. With the teleportation formation from Gigi, even if circumstances caused them to part ways, it could return to her side at a moment's notice. The vermilion bird refrained from disclosing that its desire for the inner dan of the exotic beast it had requested from Xie Zhao was not merely for its taste, but rather for the spiritual energy contained within. Upon its arrival in this world, it had initially been in a weakened state, eager to find Song Jilio. It could hardly wait for its body to absorb spiritual energy and recover autonomously. The inner dan had been its greatest aid in the past, when they had been inseparable in the modern world. The vermilion bird had never contemplated how they might find each other if separated. It was only now, through this experience, that it realized separation was indeed a possibility, and the omnipotent divine beast did not wish to learn how to endure such separations. Chapter 21. Night Raid. In the process of forging, Song Jilio ultimately adhered to Jukyu's suggestion and incorporated a teleportation array. However, she refrained from crafting a bracelet. Instead, she adorned Jukyu's neck with a necklace. Once she confirmed that it was securely fastened, Song Jilio retreated. Jukyu looked down at the jade nestled in the crimson fluff, joyfully bouncing in place. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the jade on Jukyu's neck bore a striking resemblance to the piece around Song Jilio's neck, as if they were crafted by the same artisan. Observing Jukyu's elation, Song Jilio could not help but tease, "Be careful not to lose it. The old man didn't he give away many pieces of jade?" Hearing this, Zhu Chua's happiness intensified, and she promptly flew to perch on Song. Feeling the warmth radiating from Zhu Qiu, Song Jijiao's eyes narrowed in contentment. That evening, Song Jijiao retrieved a quilt from her storage space, wrapping herself snugly within it. As the warmth enveloped her limbs, she sighed in comfort. She had already set up a defensive array around her and had cast a concealment spell over both herself and Zhu Qiu, ensuring a peaceful night's rest without concern. Cradling Zhu Qiu in her arms, Song Jijiao burrowed deeper into the quilt, closing her eyes in tranquility. Just before drifting off, she suddenly recalled Xie Jinyang. She wondered how her table-mate was faring. In such a large-scale competition, someone of Xie Jinyang's renowned strength would undoubtedly become a conspicuous target. If he were not dealt with, he would inevitably come to confront her later. Song Jijiao surmised that there was an 80% chance that many would form alliances to eliminate Xie Jinyang first. With this thought, she gradually slipped into slumber. In the dead of night, as Zhu Qiu nestled in Song Jijiao's embrace, her ears perked up at the sound of voices nearby. Slowly, her crimson eyes opened, and the fluffy little bird emerged from the quilt. Zhu Qiu flew up to a higher branch and spotted several individuals not far away, tending to a fire. Phrases such as Song Jijiao, first eliminate, and tomorrow we seek out, infiltrated her ears. In the darkness, Zhu Qiu's gaze grew increasingly piercing, burning like the sun, her feathers radiating a fierce warmth, yet in her fiery pupils lingered an unshakable chill. In that moment, the majesty of the divine beast began to unveil itself. Glancing back at Song Jijiao, whose half-hidden face was buried in the quilt, Zhu Qiu seized the quilt in her beak and tugged it upward before flapping her wings and soaring away. Even amidst the pitch-black forest, Zhu Qiu's vision remained unimpeded. Coupled with the concealment spell Song Jijiao had cast before sleep, Zhu Qiu landed silently on a tree nearby. Below, 2 men and a woman were gathered around the fire, conversing. Zhu Qiu focused her gaze on the girl in the center, recognizing her as Fang Lishuan, whom she had encountered within Jijiao's consciousness earlier that day, seated beside Song Jijiao. Their conversation was crystal clear to Zhu Qiu. Fang Lishuan and her 2 companions hailed from the same planet, making them fellow countrymen. After their chance meeting in the forest, Fang Lishuan expressed her desire for them to help her eliminate Song Jijiao, insisting she did not want any of Jijiao's points. The 2 members of Class C, thinking little of it, readily agreed, as they merely intended to eliminate one student from Class F. One of them was favored by the deities of fate and time, possessing the ability to predict an individual's trajectory. While the power sounded formidable, his psychic level was not high, limiting his predictions to vague directions. Thus, they had followed his guidance to this location. Perched on the tree, Zhu Qiu's eyes grew colder with every word she overheard. She dropped the grass she had been holding in her beak and breathed fire upon it, igniting the herb. If Song Jijiao had been present, she would have recognized that Zhu Qiu was burning the hallucinogenic grass stored in her bag. Zhu Qiu's mastery over fire had reached its zenith. Despite the multitude of leaves surrounding her, the flames licked only the hallucinogenic grass. As it burned, a wisp of smoke wafted from the thick foliage, unnoticed by the 3 individuals below. A few minutes later, Fang Lishuan was the first to express fatigue, prompting the trio to select one individual to keep watch while the other 2 succumbed to slumber. However, the sentinel could only last a mere 3 minutes before his head drooped, and he quickly followed his companions into sleep. Meanwhile, the burning hallucinogenic grass soared into the air before descending directly into the center of their fire. The aroma of the grass intensified in the air. For Zhu Qiu, who had regained much of her strength, the hallucinogenic grass was ineffective, yet it could easily plunge the 3 into unconsciousness. Once assured that all 3 were breathing steadily, Zhu Qiu descended from her perch. After a thorough search, she managed to gather their firearms. However, the 3 guns proved cumbersome to carry. Scanning her surroundings, she ultimately settled on Fang Lishuan's backpack. After 3 trips to ensure that all the firearms were securely stowed within, Zhu Qiu grasped the shoulder strap of the backpack. Before departing, she glanced back at the trio, contemplating for a moment before scampering back to stomp on each of their faces and deliver a gentle flap of her wings. Satisfied with her mischief, she flew off with the backpack in tow. When Song Jijiao awoke, she discovered an unfamiliar backpack beside her. Song Jijiao, where did this come from? Upon awakening, she had nearly rolled herself into a cocoon, making the possibility of sleepwalking seem quite unlikely. Thus, she turned to Zhu Qiu, still nestled within the quilt. Jukyu raised her head innocently, replying, I don't know. Song Jijio, do you think I believe you? Having raised the bird for a decade, she could easily discern whether Jukyu was feigning innocence. Grabbing the bird from the quilt, she pinched its face, her tone stern, confess willingly, or face the consequences. I'll give you one last chance. Though seemingly restrained, Jukyu felt the gentle pressure Song Jijio applied. Sighing silently within, Jukyu realized this was a recurring theme. She always felt a sense of indulgence in Song Jijio's presence, as if no matter what mischief she engaged in, Song Jijio would always stand by her side. Instead of resisting, Jukyu nuzzled closer to her hand and confessed, I took it. Song Jijio gasped in shock, you took it. Jukyu nodded earnestly. And the next instant, Song Jijio cradled her anxiously, spinning her around while asking, you weren't hurt, were you? Jukyu patiently awaited Song Jijio's thorough inspection, then nuzzled her cheek, reassuring, I'm unscathed. That's a relief. Song Jijio sighed in relief. Jijio, are you not afraid I might do something wrong? Upon hearing Jukyu's question, Song Jijio gave her a curious glance. What kind of wrongdoing could you possibly commit? Jukyu faltered, realizing that Song Jijio genuinely questioned her sincerity. Gently tapping Jukyu's head, Song Jijio sighed softly. You know, she was well acquainted with her four little companions. Even when they occasionally acted mischievously, they would never engage in anything truly heinous. If Jukyu had stolen something, it surely indicated that the individual had provoked her. Jukyu inquired further, but what if my actions bring you trouble? Song Jijio displayed no signs of fear, then let them come. What trouble could there possibly be? Wasn't her cultivation aimed at protecting those she cherished? Chapter 22:3 More steps. Upon discovering that Jukyu had stolen Fang Lixuan's backpack, Song Jijio was suddenly struck by a sense of inevitability. She had presumed that the girl would merely grumble, yet here she was, still contemplating an escape. Upon entering the forest. After a moment of contemplation, Song Jijio resolved, since she shows no mercy, I shall not be bound by righteousness. Let us proceed, time to get to work. With that, Song Jijio led Jukyu down from the tree. Meanwhile, Fang Lixuan awoke to find her backpack missing. Arr. Her shrill scream roused the other two individuals, one of whom sat up, groaning as he clutched his head, his tone laced with irritation. What is all this racket so early in the morning? Upon realizing her firearm was also absent, Fang Lixuan's expression soured dramatically. Check to see if your guns are still there, she urged, a sinking feeling already taking root within her. Where's my gun? Mine's gone too. Fang Lixuan's face drained of color. Indeed, all their weapons were missing. The most irritable among them kicked the extinguished campfire in frustration, his countenance visibly darkening. They were required to utilize the firearms issued by the school for elimination, and now, stripped of their weapons, how could they possibly proceed with the upcoming trials? Who took them? He demanded, seething with rage. One individual, uncertain, stammered, Boss, it seems it was a beast. The man addressed as boss spun around, his expression a mixture of disbelief and alarm. What? Fang Lixuan approached and, with a furrowed brow, inquired, why do you say that? The individual pointed to the ground. Look. Both of them turned in the direction indicated, where they beheld a long trail of footprints in the soil, suggesting that some creature had indeed lingered near them. Fang Lixuan's face turned ashen. It appears to be the tracks of a bird-like creature. Before entering the forest, their instructor had warned them of the presence of beasts within the misty forest, albeit of a lower tier, yet still perilous, urging them to remain vigilant. The current evidence suggested that a creature had indeed approached while they slumbered. The one who had discovered the footprints spoke with a tremor in his voice. So, we nearly met our demise. Connecting this revelation with the footprints he had just wiped off his face, he suddenly felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. Thankfully, it seemed they had only lost their guns. The atmosphere among the three shifted swiftly from anger to relief. After all, having narrowly avoided death, they were grateful that the beast had shown interest solely in their firearms. It's all right, Fang Lixuan tried to maintain her composure. Without our guns, we can just seize others. She abruptly turned to the other individual. Are you certain Song Jijio is nearby? He nodded affirmatively. Yes, my prediction was that she would be in this vicinity. Good, Feinlish stated, let us first acquire her weapon, then eliminate her. It is only the second day, and the teleportation points are random. This forest is vast, so she likely hasn't encountered many others yet. Feinlish alliance with these two stemmed from one of their predictive abilities. Initially intent on eliminating her, they ultimately chose to ally, given their shared background and her formidable powers. The two understood the unspoken implications of Feinlish words. Song Jijiao must not have expended many bullets. The one referred to as boss fixed his gaze, soon echoing Feinlish sentiment. Very well, let us search for her now. This was indeed their only course of action. They needed to secure weapons, otherwise, any encounter with others would leave them at a grave disadvantage. Just as the three of them concluded their discussion and prepared to depart, a languid voice wafted into their ears. Gentlemen, are you looking for me? Upon recognizing the newcomer, a flicker of elation crossed Feinlish face as she turned to her companions, exclaiming, this is Song Jijiao. TSK, why the excitement? Song Jijiao feigned surprise. Are you so eager to meet me? One of the men scoffed, a cold smile forming as he concealed his hands behind his back, already summoning his powers. Song Jijiao, you've conveniently delivered yourself into our hands. Song Jijiao shrugged nonchalantly, I had no choice. Your conspiratorial whispers were simply too loud. Even Zhu Qiu, from a distance, had overheard them. Feinlish barked, stop wasting time with her, attack directly. In the blink of an eye, Song Jijiao watched as one of the men vanished from sight. She raised an eyebrow, pondering if his ability was invisibility. In her line of sight, he had seemingly disappeared instantaneously, yet the sound of his breathing remained audible. Song Jijiao remained still, honing her senses on her hearing, tilting her head slightly. The wind rustled the leaves nearby, while Feinlish continued her incessant chatter, yet, Song Jijiao's expression remained unyielding. Suddenly, a rush of breath approached rapidly. Now was the moment. Without hesitation, Song Jijiao raised her elbow and struck backward. Upon confirming her hit, she swiftly reversed her grip, pinning the assailant forcefully to the ground. The man let out a cry as he hit the ground, scrambling to rise after she released him, only to be restrained by her foot pressing firmly against his chest. Her military boot rested lightly upon him, though only he knew the strength she exerted. Beneath her foot, his chest rose and fell with each labored breath, yet he could not escape the weight of her dominance. You. He attempted to utter a protest, but was met with the cold barrel of her firearm. Song Jijiao steadied the weapon, a grin spreading across her face. Farewell. In the next instant, the voice of the system echoed in the earpieces of all for present. Candidate Wen Yong has been eliminated. Please await retrieval by the instructor. Removing her foot, Song Jijiao smiled brightly at the remaining two. Let us eliminate you both as well, to spare the instructor from making multiple trips. The other two exchanged glances, perplexed. Had she lost her mind? When Jian Xingfei arrived, he was greeted by the sight of three individuals bound together by vines, each with a cloth stuffed in their mouths. Jian Xingfei, he looked bewilderedly at Song Jijiao, who was lounging casually on a rock. What on earth happened here? Song Jijiao rested her chin on her hand, pointing them out one by one. She talks too much. Feinlish mumbled resentfully. He uses foul language. The one who had been thrown to the ground glared, ready to charge, but was yanked back by the vines. And him? Song Jijiao hesitated momentarily before concluding, just collateral. The last individual's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, feeling utterly wronged. Very well. Jian Xingfei sighed, dragging the three away together. Before departing, he turned back, grinning at Song Jijiao. Little girl, your score is quite impressive. Strive to enter Class A. After all, I am the shooting instructor. Song Jijiao, indifferent expression. Jian Xingfei, could you at least show some respect for your instructor? Chapter 23. An unexpected encounter. Song Jijiao never anticipated that just after sending Jiang Zhengfei away, she would unexpectedly run into Xie Jinyang around the corner. Glancing at the circle of people sprawled on the ground and then at the still smoldering barrel of his gun, Song Jijiao raised her hand, her smile radiant. High the group of individuals lying on the ground thought. What kind of greeting is that? Shouldn't we be running away? Bound by the elimination rules, they could not move, but their mouths were free from control. One among the crowd muttered under his breath, "Fool." His face, still aching from the punch dealt by Xie Jinyang, twinged painfully as he spoke, his eyes fixed on Song Jiliao, waiting with malicious glee for her elimination. However, the next scene nearly made his eyes pop out. Xie Jinyang raised his hand in a similar manner, mirroring Song Jiliao high. The surrounding crowd was left in shock at the seemingly amicable display from Xie Jinyang. Each person internally cursed, "What the hell, you weren't like this with us." Like a living Grim Reaper, he had dispatched one with a single shot, and anyone who screamed too loudly was met with the manual silencing of their microphones. Their faces still throbbed with pain. When the instructor arrived to collect the students, he was greeted by a sea of resentful expressions. The mental assault nearly caused him to take a step back. "I'm not saying, but you guys are overreacting." He, too, had been a student once. While being eliminated was indeed frustrating, it shouldn't warrant such despondency. It was as if they were treated differently. Scanning the injuries of each individual, he concluded that there was not much difference among them. All right, let us move on. It's quite shameful that so many of you couldn't defeat a single person." He clucked his tongue. Previously, he had witnessed them traverse half a forest, gallantly preparing to eliminate Xie Jinyang together. Now, they had all turned into dejected chickens. Noticing that no one dared to rebut his words, the instructor found it rather peculiar. "This is quite rare. Usually, you all explode like bombs at the slightest provocation. Why are you so obedient this time?" The students stared vacantly, pondering why they were so subdued. The answer was simple. After receiving a thorough beating and witnessing the epitome of double standards, they had come to comprehend the world's mercilessness. Observing their forlorn Chapter 24, a glance at each other. The first and second place on the leaderboard exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, while others were busily scrounging for points. These two had become the primary targets of attention. In a bid for self-preservation, they had catapulted themselves to the top ranks. The first place was a result of numerous challengers seeking their points, while the second place relied solely on the points they had earned through their own efforts. Who could truly believe that their intentions were anything but self-serving? Regardless, they had undeniably transformed into the two largest targets. This meant that over the next 5 days, they would be besieged by relentless pursuers. After a moment of contemplation, Song Jiliao sincerely extended an invitation to Xie Jinyang. "Shall we collaborate?" Millimeter. Yay. Song Jiliao raised her hands in celebration, leaning against a tree. Xie Jinyang's lips curled into a slight smile, his purple eyes shimmering with intrigue. With her newly appointed partner, Song Jiliao joyfully commenced her quest to randomly capture the fortunate ones in the forest. Since they had both reached second place, they might as well maintain their rankings and earn some rent. Upon noticing that Song Jiliao did not seem to be wandering aimlessly, Xie Jinyang's eyes flickered with curiosity as he inquired, "Do you know where they are?" Song Jiliao, momentarily pausing her steps, quickly regained her composure. Millimeter. She did not deny it. Xie Jinyang seemed oblivious to her reaction and continued to ask, "Are you a seeker type of ability user?" Song Jiliao mentally noted the sudden interest he had in others' abilities. It was evident that he was probing her. For someone as aloof as Xie Jinyang to begin testing someone indicated that this individual had piqued his interest. However, Song Jiliao could not quite grasp why she had caught his attention. After all, from her perspective, she was merely one of his classmates, distinguished only by being his desk mate. "Sort of," she replied. "What do you mean by sort of?" Stopping in her tracks, she turned to face him, raising an eyebrow. "Guess." After all, she hadn't lied. In this era, the ability of mental probing could indeed be categorized as a special power. Moreover, had no one ever commented on the peculiar intonation with which Xie Jinyang posed questions? How could a question be delivered with the tone of a statement? Song Jiliao silently critiqued in her mind. Xie Jinyang hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Song Jiliao swiftly countered, "What about you? What is your ability?" "Word spirit." Though she had witnessed Xie Jinyang's power that fateful night, hearing him articulate it still sent a thrill through Song Jiliao. "Is it the kind where whatever you say becomes reality?" "Sort of." Song Jiliao. She realized that Xie Jinyang, despite appearing cold and distant, had a surprisingly vengeful streak. Yet, who was Song Jiliao? Elaborate. Xie Jinyang gazed at the girl who had suddenly moved closer, her bright eyes gleaming with curiosity, feeling somewhat at a loss. It's limited in range. He cleared his throat softly, slightly turning his face away. Song Jilia's eyes widened in understanding, so that's how it is. What is your current range of ability? 5 people. Unlike Song Jilia's vague literary style, Xie Jinyang answered her questions directly, embodying the essence of a straightforward child. However, accepting a favorable situation was not Song Jilio's style. She preferred to push for more. If your ability improves, will your range also expand? Yes. Unlike the unchangeable mental strength one is born with, the level of abilities, yet, not everyone has the opportunity for such growth. Many individuals go through life without any change in their ability level, which largely depends on their mental strength. The higher the mental strength, the greater the likelihood of ability enhancement. Song Jilia was acutely aware that Xie Jinyang possessed an A-level mental strength, placing him among those most likely to elevate their abilities. Though she was unaware of Xie Jinyang's ability level, it did not hinder her from hypothesizing. If your ability were to reach A level, could you rewrite the rules? In her understanding, the most formidable aspect of word spirit should be the power to establish rules. Xie Jinyang found himself at a loss once more as he faced another of Song Jilia's probing questions. He had thought he was accustomed to this by now, yet her inquiry still left him with a headache. Changing the rules is something only deities can do, he replied. This should have been common knowledge. Song Jilio blinked in surprise. Is that so? Noticing her apparent ignorance, Xie Jinyang felt a twinge of curiosity. Or a divine messenger can do it as well, he added. A divine messenger endowed with his authority can achieve that. Song Jilio asked, which deity's messenger? Having not quenched her thirst for a while, her voice came out rather hoarse. She instinctively cleared her throat and turned her gaze toward Xie Jinyang. To her surprise, as he answered the question, his purple eyes seemed to deepen with intensity. The god of deceit. When deception reaches its zenith, it becomes truth. The god of deceit is also known as the god of rules. What the divine proclaims is reality. Song Jilio was momentarily taken aback by the sudden aura that enveloped Xie Jinyang. She exclaimed, "Are you a fervent believer in the god of deceit?" Xie Jinyang casually offered her a wild fruit. Don't ask such questions next time. Taking a bite of the wild fruit, the sweet juice burst in her mouth, instantly alleviating her throat's dryness. Chewing on the flesh, her cheeks puffed up. Why not? Others may find it offensive. In an instant, Song Jilia grasped the implication. In the fervently religious interstellar era, there were no hierarchies in belief towards deities. Her use of the word very unconsciously implied a ranking, which was clearly not the language of the interstellar populace. A hint of discomfort flickered across Song Jilia's expression. Adapting to the technological changes of a new era was not the most challenging task. The real difficulty lay in conforming to the prevailing mindset. Ideologies subtly influence one's behavior, including the words one articulates. The thought patterns of the interstellar age were rooted in their faith in the divine, and this was the aspect that Song Jilia found most difficult to emulate, as her essence did not align with a belief in deities. The one who stands out as different in a group is often referred to as their anomaly. Xie Jinyang was highlighting her peculiarity and guiding her on how to masquerade it. A flicker of determination crossed Song Jilia's brown eyes as she regarded Xie Jinyang and solemnly expressed her gratitude. Xie Jinyang glanced at her without uttering a word, yet the slight seriousness that had previously marked his expression gradually softened. Song Jilio understood that he had accepted her thanks. Had it been her former language teacher, she felt there should have been a phrase about a promising student. I do not have a strong belief in the god of deceit. He began to address her earlier question. I do not worship any deity. Chapter 25. Divine favor. Song Jilio was momentarily taken aback. What? Xie Jinyang repeated, I do not hold any faith in the divine. His expression remained unchanged, as if the words he uttered bore no shocking weight. Song Jilio's eyes widened in disbelief, her usual nonchalance dissipating. She halted her steps, turning to fixate on Xie Jinyang's violet gaze, her tone heavy with gravity. Do you comprehend the implications of what you are saying? Indeed. Xie Jinyang's demeanor was still unperturbed, his voice monotonous as though discussing a trivial matter. I am not a favored one of the deity, yet I have been endowed with extraordinary abilities. Even formidable abilities. Song Jiliao scrutinized him, sensing a tempest brewing within her gaze. When faith intertwines with power, and one can attain godlike strength without offering even a modicum of belief, is this truly divine favoritism or something far more perilous? No one could ascertain. Having arrived in this world for 2 months, Song Jiliao absorbed information like a sponge. From what she understood, the majority of the followers of the god of deception were granted powers inclined towards creating illusions or inducing hallucinations, fundamentally tethered to deceit and falsehood. However, Xie Jinyang was different. His words manifested reality, akin to a diminished version of the god of deception's supreme ability. As a resident of this realm, Xie Jinyang's thoughts were inevitably assimilated. Thus, when Song Jiliao proposed her concept regarding his powers, he instinctively deemed it impossible, yet, she, as an outsider, held a contrasting belief. She perceived that Xie Jinyang possessed the potential to rival the god of deception. With an innate mental prowess classified as A, his ascendance in power was merely a matter of time, yet this capability was bestowed by the deity, and bestowed upon one who did not worship the divine. Deities do not arbitrarily select individuals to endow them with capabilities akin to their own. Or, to be bolder, Song Jiliao conjectured that this was not merely an endowment of power, but rather a selection of an heir. Song Jiliao remained oblivious to the reasons behind the god of deception's choice of Xie Jinyang, yet she was acutely aware that he must have a clear understanding of the underlying anomalies. He was cognizant of the magnitude of his strength and recognized the peculiarity of being granted powers without faith. He understood the lethal nature of this peculiarity. If it were solely a matter of strength, one might attribute it to innate talent. But if one is endowed with formidable abilities despite lacking faith, that renders one an outlier, a target of scorn. Since her arrival in this world, Song Jiliao had heard not a whisper regarding this matter. This suggested that Xie Jinyang had concealed it a depth, perhaps never having mentioned it to anyone, yet now, he had divulged it to her. "Why tell me?" she inquired. Xie Jinyang averted his gaze slightly, locking eyes with Song Jiliao. He did not respond immediately. After a brief silence, she heard him utter, "I do not know." She instinctively furrowed her brow, soon realizing that his tone was eerily hollow, as though one might gaze down from a precipice into a chasm of clouds, where a misstep could lead to a plummet. His state was disconcerting. The questions that had lingered on Song Jiliao's lips were swallowed back as she began to observe Xie Jinyang's demeanor. She could not help but notice that Xie Jinyang harbored a profound disdain for the world, appearing devoid of any desires. People invariably possess wants, be it wealth, status, or power. Though Song Jiliao considered herself quite enlightened, she too had her own desires, such as earning money for rent or locating the other 3 cubs. But Xie Jinyang exhibited none of these inclinations. He seemed disinterested in everything, with nothing capable of igniting his emotions. His aura of being sought after rendered him untouchable. He roamed alone, never bestowing attention upon others. He had never mentioned friends, nor even family. His own emotions were so muted they were nearly non-existent. Xie Jinyang consistently imparted to Song Jiliao an impression of being adrift from the crowd, adrift from this world. It seemed as though nothing in this realm could tether him, nor did he wish to linger. His aversion to this world was starkly evident, yet something appeared to still bind him. That tether ensnared Xie Jinyang, preventing his escape. Song Jiliao was oblivious to what lay at the end of that tether, but when Xie Jinyang spoke with such a tone of uncertainty, she sensed that the tether was on the verge of snapping. "I will not harm you." Mistaking her silence for wariness, Xie Jinyang spoke again. "I know," Song Jiliao murmured, pressing her lips together. She could sense that Xie Jinyang were no ill intentions toward her. However, her concern lay elsewhere. In her modern life, Song Jiliao had attended a high school equipped with a dedicated psychological counseling office. During a period of evasion from her classmates, she found solace in retreating to that sanctuary. The counselor was a recent university graduate, and whenever she visited, the counselor greeted her with warmth, fully aware she was not there for psychological issues, even generously allowing her to rest on the consultation couch. As their encounters multiplied, casual conversations ensued. The counselor often found herself unoccupied, as the office received few visitors. Aside from Song Jiliao, the door seldom opened more than a handful of times each day. Thus, the counsellor leisurely indulged in her own pursuits, her passion for novels being quite mainstream, yet she could not resist interjecting her professional insights. One day, while Song Ji-liao rested with closed eyes, the counsellor, engrossed in a novel nearby, muttered, "With a disposition like that, he surely must have suffered trauma in his youth." That day, Song Ji-liao had been in high spirits and leaned over to take a glance, discovering a male protagonist steeped in nihilism, his character exceedingly malevolent. At that time, preoccupied with her part-time job and surrounded by a cacophony of chaotic individuals, she found it unfathomable how a novel featuring such a wretched character could provide any semblance of enjoyment. She commented, "If I encountered someone like that, I would undoubtedly send him flying with a single punch." Life was already tumultuous, encountering such a person would be akin to adding fuel to the fire. The counsellor shot her a disdainful glance. "You clearly lack the qualities of a female protagonist." Song Ji-liao rolled her eyes. "Thank you, but no." She had 4 cubs and an elusive old man to care for, making it impossible for her to transform into someone who could endure mistreatment and still redeem others. All right, the counsellor attempted to salvage the male protagonist's reputation. "His character is likely a product of childhood trauma." Song Ji-liao feigned skepticism. "Truly?" the counsellor asserted earnestly. "While I cannot guarantee his malevolence, his nihilism is undeniable. And it probably stems from familial circumstances in his youth." In the forest of another world, Song Ji-liao suddenly recalled the counsellor's words. She instinctively associated them with Xie Jinyang. Though his demeanor was not malevolent, she felt he certainly harbored a sense of nihilism. Furrowing her brows slightly, the thoughts she had seen on the forum regarding Xie Jinyang's mother resurfaced in her mind. So, is Xie Jinyang's current state a consequence of familial trauma? If so, what might that trauma be? Let us proceed. Xie Jinyang preemptively concluded the topic, offering no opportunity for Song Ji-liao to respond. He turned his head to inquire, where to? He was asking Song Ji-liao for the direction of their intended target. Never mind, this was indeed not an opportune moment. The entire forest was under surveillance. Although they could not hear any sounds, the feeling of being watched was hardly pleasant. Song Ji-liao pointed toward the southern direction she had previously scouted, extending her senses to confirm, approximately 1 kilometer ahead, there are 10 individuals. It appeared they had already formed an alliance. Just as she was about to voice her concern about the number of adversaries, Xie Jinyang had already begun to advance, his tone cold yet unyielding. "Then let us eliminate them all." Chapter 26. The past of the Sierre family in the examination room. The night shift instructors had returned to their quarters for some much-needed rest, while the incoming shift was fully in place. "Commander." Jiang Zhengfei saluted the chief instructor who had just entered. The chief instructor gave a slight nod, casting a glance at the dozens of glowing screens before him. "What is the situation?" The officer responsible for data compilation pulled up the relevant information and reported, "In the past 2 days, 156 students have been eliminated, and the preliminary ranking based on points has been established." A flicker of emotion crossed the chief instructor's stern face. The elimination rate is so swift. In less than 2 days, nearly 2/5 had been dismissed, leaving only 5 days remaining. He Zheping raised his hand to refresh the data displayed on the screens, and stated in a measured tone, "It seems there is some private animosity among the students. They formed groups to provoke each other and have not emerged victorious." Thus, the number of eliminations had surged. The chief instructor, "It appears that I have been away from the school for too long. I never anticipated this would be the cause." He slightly curled his lips and inquired, "Who are the ones being provoked? Which youngsters possessed such prowess to cultivate so much animosity within merely 2 months of school?" He Zheping promptly retrieved the information regarding Song Jizhao and Xie Jinyang. Upon seeing the cold visage of the young man on the screen, the chief instructor raised an eyebrow. "That lad from the Xie family." At this moment, Jiang Zhengfei leaned in, curiosity etched across his face. "Commander, do you know him?" "Indeed." The chief instructor nodded. "This young man's abilities are quite intriguing. He is also a focal point of observation for this examination." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhengfei glanced at the entry regarding Xie Jinyang's abilities, his eyes widening as he read the term, word spirit. Isn't he this ability a bit overpowered? The existence of such a formidable power as word spirit is indeed real. If this were applied in combat, wouldn't it mean that if he commanded his opponent to lie down, they would have no choice but to comply and be pummeled by him? Jian Xingfei suddenly felt that his spatial abilities were rather insignificant in comparison. When juxtaposed with Xie Jinyang's powers, his own abilities felt like mere parcel delivery. He was now akin to a mere courier. Jian Xingfei, I am truly incensed, angry. JPG, observing Jian Xingfei's frustration, the chief instructor cast a sidelong glance at him, causing Jian Xingfei to immediately compose himself. Jian Xingfei, I am the most obedient, docile, subordinate. The chief instructor shifted his gaze back to the screen displaying Xie Jinyang. Given that Xie Jinyang hails from the Xie family, it is not surprising that he would be favored by the god of deception. He Xiaoping's fingers danced over the keyboard. After all, the Xie family has long revered deities, and their divine patrons are funded by the Xie family. The Xie family. Reflecting on the chaotic matters related to the Xie family, the chief instructor's expression darkened, his gaze laden with a hint of melancholy as it lingered on Xie Jinyan. It is indeed a child burdened by misfortune. Jian Xingfei, who had little knowledge of the intricacies surrounding noble families, was left in a state of bewilderment, his expression one of confusion. He Xiaoping spared a glance from the screen to him, his left hand still typing furiously while his right hand playfully ruffled Jian Xingfei's hair. Little one, do not heed the nonsensical tales. At 24, Jian Xingfei thought. You seem to be only a year older than me, right? Surprisingly, the chief instructor concurred with He Xiaoping's statement. Indeed, it is better to hear less. Too much exposure can be detrimental. The choice of which deity to believe in often reflects one's own traits, thus, the nature of the deity often corresponds with the qualities of its followers. The sound of the keyboard echoed throughout the examination room as He Xiaoping maintained his usual jovial tone. So, what do you think about the Xie family, who have long worshipped the god of deception? Jian Xingfei paused. This was not a particularly challenging question, as the name itself already conveyed much. He recalled the information he had seen yesterday about Xie Zhao and Xie Jinyang, noting that the names listed under their mother were different. Precisely. He Xiaoping, perceiving Jian Xingfei's realization, spoke in a somber tone. The Xie family is indeed a heartless and ungrateful clan. What about Xie Zhao's mother? If memory served, the records indicated that Xie Zhao was in a state of maternal loss. He Xiaoping's lips straightened, and he dropped a bombshell in Jian Xingfei's ear. By strict definition, the current head of the Xie family has had 3 wives. Jian Xingfei, his expression turned blank, disbelief saturating his tone. 3. He Xiaoping's blue-tinted spectacles reflected a cold glimmer. Xie Sai, Xie Jinyang, and Xie Zhao each have different mothers, and it seems the other 2 met their demise at the hands of the current lady of the house. Jian Xingfei stood rooted, overwhelmed by the barrage of revelations, instinctively questioning how a murder could go unpunished. The Xie family, despite their wealth, could not simply disregard the law. Jian Xingfei's thoughts were transparent to He Xiaoping. The lady of the Xie family suffers from mental illness, he stated, thus, it is challenging to hold her accountable. Moreover, he refrained from mentioning that when Xie Zhao's mother passed, neither her relatives nor the head of the Xie family showed any inclination to pursue the matter. Consequently, the lady of the Xie family was able to evade consequences effortlessly. Jian Xingfei felt disoriented. His own family was harmonious, with loving parents, and thus, the revelations concerning the romantic entanglements and rivalries of noble families shattered his worldview. In his periphery, He Xiaoping continued to elaborate. After Xie Sai's mother succumbed to postpartum depression and took her own life, the head of the Xie family wed the current lady, resulting in the birth of Xie Jinyang. That same year, Xie Zhao was also born. 5 years later, Xie Zhao's mother was pushed down the stairs by the mentally unstable lady of the Xie family and perished. That is enough. Jian Xingfei tremulously raised his hand to stop He Xiaoping from continuing. If he heard more, he might truly be sickened. He Xiaoping shot him a sardonic glance, teasingly asking, would you like to hear more gossip? Jian Xingfei shook his head vigorously. If he continued, the values he had cultivated over the past 2 decades would undoubtedly collapse. The Xie family was not merely ungrateful, their overt actions were stained with blood, not to mention the darker undercurrents at play. Enough? The chief instructor interrupted their discourse. Once you have finished chatting, return to the matter at hand. Yes. Understood, Commander. Chapter 27. Scoring points in doubles. Jian Qingfei settled back in front of the screen, and upon lifting his gaze, he was greeted by the sight of familiar faces. Jian Qingfei, what brings you two here again? It appeared that the two, who had been persistently sought after in recent days, had finally taken the initiative to pursue others. The chief instructor had moved behind Jian Qingfei without him noticing, and upon glimpsing the screen, he raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. The first and second are teaming up. Jian Qingfei nodded vigorously. He had not anticipated that, despite what should have been a situation of mutual avoidance, these two individuals exhibited an unexpected harmony. Recalling the profiles of the two that He Xiaoping had provided, the identities of Xie Jinyang and Song Jiliu as members of Class F served as the perfect disguise. The others instinctively judged their capabilities based on their class, thereby granting them an advantageous opportunity for a counterattack. TSK, these two are they had not displayed such intensity before. Indeed, there was a distinct difference between being forced to fight and taking the initiative to engage. After observing the screen for a moment, the chief instructor smirked. The young lady possesses commendable combat awareness. Jian Qingfei rubbed his ears, astonished that his superior had actually praised someone. What did that make all the scolding he had endured over the years? Set the position and prepare to receive the personnel, the chief instructor instructed the individual standing by. It should conclude in less than 3 minutes. Both individuals struck with ferocity, clearly intending to deliver lethal blows. Additionally, whether it was his imagination or not, there seemed to be an inexplicable synergy between Song Jiliu and Xie Jinyang. He was uncertain if this was their first collaboration, yet the sequence where Song Jiliu kicked an opponent towards Xie Jinyang, who then swiftly incapacitated the individual, was remarkably seamless. As he watched Xie Jinyang dispatch another adversary without hesitation, Jian Qingfei grimaced, feeling a twinge of pain in his own neck. The chief instructor raised an eyebrow and remarked, "These two appear to be harboring some pent-up frustration." Jian Qingfei, huh? They haven't even drawn their weapons, and their abilities seem to be of no use. They rely solely on their combat skills. It seemed they had learned not to unleash their frustrations indiscriminately and instead used these individuals as outlets. He inquired of Jian Qingfei, have they had a quarrel? Given that both were evidently irked, the likelihood of an argument seemed plausible. I have no idea, Jian Qingfei replied, shaking his head in confusion. The screen is silent. He had only witnessed them exchanging a few words before they proceeded to confront the current group of individuals. The chief instructor commented, useless individuals. Jian Qingfei. What did that have to do with him? In the forest, Song Jiliu surveyed the surroundings littered with fallen foes, brushed the dust from her hands, and approached Xie Jinyang, raising her hand. Glancing down at Song Jiliu's palm, Xie Jinyang appeared puzzled, seemingly unsure of what was expected of him. A high five, Song Jiliu said, staring at him as if he were a fool. Xie Jinyang, that expression seems oddly familiar. Clap. The two palms met in midair, signifying the conclusion of their initial collaboration. However, neither Song Jiliu nor Xie Jinyang realized that this was merely the beginning. As Song Jiliu retrieved her firearm to eliminate the remaining adversaries, she turned to discuss how to divide the spoils with Xie Jinyang, only to see him take a step back. Standing tall at her diagonal rear, Xie Jinyang's hair was slightly disheveled from the recent skirmish. All for you, he stated calmly upon hearing Xie Jinyang's words. Song Jiliu. When did Xie Jinyang figure that out? Confirming that he genuinely did not desire the accolades, Song Jiliu swiftly eliminated each opponent with a single shot. Thus, in the observation room, the instructors watched as the top two scorers, who had banded together to take down opponents, finished their task, with the second-place score soaring, while the first-place score remained stagnant. The instructors were perplexed. What gives? Are they only willing to increase their scores when they meet at the pinnacle? If one were to argue that Xie Jinyang possessed a competitive spirit, it seemed he held little regard for points. Conversely, the students who were currently recuperating from their thrashing in the adjacent lounge would vehemently disagree. It gave the impression of being in a state of perpetual discomfort, akin to being repeatedly dragged into doing sit-ups. Song Jilio observed her score had risen to 170, leaving her only 5 points shy of Xie Jinyang, the leader. Glancing at the twilight sky, she suggested, "We should find a place to rest for the night." Visibility in the forest at night was poor, and with many beasts roaming, it would be prudent to secure a resting spot. Xie Jinyang nodded, indicating his agreement. Ultimately, the pair located a cave. By the time they had settled in, the sun had set, leaving only a faint glow on the horizon. Determined to make use of the dwindling light to procure some food, Song Jilio decided to venture out. Though she was not particularly fond of fish, she had caught some the previous evening due to the late hour, and today she was not inclined to eat fish again. "Shall we hunt for beasts together?" she invited Xie Jinyang. Xie Jinyan's expression momentarily blanked, as if he could not comprehend why others would shy away from beasts while Song Jilio sought them out. Song Jilio enticed him. "The beasts we catch can be grilled. I assure you, my cooking skills are quite commendable." Xie Jinyang remained indifferent, as the chefs in the Xie household were well paid and skilled, leading him to believe that Song Jilio's culinary abilities would not surpass those of a professional chef. Nonetheless, he ultimately rose to his feet. "Let's go," he said to Song Jilio. "Time to hunt for beasts." As it turned out, fortune favored them that day. In less than 20 minutes after stepping outside, Song Jilio and Xie Jinyang encountered a beast resembling a wild boar. Song Jilio's eyes lit up. Just as she prepared to manipulate the vines to bind it, she heard Xie Jinyang coldly utter 2 words, "crash into a tree." In the next moment, they watched as the wild boar charged directly into a nearby tree, its eyes rolling back as it collapsed lifelessly. Song Jilio. So, the ability of word spirit is indeed quite overpowered. However, relishing the lack of effort required, Song Jilio hopped over to the fallen boar, pondering how to transport it back to the cave. Meanwhile, Xie Jinyang quietly stood beside her, awaiting her next move. Just as Song Jilio was contemplating her options, her senses suddenly detected movement in the nearby thicket. Simultaneously, Xie Jinyang turned his gaze toward the same thicket. Rustling sounds emanated from the underbrush, and both Xie Jinyang and Song Jilio exchanged sharp glances, neither making a move. In the next instant, a white lion emerged from the verdant foliage, slowly turning its head to regard the 2 humans before it. Chapter 28, The Pixiu. Upon encountering a lion for the first time in reality, Song Jilio found herself momentarily dazed, while Xie Jinyang had already stepped forward, quietly positioning himself protectively in front of her. Vigilantly observing their lion before them, Xie Jinyang utilized his mental prowess to gauge the creature's strength, only to discover that it was of considerable rank. The last time he had felt such intensity was during his encounter with a large bird on the school's back mountain. Having mentally prepared to exhaust his spiritual energy, Xie Jinyang's violet eyes flickered, ready to unleash his abilities in an instant. "Wait." Just as he moved his lips, poised to activate his verbal enchantment, Song Jilio stepped forward and grasped his wrist. The gathered energy dissipated in an instant. Ignoring her grip, Xie Jinyang lowered his gaze to her, his tone noticeably quicker than usual. "This creature possesses formidable strength. Therefore, they could not afford to wait for it to strike." Taking the initiative was their only chance of success. Song Jilio's eye sparkled with clarity as she replied calmly, "I understand. But this creature does not harbor any ill will towards us." Upon hearing her words, Xie Jinyang furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical. Nevertheless, he turned his attention to their lion, positioned diagonally ahead. After scrutinizing its expression with caution, Xie Jinyang realized that this beast seemed distinct from any he had encountered before, unlike the malevolent gazes of other mystical creatures. Indeed, as Song Jilio had asserted, this beast bore no animosity towards them. Recognizing this, Xie Jinyang's previously tense posture relaxed slightly, and he shifted his body to allow Song Jilio a clearer view of the creature. While Xie Jinyang observed the beast, Song Jilio was communicating with the vermilion bird within her consciousness. "Are you certain?" she inquired. The creature's appearance was vividly transmitted to her mind's eye, and after a thorough examination, the vermilion bird affirmed, "I am certain." "Very well." With the bird's confirmation, Song Jilio withdrew from her mental communion and raised her gaze to the mystical creature several paces away. A closer inspection revealed that this lion was far from ordinary. Its coat was cloaked in greyish-white fur, with tiny horns nestled behind its ears, nearly concealed by its thick mane. Song Jilio's attention was drawn to its wings, which were tightly pressed against its back, and her brown eyes sparkled with intrigue. Clearly, this creature was not a lion at all. Recalling the vermilion bird's earlier remarks, she stepped forward towards it. Seeing her movement, Xie Jinyang instinctively wished to intervene, but halted as she raised her hand to signal him to stop. With lips pursed, he ultimately chose to position himself slightly behind her. For someone with combat experience, it would be evident that Xie Jinyang's stance was strategically astute. This position allowed her to act unimpeded, yet enabled him to swiftly shield her should danger arise. It also allowed him to guard her back. Simultaneously, Xie Jinyang's posture had once again tensed, and his abilities began to coalesce around him anew. Until Song Jilio approached the creature, their lion exhibited no intention of aggression. Whether it was merely her imagination, Song Jilio felt that its gaze upon her was unusually gentle. Was it due to the presence of the vermilion bird? Considering its identity, she deemed this a strong possibility. When she was 3 steps away from their lion, she came to a halt, facing its curious stare and Xie Jinyang's watchful gaze. She bent slightly at the waist, bringing her eyes level with the beast's golden orbs. She spoke in a tone suggesting negotiation. "Could you assist me in moving a wild boar? In return, I will prepare roasted meat for you," she added. Upon hearing her words, their lion blinked its gilded eyes, seemingly pondering her request or perhaps failing to comprehend. Just as Xie Jinyang was about to caution her that the creature would not understand human speech, he heard a low growl emanate from the creature, which then, did it truly understand? Xie Jinyang felt a wave of surprise wash over him. "Let us go." Song Jilio patted his shoulder, her mood visibly elevated. "Let's return and roast some meat." The weight of the wild boar appeared trivial to their lion, which effortlessly picked it up before turning to Song Jilio, its golden eyes seemingly urging her to lead the way. "We're coming," Song Jilio exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight as she tugged Xie Jinyang along beside their lion, the trio making their way towards the cave. This extraordinary pairing instantly captured the attention of the observation room. "Is there such a friendly mystical creature?" one person asked in bewilderment. "Surely not," came the response. "At least, what a remarkable ally in the forest." Silence enveloped the observation room, as none could respond to his inquiries, for until that moment, they had never witnessed a harmonious interaction between humans and mystical beasts. The relationship had always been one of fierce enmity, where encounters resulted in a kill-or-be-killed scenario. Only a select few with heightened spiritual power could imprint their will upon a mystical creature, yet they remained ever vigilant against the possibility of a counterattack. The scene unfolding on the screen, depicting such camaraderie, was unprecedented. As they watched their lion obediently place the wild boar inside the cave, the room fell into a hushed reverie. Inside the cave, Song Jilio and Xie Jinyang divided their tasks. "You go fetch some branches. I will handle the wild boar," Song Jilio instructed. Given the considerable size of the boar, gathering branches was clearly the lighter task. When Xie Jinyang inquired if he should switch roles and received a negative reply, he nodded slightly and exited the cave. Watching his retreating figure, Song Jilio exhaled in relief. She still needed to extract the inner core from the wild boar, and explaining it to Xie Jinyang would have posed a challenge. Roar, the previously silent lion, sauntered over to her side, its tail brushing lightly against her calf. Observing the fluffy creature, Song Jilio tentatively extended her hand. Its golden eyes were warm and gentle, and even as her hand rested upon its head, it continued to gaze serenely at her. Noticing its lack of reaction, Song Jilio grew bolder, beginning to ruffle its mane. As her fingers tousled its fur, their lion emitted a soft growl, not only remaining still but also nudging its head into her palm. A smile blossomed within Song Jilio's eyes as she chose to selectively ignore the incessant chatter of the vermilion bird in her mind. After sufficiently enjoying the creature's softness, she withdrew her hand. Sitting cross-legged before their lion, she extended her hand in a gesture of greeting, her expression bright with joy. "Pishio, hello there. Chapter 29, The Friendly Divine Beast. Upon hearing Songji's words, she propped her chin on her hand, gazing at the Pixiu squatting before her, and murmured softly, "Where did you come from?" The moment Jukyu laid eyes on the Pixiu in the forest, it immediately identified the creature within her mind, the divine beast Pixiu. A familiar aura that Jukyu sensed aboard the starship also emanated from it. Songji had not anticipated encountering a divine beast in the misty forest. "Little one, did you know it previously?" she inquired of Jukyu in her mind. Jukyu observed the Pixiu, which was licking its paw, and, after a moment of uncertainty, replied, "I cannot recall." The lifespan of divine beasts is immensely prolonged, rendering the passage of time meaningless to them. After witnessing the various facets of the world, most divine beasts develop a cold and indifferent demeanor. In times of leisure, they retreat into secluded mountains or forests, seeking solitude. When boredom strikes, they doze off, only to awaken to a world that has dramatically changed, with former companions long since vanished. As spiritual energy gradually waned, many extraordinary creatures perished along with it, and Jukyu merely drifted through existence, awaiting the day of its own demise. The memories of yesteryears had faded with the relentless march of time, leaving only the vivid days spent beside Songji. Thus, whether or not Jukyu recognized the Pixiu remained an enigma. Very well. Songji chose not to dwell on the matter. Whether all divine beasts possessed gentle temperaments remained uncertain, but this particular Pixiu was undeniably amiable. Even when pressed down, it merely wagged its tail and gazed at her with soft eyes. Unable to resist, Songji playfully ruffled the fluffy fur atop its head several times. "Gigi, Baihu will not let you off easily," Jukyu cautioned, observing Songji's increasingly audacious antics. Songji's hand froze mid-air, and a second later, she casually withdrew it. The sensation of the soft fur vanished, and the Pixiu looked up, puzzled by Songji's sudden change in demeanor. "No worries, I'm going to grill some meat," she reassured, patting the Pixiu's head as a gesture of comfort before turning towards the wild boar that lay on the ground. Songji first extracted the inner core of the boar, then proceeded to tend to its entrails. During this process, the Pixiu curiously leaned closer, prompting Songji to cast an exasperated glance at it and nudge it away with her elbow. "Stay a bit farther back. My hands are covered in blood, and I might end up splattering you." Aware that the Pixiu could comprehend her words, she spoke to it in a gentle tone. Upon hearing this, the Pixiu stepped back a few paces, then plopped down beside Songji. Songji, "Well, I suppose that's acceptable." When Xie Jinyan entered the cave, clutching a branch, he was greeted by the sight of Songji diligently dissecting a beast while the Pixiu sat beside her, its golden eyes blinking innocently as it observed the human dissecting its kind. After a moment of silence, Xie Jinyan opted to move aside and start a fire. He did not understand, but he respected the scene before him. When Songji stood up, her hands stained with blood, the fire on the opposite side of the cave blazed brightly. Meeting Xie Jinyan's gaze by the fire, he gave her a thumbs up. However, his eyes subtly shifted away as they landed on her blooded hands. "Songji, is he judging me?" Without a doubt, Xie Jinyan's next words confirmed her suspicion. "Do you?" I have never felt such cold indifference in his words. "However, my hands do need cleaning." Recalling that she had not seen a river on her way to the cave, she intended to extend her spiritual sense to locate a nearby water source when suddenly, her clothing was tugged. "Songji," she looked down to find the Pixiu gripping her garment and asked, "What is it?" Having discerned that the Pixiu posed no malice, Xie Jinyan relaxed his previous wariness. He assessed the Pixiu's intentions and remarked, "It seems to want you to follow it." Upon hearing this, Songji glanced at the Pixiu to confirm, and it nodded slightly. Thus, she followed the Pixiu outside and successfully discovered a small stream. Songji, wow, the evening water was somewhat cool, and as she squatted by the stream to wash her hands, the Pixiu stood guard beside her, its golden eyes shining brightly in the darkness, displaying a vigilant demeanor. The Pixiu's size was comparable to that of a modern lion, perhaps even larger. Its imposing presence provided Songji with a profound sense of security. After shaking off the water droplets from her hands, she took the opportunity to pet the Pixiu's head once more. "Let's head back," she declared, "time to grill some meat." Upon her return, Xie Jinyan had moved the meat she had prepared to the fire pit. The wild boar was quite sizable, stacked up to nearly the height of a human's calf. After placing the last piece of meat, a rustling sound emerged from the cave entrance. Xie Jinyan turned to see Songji and the Pixiu, who had followed closely behind her. Noticing the sudden attention on them, the previously cold demeanor of Xie Jinyan softened as he exchanged a brief glance with the Pixiu before they both averted their gazes. Spotting an unfamiliar herb in Songji's hand, Xie Jinyan paused momentarily. Detecting his curiosity, Songji raised her hand and explained, "It's for seasoning." Having frequently ventured into the mountains to gather spiritual herbs for Jukyu, she had become well acquainted with various plants over time. On her way back, she noticed many familiar herbs in the misty forest, so she collected a few. The rosemary and mint she had gathered were just perfect for flavoring the grilled meat. The confusion in Xie Jinyan's eyes vanished, replaced by astonishment. "You can identify herbs?" As far as he knew, very few people in the interstellar age could accurately recognize herbs. "Of course," Songji replied shamelessly, puffing up her chest. "I can do anything." Hearing her words, a glimmer of amusement sparkled in Xie Jinyan's eyes, which could not help but be touched by her confidence. "Millimeter," he responded softly, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Setting the meat on the makeshift rack, Songji watched the flames dance and lick at the surroundings, leaning back against the warm belly of the Pixiu, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over her. Xie Jinyan settled beside her, his cool visage illuminated by the flickering firelight, taking on a warmer hue. Songji cast a sideways glance at him, lost in thought. There were many questions she wished to pose. Was his special treatment of her due to recognizing her as the person from the back mountain? Why did he harbor such a strong sense of disillusionment? Why did his mother strike him? Yet in the end, she asked nothing. There was still ample time, she mused, stroking the Pixiu's fur. Patience is key. Chapter 30. Heart-to-heart conversations under the night sky. The crackling sound of oil droplets sizzling in the fire echoed intermittently within the cave. Song Jizao, wielding a freshly cleaned military knife, deftly sliced through a piece of meat. Once she confirmed it was cooked through, she carefully removed the mint and rosemary from the surface and presented the golden brown roasted meat to Xie Jinyang. "Do savor my culinary skills," she said with a smile. Xie Jinyang obediently accepted the offering, and as the steam dissipated, he lowered his head to take a bite. Song Jizao blinked playfully and asked, "How is it?" "Delicious," Xie Jinyang replied, somewhat astonished as he gazed at the roasted meat in his hand. The essence of the food had not been diminished by the flames, rather, it was accentuated by the spices, delivering a flavor he had never encountered before. Strangely enough, it seemed that his previously drained mental energy was gradually replenishing. He glanced at Song Jizao, who was busy slicing more meat, feeling a peculiar sensation within him. Noticing Xie Jinyan's inquisitive gaze, Song Jizao maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by his reaction. The power systems of their two worlds bore striking similarities, leading her to speculate that if spiritual energy benefited her, it might also have a positive effect on those from this world. Thus, when she had gathered the mint and rosemary outside, she had chosen the two with the most abundant spiritual essence. During the roasting process, she had consciously infused the meat with spiritual energy. Observing Xie Jinyan's response confirmed her suspicions. A smile crept onto Song Jizao's lips as her pace in slicing the meat quickened. Drawn by the enticing aroma, the Pixiu, who had been dutifully serving as her cushion, slightly raised itself and rested its head on her shoulder. Startled by the sudden weight, Song Jizao turned to see the Pixiu's fluffy profile and chuckled, "Are you hungry too?" The Pixiu let out a low growl. Understanding its intention, she swiftly pierced a piece of meat with her knife and offered it to its mouth. The Pixiu's long tongue flicked out, swiftly drawing the roasted meat into its maw. It was Song Jizao's first experience feeding such a large beast, and she found it quite novel. After it swallowed the meat, she proffered another piece, only for the Pixiu to reject it. Instead, it nudged her hand with its snout, pushing the meat back toward her lips. At that moment, Xie Jinyang interjected, his voice cool and detached, "You eat yours, it can hunt for itself." The Pixiu turned to glare at Xie Jinyang, who met its gaze calmly, his eye seemingly questioning its intentions. With a disdainful snort, the Pixiu returned its head to Song Jizao's shoulder. Xie Jinyang let out a cold huff, choosing not to engage further. This confirmed to him that this mysteriously affable creature was only friendly toward Song Jizao. It showed little interest in anyone else. With a piece of meat held in her mouth, Song Jizao turned to see Xie Jinyang deep in thought, his eyes downcast. She mumbled through the morsel, "Aren't you going to eat?" If she recalled correctly, he had only consumed one piece thus far. Upon hearing her, he reached for another piece of roasted meat and, in a subdued tone, explained, "I was just pondering some matters." Struggling with the meat in her mouth, Song Jizao casually asked, "What matters?" Xie Jinyang replied, "Considering people I would rather not encounter." Song Jizao raised an eyebrow in confusion. "You have people you wish to avoid." She set down her knife, genuinely perplexed. After all, Xie Jinyang projected an air of ease, as if he were untouchable, and it was hard to imagine him shunning anyone. After swallowing the meat, Xie Jinyang began to respond. "It's not so much that I wish to avoid them, but encountering them can be troublesome." "Oh," Song Jizao mused, her attention slightly diverted as she observed his composed posture, even whilst seated in the cave dining on roasted meat. She couldn't help but admire his refined demeanor. He was undeniably a young master, so different from her more relaxed self. As a laid-back individual, Song Jizao leaned back comfortably, sinking into the plush fur of the Pixiu. She sighed contentedly, rubbing her full belly, beginning to feel drowsy. The cave was momentarily filled only with the sound of crackling branches. After a brief silence, Song Jizao couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked, "So who is this person?" She remained intrigued by the individual Xie Jinyang sought to avoid. He showed no reluctance in revealing, Xie Zhao. The name struck a chord with Song Jizao, and she racked her brain, recalling that she had come across it on the school's forum. "Your brother?" "Yes." She contemplated the information gleaned from the forum, hesitating before boldly inquiring, "Is your relationship strained?" Xie Jinyang cast her a glance, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "We are like fire and water," he stated. Song Jizao's expression shifted to one of understanding. He continued, "This matter is well known among the students. But I am usually solely focused on my studies," she replied, unperturbed. Xie Jinyang's gaze lingered on her earnest face, leaving him uncertain whether to believe her. "You're quite formidable. Can't you best him?" she asked. Xie Jinyang recognized her attempt to shift the topic but chose not to call her out. "My family forbids fighting," he said. In an instant, Song Jizao recalled the boy who had referred to him as brother on the mountainside, as well as the blooded scent that had clung to Xie Jinyang during class. She sensed that the situation was likely more complicated than a mere prohibition against fighting. After the exams concluded, she resolved to search the forum for information about the Xie family. "No worries. If you encounter him, I shall assist you," Song Jizao declared, raising her fist in determination. The Pixiu behind her echoed her sentiment with a low call, as if in agreement. Xie Jinyang was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. He understood that, regardless of who initiated the conflict, Xie Zhao would always find a way to implicate him, yet, he still responded, "All right." Even if the outcome remained unchanged, having someone stand by him during the ordeal made a significant difference, though he was uncertain whether her promise would hold true. As these thoughts filled his mind, the violet hue of Xie Jinyang's eyes suddenly darkened. Unaware of his shift in mood, Song Jizao nestled against the Pixiu, lazily discussing the night's watch schedule with him. Although Xie Jinyang insisted he could keep watch all night, she firmly rejected the notion. Thus, they settled on a compromise. Xie Jinyang would guard the first half of the night, while she would take the latter half. Once their arrangements were made, Song Jizao waved goodbye, wishing him a good night before rolling over to burrow into the Pixiu's fur. Sensing her movement, the Pixiu adjusted its position slightly, allowing her to nestle more comfortably against it. As she felt the warmth radiating from behind her, Song Jizao couldn't help but reminisce about the white tiger. In the past, every night when she went to bed, the white tiger would sneak onto her bed. After a couple of failed attempts to shoo it away, she eventually acquiesced. Before long, she discovered the benefits of sleeping with such a fluffy companion. It was undeniably warm, even in its feline form. The white tiger was a sizable creature, providing ample warmth when curled up in her arms. On winter nights, it was akin to having a portable hot water bottle, with the white tiger nestled against her. Jukyu would often sleep atop her pillow, while Xuanwu and Qinglong typically coiled around the bedside table. It seemed that every night in her memories was spent this way, though she lived alone. She had never felt lonely. As she gently stroked the Pishio's grey-white fur, Song Jizao's gaze softened. She found herself missing her other beloved creatures. Chapter 31, Sound. Song Jilia's formidable biological clock roused her in the dead of night. She gently patted the Paixio, which had also awakened alongside her, before switching places with Xie Jinyang. I am still fine, Xie Jinyang remarked, observing the lingering drowsiness in Song Jilia's eyes. It's nothing, she replied, waving her hand dismissively as she approached Xie Jinyang, who was keeping watch near the cave entrance. She deftly avoided his skin, tugging at his sleeve to pull him inside the cave, where she pressed him to sit down. Noticing his movements were somewhat stiff, she added, "This place is clean. I've tidied it up." During their time at school, she had discerned Xie Jinyang's obsessive cleanliness. He would deliberately avoid contact when handling objects, retreating several steps if someone inadvertently brushed against him. She reasonably suspected that his rapid victories in sparring sessions were merely to minimize physical contact with others. Realizing that Song Jiliao had noticed his habits, Xie Jinyang relaxed, obediently taking a seat in the spot she had designated for him, and expressed his gratitude with a nod. As he closed his eyes, Song Jilia glanced at the fire, confirming it would burn for at least half the night, before settling down a bit closer to the cave entrance. Ensuring that she could observe the outside world from her vantage point, she stole a glance at the seemingly slumbering Xie Jinyang behind her and retrieved a blanket from her storage space. Gazing at the fluffy blanket, she sighed, pondering why she was so sensitive to the cold. Xie Jinyang, on the other hand, appeared quite robust. She had just noticed that although his complexion remained consistently fair, it bore a healthy flush. Rubbing her own face, she had no doubt that hers was a stark pallor. However, Xie Jinyang seemed exceptionally resistant to the cold. Despite her own aversion to frigid temperatures, his tolerance appeared to exceed normal levels. "Gigi, let me out," chirped Jukyu in her consciousness. Assuming it was merely bored from being in her mind too long, Song Jilia cautioned it not to wander off before summoning Jukyu into the physical realm. As the summoning concluded, a bulge emerged beneath the blanket. Just as she intended to lift the blanket to allow Jukyu some fresh air, she felt the small entity burrow into her hands. Perplexed, Song Jilia cupped the crimson ball in her palms, momentarily unsure of Jukyu's intentions. In the next instant, however, she felt a rapid surge of warmth emanating from it. The temperature quickly stabilized at a level pleasantly comforting, a continuous flow of heat sinking into her hands and radiating throughout her limbs. The chill that had pervaded her body was instantly expelled. In that moment, Song Jilia comprehended Jukyu's purpose. It felt as though her heart was enveloped in warm water, prompting her to wrap the blanket around herself more snugly. Arriving in a world utterly foreign, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt no anxiety, yet, she found solace in the fact that she was not alone. At that moment, the sound of claws skittering over gravel reached her ears, and upon turning her head, she discovered it was the Paixio. In the enveloping darkness, it had precisely located her position and settled down quietly beside her, offering silent companionship. Recognizing the Paixio's intention, the corners of Song Jilia's lips curved into a broader smile. Leaning against the Paixio, shielded by the blanket from the evening chill, and cradling their Jukyu hand warmer, she sat at the cave's mouth, gazing up at the night sky. The moniker Misty Forest was not bestowed without reason. During the day, the forest was shrouded in a thick white mist, reducing visibility, with even the sunlight appearing muted and hazy. Yet, as night fell, the persistent mist seemed to show signs of dispersing. While rational explanations eluded her, she could only attribute it to the divine presence that lingered there. The starry expanse above gradually emerged from the dissipating mist. Countless stars adorned the inky sky, quietly radiating a gentle silver glow. Standing beneath this celestial canopy, the insignificance of humanity became starkly apparent, rendering life's tribulations trivial and inconsequential. Gazing up at the vast night sky, Song Jilia felt an unprecedented tranquility wash over her. Do you enjoy this night sky? A soft, lilting voice drifted like mist into her ear, elusive and intangible. "Who is it?" Song Jilio exclaimed, suddenly alert. Yet, the voice offered no answer to her inquiry, it merely sighed, "It has indeed been a long time, little trickster." Song Jilio was taken aback. "Who are you, and why are you tarnishing my reputation?" She voiced her dissatisfaction directly, her tone laced with irritation. However, the voice remained unfazed by her response, maintaining its cheerful inflection, even seeming to brighten. "Your temper remains unchanged," it observed, confounded. Song Jilio retorted, "Have we met before?" The way the voice spoke suggested a familiarity that baffled her. "The timing simply was not right," came the enigmatic reply, leaving Song Jilio feeling vexed. Moreover, was it her imagination, or did the voice seem to grow increasingly faint? "Don't be upset," the voice's owner seemed to sense her emotions, adopting a tone of mild exasperation. "Why are you still so impatient?" Song Jilio longed to express her lifelong impatience, but the voice denied her that opportunity. "Well, I must take my leave. I've bent the rules this time. Who knows when we shall meet again?" The tone carried a hint of regret, yet it was delivered with an air of justification. "Take care of yourself," were the final words left by the voice. No matter what Song Jilio uttered thereafter, she received no further response. How peculiar, she murmured to herself, though her consciousness had detected no one nearby, that voice had emerged as if conjured from thin air. She squeezed the blanket in her hands, only to realize the surroundings were eerily silent. In such circumstances, even if the Pai Sho remained taciturn, Zhu should not have been entirely mute. Immediately, Song Jilio lifted the blanket to ensure Zhu's presence. A rush of cold air rushed in, and the small crimson entity stirred, lifting its head in confusion, seemingly unaware of the unfolding events. Feeling a weight settle in her heart, Song Jilio inexplicably inquired, "Did you hear anything just now?" Zhu shook its head in bewilderment, "No, not at all." Upon noticing Song Jilio's unusual demeanor, Zhu became somewhat anxious. "Is something wrong?" "Nothing at all." Song Jilio patted its head reassuringly, "You should go back to sleep." Wrapping the blanket around herself once more, she began to ponder the recent events. Since Zhu had not heard anything, it indicated that the occurrence was not rooted in reality. Suddenly, she recalled the dizzy spell that accompanied the emergence and disappearance of the voice. The instructor's warning from before disembarked from the starship echoed in her ears. The misty forest, as a realm of slumber for deities, is home to numerous creatures capable of creating illusions. Everyone, do exercise caution. If it was not real, could it have been a mirage? Song Jilio mused, her gaze lowered, yet, as far as she knew, ordinary creatures could not comprehend human speech, let alone insult her. The things he said left her perplexed. She had only just arrived in this world. Why did it seem as though he had known her for ages? With so many enigmas swirling about, Song Jilio could only meticulously arrange the tangled threads, awaiting the opportunity to unravel them in due course. Chapter 32, Xiejiao's trade invitation. As the first light of dawn began to seep into the sky, Song Jilio stifled a yawn and smacked her lips. After indulging in a feast of barbecued meat the night prior, she had been plagued by thirst, yet the late hour made venturing outside perilous, compelling her to endure until now. Rising to her feet, she summoned spiritual energy, gesturing with her hands to weave a discreet formation before the cave entrance. Once this was accomplished, she turned and exited the cave. With the passage of the night, the white mist resumed its ethereal dance through the forest. Song Jilio brushed away the droplets of moisture that clung to her arm, relying on her memory to guide her and the Pai Sho that had followed her to the spot they had visited the previous day. Sensing her destination was the little stream from yesterday, the Pai Sho bounded ahead a few paces, seemingly eager to take the lead. A sigh of relief escaped Song Jilio as she silently expressed her gratitude for the creature's perceptiveness. The combination of the mist and her innate sense of direction, or lack thereof, could easily have led her astray in the forest. To avoid the watchful gaze of instructors, Zhu had retreated into her sea of consciousness much earlier. Just a moment ago, Song Jilio had glanced into her sea of consciousness and discovered that the creature had already succumbed to a peaceful slumber. If it weren't for the incentive of a reward system, she would have found a tree, set up a formation around it, and surrendered to sleep. Supporting a family is no easy task, and she couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Reaching the stream from yesterday, she quenched her thirst and began to ponder whether there were fish within its depths. A simple fish soup would suffice, however. It quickly dawned on her that she possessed no pot. When would this midterm examination ever conclude? With a resigned sigh, she gathered some wild fruits near the riverbank and, alongside the Paisio, began their trek back to the cave, leaving a trail of footprints in the soft earth. Selecting a freshly washed fruit, she bit into it, the sweet juice bursting in her mouth, invigorating her half-awake mind. It must be said, the fruits in this forest were quite delightful. After taking a few brisk steps, she approached the Paisio and offered it a fruit, saying, "Give this a try." With a flick of its tongue, the Paisio snatched the fruit from her hand, and as she watched it vanish in an instant, she reflected that perhaps she had offered too little. Just as she bent down to retrieve more, a disturbance rippled through her psychic awareness. "Who goes there?" Song Jiliao suddenly exclaimed, her gaze piercing as she fixated on a shadowy figure 20 meters away. No response came. Amidst the morning chorus of chirping birds, she restrained the Paisio, which had bared its teeth in aggression. "If you do not reveal yourself, I shall come to you," she stated coldly. Three seconds later, a vague silhouette emerged from the shadows, and as the distance closed, the figure's features sharpened. When they were merely 10 steps apart, Song Jiliao recognized the strikingly similar purple eyes that mirrored those of Xie Jinyang. In an instant, she comprehended the identity of the individual before her, Xie Jinyang's younger brother, Xie Zhao. Yet, apart from those violet irises, there was naught else in his appearance that bore resemblance to Xie Jinyang. Moreover, despite his noble demeanor, Song Jiliao could sense the malice lurking beneath his skin. "What do you want?" she inquired. Xie Zhao regarded her with keen interest, his purple eyes glimmering with intensity. "You were able to detect me from such a distance. Is your ability one of exploration?" In response to his question, Song Jiliao clicked her tongue in annoyance. She had misspoken. Xie Zhao's eyes bore no similarity to those of Xie Jin. She found Xie Jinyang's eyes quite appealing, whereas Xie Zhao's made her feel somewhat uneasy. "Mind your own business," she shot back. Xie Zhao raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. "Why do you harbor such hostility towards me?" Song Jiliao rolled her eyes, her exasperation nearly spilling over. The divine beast was particularly adept at sensing human emotions and animosity. The Paisio beside her had been baring its teeth for quite some time. Were it not for her restraint, it would have lunged at Xie Zhao. Yet, this malevolent individual dared to question why others disliked him. "I simply find you disagreeable," she replied with an air of indifference. At this point, she regretted leaving her firearm in the cave. She had assumed her outing would be brief, yet here she was, faced with a smirking adversary. Despite her overtly unwelcoming demeanor, Xie Zhao seemed unfazed. "No matter," he said, taking a leisurely step closer, undeterred by her wary gaze. "How about we strike a deal?" Song Jiliao's immediate reaction was to wonder what transaction could possibly exist between them. However, Xie Zhao's subsequent words piqued her interest. "I am aware that you have been searching for a residence recently." Her impatience flared anew. These affluent individuals truly were bothersome. It seemed that in the modern world, they took great pleasure in prying into others' affairs, as if strolling through their own private gardens. Truly, they had too much time on their hands. Just as she was about to take action, Xie Zhao elaborated on the terms of his proposal. "If you eliminate Xie Jinyang, I will provide you with a house adjacent to the school, along with 1 million star coins." His statement was delivered with a sense of finality, devoid of any intention to negotiate, as if he were certain she would acquiesce. Song Jiliao questioned, "Why don't you simply eliminate him yourself?" It was evident that he could handle the task, yet he chose to approach her instead. Xie Zhao offered an enigmatic smile. "What satisfaction would I derive from doing it myself? It is far more entertaining if you take action." In that moment, Song Jiliao perceived the malice emanating from him and concluded he was utterly deranged. She understood Xie Zhao's reasoning. If he acted, the worst he would incur would be physical harm. However, if she, as a companion, were to intervene, it would result in psychological damage. How about it? This trade is rather advantageous, is it not? By eliminating Xie Jinyang, you not only secure the top position on the leaderboard but also acquire my promised rewards. Xie Zhao regarded her silently pondering response, his expression brimming with confidence. He was convinced this was an offer too good for Song Zhiliao to refuse, yet, she mused that Xie Zhao's rhetoric seemed overly polished. He appeared adept at subverting the loyalties of those close to him. This was undoubtedly not his first endeavor of this nature, she concluded inwardly. As she prepared to voice her thoughts, she suddenly noticed Xie Zhao's gaze shift behind her. A jolt of unease surged through her heart, and her spine stiffened in alarm. Swiftly, she turned to follow his gaze, only to be met with a pair of calm purple eyes concealed within the mist. Several paces away, emerging from the white fog, stood Xie Jinyang. Chapter 33, Brothers. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. As Song Zhiliao regained her composure and was about to speak, she was preempted by Xie Zhao, who grinned and said, "Oh, what a coincidence, second brother." This remark seemed to drop into the ocean without eliciting a single response. Song Zhiliao thought to herself, I truly regret not having dealt with this person more forcefully. Not far away, Xie Jinyang did not spare Xie Zhao even a glance, he merely fixed his gaze silently on Song Zhiliao. Shall we go? He inquired. His tone was remarkably even, indistinguishable from his usual demeanor, leaving even Xie Zhao momentarily unable to discern his thoughts. Just as he was about to say something to provoke Xie Jinyang, Song Zhiliao moved. Pixiu. The greyish-white cat, fixated on Xie Zhao, bared its teeth in an instant. With a smile, Song Zhiliao observed the abrupt change in Xie Zhao's expression and delivered a blatant threat, if you utter another word, I shall unleash it upon you. Xie Zhao's countenance darkened considerably. He had initially noted that the beast beside Song Zhiliao possessed considerable strength, yet its lack of overt danger had lulled him into a false sense of security. Now, as its docile facade faded, its ferocity was laid bare. Having spent years on the main planet, Xie Zhao had always been accompanied by guards even near forests. The last encounter with a formidable bird merely resulted in a trade for a beast. The thought of that creature, which could only comprehend human speech, left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. He had never encountered such a unique beast, yet his mental strength was utterly insufficient to mark it. Gritting his teeth, Xie Zhao turned to Song Zhiliao and questioned, how could your mental strength be at Class F? The beast known as Pixiu was undoubtedly of a high level, reminiscent of the powerful bird he had encountered. It was inconceivable that Song Zhiliao could command such a creature with merely Class F mental strength. Song Zhiliao offered no reply, merely patting Pixiu's head, prompting the grey cat to step forward. As Pixiu advanced towards Xie Zhao, the threat in her eyes became increasingly pronounced. Xie Zhao muttered a curse under his breath, leaving behind the words, "You better think it over," before vanishing from sight. Song Zhiliao sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding space and her eyes flickered. He runs quite fast, she murmured, then turned to approach Xie Jinyang with Pixiu in tow. Upon reaching Xie Jinyang's side, she intended to speak, but he interrupted her, stating, "Let us go." Walking silently beside him, Song Zhiliao could feel that Xie Jinyang's mood was somewhat amiss. If the previous Xie Jinyang was akin to a thin layer of ice on a winter lake, now he resembled a solid block of ice. If they continued in silence, he might just become an unyielding glacier. What did you hear just now? Song Zhiliao boldly broke the silence, unflinchingly choosing to dismantle any potential bombshells lurking between them. Meeting her fearless gaze, Xie Jinyang's violet eyes flickered, his emotions further withdrawn. I heard nearly everything, he replied. Song Zhiliao asserted, I never intended to agree. Millimeter. The Zhuqiu in her mind and Pixiu walking alongside them fell into a mutual silence. It was the first time such an explanation was given, and yet Xie Jinyang had acquiesced. Then why are you unhappy? Song Zhiliao inquired, puzzled. She sensed that Xie Jinyang's emotions were not directed at her, yet ever since encountering Xie Zhao, his mood had been less than favorable. However, Xie Jinyang did not respond to her question. Instead, he revisited the earlier matter. You could agree to him. What? Song Zhiliao was taken aback, momentarily failing to grasp Xie Jinyang's meaning. Xie Jinyang walked steadily, his breathing unruffled despite their pace. He is not wrong. This is a transaction with no drawbacks for you. If it's for my sake, then it's fine, you may consider it merely repaying the favor from the back mountain, he stated, his words slicing through the air like a drawn sword, seemingly intent on severing any ties between them. Song Jilio halted abruptly, causing Pixiu to screech to a stop just in time to avoid colliding with her. The perplexed cries of Pixiu echoed in her ears, and the Zhuqiu in her mind erupted in chaos. Meanwhile, Song Jilio was momentarily paralyzed, unsure whether to be astonished that Xie Jinyang had recognized her or to refute his assertions. Xie Jinyang stood quietly, allowing Song Jilio to scrutinize him, his violet eyes devoid of sorrow or joy. Witnessing his demeanor ignited a surge of anger within her. She was too preoccupied to contemplate Xie Jinyang's recognition of her. It was his attitude that infuriated her. Why, she pressed, suppressing her ire. Why suggest that betraying you is a favorable transaction? Why, just weeks ago, had he been upset with her for betting against him, only to now regard himself as a mere pawn? Why the facade of calmness, as if he had long since acclimatized to this? Because it is a fact, Xie Jinyang replied. Song Jilio maintained her composure, questioning, what benefit does that afford you? A transaction with no drawbacks for me, what about you? Xie Jinyang fell silent for a moment. It's merely being eliminated. No, it was far more than mere elimination. Being betrayed was certainly not a pleasant experience. Song Jilio realized that Xie Jinyang had not placed himself in a position of potential selection. Therefore, he merely analyzed from her perspective what she stood to gain. Only with leverage could one be chosen, and thus when that leverage was to be utilized, it was also expected to be discarded. He had become that discarded leverage. Is this what Xie Jinyang meant? Confusion clouded Song Jilio's eyes. She did not wish to engage in a debate with him. Instead, she stated plainly, Xie Jinyang, you are not a pawn. At least not in my eyes. Song Jilio articulated each word with conviction. Therefore, I do not need to barter you for anything. Those things do not require others to grant me. Her experiences of wandering from a young age had taught her that one must actively strive for what they desire. Relying on others was never as dependable as relying on oneself. Hence, even if the subject of the current discourse was not Xie Jinyang, she would not use this opportunity to barter for anything. From the beginning of school until now, Xie Jinyang had treated her well, tutoring her, relinquishing points to her, and voluntarily keeping vigil through the night. She was not blind to the sincerity of others. Song Jilio disliked willfully entangling herself in consequences, yet if fate presented itself, she would not shy away. Since she could not evade Xie Jinyang, she would accept this bond. If Xie Jinyang felt anger at being treated as a wager, then it made no sense for him to voluntarily act as a pawn. Song Jilio recalled her psychologist's theories on childhood trauma. However, observing Xie Jinyang's evident refusal to engage in dialogue, she understood that this was not an opportune moment. The individual who had previously argued with her, armed with reason, now resembled someone scalded, silently fixated on the ground as they hurried along. Xie Jinyang's demeanor left Song Jilio feeling somewhat exasperated. Thus, it seemed he was indeed a problem child. Chapter 34, Speculation. Noticing Xie Jinyang's evident reluctance to discuss the topic, Song Jilio decided to change the subject. How did you recognize me? Logically, her disguise skills should not have deteriorated. As if recollecting something, Xie Jinyang's expression shifted, and Song Jilio discerned a hint of conflict on his face. Song Jilio felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. It's nothing, feel free to speak candidly, she reassured herself, mentally preparing for whatever he might say. After a brief glance to gauge her expression, Xie Jinyang finally spoke, your height is quite rare. Song Jilio, just say it, I'm obviously quite short. Perhaps it was the rapid advancement of technology in the interstellar era, or perhaps the nutritional supplements were laced with growth hormones, but the people on the streets were all remarkably tall. The average height for women had even reached 1.7 meters. Thus, in this modern context, Song Jilio's stature, which was not considered short, became somewhat conspicuous. If I had had enough to eat during my growth spurts, I wouldn't be this height, she muttered softly. What? Xie Jinyang didn't catch her words. Nothing, Song Jilio replied with a huff. She chose not to dwell on the past, knowing it wouldn't change anything. Gently, she patted the fluffy head of the Pixiu, her mood quickly lifted. Do you have any questions for me? She inquired, believing that Xie Jinyang must have many queries, such as the nature of Zhuqiu or why she had adopted a disguise. However, his response took her by surprise. No. Song Jilio was momentarily at a loss. She felt a sense of despair akin to preparing for an exam only to have the test paper snatched away at the last moment. What was worse, the person who had taken it seemed blissfully unaware of her predicament, leaving her with a mouthful of fabricated excuses. Watching Song Jilio struggle for words, Xie Jinyan's brow twitched slightly, a flicker of satisfaction at having successfully turned the tables. This time, the tables had turned indeed. Song Jilio, still unwilling to concede, asked, "Aren't you even a little curious?" Xie Jinyang replied coldly, "Not curious." HMPH. A familiar sense of helplessness washed over her. Observing Song Jilio's reluctance to divulge the truth, Xie Jinyang refrained from asking further questions, knowing that it would only lead to convoluted excuses. "Everyone has their secrets," he stated calmly. "I think I shall remain curious until you decide to share." Song Jilio's smile faltered momentarily. She scrutinized Xie Jinyang, seemingly verifying the truth of his words. Dressed in combat attire, he stood tall, with damp strands of black hair lightly sticking to his forehead, his purple eyes as serene as ever. At 186 meters, he found himself looking down at Song Jilio, a position that strained his neck, yet he showed no inclination to move, allowing her to gaze into his eyes unabashedly. Xie Jinyang presumed that Song Jilio was merely confirming his statement, but her thoughts were elsewhere. She keenly picked up on his choice of words. He said, "Wait." In his context, it suggested that the two of them would maintain a good relationship until that day. This was the first time Song Jilio had heard him mention the future, and a sense of pride welled within her. It seemed that her earlier words had indeed affected him. Stepping back under his gaze, her smile blossomed anew. "Then, until that day comes, please keep your curiosity alive." She resolved to hold on until she was ready to confide in him. Xie Jinyang appeared momentarily stunned, then offered a faint smile. "Very well." Unbeknownst to them, an invisible thread seemed to bind their fates together. An individual from another world, after multiple evasions, had initiated a pact regarding the future with someone from this realm. Curiously, a person who had never contemplated the future instinctively accepted this agreement. At that moment, both believed the future to be a distant prospect, unaware that it lay tantalizingly close. The bonds between individuals often run deeper than they realize. Inadvertently, the seeds of connection had already been sown. One could say that the pairing of the top-ranking individuals was indeed the most conspicuous combination. Within a mere half-day, Song Jilio and Xie Jinyang encountered 3 separate ambushes. However, they shared a unified approach: eliminate as many as possible. Song Jilio quickly discovered the joy of collaborating with Xie Jinyang. The movements of the vine tendrils were still noticeable. If they weren't swift enough, it was entirely feasible to dodge them with timely predictions. While Xie Jinyang's abilities could not restrain everyone, he could certainly slow their reactions by a couple of seconds. This brief pause was ample time for Song Jilio to ensnare them all. Jian Xingfei sat in the observation room, watching a group of individuals being captured on the screen, unable to suppress a grin. Song Jilio's control of the vine tendrils is incredibly adept. He turned to the chief instructor beside him, his tone laced with disbelief. Is her psychic ability and supernatural power truly classified as C? The chief instructor's lips tightened, and he refrained from addressing Jian Xingfei's inquiry. If it really is C, that would be rather abnormal. The records clearly indicated that Song Jilio's supernatural ability was related to plant growth, yet which plants could physically ensnare others? The attributes of the divine healer's kin were predominantly restorative, rarely offensive. However, Song Jilio exhibited abilities characteristic of one favored by the deity, showcasing a stark contrast to others of her rank despite her ostensibly limited talent. A bold hypothesis began to form in Jian Xingfei's mind. Do you suppose she might be a messenger of the deity? In the eyes of interstellar beings, any peculiar occurrence could be attributed to divine influence. Song Jilio's displayed abilities aligned remarkably well with the notion of divine favoritism. Naturally, the most favored would be the chosen emissary of the deity. Ach! Jian Xingfei clutched his head, having received an unexpected punch from the chief instructor, exclaiming indignantly, "Why did you hit me?" He Xiaoping cast a cool glance his way, his words dripping with schadenfreude. "Fool, do you think you can speculate about the divine?" Moreover, that deity was one of the 5 supreme gods. Jian Xingfei muttered under his breath, but those higher-ups are constantly in meetings discussing the messenger of the god of deception. Only then did he realize that a certain individual from the upper echelons was standing right beside him. Jian Xingfei quickly buried his head, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. Oh no, here comes the reprimand, he thought despondently. However, after a moment of anticipation, he was met with silence. Jian Xingfei, he discreetly glanced up at the chief instructor, only to find him showing no signs of speaking. Jian Xingfei felt puzzled. Could it be that his superior was experiencing a rare case of deafness today? Normally, if he were to gossip about the higher-ups, he would have been reprimanded mercilessly by now. Not being scolded was certainly a relief, and Jian Xingfei resigned himself to the notion that his superior was simply having an off day, returning his attention to the screen. Little did he realize that the chief instructor had not refuted his somewhat absurd conjecture at all. Chapter 35, Faith. Having resolved yet another group, Song Jihao lifted her gaze to the sky, muttering, "Time truly flies." Unbeknownst to her, the sun had already dipped halfway below the horizon. She activated her wristband to verify the rankings of herself and Xie Jinyang, and upon confirming that they were still leading by a significant margin, she relaxed her hand. Since Xie Jinyang had stated he had no need for the prize money, Song Jihao accepted the distribution of spoils with ease, having taken a few extra shots herself. Nonetheless, she ensured that their scores remained closely aligned, consistently within the top 3. After confirming that there were no more individuals approaching from their vicinity, a playful glint appeared in her eyes. Now they finally realize that neither of us is to be trifled with. Xie Jinyan's lips curled slightly, the hint of a smile in his voice, perhaps. Out of the corner of her eye, Song Jihao extended her hand, and this time, Xie Jinyang effortlessly raised his hand to meet hers in a clap. He was met with an appreciative glance from the girl. Xie Jinyang raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent. "Let us move on," Song Jihao said, placing the collected bullets into their backpacks. "We need to find a place to spend the night." They had ventured deep into the forest, where the number of strange beasts had noticeably increased. Most people would avoid them when possible, but Song Jihao needed to hunt for the creature in her sea of consciousness, so she opted to take them all. Xie Jinyang showed little interest in the beasts, often leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, waiting for her. After a day of hunting, he inquired about her first dissection of a core, and upon receiving an answer about her collecting hobby, he promptly ceased his questions. He understood that some answers could only be revealed through sustained curiosity. Satisfied with the number of cores in her bag, Song Jihao withdrew her hand, casting a glance at Xie Jinyang walking beside her. She marveled at how exceptional a partner he was, strong, reserved, and not one to pry unnecessarily. Once she confirmed Xie Jinyang's attitude, Song Jihao felt emboldened. She could sense her proficiency in dissecting cores growing, and she playfully prodded Q in her sea of consciousness, successfully arriving at a conclusion about retirement. For that, Song Jihao could only express her anticipation for that day. As they walked, she began to survey her surroundings, sensing an unsettling change. "Why does it feel increasingly desolate?" she remarked. Her concern was not about the lack of vegetation but rather the eerie absence of strange beasts, which had seemingly vanished without a trace. The chirping of birds had also faded, leaving the air unnaturally still and somewhat chilling. Xie Jinyang became aware of the same issue, his brows furrowed as he closed his eyes to sense the environment, his expression growing solemn. The abilities are also being suppressed, he concluded. He had just attempted to activate his powers. While he could still do so, the energy fluctuations were markedly weaker than before. Upon hearing Xie Jinyang's words, Song Jihao felt a chill run down her spine and tried to manipulate her spiritual energy, only to find that its speed had slowed considerably. "It feels as if something is suppressing the energy," she remarked. Perhaps due to her use of spiritual energy, although it was somewhat more challenging to control, its strength remained unchanged. In contrast, Xie Jinyang's abilities had been directly diminished. "Should we continue forward?" she asked, tilting her head to seek Xie Jinyang's opinion. Surprisingly, he responded affirmatively. Song Jihao looked at him, taken aback. In her line of sight, Xie Jinyang was staring straight ahead, his expression imbued with an inexplicable determination, as if something ahead was beckoning him. "I sense something ahead," he said. "What is it?" Song Jihao inquired. I do not know, he replied. Well, that was something. During their 2 months here, Song Jihao had grown accustomed to the occasional eccentricities of the locals. Xie Jinyang's reliance on intuition was manageable, but she feared those who dabbled in prophecy. She couldn't help but recall the cryptic words of Wen Heyu. Then let us go, she decided without hesitation. Her abilities should be sufficient to protect them both. After all, since Xie Jinyang had accompanied her in battling strange beasts, it was only fair that she join him in pursuing his intuition. You can wait for me here if you don't want to go, was what Xie Jinyang initially intended to say. Given the uncertainty that lay ahead and the risk of suppressed abilities, he assumed that Song Jihao, with her nature, would choose to remain behind. Indeed, even after merely 2 months of acquaintance, Xie Jinyang had discerned her essence. She would never involve herself in matters that did not concern her, nor would she willingly seek out trouble for herself. Her primary inclination was to evade the world. Thus far, Xie Jinyang had yet to fathom why she had been on the hillside that day or why she had jumped down from a tree to stand before him. Now that they were partners, if they were to encounter a situation akin to that night, Song Jihao might step forward. However, prior to that day, Xie Jinyang had confirmed that they were strangers. This was the enigma that eluded him. Let us move on. Xie Jinyang did not dwell on the matter further. He had a sense that when the day they had agreed upon arrived, all his questions would find resolution. With too many uncertainties, Song Jihao decided to extend her spiritual awareness, allowing her to sense any potential dangers in advance. The nearby Pishio also sensed her vigilance, its golden eyes narrowing slightly. However, like their surroundings, there was no trace of any strange beasts within the area covered by her awareness, as if they were the only 2 living beings in this expanse. Embracing the philosophy of maintaining stability amidst change, Song Jihao resolved to observe the situation unfold. The silence was unnerving, and she felt an uneasy apprehension creeping in. Xie Jinyang, does your family truly have no divine envoy? Song Jihao attempted to break the stillness with conversation. It seems everyone says they come from the Xie family. Moreover, during their classes, the instructors often directed their gazes toward Xie Jinyang, evidently observing him. Our direct lineage does not, Xie Jinyang replied in a calm voice. Noticing her genuine curiosity, he elaborated a bit more than usual. On the night the divine monument illuminated, the family had summoned all the members to check for divine emblems. The divine emblem was a mark of the divine envoy, one that every chosen envoy bore. Yet, since the 5 supreme deities had never selected any envoys, people remained unaware of what the divine emblems looked like. That night, it was confirmed that none from our direct lineage bore one, Xie Jinyang continued. Those with high innate abilities were all gathered in the main family. If even they lacked such marks, he thought little of the others. Oh, Song Jihao mused, pondering a question. Do the divine emblems always remain visible? Xie Jinyang shook his head slightly. I'm not sure. It was said that the divine emblem of a lower deity appeared on the envoy like a tattoo, but no one dared to speculate about the supreme deities. I see, Song Jihao replied, jesting. Perhaps the deities have chosen you, but the emblem just hasn't manifested yet. Xie Jinyang detected the playful tone in her voice and responded with a hint of teasing. I believe the deities would not select someone who does not believe in them. There was some truth to that. Song Jihao shrugged, feigning disappointment as she said, Oh well, that's unfortunate. The Pishio echoed her sentiment with a mock roar. If you were to become a divine envoy, perhaps I could benefit from that. Xie Jinyang chuckled softly, that might disappoint you. Song Jihao huffed lightly. Chapter 36, The Temple. The 2 individuals wandered intermittently through the forest for over half an hour. Song Jihao brushed aside yet another leaf that nearly struck her face, a hint of irritation gracing her features. Why are the plants here so enormous? The vegetation was both tall and robust, clearly flourishing in this environment. Xie Jinyang deftly dodged the leaf that rebounded after her swipe, and upon noticing the situation behind him, Song Jihao felt a rare twinge of embarrassment. My apologies, she said, having been so engrossed in their journey that she momentarily forgot there was someone trailing behind her. The forest was stiflingly warm, and beads of perspiration were nearly saturating their hair. Xie Jinyan's tousled strands had already succumbed to dampness, clinging to his forehead. He pressed his wrist against his brow, the fabric absorbing the sweat that threatened to drip down, leaving his sleeve noticeably darker. Glancing at Xie Jinyan's condition, Song Zhiliu found it somewhat perplexing. Surely, he must be sensitive to temperature. Observing the volume of sweat he was producing, she furrowed her brow, wondering if it was excessive. "Are you all right?" she inquired, slowing her pace to walk alongside him. "Fine," Xie Jinyang nodded, aware of her concern. His voice was low and steady. "It's nothing, I've been like this since childhood." Upon hearing this, Song Zhiliu chose not to press further. She turned her gaze towards the quiet Pai Xiu accompanying them and couldn't resist giving its head a gentle pat. Roar! The Pai Xiu looked at her in confusion. Song Zhiliu exclaimed, wrapping her arms around it, "What a magnificent creature!" It not only guided them but allowed for affectionate touches, truly an essential companion in the forest. After traversing a bit further, their vision suddenly expanded before them. "What is this?" Song Zhiliu gasped, astonished by the structure that emerged from the woods, seemingly an unexpected sanctuary within the forest. In this mist-laden grove, it appeared as though an invisible barrier shielded the area, preventing any fog from encroaching. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows upon the white edifice. Time had etched its marks upon the stone walls, yet one could still sense its former grandeur and enigma. The grand entrance of the temple stood ajar, adorned with intricate carvings depicting ancient symbols that Song Zhiliu had never encountered before. A profound aura of mystery enveloped the place. Xie Jinyan's expression darkened as he beheld the symbols on the door. He recognized them from the ancestral altar of his family. The altar dedicated to their deities featured custom-carved symbols that closely resembled those on the temple door, clearly belonging to the same linguistic system. A conjecture began to form in his mind. Just as they were about to step inside, the Pai Xiu abruptly halted. Song Zhiliu looked over in puzzlement. "What's wrong?" However, the Pai Xiu merely gazed at her gently, showing no intention of moving forward. She understood its implication. "All right, then you can find a place to wait for us." The Pai Xiu let out a low growl before vanishing into the thicket. Song Zhiliu recognized this as its consent. "Then let us proceed," Xie Jinyang affirmed. Upon entering, they were greeted by a colossal statue, and in that moment, Xie Jinyang's suspicions were confirmed. This is the temple of the god of deception. Unlike the gatherings organized by the acolytes outside, temples can only be established in places where divine miracles have been witnessed. They are also referred to as traces of divine existence. The god of deception. Song Zhiliu was taken aback by Xie Jinyang's explanation regarding the temple. So the instructors were telling the truth all along. Xie Jinyang countered, "Did you believe it was false?" "I thought they were just spinning tales," Song Zhiliu admitted, scratching her face awkwardly. This was her first encounter with a divine statue in this world. She turned to Xie Jinyang, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. "Have you seen it before?" "I have," he succinctly replied. "The Xie family is a benefactor of the Divine Assembly. They possess one there." "Is it of this size?" she queried. "No," he replied, the statue within the assembly was no taller than 5 meters, while the one before them must have been at least 20. Squinting against the sunlight, Song Zhiliu attempted to discern the statue's features, yet found that what she had just seen slipped from her memory in an instant. She didn't believe her recollection could falter so drastically. After relaying this peculiar experience to Xie Jinyang, she noted his lack of surprise. "Do you know the reason?" she asked. Xie Jinyang murmured softly, "The visage of the deity is not to be glimpsed." Song Zhiliu. "Well, I suppose it's apparent that your divine beings value their privacy." This thought prompted her to muse, wondering if the concealment were due to an unsightly appearance. Just as she finished her internal jest, a voice laden with ire echoed nearby, a sound reminiscent of a sardonic chuckle, as if born from exasperation. "Song Zhiliu, why does that tone seem so familiar?" It instantly reminded her of a voice from the previous night. Stealing a glance at Xie Jinyang, who was fixated on the divine statue, she hesitated but ultimately refrained from speaking. The voice bore no malice, and she decided to wait a moment longer. Xie Jinyang frowned as he gazed upward at the statue in the center of the temple. Being a member of the Xie family, he had encountered many miniature versions of divine statues within the assembly, enabling him to identify this as the god of deception by its attire. Sunlight streamed down from above, enveloping the statue in a radiant halo while illuminating a small patch at his feet. Tears welled in his eyes from the brightness, yet he showed no inclination to blink, his gaze fixated on the statue above. It was not an illusion. Xie Jinyan's heart sank, despite having failed to discern the deity's features during countless visits to the assembly. Just moments ago, it felt as though the mist had parted, gradually revealing the deity's visage to his eyes. Although he could not fully see the face, he could discern the color of the deity's eyes. They were not the cold stone hue he had anticipated, but rather a deep, tranquil purple, eerily similar to that of the Xie family. In this vast and enigmatic temple, Xie Jinyang began to ponder the relationship between the Xie family and the deity. The association of the god of deception with the Xie family stemmed from their generations of devotion to the deity and their notable standing within the federation. Until now, it had merely been a one-sided relationship of acolyte and deity. However, upon gazing into those purple eyes, he began to question whether their connection was truly limited to that of deity and acolyte. After observing for a moment longer, he noted that while the eye colors were similar, the expression emanating from the deity was one of indifference and coldness, entirely contrasting with the affable nature of the Xie family. In a fleeting moment, Xie Jinyang felt as though the purple eyes shifted slightly amidst the sunlight. Dust danced in the air, and two pairs of similar eyes inadvertently collided in the space between them. Xie Jinyang stumbled back a step. What's wrong? Song Jiliao was startled by his sudden movement. Xie Jinyang lifted his gaze once more, only to find the eyes remained fixed ahead, indifferent to who stood beneath them. It's nothing, he ultimately replied, shaking his head. Perhaps it was merely an illusion caused by the glaring sunlight. Chapter 37. The illusion. Just as the two intended to venture further inside, a familiar figure emerged from a small door to their oblique front. Upon recognizing the visitor, Song Jiliao muttered softly, "Why does this person never seem to leave?" A hint of impatience also marred Xie Jinyang's brow. Despite their evident disdain, the individual across from them possessed an uncanny ability to disregard other sentiments. "Hello, you two, long time no see," Xie Zhao greeted with a disingenuous cheerfulness. Song Jiliao rolled her eyes without reservation, while Xie Jinyang's expression turned utterly devoid of emotion. "Xie Zhao, don't cause trouble," he stated flatly. At this, Xie Zhao appeared to stumble upon an amusing revelation. "Erji, are you angry?" It was truly entertaining. It seemed he rarely witnessed Xie Jinyang display such overt emotion since that incident. Xie Zhao's gaze shifted to Song Jiliao, now tinged with an inquisitive undertone. Was it because of her? Upon hearing Xie Zhao refer to Xie Jinyang as Erji, Song Jiliao winced, her teeth gritting at such a sarcastic tone. When Xie Zhao's gaze turned towards her, she shot him a defiant glare in return. "Song, are you really not considering my offer?" Xie Zhao leaned against the white pillars of the temple, his words directed at Song Jiliao, yet his expression bore a taunting smile aimed at Xie Jinyang. "Get lost," Song Jiliao retorted sharply. She was thoroughly exasperated with Xie Zhao, who clung to them like a stubborn adhesive, always seeking to provoke Xie Jinyang. "What a pity," Xie Zhao feigned remorse, seemingly sincere in his concern for Song Jiliao, yet she could unmistakably discern the malice lurking in his eyes. Under their watchful gazes, Xie Zhao withdrew a piece of purple crystal from his pocket. As her eyes met the crystal, Xie Jinyang's pupils constricted sharply, his voice dropping ominously. "Xie Zhao, what do you intend to do?" Xie Zhao's lips curled into a mischievous smirk, a thick malevolence brewing in his eyes. "Erji, it's quite normal for mishaps to occur in a place where deities slumber, don't you think?" Xie Jinyang quickly grasped Xie Zhao's intentions. Without hesitation, he turned to Song Jiliao and barked, "Leave." "Too late, Erji." Xie Zhao's grin widened grotesquely. Before anyone could react, he infused energy into the purple crystal, and in the next moment, that energy surged exponentially, sweeping towards them like a tornado. Accompanied by the piercing cry of the vermilion bird in her consciousness, a powerful wave of dizziness engulfed Song Jiliao. In the final second before her eyes shut, she heard Xie Zhao's voice, now sharp and jagged. "A mother's debt must be repaid by her child. Xie Jinyang, your demise is well deserved." Darkness, an all-consuming darkness. Song Jilio felt as if she were submerged in a viscous liquid, her limbs weighted down, her eyelids seemingly glued shut. She struggled to open her eyes, but to no avail. Amidst her turmoil, that familiar voice re-emerged in her ears. "How did you end up here?" the voice sighed with a hint of resignation. "Oh well, perhaps this is what bonds us." "TSK, this is quite the backdoor entry," a whisper echoed clearly in the darkness. Song Jilio wished to question what backdoor was being referred to, but her mouth remained stubbornly shut. In the next instant, she felt a hand gently placed over her eyes. The temperature of the hand was cool, unlike any human warmth. However, before she could ponder further, the familiar sensation of dizziness enveloped her once more. Song Jilio, what on earth does this person intend to do? Forced into unconsciousness again, Song Jilio harbored tears of resentment within her heart. Yet, this time, awakening from the darkness proved unexpectedly effortless. The dizziness had vanished completely, allowing her to survey her current predicament. Before her lay a room, adorned in a common interstellar design style, albeit with a notably cold palette. Even the bed linens were grey. It felt reminiscent of a space inhabited by an adult male, which was Song Jilio's immediate impression. After confirming the presence of the vermilion bird in her consciousness, she felt a slight relief and began to contemplate her situation. Judging by the circumstances, she surmised she was trapped within an illusion. Song Jilio mentally replayed the events. She recalled Xie Jinyang mentioning that Xie Zhao possessed the ability to create illusions, though his power was certainly not this formidable. Thus, the purple crystal must possess the capacity to amplify his abilities. What a troublesome artifact, she thought with a low click of her tongue, inwardly hoping it was a one-time use. Xie Zhao's target appeared to be Xie Jinyang. She was merely a scapegoat caught in the crossfire. Nevertheless, Song Jilio bore no resentment. She had prepared for the consequences of choosing to stand by Xie Jinyang long ago, and the current scenario was within her expectations. Accepting bonds necessitates accepting risks, a realization Song Jilio had long since embraced. Although the dangers of this illusion remained unclear, it was prudent to find a way out sooner rather than later. With that thought, she began to search the room. However, after a thorough examination, her countenance grew heavy as she returned to her original spot. She felt an overwhelming sense of incongruity within the room. Despite its appearance as an adult's quarters, the bookshelf was filled with children's literature, and the drawing pad on the desk bore the tender strokes of a child's hand. Adults do not read children's books nor possess such handwriting. The room's various signs indicated it belonged to a child of tender years. Song Jilio reassessed the room's design, deeming it utterly unsuitable for a child's habitation. The colors were excessively somber, and the style oppressive. Most troubling was that every sharp corner of the furniture posed a danger. While an adult would not collide with them, a child could easily sustain an injury from a slip. Song Jilio furrowed her brow, pondering what kind of family would allow a child to reside in such a room. When she was taken in by the old man, she was not particularly young, and he was hardly the nurturing type. Yet, as an orphan, her expectations were minimal. As long as she did not go hungry and had clothes to wear, she was content. However, there was an incident when she slipped while passing the dining table, her forehead colliding with a sharp edge, blood gushing forth. That day ended with the old man rushing her to the hospital for 5 stitches, and upon their return, every corner of the house was meticulously padded. Song Jilio was uncertain whether the family was unaware of the danger or indifferent towards it. Yet, for some reason, she hoped it was the former. Apart from the room, she discovered something else. Her reflection was conspicuously absent from the mirror. The absence of her image indicated that, within this illusion, she did not qualify as a person. Song Jilio leaned towards the notion that she existed in a state akin to a soul. It remained unclear whether others could perceive her. Just as she resolved to open the door and verify, the bedroom door swung open from the outside. A small boy stepped slowly into the room. Chapter 38. A young Xie Jinyang. Song Jilio stood resolutely in the center of the room, visible to anyone who entered. Upon hearing the sound of the door lock, she instinctively sought to conceal herself. However, the sparse furnishings of the room offered no refuge. Just as she prepared to crawl beneath the bed, it was already too late. A young boy had pushed the door open, and their eyes met directly. Song Jilio's breath hitched for 2 seconds, then, she quickly realized that the child's pupils held no reflection of her presence. He could not see her. A sudden wave of relief washed over her. She certainly did not wish to encounter a surprise visitor right away. with her mind slightly eased, Song Jili began to scrutinize the little boy before her. Upon his entrance, she had noticed that he possessed a pair of violet eyes strikingly similar to Xie Jinyan's. Those violet eyes were a distinctive feature of the Xie family, and in that instant, Song Jili recognized her whereabouts. This was Xie Jinyan's illusion. Typically, the content of an illusion is related to the individual it affects. Given that Song Jili had no connection to the Xie family, and this place evidently centered around them, the illusion could only belong to Xie Jinyang. But where was Xie Jinyang? Casting a glance at the child, Song Jili resolved to venture out in search of him, yet, just a few steps out of the room, an invisible force suddenly pulled her back, and in the next moment, she found herself returned to her original spot. Song Jili was bewildered. What on earth? Undeterred, she attempted to leave once more, only to reluctantly accept the reality. Within this illusion, she was unable to distance herself more than 2 meters from the child. Coming to terms with this limitation left her somewhat exasperated. She gazed at the child, who remained seated on the floor, showing no inclination to move. If he did not budge, neither could she. Her desire to seek out someone was thus forcibly halted, and Song Jili could only sit beside the child and watch him play with building blocks. The child appeared to be quite young, perhaps 3 or 4 years old, resembling a little dumpling. Existing in a spiritual state, Song Jili felt no chill from the wooden floor beneath her, yet she couldn't help but wonder about the child's comfort. She tilted her head toward the window, observing that the leaves on the trees had turned completely yellow, ready to be swept away by the wind. It was evidently late autumn. She mused about the child's predicament, feeling somewhat helpless that he hadn't thought to sit on the bed. The Zhuqiu in her consciousness sensed her thoughts and hesitantly spoke up. Gigi, it seems he can't climb onto the bed. Restricted by something within the illusion, Zhuqiu could not emerge from Song Jili's consciousness, yet it could still perceive the outside world through her eyes. The bed in the bedroom was quite high, far too elevated for a 3-year-old to scale alone. Following Zhuqiu's suggestion, Song Jili became aware of this situation. She quickly noted that not only the bed, but also the stool in front of the desk was high, making it impossible for the little dumpling to ascend on his own. Song Jili genuinely felt that this family was ill-equipped for child-rearing. With the child immobile, she too found herself unable to move, so she resigned herself to sitting beside him, observing his play with the building blocks. After a while, she discovered that the little dumpling's emotions appeared remarkably stable. The blocks he played with resembled the Lego of her world. Some blocks, once incorrectly placed, were difficult to disassemble, yet the child exhibited no impatience, quietly engaging with the blocks. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the daylight outside gradually faded. Just as Song Jili stifled a yawn from growing weariness, the previously silent door was suddenly graced by the sound of approaching footsteps. After a brief moment, the door was knocked upon. "Young master, the head of the family requests your presence for dinner." At this, the little dumpling set aside the blocks he had been playing with, rising from the floor as he responded, "Coming." This was the first time Song Jili heard his voice. Besides the inherent innocence of his age, it was soft and somewhat tender, as though he seldom spoke. Finally free to move, Song Jili felt a surge of emotion. Following the little dumpling out, she was struck by the sheer size of the house. Having glanced down from the window, she calculated that they were likely on the 3rd floor. Upon exiting, she clearly observed the staircase that continued to extend upward. She clicked her tongue. Indeed, poverty had limited her imagination. Glancing down at the little one at her feet, Song Jili was unsure of how many times she had frowned that day. The villa featured a spiral staircase, the solid wood steps winding down, with the chandelier above casting dazzling light that made her feel dizzy. Anyone entering through the front door would undoubtedly admire the opulent design, yet standing on the staircase, all Song Jili felt was disorientation. If it affected an adult so, one could only imagine the impact on a child. The little dumpling clutched the handrail beside him, his eyes focused intently on the steps beneath him, carefully descending one step at a time. His concentration was palpable, as if fearing that a misstep might send him tumbling down. After merely one level, a sheen of sweat had already formed on his forehead. The entire villa was eerily quiet. Neither the maid who had knocked nor the so-called head of the family were in sight. As Song Jili fixated on the child's feet, anxiety surged uncontrollably within her. She was entirely at the mercy of this young boy, and for reasons unknown, she fervently wished for his safety. Fortunately, the soft little dumpling reached the ground floor unscathed. The first floor of the villa housed the living and dining rooms, and from the staircase, Song Jili beheld a man and woman seated at the dining table, facing each other in silence. These appeared to be the child's parents, and Song Jili felt a twinge of discontent. They were seated there, yet neither made any move to embrace the child. Did they not realize how easily this little one could tumble down the staircase? The child's footsteps were light, barely making a sound as he touched the ground, yet the man at the dining table immediately sensed the disturbance. "Jin Yang, come here," he beckoned with a smile. Wait a moment, who is he calling? Jin Yang, with violet eyes and a name containing those two characters, she recognized only one. Song Jili's eyes widened as she glanced down at the little dumpling. "No, you are Xie Jin Yang," Zhu Qiu erupted in her consciousness. "Is this the same person?" Both human and beast fell into a stunned silence. The obedient little dumpling before her, so different from the cold and indifferent Xie Jin Yang, was indeed the same individual, a revelation that felt like the greatest jest of the year. Bound by the 2-meter limitation, Song Jili was compelled to follow the little dumpling forward, her lips muttering, "This can't be, how is this possible?" In Xie Jinyan's illusion, a child with violet eyes, forced to remain by his side. If presented with these clues, Song Jili would have deduced that this child was likely Xie Jin Yang, yet, having first encountered the child's gentle and soft side, she had not imagined him to be Xie Jin Yang at all. And yet, fate is a curious thing. Song Jili sighed deeply, rubbing her face. She rallied herself. It was fine, at least she need not search for anyone anymore. Beside her, the little Xie had already climbed onto a chair, and Song Jili resolutely sat beside him, directing her gaze toward the other two individuals at the dining table. Chapter 39, Dinner at the beckoning of Xie Haoyi. Xie Tuanzi hurriedly dashed to his side and took a seat, his little short legs almost smoking from the effort. Had it not been for Song Jili's significantly longer legs, she might have struggled to keep pace. The dining table was long, with numerous seats, and after the child settled down, several spots remained vacant beside him, prompting Song Jili to select the nearest one. She lifted her gaze to the woman across from her. A maid had just approached to inquire about serving the dishes, addressing her as a madam. She must be Xie Jinyan's mother. However, observing the woman's demeanor, Song Jili felt something was amiss. Seated across from her were clearly her husband and son, yet she wore an expression devoid of emotion, her eyes strikingly vacant. Even Xie Tuanzi's arrival failed to elicit any change in her countenance. Turning her attention to the man referred to as head of the family, Xie Haoyi, she noted the perpetual smile gracing his lips, as though he had long since grown accustomed to the scene before him. "How have the past few days been?" Xie Haoyi inquired with a smile directed at Xie Jin Yang. "Quite well," Xie Tuanzi replied dutifully, "though I do miss my father a bit." Upon hearing Xie Jinyan's response, Xie Haoyi let out a hearty laugh, subsequently promising, "All right, I shall endeavor to be home more often." "Good," Xie Tuanzi nodded earnestly. Their exchange bore the hallmark of a typical, heartwarming father-son interaction, yet, as an observer, Song Jili could not shake the sense of discord. Her gaze fell upon Xie Haoyi's ostensibly perfect gentle smile, and she envisioned a mask of smiles. Having experienced a childhood of wondering, she was acutely sensitive to the expressions of others, well aware that each individual conveyed emotions in their own unique manner. Xie Haoyi's smile seemed excessively formulaic. Temporarily setting aside this peculiar observation, Song Jili refrained from hastily drawing conclusions. The world is vast and replete with wonders. Moreover, she had never engaged with the role of a father. She continued to observe the dynamics at the dining table. The maid sufficiently brought forth all the dishes, and Song Jili estimated that at least 5 distinct faces had appeared in the process. The sense of dissonance intensified. The Xie family was not lacking in maids, with at least 5 solely dedicated to the kitchen. Why then, did they not place a few near the child? Much like the staircase situation earlier, having someone accompany him would have ensured greater safety. Furthermore, could a father who professed such love for his child truly leave him in such a room? Her unease grew, yet witnessing Xie Tuanzi's unabashed reliance on his father made her hesitate. The conversation at the dining table continued. "Let us eat," Xie Haoyi declared, and the sound of clinking utensils filled the air. Observing Xie Tuanzi struggling yet again to grasp their food, she glanced at Xie Haoi's reaction and her conviction solidified. He did not appear to cherish Xie Jinyang as much as he pretended, or perhaps he simply did not care. Despite being merely 3 years old, Xie Tuanzi used adult chopsticks, and out of 10 attempts to pick up food, he was lucky to succeed thrice, yet the man beside him remained indifferent. Song Zhiliu noticed the reflection of Xie Jinyang's struggle in Xie Haoi's pupils, but he merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting his gaze. In those identical violet eyes, she discerned a clear expression of annoyance and impatience. He seemed to reproach a mere 3-year-old for his inability to use chopsticks properly. Furrowing her brow, Song Zhiliu watched Xie Jinyang, who, unable to pick up food, resorted to voraciously consuming rice, and her thoughts spiraled. No wonder this child appeared so thin. At this age, a bit of baby fat on the face was entirely normal, yet Xie Jinyang's chin was quite sharp, giving him a rather gaunt appearance. His little arms and legs bore little flesh as well. Song Zhiliu was at a loss, living in such a grand house yet unable to nourish her child properly. Though she had experienced a period of wandering in her youth, she had managed to care for herself adequately. One must consider the villagers' penchant for cooking with oil back then. From her earliest memories, she had been in that village, scavenging leftovers until her mouth was often greasy. On unfortunate occasions, she would receive a bowl of food from kind-hearted families. Later, when taken in by an old man, her life, while not affluent, at least included adequate meals. Now, looking at Xie Jinyang, who was solely focused on shoveling rice, she found Xie Haoi unreliable and thus placed her hopes on the so-called Madame Xie. However, what filled her with greater despair was that, despite Xie Haoi occasionally lifting his gaze to check on Xie Jinyang, the woman across, Madame Xie, did not even glance up. Moreover, she only picked from the dishes directly in front of her. After several observations, Song Zhiliu confirmed she had not erred. Wherever Xie Haoi had taken food from, Madame Xie would refrain from serving herself from there again, even if she had just taken a piece a moment prior. During the meal, Xie Tuanzi would attempt to converse with Madame Xie. Her responses were always perfectly composed, devoid of any flaws, yet, after replying, she would not spare him a second glance. Song Zhiliu increasingly found this family incomprehensible. Beneath the surface of a seemingly harmonious atmosphere lay turbulent undercurrents. The father observed his son's plight with cold indifference, the wife harbored undisguised disdain for her husband, and both displayed utter disregard for the father-son duo. This was far from a typical family dynamic. Ju Qiu, residing in her consciousness, pondered, has the manner of interaction among blood relatives devolved to this? The divine beast had long been in slumber, estranged from human society. Since arriving at Song Zhiliu's home, it had often found itself alone with her, so it lacked a concept of familial interaction. The old man frequently absent, Ju Qiu felt a closer bond with Song Zhiliu than with him. In a household with one person and 4 beasts, despite the absence of blood ties, Ju Qiu had always believed they lived joyfully. It had assumed that blood relatives would be even closer. Yet witnessing the Xie family's interactions left Ju Qiu feeling uncertain. Certainly not, Song Zhiliu replied emphatically. The swiftness of her response seemed to stem from a fear of instilling erroneous notions in her own child, though she had no awareness of the peculiarity in referring to a divine beast that had lived for millennia as a child. Ju Qiu naturally chose to trust Song Zhiliu, so there is something wrong with them. Song Zhiliu nodded affirmatively. The aid of harmony between the couple belied a profound disconnection, and the father-son relationship, while appearing warm, could only be likened to a staged performance. It seemed that all actions were merely for the eyes of others. The only genuine affection appeared to emanate from Xie Tuanzi. Song Zhiliu gazed helplessly at Xie Jinyang, who was deeply engrossed in his rice. Accustomed to the astuteness of Xie Jinyang, it was truly challenging to confront the unadulterated innocence of Xie Tuanzi. The world of a child is indeed small, parents alone suffice to constitute their entire universe. He stood as if in the eye of a storm, oblivious to the devastation wrought by the fierce winds surrounding him, believing himself to possess the happiest of families. Chapter 40, The Quarrel. I have something to say. Xie Haoi set down his chopsticks, took the towel handed to him by the maid, and wiped his mouth before speaking. Xie Jinyang, with a mouthful of rice, glanced at his father and mumbled, "Father, what is it?" His gaze fell on the grains of rice at the corner of Jinyan's mouth, causing Xie Haoyi to furrow his brows momentarily before relaxing them. His tone carried a hint of reproach as he said, Jinyang, finish your food before you speak. After puffing his cheeks a few times, Jinyang hastily swallowed the rice and looked back up at Xie Haoyi. The child's eyes sparkled with a desire for praise. However, Xie Haoyi had already shifted his attention, directing his gaze towards the woman seated across the table, and with his usual smile, he delivered a piece of news. Next week, I will bring CSI back. Songji was momentarily taken aback, feeling unfamiliar with the name. This sense of unfamiliarity was echoed in Xie Shouchuanzi. Father, who is CSI? He asked with confusion. Xie Haoyi gently ruffled his hair, his tone mild, yet his words left the child perplexed. He is Jinyan's older brother. At his age, he had a rudimentary understanding of such titles and relationships. Is he another child of Mother S? Then why have I never seen him? The child's face was marked with clear confusion, unable to comprehend why he was referred to as brother when he had never encountered him. Xie Haoyi opened his mouth to respond but was abruptly interrupted by a cold voice. He is the child of another woman. All eyes at the dining table suddenly converged on Chu Wenqiang. The woman's expression shifted from her previous neutrality to one of biting sarcasm. Do not speak such things in front of our son, Xie Haoyi admonished her. HMPH. Chu Wenqiang scoffed, finding his pretentious demeanor detestable. Isn't it natural for people to discuss what they've done? Initially, you allowed CSI to be sent to the orphanage. Now, how convenient that you remember you have a son. Enough. Infuriated by Chu Wenqiang's words, Xie Haoyi seized a nearby bowl and hurled it across the table, which she narrowly avoided by tilting. The porcelain bowl shattered upon impact with the floor, the sharp sound leaving behind a scattering of fragments and an echo that lingered in the air.at some point. All the maids had quietly retreated, leaving the expansive room with just the three of them. With no one else present, Xie Haoyi abandoned all restraint, his previously gentle demeanor swiftly turning frigid. Chu Wenqiang, mind your language. Chu Wenqiang met his icy gaze without a hint of fear. Xie Haoyi. She addressed him directly, each syllable enunciated with intensity. You think you can keep those vile deeds hidden for a lifetime? I certainly can, Xie Haoyi retorted, unfazed by her threat. After all, CSI is merely a child I adopted. He is your biological son. Completely taken aback by Xie Haoyi's intentions, Chu Wenqiang shot up from her seat in shock. If I were to publicly disclose his true identity, do you believe your position as the lady of this household would remain secure? He propped his head up with one hand, a smile returning to his lips as he regarded Chu Wenqiang with an expression that seemed genuinely concerned for her. Yet, his words appeared to strike a nerve within her, causing her hands to tremble at her sides. I never wanted this position. Her voice quivered violently, prompting Songji to glance at her in concern. Xie Haoyi, however, remained unfazed, his tone steady as he delivered his weighty words. But you can no longer step down, can you? His final retort coiled around Chu Wenqiang's neck like a venomous serpent, rendering her speechless. The quarrel at the dining table concluded with her silence. The sudden clash between parents caught Xie Shouchuanzi off guard. Still reeling from the revelation of an older brother, he was thrust into another tumultuous vortex. The chilling words and escalating emotions left him unable to interject. Children often harbor an innate fear of their parents' conflicts, and Songji observed as his complexion turned pale, his fingers gripping the chopsticks ever tighter, his entire being seemingly engulfed in an unknown dread. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Songji instinctively reached out to pat his head in a gesture of comfort, only to find AIR.IT was then she realized her current state. The illusion had chosen to render her a mere spectator, and thus she could only watch. With a sigh, she continued to observe the unfolding scene at the table. Xie Haoyi had already taken his leave, while Chu Wenqiang seemed ensnared by the weight of her own words, staring blankly at the table, radiating an aura of despair. Moments later, Songji caught a fleeting glimpse of tears shimmering in her eyes. Xie Shouchuanzi, sensing his mother's emotional turmoil, scrambled down from his chair and gradually made his way to Chu Wenqiang's side. Mom, are you okay? His youthful violet eyes brimmed with concern. At his words, Ju Wencheung lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with conflict as they met Xie Jinyan's. Song Ji could vaguely discern the turmoil within her. It seemed that her marriage to Xie Haoyi was not what she desired. She even harbored resentment towards him, thus, her feelings towards Xie Jinyang were complex, torn between her inability to confront his father and the maternal instinct surging within her. She grappled with a fierce internal struggle. These two powerful emotions intertwined, yet perhaps due to the recent heated exchange, her disdain for Xie Haoyi prevailed. Under Jinyang's hopeful gaze, Ju Wencheung abruptly withdrew her hand that had reached towards his head, turning her face away in a dismissive manner, her tone icy. "Finish your meal and return to your room." The implication of sending him away was unmistakable. Disheartened, Xie Shaochuanzi lowered his head, striving to compose himself, and offered Ju Wencheung a soft smile. "Okay, Mom, I'll be good, please don't be upset." In a place unseen by others, the glimmer of tears in Ju Wencheung's eyes shone brighter. Songji followed Xie Jinyang back to his room. Sitting on the floor, she propped her chin in her hand, watching as he quietly resumed playing with his building blocks, letting out a soft sigh. How had she not noticed in school how adept he was at comforting himself? Despite having gained nothing and feeling upset, he still wished for his mother to be happy. Songji couldn't help but marvel at the powerful bond of blood. Over the past 18 years, she had rarely pondered what it would be like to have parents, believing it unnecessary, yet, she had to admit that the allure of blood ties was impossible to overlook. Chapter 41, Conversations in the Study. Just when she thought that Xie Shituan would once again immerse himself in silence, diligently assembling blocks for several hours, the blocks were suddenly placed onto the floor by someone. Song Jijiao, she gazed in bewilderment at the little figure who had suddenly stood up, unable to comprehend his intentions. The small fists at his sides were clenched tightly, as if he had made some silent resolution. Xie Jinyang pushed the door open and stepped outside. Song Jijiao, still in a daze, followed closely behind him. On the familiar wooden spiral staircase, Xie Jinyang carefully ascended, recalling the location of his father's study. Today marked the first time he had witnessed a quarrel between his parents. Although the dining table was typically serene, his mother had never before exhibited such hysteria as she did today. Due to his precociousness, Xie Jinyang was already familiar with many characters at his age. Apart from assembling blocks, he often indulged in reading. He vaguely sensed that his father and mother were unlike the families depicted in picture books, yet he also understood that every family had its own unique dynamics. Thus, he continued to find joy in his daily life. However, the sudden eruption of his parents' argument left him feeling deeply unsettled. Moreover, there was his father's unfinished word, "brother." A multitude of questions loomed before Xie Jinyang. Ultimately, he was merely a child. In moments of fear and uncertainty, he instinctively sought the solace of his most trusted father. He remembered that his father was often preoccupied with work and would retreat to the study on the 4th floor after dinner. On one occasion, he had been led there by a servant due to homework, and although he was quickly taken out by his father, he had retained the route to the study in his memory. Standing at the staircase's entrance, Xie Jinyang pondered for a few seconds before decisively turning left. The 3rd room on the left. Song Jijiao followed Xie Jinyang as they paused before a door. Unlike the cold wooden floors of the 3rd floor, this level boasted a thick carpet. Even in the corridor, the child's steps were inherently light, and coupled with the plush carpet, Xie Shituan traversed the space without making a sound. For reasons unknown, perhaps for ventilation or sheer oversight, the door before them was ajar, the warm light filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows, along with the voices of those inside, gradually seeped out, reaching the ears of the two outside. Song Jijiao discerned one voice to be that of Xie Haoyi, whom she had just encountered at the dining table, while the other was unfamiliar to her. However, Xie Jinyang recognized it immediately. His father had a personal secretary, whom he had seen numerous times at home. The other male voice belonged to this secretary. Hearing that voice typically signified that his father was engaged in significant matters, and Xie Jinyang instinctively withdrew his hand that had been poised to push the door open. It was better to wait until his father finished before entering. He turned and leaned against the wall. Song Jijiao observed the sudden shift in Xie Shituan, who appeared to be standing in punishment, and she fell into a contemplative silence. Was Xie Jinyang truly this obedient as a child? Ever since entering this illusion, Song Jijiao found it challenging to connect the adorable rice bowl before her with Xie Jinyang. If both had a white exterior, then this one was undoubtedly solid, while Xie Jinyang was certainly of a darker nature, a quintessential black-hearted Tang Yuan. She could hardly fathom what had transpired to transform Xie Jinyang into this black-hearted dumpling. Regardless of Xie Zhao's abilities or the words spoken by that voice, all indications pointed to the fact that this illusion belonged to Xie Jinyang. She felt an inexplicable sense that regarding Xie Jinyang, whether in the forest earlier or now, she would ultimately uncover the answers she sought. Casting a glance at the obedient figure leaning against the wall, she calculated the distance. Just as she contemplated striding boldly inside, the conversation within shifted. "Master, are we truly bringing CSI back just like this?" The secretary's voice carried a hint of hesitation, suggesting some underlying concern. Millimeter. Xie Haoyi's tone was indifferent as he inquired, "Is there a problem?" Inside the study, the secretary regarded Xie Haoyi, his intentions unspoken. As a father himself with 2 children, he understood the complexities. After the birth of the second child, the eldest had behaved like a small beast whose territory had been invaded, displaying significant resistance. Initially, he had assumed that at 5 years old, the eldest would be mature enough to accept another member into the family. However, he soon realized that no child welcomes another of their kind intruding upon their life, regardless of age. Therefore, upon hearing that Xie Haoyi intended to bring CSI home next week, his first reaction was whether it was too abrupt. Today was Sunday, and according to the boss's plan, CSI was to be brought back on Tuesday afternoon. "Should we perhaps allow the young master some time to adjust?" he tentatively suggested. Suddenly learning of the existence of a brother, he was concerned that Xie Jinyang might struggle with it. "No need." Xie Haoyi exhibited no such worries, his words sharp as a blade. "If he can't accept this, then he has no place in the Xie family." Turning the decorative items on the table with a lowered head, half of Xie Haoyi's profile was obscured in shadow, making his expression difficult to discern. "Secretary Zhang, do you know why I insist that the position of the family matriarch must be filled by Chu Wenqiong?" Secretary Zhang shook his head. "Because Xie Jinyang's psychic power was born at an A level." Zhang's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "His psychic power is A." Xie Haoyi was amused by his astonishment. "Indeed, what a remarkable talent. Their highest level among the Xie family's offspring in my generation is merely B-, yet he was born with an A." He returned the golden ornament he had been fiddling with to the table, his tone grave. "While seeking assistance from the Chu family is one reason, a child with such high potential can only be my son, Xie Haoyi." Xie Haoyi was acutely aware of Chu Wenqiong's uncontrollable maternal affection for Xie Jinyang. Should they divorce, she would likely go to great lengths to take Xie Jinyang with her. Thus, for both the needs of the Chu family and Xie Jinyang's prodigious talent, he was determined to keep Chu Wenqiong firmly in her role as the family matriarch. Having witnessed the stark contrast of a large family compared to his own, Secretary Zhang, though initially taken aback by Xie Haoyi's willingness to use children as bargaining chips, quickly regained his professionalism. "Then why have you suddenly decided to bring CSI back?" Despite having shown no interest in the orphanage for years, he now expressed a desire to reclaim him. Although his psychic power level is not high, he possesses a sharp mind. While Xie Haoyi was vague, Secretary Zhang immediately grasped his meaning. CSI had his uses. Falling silent, Zhang had witnessed the heartlessness of the Xie family throughout his years of service, yet he had not anticipated that even blood ties would fail to stir any compassion within them. "If the young master did not possess such high psychic power, would you still have kept him?" Reflecting on the change in Xie Haoyi's attitude towards the young master, it had only shifted after assessing his psychic abilities. During the time of his wife's pregnancy, Xie Haoyi had not even cast a glance at her, and when the young master was born, he had still been occupied with meetings at the company. Initially, he had assumed it was due to the overwhelming responsibilities, but now he sensed the deeper truth. Xie Haoyi cast a brief glance at him, laden with unspoken weight, and his words bore warning. "Zhang Liang, you are speaking too much today." Cold sweat broke out instantaneously, and Zhang did not hesitate to bow in apology. Xie Haoyi merely issued a warning without further elaboration. After all, Zhang had been by his side since the internal conflicts within the Xie family and was considered a confidant. He did not mind extending a measure of leniency towards those of value. Thus, Xie Haoyi ultimately answered his question: no, the Xie family never nurtures the useless. He should be grateful for his talent. His words, devoid of hesitation, struck the air with a chilling finality, rendering the faces of those outside as pale as death. Chapter 42, Perception. Standing outside the door, Song Zhiliu was utterly taken aback upon hearing the last words of Xie Haoyi. She had never anticipated that Xie Haoyi's attitude towards Xie Jinyang stemmed from such a reason. To the average person, it is perfectly natural for children to cry, to fuss, and to misbehave. They require guidance, and thus, it is expected that negative emotions may arise during this process. However, the love for a child should remain unwavering, yet in Xie Haoyi's words, both Xie Sai and Xie Jinyang were mere pawns. Their blood ties or personalities mattered little to him, as he was solely focused on the value they represented, akin to commodities. Song Zhiliu cast her gaze down at the little Xie Tuanzi beside her. She could hear the conversation within, and naturally, Xie Jinyang, standing by the door, could also hear it. With a superficial hope that the 3-year-old might not fully comprehend the dialogue inside, Song Zhiliu noticed the little one's lips, pale and tightly clenched. Song Zhiliu thought to herself, "It's over." It seems he understood everything. During school, she had been aware of Xie Jinyang's intelligence and had marveled at it more than once, but now, she wished fervently that he were not so astute. The realization that his father did not love him was far too cruel for a child of 3. Even for Song Zhiliu, the callousness of Xie Haoyi was shocking, how much more for the little Xie Tuanzi, who relied on Xie Haoyi so deeply. In the dim light of the corridor, Song Zhiliu caught her first glimpse of the essence of the Xie family. She also understood that the scene was a mere echo of events that had transpired over a decade ago, which Xie Jinyang had already endured. Unable to reach him, unable to make herself heard, all she could do was watch him with concern. The already pallid little face had grown completely ashen, and hot tears surged forth from his eyes, cascading down onto the carpet below. The tears were swiftly absorbed by the carpet, as though they had never existed, yet in mere moments, a darkened patch appeared on the light-colored fabric. The sounds of his sobs were stifled deep within his throat, and his lips were bitten until they bled. The obedient child, even his cries were silent. A flicker of compassion crossed Song Zhiliu's eyes. Even knowing her touch could not reach him, she ultimately placed her hand gently upon Xie Tuanzi's head. In her childhood, during times when she lacked parental presence, she had always believed that having parents equated to happiness. It was only upon growing up that she realized there are many forms of parenthood, and mere existence does not guarantee joy. Beneath her palm lay only air, yet Song Zhiliu still tenderly rubbed his head. Unbeknownst to her, from his tear-filled eyes, a moment of hesitation flickered within his violet gaze. Xie Tuanzi pouted, gathering his tears as he surveyed his surroundings. The window at the end of the corridor was tightly shut. From where could the wind possibly come? Suppressing the aching pain in his heart, he raised a hand to wipe away his tears and cast one last glance at the study before turning to descend the stairs. Once again, the corridor was deserted, save for the discolored patch on the carpet that bore witness to the arrival of visitors. Upon returning to his room, Xie Jinyang did not approach his building blocks this time. Instead, he walked to the edge of his bed, curling his small frame. He gazed quietly out at the view through the floor-to-ceiling window. The sky had turned completely dark, and the streetlights outside had been ignited, struggling to dispel the night yet remaining feeble in their efforts. The dimly lit street lamps illuminated little, but it was enough to discern the trajectory of falling leaves. Xie Jinyang watched the withered yellow leaves drift down with a calm expression, as if he too were experiencing a similar sense of weightlessness. His father's words echoed in his ears, and he slowly placed a hand over his heart, puzzled by the pangs of pain originating from within. Why did his father seem so different from the fathers depicted in storybooks? At this moment, he felt he had found an answer. His father did not love him. His father loved only his talents. Xie Jinyang gazed blankly out the window, the resolute no reverberating through his being like a dagger, leaving him ensnared in its grip. The world of a child is painfully simplistic. The lack of his father's affection had nearly shattered his reality. Song Zhiliu stood beside him, watching with growing concern, a sense of restlessness rising within her. Xie Tuanzi was in a state that was far from healthy. He sat motionless before the floor-to-ceiling window, resembling a marionette whose strings had been pulled, his once bright violet eyes now dulled. It was as if he bore a glimpse of his future self. Song Zhiliu instinctively wished to prevent this state from persisting. She endeavored to capture Xie Jinyan's attention with something else. Although her abilities were limited within the illusion, her spiritual energy could still be summoned. With a flick of her right hand and a whispered incantation, she invoked, "Wind, swift." In the next moment, a gust of wind swept through the sealed room. The wind was light, yet sufficient to capture the attention of the other occupant. As he pressed down his hair, suddenly tousled by the wind, Xie Jinyan's vacant expression was replaced by one of bewilderment. The windows were all shut. From where did this wind arise? Suddenly recalling the inexplicable breeze from the corridor, the story he had read 2 days prior surged back into his mind. "Are you a ghost?" "Song Zhiliu. How could you pose such a terrifying question with such a calm demeanor?" Though reluctant to embrace this identity, Song Zhiliu soon realized this was an opportunity for Xie Jinyang to discover himself. Since entering the illusion, she had been constrained by a 2-meter distance, forced to remain close to him. She was in a passive environment. Song Zhiliu sought a chance for change, and now that opportunity lay before her. Without hesitation, she formed another incantation. Xie Jinyang blinked and waited for a few seconds, noticing no change in the room, his gaze about to return to the floor-to-ceiling window. Just then, the same wind surged into the room once more. Xie Jinyang, the child's eye sparkled with newfound brightness, not as if frightened by her ghost, but rather as if he had uncovered treasure. Song Zhiliu was once again astonished by the resilience of young Xie Jinyang. Was his psychological fortitude always this robust? Remembering her own childhood, when her grandfather was away, and she could only curl up under the blanket with the Zhuqiu, trembling in fear, she felt a twinge of offense. However, she was heartened to see that Xie Tuanzi seemed to have shifted slightly from his previous state of daze. Children's attention spans are inherently fleeting, and he had just experienced a significant emotional upheaval. Ordinarily, it would take time to recover, yet now, an event that defied logic had occurred, successfully diverting his focus. And no longer in the pitiful position of sitting on the floor, he sprang to his feet and tentatively asked, "Was it you in front of the study just now?" Song Zhiliu was left puzzled, a question mark appearing above her head. The study, what study? Chapter 43, The Uncommon. Xie Jinyang. Under the eager gaze of the little Xie Tuanzi, Song Zhiliu suddenly recalled her impulsive action before the study. However, Xie Jinyang shouldn't have been able to perceive it. "Wait," she abruptly lowered her head, her expression shifting dramatically. "Can you feel me?" Soon realizing that Xie Jinyang could not hear her words, Song Zhiliu pondered briefly before making a decision. She tentatively placed her hand upon the child's head once more, gently ruffling it. Xie Jinyang stood obediently, sensing the familiar airflow re-emerging above him. "So, it really is you." Confirming her suspicions, a smile curled at the corners of Song Zhiliu's lips, and she shifted her fingers to a different spot. An invisible breeze brushed against the corner of his mouth. "Indeed." This was a silent reply. Xie Jinyang's eyes quickly brightened. Observing his delighted expression, Song Zhiliu couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Alas, the inability to speak hindered her. Otherwise, she would have inquired about the source of his joy. After all, her current state should evoke fear in others. Yet this fellow not only refrained from screaming, but his eyes were squinted in mirth. Unable to resist, she poked his puffed cheeks. As the wind caressed his face once more, Xie Tuanzi eagerly asked, "Will you always stay by my side?" Considering the 2-meter limitation, she reasoned that it mattered little what she conveyed to the child, and thus she tapped the same spot again. Xie Jinyang, being an exceptionally clever child, instantly grasped Song Zhiliu's meaning. The smile on his lips only widened, transforming him from the little person lost in thought by the window into someone entirely different. "You are not a ghost." The small figure's expression turned serious. "You are a gift meant solely for me. Is it merely to compensate me?" Reflecting on the conversation she had overheard outside the study, Xie Jinyang's expression dimmed once more. He could sense that his father did not care for him as much as he pretended, yet the truth was often far more brutal than he imagined. His initial reaction was that his father had deceived him. Every child of the Xie family, from the moment they could comprehend words, understood that their family revered the god of deception. The god of deception ranked among the 5 supreme deities, and his power was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the abilities of the Xia family's members were intrinsically linked to the attributes of the god of deception, rendering them immensely powerful. This indicated a high level of divine approval. Thus, the Xia family had once risen to prominence among the followers of the god of deception, whether it was his father or the household servants. Discussions of the deity were always met with reverence. However, Xia Jinyang harbored an innate aversion to the god of deception. The very notion of deceit seemed inherently unpleasant. While perusing picture books, Xia Jinyang had always detested lies, yet he was now expected to revere a deity symbolizing deceit. He instinctively resisted. Xia Jinyang recognized that he was somewhat peculiar. He could not fathom the fervor others felt for the deities, nor could he understand why they prayed to the god of deception each morning, insisting upon respect. Though he could curse the deity in his heart without consequence, he understood that such sentiments could not be outwardly expressed. Thus, he dutifully visited the prayer room each day, yet he could not control his inner thoughts. However, when the breeze brushed against his face once again, he suddenly found himself less averse to the deity representing deceit. Well, while its attributes might not be admirable, the entity itself was rather pleasant. Song Jijiao observed the little one's eye swirling with curiosity, sensing that her acquiescence had inadvertently enhanced the deity's favor in his eyes. Unable to explain the current circumstances, she chose to embrace his interpretation. Moreover, she had just discovered that the moment Xia Jinyang had tested her presence, the oppressive force of the illusion upon her had diminished. Alternatively, one could say that this illusion began to accept her. In Xia Jinyang's illusion, she was an outsider. Coupled with the words of the enigmatic voice she had heard earlier, Song Jijie reasonably suspected that he had forcibly inserted her into this realm. This was why she had initially existed in a spiritual state, as she clearly did not belong here yet. The illusion was ultimately a projection of the primary memories and thoughts. As Xia Jinyang gradually became aware of her and accepted her presence, her existence began to rationalize itself. Song Jijie was confident that if she utilized the spiritual energy she had harnessed earlier, this room would not resemble its current form. Indeed, the essence of this illusion rested upon Xia Jinyang. However, she had yet to discover a means to break through this illusion. Though Xia Jinyang's attributes were somewhat diminutive, she had at least managed to establish a connection with him, allowing her previously anxious heart to ease slightly. Currently, the little Xia Jinyang was earnestly contemplating their future modes of communication with Song Jijiao. In truth, she had seldom interacted with children. Those in her household, though referred to as young ones, were all several millennia old. Now, listening to Xia Jinyang's earnest, childlike voice as he spoke to her, Song Jijie regretted not having her holographic device nearby. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly recorded the moment for Xia Jinyang to see. The thought of it was simply delightful, especially given the remarkable stability of his emotions. Song Jijie had occasionally entertained the notion of teasing him. During one instance, despite grasping the problem after hearing Xia Jinyang's initial explanation, she inexplicably desired to witness his irritated demeanor. Thus, she had gazed skyward, resolutely declaring her inability to understand. The outcome was that she became thoroughly exasperated while Xia Jinyang maintained his placid expression. Song Jijiao. How curious it was that a person who appeared perpetually aloof could possess such remarkable patience. In hindsight, Xia Jinyang's indulgence towards her was likely due to his recognition of her. Little did she expect to stumble upon a setback in height, causing her to angrily punch the air. What does this mean? Xia Jinyang abruptly halted the conversation, gazing bewilderedly at the shifting air currents. Upon realizing that Song Jijie could only communicate through the wind, he became acutely aware of the airflow around him. He misconstrued Song Jijie's recent gesture as an expression of something significant. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Jijie recalled that she had indeed punched her own head. How could he have noticed? Yet, Xia Jinyang continued to await her response. Left with no choice, Song Jijie extended her hand and gently tapped his ear twice. This was their agreed signal. One tap signified affirmation, while two represented negation. Her current intention was to convey, "It's nothing." After completing this gesture, she turned her gaze back to the small figure at her feet. His eyes were still red and swollen, likely a result of rarely crying before today's outburst. If no measures were taken, he would undoubtedly face the world tomorrow with two swollen cheeks. Imagining that scenario, Song Jijie couldn't help but feel it would be quite a sight to behold. No, considering Xie Jinyan's predicament, she must preserve his dignity. Chapter 44. The ice compress. Song Jijie had ceased to place her hopes upon others. After all, apart from the servant who called for them at dinner, it seemed that on the entire third floor, only Xie Jinyang remained. Just as she was about to inquire further about Song Jijie, Xie Jinyang suddenly felt the wind brush against his cheek once more. However, this time, it had shifted its position. A few gentle taps landed on his somewhat heated eyelids, prompting Xie Jinyang to tilt his head and ask, "Is there something wrong with my eyes?" Following this, the breeze moved to his back. Pushed by their wind several times, a small figure stood up in a daze. The two were unable to communicate verbally, leaving him to guess her intentions as best he could. "Are we going somewhere?" The wind settled on his earlobe, a light tap affirming the question. Thus, Xie Jinyang blinked and obediently moved forward, guided by the pressure from behind. Song Jijie followed closely behind, letting out a soft sigh. The young Xie Jinyang had truly been far too well behaved. So much so, it tugged at her heartstrings. Such behavior was hardly fitting for one of his age. In Song Jijie's recollection, children at this stage were lively and brimming with curiosity about the world, unlike the little dumpling Xie Jinyang, who could sit in front of building blocks and books for an entire evening, quiet as a delicately crafted doll. During their school days, she had long grown accustomed to Xie Jinyang's cold demeanor, yet there remained a distinction between his frosty expression and his obedient silence. As for the grown Xie Jinyang, Song Jijie found herself wanting to tease him when she gazed upon his face. However, when it came to his younger self, she felt a sense of caution. If it were true that a crying child is rewarded with sweets, then Xie Jinyang certainly belonged to the category of those who did not weep. Even when you cast a glance at him while distributing treats to other children, he would greet you with a soft smile, evoking a twinge of sympathy. Having guided Xie Jinyang to the wash basin, Song Jijie moved to where the towels hung, instinctively reaching to offer him one. From Xie Jinyang's perspective, the towel, previously draped over the iron rack, seemed to float magically into the air as if supported by an unseen force, gliding towards him. He reached out to grasp the towel, still puzzled by Song Jijie's intentions. Observing this, she took the towel from his hands, turned on the faucet, rinsed it thoroughly, folded it into a manageable size, and gently placed it over his swollen eyes. Ideally, an ice pack would have been more effective, but she was uncertain if the Xie family possessed any, and even if they did, the little dumpling likely wouldn't know. Thus, she resorted to the cold towel as a substitute. Although it lacked the efficacy of an ice pack, it was better than nothing. Gradually, the searing sensation that had enveloped his eyelids began to dissipate, along with the accompanying ache, and Xie Jinyang understood her intent. Patiently, he awaited as Song Jijie rinsed the now slightly warm towel again. This time he pressed it against his eyes himself. His small hands barely covered half the towel's surface. Once he confirmed that the redness and swelling had receded somewhat, Song Jijie felt reassured enough to let him manage it alone. The wait for the cooling effect felt prolonged. She stood by, seemingly lost in thought as she gazed at the countertop, her mind wandering back to the events that had transpired since entering the illusion. Zhu Qiu, similarly restrained by the illusion, unlike the gradually accepting Song Jijie, had given up the struggle after realizing its futility and had simply turned over in its consciousness to sleep. Upon witnessing the fluffy, crimson figure sprawled in its mindscape, Song Jijie couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Can you interact with objects?" she heard Xie Jinyang's muffled voice through the towel. Song Jijie's thoughts were abruptly pulled back. "What?" she responded, slightly taken aback, noticing her lack of comprehension. Xie Jinyang pressed his lips together, striving to elaborate. "I mean, if you can touch the towel, does that mean you can touch other things too?" Song Jijie was taken aback. In her haste to provide Xie Jinyang with an ice compress, she had instinctively grabbed the towel, forgetting that at the outset, she couldn't even grasp the doorknob. To confirm, she directed her gaze towards the rinsing cup. Then, within the shared line of sight, the cup floated into the air as if conjured. Setting it down, Song Jijie's eyes reflected a contemplative glimmer. It appeared that the power of acknowledgement within the illusion was far more formidable than she had anticipated. In just 20 minutes since Xie Jinyang affirmed her existence, she could already interact with objects in the illusion. Boldly, Song Jijie mused that at this rate, it was entirely possible for her to manifest fully within the illusion. Xie Jinyang pressed his hands against the white towel, patiently awaiting her response. In response, Song Jijiao gently tapped his earlobe. Although she found it perplexing why he chose that spot, she felt compelled to accept his assertion that it was a place of heightened sensitivity. Receiving her confirmation, Xie Jinyang's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, the purple glimmer within them shining brighter than ever. "That's wonderful, we can change our method of communication." Song Jijiao, before she could process his words, Xie Jinyang had already tiptoed to hang the towel back in place, then dashed out with an eager gait. Song Jijiao reached out to grasp the collar of his shirt, but her hand met only air. "Song Jijiao, wait, can we at least finish the ice compress first?" In that moment, she felt an unexpected headache at the prospect of managing a child. Indeed, despite his outwardly obedient demeanor, he was still fundamentally a child, she reflected, watching his lively, bouncing figure recede into the distance. She felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Though he was running, he still had short legs. Song Jijiao leisurely followed Xie Jinyang, arriving at the desk. Along the way, she glanced at his eyes, noting significant improvement, which quelled her earlier intention of hurling him back to the wash basin. Before her, the small figure began to clamber onto the chair, wobbling precariously. Alarmed by his unstable form, she hurried over to lift him up. This chair had always been a challenge for Xie Jinyang to ascend alone, requiring considerable effort. Now, with a sudden lift, he found himself securely seated at the desk. Xie Jinyang appeared visibly bewildered. Once he comprehended the situation, joy surged within him, prompting him for the first time to offer his prayers outside the prayer room, naturally extolling the virtues of the divine. Just as Song Jijiao set him down on the chair, a familiar voice echoed in her ear, laced with mockery. "TSK, little brat." "Song Jijiao, who are you calling a little brat?" Chapter 45, the thoughts of Xie Jinyang. From the initial wariness upon hearing that voice to her current indifference, Song Jijiao had become immune. After all, he seemed to harbor no ill intentions towards her, and she was too lazy to delve deeper. Standing beside Xie Jinyang's stool, she lowered her gaze to see what he intended to do. The items on the desk were arranged meticulously, pens were neatly placed in a holder, and books were stacked orderly. Though Xie Shaochuanzi was small in stature, he was remarkably agile. He leaned over the desk, swiftly retrieving a notebook, and with a joyful bounce, returned to his chair. Raising the pen in his hand with excitement, he exclaimed, "Let's write." Song Jijiao was amused by his tone, reminiscent of a child's invitation to play. Suppressing a laugh, she adjusted the direction of the pen. Oh. Xie Jinyang smiled shyly, as if slightly embarrassed. "So, you are here." It was unclear when the fa8 of maturity began to fade from Xie Jinyang, replaced by the vivacity inherent to children. Song Jijiao keenly noticed his transformation but refrained from commenting. If, during his growth, Xie Jinyang were to revert to the person he was when they first met, she hoped to witness more of his current self. "My name is Xie Jinyang," the child politely introduced himself. "What is your name?" Taking the pen he offered, Song Jijiao carefully inscribed her name on the open page of the notebook. After completing her writing, she remembered that a 3-year-old might not recognize many characters. However, before she could devise a remedy, she heard Xie Jinyang slowly pronounce her name. Song Jijiao. Song Jijiao couldn't help but exclaim that indeed, a prodigy in childhood would remain a prodigy. After exchanging names, she anticipated Xie Jinyang would inquire about something else, but instead, he remarked with genuine admiration, "What a lovely name." Taken aback, Song Jijiao was wholly unprepared for his unexpected compliment. Being an orphan, her name was given to her by an elderly man who found her during a sweltering summer, when the cicadas outside were clamoring noisily. He added a surname, and thus, her name was formed. Throughout her schooling, others had often remarked that her name felt rather dismissive. Even she shared this sentiment. However, due to her indifference towards such matters, she often ignored the annoying remarks from others. On occasions when the comments became excessive, she would respond with her fists, for her guardians were seldom present to defend her. Yet, she never anticipated hearing such different words from Xie Jinyang, particularly from someone who appeared to be merely 3 years old. "The meaning of Jijiao is quite beautiful," he continued, seemingly aware that Song Jijiao was listening. His small face was earnest as he enumerated diligence, resilience, liveliness, and the continuation of life. This was the first time Song Jijiao had heard her name attributed with such wonderful connotations. Each compliment resonated in her ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Xie Jinyang continued to recite descriptions about cicadas that he had read. Cicadas emerge from their pupae, symbolizing the birth and continuation of new life. They endure long periods of silence, ultimately calling out in their unique way, showcasing the unique strength and resilience of life. Song Jijiao couldn't help but reflect on her own experience when the elderly man had rescued her. He enjoyed taking photographs, and to this day, they preserved images of her when she was found. In her memories, the kind elderly ladies who had fed her that year had all passed away one after another. For a long time, she had gone without a proper meal. By the time she encountered the elderly man, she had nearly gone a week without proper sustenance. In the photographs, she appeared emaciated, so thin that it was not an exaggeration to say she was skin and bones, and her physique was significantly smaller than that of her peers. Her lips were pale, giving her the appearance of someone who might faint at any moment. Song Jijiao was uncertain whether the elderly man had intended to imbue her name with such beautiful meanings, but she could distinctly feel a tiny fissure in her heart slowly healing. Thank you. 3 new characters appeared on the blank page. Xie Jinyang looked somewhat perplexed, seemingly unable to comprehend the source of Song Jijiao's gratitude. However, she merely smiled, refraining from writing further. There were many reasons for her thanks. Thank you for your compliment, thank you for sharing these beautiful meanings, and most importantly, thank you for this encounter. Though she had initially sought to avoid him, Xie Jinyang had given her far more than that fleeting life-saving grace. Whether it was the conscious assistance from the adult Xie Jinyang or the unintentional healing from this little bundle of joy, he had indeed aided her. Some individuals, donning the coldest of facades, engage in the warmest of actions. Song Jijiao mused quietly, standing beside Xie Jinyang. She awaited his next question, only to see him put down his pen. Song Jijiao, noticing that Xie Jinyang truly had no intention of asking anything further, she took the initiative to grasp the pen. Is there nothing else you wish to inquire about? Upon seeing the last character she wrote, Xie Jinyang swiftly snatched the notebook from beneath her hand, clutching it tightly to his chest, as if fearing she might write another word. A large question mark appeared above Song Jijiao's head. What was he doing, clutching the notebook? Xie Jinyang shook his head firmly. I have no further questions. His demeanor was a mirror image of the Xie Jinyang from the forest who had denied her. At that time, she had concocted a series of falsehoods, yet he had taken away the test paper. Now, as she planned to adapt, Xie Shuchuanzi simply chose not to test her at all. One does not stumble into the same pit twice, unless encountering another pit belonging to the same individual. Song Jijiao had to admit defeat. Very well, if he chose not to inquire, then so be it. Still, Song Jijiao could not comprehend Xie Jinyang's somewhat wary demeanor. After all, given her current state, if he did not wish to ask, she could not compel him to listen. With a soft sigh, Song Jijiao realized that neither the grown-up Xie Jinyang nor his younger self could ignite her curiosity. She found it perplexing, considering the many mysteries surrounding her. After a moment of wariness while holding the notebook, seeing that Song Jijiao showed no intention of forcibly writing, Xie Jinyang quietly exhaled in relief. He was unaware of the opportunity that had brought her here, nor did he know whether she would leave. Many characters in illustrated stories would ascend back to the heavens after answering a question. Therefore, to avoid the situation he dreaded most, Xie Jinyang opted to refrain from asking anything. He was uncertain whether this gift would depart, but he wished to do everything possible to keep her close. Chapter 46. The clever little child. Xie Jinyang had no further questions, yet Song Jijiao did. For instance, she was curious about his age. Upon receiving the answer of 4 years, she scrutinized the child from head to toe, concluding that he was malnourished. Compared to others of the same age, Xie Jinyang appeared notably smaller. After Song Jijiao inquired about his age, no new words appeared on the paper, and a flicker of anxiety crossed Xie Jinyang's eyes. I am quite intelligent, a soft yet earnest voice suddenly chimed in beside her. The abrupt shift in conversation left Song Jijiao momentarily puzzled, as she could not discern Xie Jinyang's location. The small child, head bowed and fingers nervously intertwined, spoke with a hint of urgency. Though I am very young, I am indeed quite clever. He attempted to bolster his claim with evidence. My father and the aunts at home have said that I am very smart, smarter than other children my age. Xie Jinyang was not mistaken. He truly was intelligent. While children of his age often struggled to articulate their thoughts, he spoke clearly and logically. Were it not for his appearance, Song Zhiliao might well have believed she was conversing with a 7- or 8-year-old. The 3 shelves of books in the study left little doubt as to who they were meant for. His cleverness was not merely impressive, it bordered on extraordinary. Song Zhiliao was not one to withhold praise. Had Xie Jinyang sought flattery, she would have readily extolled his virtues for 5 uninterrupted minutes. Her words entirely devoid of repetition, yet the tone he adopted made her feel uneasy. Why did he seem to be striving to prove his worth? The trepidation and fear reflected in his violet eyes were unmistakable to Song Zhiliao, stirring a pang of discomfort within her. At such a tender and innocent age, why should he harbor fears of abandonment? The topic of self-analysis was far too profound. Even if Xie Jinyang possessed an exceptional acuity, Song Zhiliao had no intention of delving into such discussions. She chose instead to seek her own answers. Thus, the water pen on the wooden desk lifted into the air, its tip delicately touching the pristine white paper, leaving behind a neat and uniform inscription. I know, you are the best. The message was accompanied by a distinctly different emoticon. A cartoon cat sprang to life on the page, its round face adorably endearing, with a prominently raised thumb beside it. Xie Jinyang's eyes widened in delight, reminiscent of the cat depicted on the paper. May I keep this sheet? He asked eagerly. Observing the sparkle of anticipation in his eyes, Song Zhiliao smiled and promptly drew a small hand making an OK gesture on the paper. This elicited a gasp of admiration from the little boy. In her childhood, she had spent countless hours at home, idly copying from comics, never anticipating that such skills would find purpose here. This was also her first experience entertaining a child, and being regarded with such adoration by Xie Jinyang left her feeling a touch bashful. If given the chance, I shall teach you to draw, she penned additionally. All right. Xie Jinyang responded, brimming with joy. Master, interrupted a firm knock on the door, which broke the flow of their conversation. The visitor stood outside, maintaining a respectful distance, yet spoke with an unexpected authority befitting his station. It is time for you to go to the ladies' room. Very well. However, Xie Jinyang seemed accustomed to such assertive tones, acknowledging the servant with a nod before preparing to descend from his chair. Seeing this, Song Zhiliao hurriedly helped him down. Internally, she wondered why such tall chairs were placed in a child's room. After ensuring he was safely on the ground, she couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Realizing that Xie Jinyang was aware of her greater height, he tilted his small face upward and softly expressed his gratitude to the air. Song Zhiliao paused, momentarily taken aback, before ultimately taking 2 steps to the side. Lowering her gaze to meet his violet eyes, she nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, now the direction was correct. Once he had expressed his thanks, Xie Jinyang made to walk toward the door, only to halt abruptly mid-step. Song Zhiliao, following closely behind, skidded to a stop as well. Regaining her composure, she exhaled slowly, relieved. It had nearly startled her. Unlike the other figures in the illusion, she could physically reach Xie Jinyang. Thus, if she were to stumble, the little one would be thoroughly pinned beneath her. At that moment, Xie Jinyang inquired into the air, will you follow me? Song Zhiliao furrowed her brow, puzzled as to why he always seemed to think she would depart. Setting aside her own intentions, she was also bound by a 2-meter proximity to him. Consequently, she returned to the desk, retrieving the small notebook and writing, I will always follow you, before handing it to Xie Jinyang. Watching as he embraced the notebook with satisfaction, Song Zhiliao found herself at a loss for words. The sudden appearance of her ghost, who declared, I will always follow you, struck her as distinctly eerie. How could Xie Jinyang find such joy in this scenario? Perplexed, she chose to respect his perspective. The notebook was compact enough to fit into the pocket of Xie Jinyang's clothing, prompting Song Zhiliao to tuck the pen in as well. To others, it might appear as though the pen floated in midair, and she wished to avoid frightening anyone. Although her current state bore resemblance to that of a ghost, she had yet to adopt any of their sinister whims. Following Xie Jinyang, she turned left and right, arriving at a door. It was only then that she realized that Madame Xie resided on the same floor as Xie Jinyang. Tap, tap, tap. Xie Jinyang gently knocked 3 times on the door, then withdrew his hand to wait quietly. "Come in," a woman's voice called from within after a brief pause. Upon receiving her permission, Xie Jinyang tiptoed, turned the doorknob, and entered. The room was dimly lit. Squinting her eyes, Song Jilia recognized Madame Xie seated beside the bed, the same woman from the dinner table. The chamber was hardly tidy. Blankets and pillows lay haphazardly strewn across the carpet, and a lamp that belonged on the bedside table was askew on the floor, its cord trailing a long distance. Yet Xie Jinyang appeared unfazed by the disarray, picking up the scattered pillows and blankets and returning them to the bed, even righting the fallen lamp with a steady hand. Throughout the process, Xie Jinyang exhibited a maturity and composure that belied his young age. After restoring order to the room, he crossed over to Chu Wenqiong's side. "Mother," Xie Jinyang called softly. Chapter 47, Mother and Son's Night Reading. By the bedside, Chu Wenqiong sat upright, her back gracefully aligned, the contours of her spine accentuated. The silk nightgown she wore flowed elegantly, exuding an air of refinement and smoothness. Her chestnut locks were delicately gathered at the back of her head with a pearl hairpin, while a few wisps of hair gently cascaded down her fair neck, presenting a figure that radiated warmth and gentleness, starkly contrasting with the earlier chaos of the room. Yet, her expression appeared somewhat dazed, only reacting when Xie Jinyang approached her side. Her lifeless eyes flickered slightly, and as Chu Wenqiong turned her neck ever so slightly, her gaze fell upon Xie Jinyang. The moment their brown and purple eyes met, Song Jilia observed a distinct shiver run through Chu Wenqiong's body. In the next heartbeat, a powerful wave of revulsion surged beneath her brown irises, only to be swiftly suppressed, as if it had never existed. However, Song Jilia stood silently before them, perceiving everything with clarity. The intensity of that sudden wave of disgust was overwhelming, momentarily rendering her in a state of shock. Instinctively, she glanced towards Xie Jinyang, who sat beside Chu Wenqiong. Even from a distance, she could sense the tension. It was inconceivable that Xie Jinyang, being closest to the woman, remained oblivious, yet he appeared to ignore the rejection that had just erupted from Chu Wenqiong, maintaining his usual demeanor as he sat beside her. Song Jilia found this peculiar. Given Xie Jinyang's intelligence, he should have noticed the abnormality within their home, yet his current demeanor suggested otherwise. The phrase "whitewashing the facade" abruptly surfaced in her mind. Indeed, it was a mere facade. Xie Jinyang was not unaware, he simply chose to turn a blind eye. It was as though, as long as no one spoke of it, the superficial tranquility of their household could persist indefinitely. He remained a blissfully unaware child. Thus, upon hearing his father's true feelings towards him, although his emotions shattered, he quickly regained composure. It was as if he had long been psychologically prepared for this moment, even if he himself was not cognizant of that preparation. Song Jilia's gaze towards Xie Jinyang was tinged with compassion. The innate attachment of a child to their parents and the yearning for familial warmth led him to subconsciously overlook the disarray, believing that such a state could endure perpetually. Yet, the calm was but a surface illusion, concealing turbulent undercurrents beneath. It was akin to a landmine buried in the ground. The terrain appeared smooth, but a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. The first mine had now detonated. Despite it not being Xie Jinyang's intention, and despite his efforts to evade it, his father's indifference still pierced him deeply. Even as his defenses sprang up in response, they were nonetheless punctured, leaving him bleeding profusely. Ultimately, that blood transformed into tears, which the carpet silently absorbed. And what of his mother? Song Jilia turned her attention to Chu Wenqiong, whose expression seemed somewhat dulled. "What feelings did you harbor for him?" "Mother, what are we reading today?" Xie Jinyang inquired, tilting his head. Xie Haoyi had requested that his mother read to him every night at 10, a tradition that had persisted for 2 years. "I'll go fetch it," Chu Wenqiong replied, rising to retrieve a book from the corner bookshelf. Swiftly returning to her place on the bed, Song Jilia keenly noted that this time, she sat a bit further away from Xie Jinyang. Her gaze fell upon the book in Chu Wenqiong's hands, which appeared familiar. She seemed to have seen it in Xie Jinyang's room before. If her memory served correctly, he had already finished reading this book. "This one, then, very well," Xie Jinyang acquiesced without objection. The ensuing moments were filled with Chu Wenqiong reading while Xie Jinyang listened. Feeling somewhat fatigued from standing, Song Jilia surveyed the room before finally settling cross-legged on the windowsill. From a slight distance, under the warm yellow glow of the lamp, the two by the bed appeared to be an ordinary mother and son, simple yet heartwarming. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Chu Wenxiong's tone lacked any inflection, resembling a mechanical reading machine. Meanwhile, Xie Jinyang clearly was not fully engaged, occasionally losing focus. Xie Haoyi had stipulated a minimum reading time of half an hour. The white clock on the bedside steadily ticked, manifesting the passage of time. Xie Jinyang had entered the room at 9:10. By 9:40, Chu Wenxiong's voice ceased. She placed the book on the nightstand and turned to Xie Jinyang, this time avoiding his violet gaze. "Let us return to your room." Song Jiliao, resting her chin on her hand, observed the scene, feeling a sense of heavy obligation. It was as though they were being forcefully assembled for a sentimental performance. Typically, Xie Jinyang would bid Chu Wenxiong good night after the reading segment concluded before departing. This time, Chu Wenxiong, as usual, appeared ready to turn away after he spoke. "Mother, does father love us?" Instead of saying good night, Xie Jinyang posed a question. As if awakened, Chu Wenxiong abruptly turned to him, her eyes darkening as if his words had touched upon something deeply buried within her. "Of course not," she replied without hesitation. Xie Jinyang lowered his head, momentarily speechless. Song Jiliao jumped down from the windowsill and approached him, gently patting his shoulder. Unlike Xie Jinyang, who was whitewashing the facade, Chu Wenxiong seemed to be on the verge of giving up entirely. Noticing Song Jiliao's comforting presence, Xie Jinyang slightly turned his head, pressed his lips together, and offered her a faint smile before continuing to inquire of Chu Wenxiong, "Do you love father?" With a look of disdain, Chu Wenxiong firmly denied. "Understood," Xie Jinyang murmured softly, his voice barely above a whisper. These inquiries had never crossed his lips before. Perhaps he had still held some expectations for his father, which compelled him to voice these questions to his mother this evening. He had received his answers. As he gazed downwards, Chu Wenxiong's eyes flickered with a hint of compassion. Her fingers, which had fallen to her side, twitched momentarily before coming to a halt. "Go to bed," she commanded, ushering him away. In response, Xie Jinyang did not immediately reply. He reached into the pocket of his clothing and retrieved a slightly crumpled letter, presenting it to Chu Wenxiong. "Mother, the picture book says we should take care of our belongings." Upon seeing the item in Xie Jinyang's hand, Chu Wenxiong's expression shifted drastically, and she instinctively scanned the surroundings. Quickly realizing they were alone in the room, she snatched the letter from Xie Jinyang's grasp, lowering her voice as she questioned, "How did this end up with you?" Xie Jinyang explained, "The messenger arrived an hour late." Chu Wenxiong fell silent. "Good night, mother," Xie Jinyang said as he stood and walked towards the door. Throughout the exchange, he maintained a calm demeanor, showing no sign of panic in response to Chu Wenxiong's interrogation, almost hinting at a maturity beyond his years. "Jinyang," Chu Wenxiong suddenly called out from behind him. Xie Jinyang paused, his hand hovering over the doorknob. "Wear more layers, it gets cold at night." "All right, mother." Chapter 48. His daily life before stepping out of the room. Song Jiliao glanced back at Chu Wenxiong. The concern she had just expressed felt rather unfamiliar to her, causing a slight unease in the woman's demeanor. The letter that Xie Jinyang had handed her was clutched tightly in her hand, and it was only at the very last moment, just as the door was about to close, that Song Jiliao noticed her making a move. The woman first ensured that Xie Jinyang had indeed departed, then leaned down to open the drawer of the bedside table. Inside lay a small safe. Chu Wenxiong skillfully turned the combination lock, and after opening it, she placed the letter inside. Out of the corner of her eye, Song Jiliao spotted a thick stack of letters, all sealed in identical envelopes. The difference, however, was that those in the drawer had all been opened, while the one handed over by Xie Jinyang was evidently still sealed. Song Jiliao had no idea who had written this letter to Chu Wenxiong, but from the exchange between the mother and son, it was clear that this letter was not meant for anyone else's eyes. It was evident that Xie Haoyi and Chu Wenxiong were merely a facade of a couple. The room had clearly been occupied solely by Chu Wenxiong, and their interactions leaned more towards mutual indifference. Yet, Xie Haoyi seemed particularly eager to present an image of familial harmony in front of others, the things that must not be seen by him. Realizing the direction of her thoughts, Song Jiliao hastily halted her mental turmoil. No, she must not think this way. Forcing herself to abandon the notion of investigating further, she ultimately followed Xie Jinyang back to her room in a state of compliance. Life at the Xie household was remarkably tranquil. After spending 3 days in this serene environment alongside Xie Jinyang, Song Zhiliao grew increasingly dissatisfied with the manner in which the family cared for their child. Xie Jinyang's life was quite regimented. Apart from mealtime spent in the dining room, he remained mostly confined to his room. At the age of 4 or 5, when children are most active, Xie Jinyang either played with building blocks or read books, spending entire days in solitude with hardly a few words exchanged. It dawned on Song Zhiliao why she had initially found his speech somewhat halting. It was simply because he had no one with whom to converse. Upon discovering her presence, Xie Jinyang's initial surprise had led to more verbal exchanges, yet fundamentally, he remained unaccustomed to prolonged dialogue. As the days progressed and they grew more familiar, Song Zhiliao was astonished to find that he had begun to communicate through writing as well. Any other parent would surely delight in their child's ability to write at such a young age. However, the skill evident in Xie Jinyang's penmanship indicated that he was already quite proficient, thus Song Zhiliao had no intention of indulging him. Oh! Suddenly, a pinch on his cheek caused Xie Jinyang to emit a bewildered whimper. Shortly thereafter, a piece of paper was thrust before his eyes, adorned with bold, assertive words, "Speak to me." Cat with hands on hips. Upon realizing Xie Jinyang's fondness for her chibi-style cat drawings, Song Zhiliao began to illustrate one with every note she wrote, and despite having seen them numerous times, his eyes still sparkled with delight. The child, already charming in appearance, was quiet and well-behaved. Now, with a soft smile directed at her, it was nearly impossible for anyone to be harsh with him. Naturally, Song Zhiliao could not bring herself to do so either. Releasing her grip on his face in exasperation, she found herself momentarily at a loss. Unlike the indifferent and cold Xie Jinyang of the future, this little bundle was endearingly troublesome. "All right then," Xie Jinyang said, using his small hands to diligently fold the note that Song Zhiliao had just written. "I will talk more." His temperament was almost excessively accommodating, displaying no signs of resistance even when his habits were disrupted. "Is your temperament always this good?" Xie Jinyang meticulously read aloud the words written on the paper. "I don't know," he responded. A question mark and a drawing of a cat scratching its head soon appeared on the paper. "Because I haven't interacted with others much, I don't know if my temperament can be considered good." Song Zhiliao paused, instinctively glancing out the window. The Xie residence was situated in a villa district, surrounded by several neighboring households, each with children of similar ages, around 4 or 5 years old. The proximity of the houses facilitated swift friendships among the children. The Xie home was conveniently located near the public garden of the villa district. The lawn provided by the house was insufficient for the children's exuberance, so they preferred the expansive garden. Thus, every afternoon around 3 or 4 o'clock, the sounds of playful children would echo from downstairs, likely having awakened from their naps, brimming with energy to seek out playmates. Looking down from Xie Jinyang's window, she could see lively figures darting about in the grass. Each child was full of vitality, in stark contrast to the quietly seated Xie Jinyang. "Why don't you go out to play?" In the days she had been there, she had never once seen Xie Jinyang cross the threshold of the villa. "Because my father wouldn't allow it," he replied. "Why not?" "I don't know." Xie Jinyang sat on the cushion that Song Zhiliao had provided, first glancing at the words on the paper, then obediently raising his gaze. Song Zhiliao noticed that since she encouraged Xie Jinyang to speak, he always confirmed her position before reading the content on the paper and then addressing her. Such a polite child. She cast another glance at the group of children frolicking in the autumn breeze below. It was apparent that Xie Jinyang should be a part of them. Suddenly, Song Zhiliao comprehended why Xie Jinyang had initially ceased to fear her. It was due to his profound loneliness. The child himself was unaware of his intense longing for companionship. Thus, upon recognizing her presence, his first reaction was not to question who she was, but rather to feel relieved that he finally had someone to keep him company. The world of a child is invariably simple. Where you come from and what your purpose is here are of no consequence. What mattered most to him was that he was no longer alone, and to him, that was the greatest blessing. Perhaps with an additional presence by his side, the child had visibly become more lively over the past few days. Even at the dining table, Xie Haoyi could not help but inquire about the recent changes in his mood. After eavesdropping on the conversation in the study that day, Xie Jinyang's closeness to Xie Haoyi had diminished significantly, yet Xie Haoyi remained unconcerned. His face still bore the same gentle smile as he posed his questions. With his head bent over the food in his bowl, Xie Jinyang responded absent-mindedly. Throughout these days, Song Zhiliao had taken advantage of the fact that others could not see her, initially assisting Xie Jinyang in serving himself during meals, and later seizing opportunities to sneak extra meat into his bowl when no one was watching. Xie Jinyang's face, already quite slender due to malnutrition, had begun to show some fullness from the increased nourishment he had been receiving. It was merely a casual inquiry, and Xie Haoyi paid it no mind, returning to the study after finishing his meal. However, his words inadvertently reminded Song Zhiliao of something profound. She had participated in Xie Jinyang's childhood through illusions, but in the reality of the world, without her involvement, how had Xie Jinyang lived? Chapter 49. Lai Song Zhiliao was not oblivious to the gaze with which Xie Jinyang beheld the children playing in the garden. Curiosity, envy, longing, all of these emotions were subtly revealed in his eyes. Yet, a mere father won't allow it confined him to his room, Xie Jinyang reassured him, stating that her presence brought him joy. However, this was nothing but an illusion, her arrival was a fabrication, and her companionship was equally insubstantial. Throughout this authentic passage of time, Xie Jinyang found himself utterly alone, gazing at Xie Jinyang, who was diligently sketching a chibi cat on paper. The emotion swirling in Song Zhiliao's eyes ebbed and flowed. Drawing was a newfound hobby of Xie Jinyang, and the subject he most frequently portrayed was the diminutive feline. His aptitude for learning was remarkable. In just a single morning, he had produced a commendable likeness, capable of perfectly replicating the cats that Song Zhiliao had sketched over the past few days. Approaching him, Song Zhiliao picked up a watercolor brush and wrote on the paper, "Let me draw a few more for you." Xie Jinyang, perplexed, inquired, "Why?" Song Zhiliao replied, "So you can have more to draw." In truth, she was uncertain whether she would remain by Xie Jinyang's side indefinitely. After all, she had yet to fully comprehend the mechanics of the illusion, and she had always preferred to plan ahead. Upon entering the illusion, Song Zhiliao had not anticipated that before finding a way out, she would first succumb to her soft-heartedness towards Xie Jinyang. By creating more drawings, she hoped that after her departure, Xie Jinyang could continue to replicate new ones. At that moment, Song Zhiliao did not dwell on the fact that this was merely a fragment of the past, merely a projection of Xie Jinyang's memories. If one were to pursue significance, her actions would appear devoid of meaning. Yet, Song Zhiliao was determined to proceed in this manner. Xie Jinyang had received so little kindness, and if possible, she wished to offer him a little more, even if it was only within the confines of the illusion. "I don't want to," Xie Jinyang replied, as if he had sensed something amiss, firmly rejecting Song Zhiliao's proposal, reminiscent of his earlier insistence when he had snatched the sketchbook. "After all, you draw new ones every day. There's no need to finish them all at once." So perceptive, Song Zhiliao sighed softly. It seemed that Xie Jinyang possessed an innate talent for detecting untruths. At times, he chose to turn a blind eye, much like the undercurrent swirling beneath a family's facade. Yet, when he truly sought to probe deeper, few things could escape his notice. In reality, Song Zhiliao had failed to conceal her true identity, and within the illusion, her deceptions were teetering on the brink of collapse. However, it was worth noting that Xie Jinyang was not yet as astute as he would later become. At present, he sensed something was off, yet he had yet to grasp the true thread of the situation. This was undoubtedly good news for Song Zhiliao. As she observed the chibi cat she had drawn, Xie Jinyang's violet eye sparkled with delight. The sounds of children frolicking downstairs once again captured his attention, but unlike his previous long moments of distraction, he quickly redirected his gaze. "Can you draw another one for me?" he asked their heir beside him. The atmosphere was tranquil, with only the sound of the curtains fluttering in the breeze breaking the silence, yet, within seconds, a similar chibi cat appeared on the paper before him. The little feline stood with its paws on its hips, exuding an air of arrogance, its eyes meticulously dotted with purple ink, the watercolor brush dancing in the air, and their sassy cat drawn on the page both attested to the presence of another individual in the room. Xie Jinyang's eyes curved in delight, and a gentle, innocent smile graced his lips. "Thank you, Gigi." Song Zhiliao silently clicked her tongue. If there was one thing Xie Jinyang was disobedient about, it was his choice of a dress for her. Initially, she had intended to coax him into calling her sister, but inadvertently revealing her name led him to consistently refer to her as Gigi. She longed to hear him call her sister, feeling a profound sense of regret for having missed that opportunity. Oblivious to Song Jilio's inner musings, Xie Jinyang was wholly engrossed in his artistic endeavor. Song Jilio sat beside him, watching while engaging in a casual conversation with the vermilion bird residing within her consciousness. As Xie Jinyang became aware of her presence, the illusion not only lessened its grip on her but also diminished the hold over the vermilion bird within her mind. In stark contrast to the previous day's lethargy, the vermilion bird now radiated vitality. Gigi, are we to remain in this illusion indefinitely? It asked with concern. In modern times, when spiritual energy had not yet dwindled, illusions had indeed existed. The vermilion bird was acutely aware that the longer one remained in an illusion, the weaker they would become. Its method of killing involved trapping individuals within until their demise. Song Jilio understood this well. No, we must wait for a change, she replied. This marked the 4th day since she and Xie Jinyang had entered the illusion. Aside from the initial day, the subsequent days had been exceedingly gentle, as serene as the calm before a storm. Gentleness had never been the hallmark of an illusion. Beneath this tranquility, a tempest was likely brewing. The key to breaking the stalemate often lay within their storm. Ultimately, this illusion belonged to Xie Jinyang. Only by awakening him could it come to an end. As his external aid, Song Jilio's task was to uncover clues, piece together answers, and then rouse him from slumber. I divined last night. It should be within the next few days, she reassured. Bound by their contract, Song Jilio could sense the vermilion bird's growing agitation. If worst comes to worst, I'll just set it ablaze, the vermilion bird declared, its tone irritable. Song Jilio chuckled softly. Don't act recklessly. If they were to ignite the illusion, they might escape, but Xie Jinyang's fate would remain uncertain. She had not yet relinquished her desire to stay by his side. As time trickled by, Song Jilio lifted her gaze to observe the darkening sky outside. It was peculiar that the Xie family seemed to be dining later than usual. Normally, they would have finished by this hour, yet there was no activity outside. Just as her curiosity peaked, a commotion erupted from downstairs, and the sharp, shattering voice of Chu Wenqiong echoed upwards. Was it you who did this? Seated at the desk, Xie Jinyang froze in shock. The sound of shattering objects quickly resonated throughout the house, and as if jolted awake, he leaped from his chair and dashed towards the door. In his haste, he nearly stumbled but was caught by Song Jilio just in time. The quarrel was taking place on the 1st floor, and as Song Jilio observed Xie Jinyang, who had already stumbled 3 times on the staircase, she simply scooped him up in her arms. The weight pressing against her arms prompted yet another sigh regarding Xie Jinyang's malnourishment. She descended the stairs at twice his speed, and upon reaching the corner of the staircase on the 1st floor, she set him down. The corner of the staircase lay in shadow, a place most would overlook. Thus, the two of them, one large, one small, stood there observing the unfolding scene. In the living room, Chu Wenqiong's face contorted with rage, her expression radiating pure fury. In stark contrast, Xie Haoyi remained composed and indifferent. Shards of broken glass littered the floor beneath them, and the surrounding servants had long since vanished. Chapter 50. The erupting conflict. The living room lay in utter disarray, the opulent sofa soaked by an unidentified liquid, the glass fruit bowl that once adorned the coffee table now vanished without a trace, and fruit scattered haphazardly across the floor. Song Jilio cast a glance at the positions of Chu Wenqiong and Xie Haoyi, then lowered her gaze to the shards of glass beneath her feet, silently pulling Xie Jinyang a few steps further away. The fact that shards could splatter from such a distance indicated the tremendous force with which someone had fallen. Chu Wenqiong's chest heaved with rage, her arms trembling uncontrollably at her sides. Yet beneath that fury lay a deeper well of panic and sorrow. Song Jilio paused, her mind racing. What was Chu Wenqiong so afraid of? Despite the grand spectacle, her overwhelming anger failed to mask the sheer terror emanating from her, and that fear was directed squarely at the man across from her. Following Chu Wenqiong's furious gaze, Song Jilio turned her attention to the composed Xie Haoyi. Faced with the woman's wrathful inquiries, he maintained his demeanor of polished civility. Recently returned from work, his silver-rimmed blue light glasses perched on his nose, he stood in stark contrast to Chu Wenqiong's tempestuous state. That was merely unfortunate for him, Xie Haoyi remarked. You are talking nonsense. Chu Wenxiong's poise as a refined lady evaporated, engulfed by her intense emotions. He has traversed that road for 7 or 8 years without incident. Why did something happen today? Why did Zhang Liang happen to take that route today? Xie Haoyi shrugged. Secretary Zhang's destination today was indeed along that road. To pin the blame on me based solely on this is rather inappropriate, Mrs. Xie. He deliberately emphasized Mrs. Xie, eliciting a shiver from Chu Wenxiong. Not a single word of Xie Haoyi's could Chu Wenxiong believe. Her fingers trembled as she prepared to retort, but the man across from her slowly retrieved a stack of documents from the folder in his hand. At that moment, Song Zhiye noticed that Xie Haoyi had been holding a file, obscured from her view due to the angle at the staircase. Mrs. Xie Haoyi called out again, seemingly oblivious to Chu Wenxiong's disgust. With a flick of his fingers, he let the contents fall onto the glass surface of the coffee table, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Shouldn't you explain what these are? As her gaze fell upon the pile, Chu Wenxiong's pupils constricted sharply, her furious demeanor instantly replaced by alarm. From a distance, Song Zhiye struggled to discern the details but could barely make out that it was a stack of letters, yet, the packaging felt unsettlingly familiar. A foreboding sense crept into Song Zhiye's heart. The envelopes resembled those that Xie Jinyang had handed to Chu Wenxiong that fateful night, hiding at the staircase. Xie Jinyang also recognized the stack, his small face paling immediately. The standoff between Chu Wenxiong and Xie Haoyi continued unabated. Ignoring Chu Wenxiong's ashen complexion, Xie Haoyi surveyed the damp sofa and chose a dry spot to sit. Leaning back against the cushion, he casually crossed his right leg over his left, folding his hands over his knees, a smirk playing on his lips. Mrs. Xie, I believe I warned you not to maintain any contact with him, Xie Haoyi stated. Chu Wenxiong's face drained of color, her voice trembling. Who allowed you to enter my room? These letters had been securely locked in her safe. Xie Haoyi scoffed, as if deriding Chu Wenxiong's crude attempts at deflection. From the outset, I made it clear once you entered the Xie household, you should refrain from any ties with him. I have been exceedingly tolerant, he said, feigning exasperation as he spread his hands. It was simple enough to avoid detection, yet you both failed to do so. Then do not blame me for what follows. Chu Wenxiong trembled with fury, each word dripping with anguish. We were supposed to be engaged. It was you who presented those conditions to my parents, causing them to change their minds. In a fit of rage and resentment, Chu Wenxiong's face flushed crimson. You forced me into this against my will. It was only after I became pregnant that my parents had no choice but to allow me to marry you. Xie Haoyi, you are a despicable man. Her curses failed to elicit any change in Xie Haoyi's expression. He merely said with a meaningful tone, Miss Chu, how can you be so certain that this matter does not involve your parents' hand? At that moment, Xie Haoyi shed his usual facade of gentility, the malevolence within him surfacing. That night, your cries for help were so loud, did they truly not hear? Chu Wenxiong's face turned ghostly pale, Xie Haoyi's words striking her like a dagger, shattering her mental defenses. She had long avoided recollecting that night, too consumed by rage to ponder the peculiarities. She had placed all her resentment upon Xie Haoyi, but were her parents truly unaware? Her cries had been so desperate, her sobs so unrestrained. Had her father and mother, just a floor away, truly not heard a thing? If they had indeed been complicit, what were they truly thinking when they comforted her afterward? Chu Wenxiong could not bear to contemplate further. She appeared on the verge of collapse, her legs buckled, and she sank onto the adjacent sofa. The dampness from the sofa quickly seeped into her clothing, darkening the fabric. Oblivious to her predicament, she muttered, impossible, under her breath, as if clinging desperately to the last bastion of her resolve. Xie Haoyi rose from the sofa, brushing off his clothes as if removing dust. He gazed down at Chu Wenxiong, slumped in defeat, and once again addressed her with that title. Mrs. Xie, a modicum of naivety may be endearing, but an excess of it borders on folly. He glanced at the letters on the coffee table, his lips curling slightly. Someone. Within seconds, a maid approached from the direction of the dining room. Master, she bowed slightly. Burn all this garbage, he gestured towards the coffee table. Understood. The maid bent to retrieve the letters, only to be halted by Chu Wenxiong's firm grip on the stack. Her refusal was unmistakable. The maid, however, showed no intention of relinquishing her hold. As the two remained locked in their standoff, Xie Hao's voice rang out with a warning in the living room. "You know the consequences of angering me. He should still be in the hospital being resuscitated." Chu Wenxiong's hand trembled, her teeth biting into her lower lip. After a few seconds, the resolve in her grip finally faltered. This time, the maid easily removed all the letters. Chapter 51, The Chaos of the Xie family. Witnessing the maid abscond with all the letters, Chu Wenxiong felt as though all strength had been siphoned from her body, collapsing straight to the floor. As he beheld his mother fall, Xie Jinyang instinctively moved to intervene, only to be restrained by Song Jijiao, who pressed him down with a firm hand. She lightly tapped his earlobe twice, a gesture signifying denial, conveying the message of "do not approach." Trusting in Song Jijiao, Xie Jinyang hesitated for a moment before ultimately yielding to her restraint. Seeing that Xie Jinyang had ceased his advance, Song Jijiao redirected her gaze towards Chu Wenxiong in the living room. In the age of starry skies, individuals typically wield their psychic energies with control. Only under extreme instability do they experience chaotic surges. Just moments ago, she had distinctly sensed the leakage of energy emanating from Chu Wenxiong. The uncontrolled energy coursing wildly indicated a profound instability within her. Song Jijiao observed Chu Wenxiong, her head bowed and long hair shrouding her expression, a sense of unease gnawing at her heart. In the next instant, Chu Wenxiong began to wreak havoc in the living room, violently throwing objects about. Vases from the cabinet, trinkets from the table, everything within sight was hurled aside, crashing to the floor or colliding with one another, producing a cacophony that was both jarring and terrifying. Xie Jinyang, still a child, was so frightened by the scene that he stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the staircase behind him. In his panic, he was steadied by Song Jijiao, clutching the handrail as he stared in a daze at the seemingly deranged woman in the living room, murmuring, "Mother." Beneath the disheveled curtain of brown hair, the woman's expression twisted grotesquely, crimson veins flooding her sclera, her actions of destruction appearing to drain every ounce of her strength. The commotion soon attracted a throng of onlookers. Song Jijiao first noticed a man in a butler's uniform hastily ascend the stairs. Minutes later, he returned to the living room, whispering a few words to those gathered, after which several maids approached Chu Wenxiong. They attempted to subdue the rampaging Chu Wenxiong, but their efforts met with failure time and again. Ultimately, it took 4 of them working in concert to barely restrain her. Even after being captured, Chu Wenxiong continued to struggle. At the butler's signal, another individual approached with a syringe-like instrument. With a swift injection, Chu Wenxiong soon slumped lifelessly. The waiting maids rushed forward to catch her, 2 of them supporting her on either side as they prepared to escort her upstairs. As they drew near, Song Jijiao grasped Xie Jinyang's hand, retreating into a hidden space behind the stairwell. Through the gaps in the crowd, Song Jijiao caught a glimpse of Chu Wenxiong's chest heaving violently due to her turbulent emotions. Observing her flushed face, she furrowed her brow. Once the crowd had dispersed, Song Jijiao and Xie Jinyang cautiously emerged from their concealment. Xie Jinyang's face was ashen, his expression dazed and unfocused, clearly still reeling from the earlier turmoil. Regardless of how perceptive a child may be, the spectre of parental discord instills a primal fear, as it portends the precariousness of familial stability. What a disarray, she sighed internally, and after confirming their solitude, Song Jijiao lifted Xie Jinyang into her arms. With an instinctive understanding of how to cradle a child, she gently bounced him up and down, ensuring his safety before ascending the staircase. Xie Jinyang clung to her neck, his chin resting on her shoulder, his eyelashes drooping slightly, embodying an air of complete dependence. Though he could not see her, Xie Jinyang could feel the warmth emanating continuously from her. The normal warmth of her body was not particularly high, yet he sensed his heart, which had felt frozen moments before, beginning to beat anew, a symbol of vibrant life. Tightening his grip around her neck, he buried his small face into the warmth of her neck, sensing the fragility of the little one. Song Jijiao sighed softly within, instinctively tightening her embrace around the chilled bundle. As she navigated the stairs, she swiftly processed the events that had unfolded in the living room. Despite the chaos, it had unveiled crucial information. For instance, Chu Wenxiong had not willingly entered into marriage with Xie Hao. Moreover, Xie Jinyan's presence might not have been her desire either. From Xie Haoyi's words, it was apparent he had issued a strict prohibition against any correspondence between Chu Wenqiong and the letter's author. Yet, it was clear Chu Wenqiong had disregarded his orders. With the recent incident involving that individual, she had firmly attributed the blame to Xie Haoyi, although he initially denied involvement. During their later altercation, Chu Wenqiong brought it up again, and he no longer refuted it, even subtly using the matter to coerce her. Xie Haoyi's arrogance was truly alarming. He exhibited no fear of Chu Wenqiong discovering the truth, nor did he make any significant effort to conceal his actions, believing everything was well within his control. In his mind, he did not perceive that they could pose any threat to him. Just days ago, Chu Wenqiong had been boldly challenging Xie Haoyi at the dining table. Today, she was dragged upstairs like a marionette. The extent of Xie Haoyi's control over the inhabitants of this villa was far more complex than it appeared. What manner of dominion could render these servants akin to automatons? The thought of their expressionless faces sent a shiver down Song Zhijie's spine. Upon returning to the room, she noted Xie Jinyan's continued daze and decided to lay him gently upon the bed, placing a cushion in his arms. Suddenly enveloped in softness, Xie Jinyang paused momentarily, then instinctively clutched the pillow tightly. In the face of the current situation, Song Zhijie found herself unusually at a loss. Having never known her parents, she held no reliance on the two strangers. Yet, Xie Jinyang was different. He possessed an innate dependence on his parents, yet from the very beginning, his arrival had not been desired by his mother. Despite the facade of a prosperous family with both parents present, the foundation was riddled with cracks. If the outset was flawed, how could the conclusion be anything but bleak? In this household, the sole endeavor to evade harm came from Xie Jinyang, the rest were mere apathetic bystanders. His father cared only for himself, while his mother was utterly preoccupied, leaving no one to acknowledge his existence. Xie Jinyang resembled a little ghost haunting the Xie household, his presence alarmingly negligible. Outside the door, a servant came to inform him that dinner would be delivered to his room. Beyond that, the entire third floor fell into an eerie silence, with no one considering whether the earlier uproar might have frightened the child. Chapter 52, Night Reading. Xie Jinyan's mood had been rather low throughout the evening, and by the time reading hour arrived, no servant came to knock on his door. He simply rolled up his blanket, preparing for sleep. Song Zhihao gazed at the bundle that seemed intent on suffocating itself with gloom, sighed countless times over the course of the day, and approached to tug gently at his blanket. Feeling the pull on his cover, his violet eyes blinked in the dim yellow light, and ultimately, he obediently closed his eyes, surrendering to the force of the wind. Xie Jinyang had a habit of keeping the bedside lamp lit while he slept, and when Song Zhihao inquired, he shyly admitted his slight fear of darkness. Most of the room had succumbed to shadows, leaving only a corner of light at the head of the bed. The entire Xie household remained as silent as ever. As Xie Jinyang drifted into slumber, Song Zhihao found herself devoid of any sleepiness. As a night owl, for her, 9:30 was merely the onset of night. In her modern life, she often stayed up late reading novels, and since arriving in this world, her optical brain had become a valuable asset, contributing to the dark circles under her eyes. Yet now, devoid of a mobile device or an optical brain, she found herself in utter boredom. Suddenly, she recalled the several large boxes of books tucked away in her storage bracelet. The covers of the books were quite old, and the paper was coarse, resembling ancient styles. The military academy's curriculum was packed, much of it linked to physical training. No matter how fit one was, enduring such daily training was daunting. After class each evening, upon returning to her dormitory for a shower, Song Zhihao felt utterly disinclined to do anything else. Additionally, having spent the previous month frantically cramming for what Song Zhihao ought to know, she had yet to open those books. Now, upon this sudden recollection, she resolved not to remain idle. She casually extracted a book from her storage, flipped through it briefly, and discovered that it chronicled the experiences of those who had entered the secret realms of the past cultivation world. Since the depletion of spiritual energy, not only had the living space of the cultivation realm been drastically compressed, but various secret realms had also been gradually diminishing, until they vanished entirely. By the time of Song Zhihao, secret realms had not appeared for a long time, and those remaining in the cultivation world had tacitly accepted that all such realms had ceased to exist. Thus, the term felt somewhat foreign to her. just as she began to feel a tinge of boredom and prepare to return the book to her storage, the vermilion bird in her consciousness suddenly called out to her. Gigi, wait a moment. Song Jihao paused, and then she heard the vermilion bird say, the frequency of illusions appearing in secret realms is quite high. Perhaps there is something in these books that could be of assistance to you. In the world, few things could ensnare a divine beast, and it was unlikely anyone would idly cast illusions upon one. Thus, despite living for over 1,000 years, the vermilion bird had little understanding of illusions. If only the black tortoise were here, it lamented, that fellow is the most adept at studying such matters. This was the first time Song Jihao had heard such a sentiment. The vermilion bird explained, in the past, it enjoyed finding a water hole to nestle in while researching formations, illusions and that sort of thing should bear some resemblance. If it were here, perhaps there would be a solution. The 4 divine beasts were birthed from the cosmos, each possessing an unfathomable lifespan that drew them together like kindred spirits. As the saying goes, distance breeds beauty. Absent from one another, curiosity flourished, yet once they began to interact, they often found each other insufferable. Take the black tortoise, for instance. The vermilion bird simply could not comprehend how it could endure those books and the dizzying formations day after day. If it were in charge, it would simply incinerate them with a breath of flame. After all, in this world, very few things could withstand divine fire. At such moments, the black tortoise would merely cast it a sidelong glance and utter 2 words, foolish. Regardless of how infuriated the vermilion bird became, the black tortoise would remain steadfastly focused on its formations. Now, trapped in an illusion, the vermilion bird found itself surprisingly nostalgic for that bookworm. Although it was reluctant to admit it, the black tortoise was undoubtedly the most intelligent among the 4 beasts. Giving the vermilion bird a gentle pat on the head, Song Jihao remained silent but retrieved several similar books from her storage. The light in the room was dim, and after a short while, her eyes began to ache. Glancing at the mound on the opposite bed, she rubbed her eyes, preparing to seek out some light, perhaps due to spending an increasing amount of time alongside Xie Jinyang, the primary figure of this illusion. Song Jihao sensed the pressure on her diminishing bit by bit. The 2-meter constraint expanded to nearly 10 meters, significantly broadening her range of movement. Additionally, there was the vermilion bird. Previously, she had been unable to release it from her consciousness, but now she felt it was imminent. Observing the vibrant spiritual fire in her palm, much more robust than at the outset, Song Jihao smiled in satisfaction. Stepping outside, she set her sights on the terrace at the end of the 3rd floor. It must be said that the Xie household was exquisitely decorated. The spacious terrace featured a swinging sofa, the kind one could nestle entirely within. Song Jihao had long coveted such a feature in her modern life. The corridor's lights shone brightly, casting their glow from the end of the hall to the various doors on the 3rd floor, dispelling some of the night's darkness. Nestling into the swing, Song Jihao sat cross-legged, sinking into the softness of the cushions behind her. The warmth of the Xie household enveloped the terrace, and she sighed contentedly, glancing at Xie Jinyan's door to ensure everything was normal. Taking advantage of the corridor's light, she began to study the books. At first glance, these books appeared dull, but upon delving deeper, they revealed themselves to be akin to a collection of stories, capturing Song Jihao's previously wandering attention. When encountering unfamiliar terms, she would consult the vermilion bird in her consciousness. After several inquiries, she could not help but marvel that some beasts had indeed lived long enough to gain wisdom. In the vermilion bird's words, while she might not possess the omniscience of the black tortoise, she had seen a great many rare and exotic treasures. Song Jihao's lips twitched. The implication was clear. Though she had never tasted pork, she had certainly seen pigs run. During the day, the vermilion bird spent most of its time sleeping, so now it was wide awake, joining Song Jihao in her study of the book. Interestingly, she even glimpsed the vermilion bird's form within the pages. She turned a page for it to see, but the vermilion bird frowned, struggling to recall anything. "This isn't my fault," the vermilion bird retorted defiantly. With such a lengthy lifespan, how could a divine beast possibly remember everything? Song Jihao paused. Indeed, in the vast expanse of time, even the grandest events would eventually fade into mere mundanity, and the most brilliant of individuals would simply become passers-by. "What about me?" Song Jihao instinctively asked. "Will you forget me too?" As a human, her lifespan was incomparable to that of the vermilion bird. Even though cultivation might extend her life, it would only be marginal. In the grand scheme of the divine beast's lifespan, it was akin to a drop in the ocean, creating no ripples. Absolutely not. The vermilion bird responded swiftly, its tone earnest, as if making a promise, no matter what, I will never forget you, Gigi. For it had once faced the end of its existence, and Song Jihao was the one who had pulled it back from that brink. The vermilion bird's first beginning was a gift from the heavens, with the long years appearing pale and insipid in its memory, yet Song Jihao granted it a second beginning. Since then, the passage of time had been radiant. Chapter 53, The unexpected turn. Xie Jinyang slept fitfully, the echoes of his parents' quarrels reverberating in his dreams like fragmented whispers. In the realm of his slumber, he remained hidden in a corner, the stark contrast between his mother's frantic despair and his father's calm demeanor strikingly apparent. They were like water and fire, inherently incompatible. The volume of their argument escalated, causing Xie Jinyang to tremble more violently in his corner, a suffocating sensation surging from the depths of his being. Gripping the collar of his shirt, he gasped for air, the fabric twisted tightly in his small hands, the skin beneath rising and falling rapidly in a desperate attempt to draw in oxygen. The feeling of asphyxiation intensified, and he struggled fiercely within his dream, his violet eyes finally fluttering open beneath the harsh reality of the light. Yet, the sensation of oxygen deprivation lingered, an unnamed pressure constricting around his throat. The weight of his eyelids resisted his attempts to fully awaken, but through his blurred vision, he recognized the familiar visage of his mother bathed in the dim glow of the night light. Mother, the woman's hand gripped tightly around his neck, and Xie Jinyang struggled to force fragmented words from his constricted throat, yet she showed no signs of relenting. Chu Wenqiang's expression was one of madness, her typically soft voice now sharp and piercing. Why did I have to bear you? It is you who binds me to the Xie family. Why is he being resuscitated in the emergency room while you lie here in comfort? The resentment in her brown eyes erupted like a torrential waterfall, crashing down upon Xie Jinyang. Because of you, he would not even allow me to go to the hospital. The sensation of suffocation grew ever stronger, the instinct to survive propelling Xie Jinyang into a desperate struggle as he tried to pry her fingers from his throat. However, how could a mere 4-year-old child, still somewhat malnourished, compete with the strength of an adult? He felt no movement in her arm, and as the oxygen dwindled, his violet eyes began to dim. Despair enveloped his heart. He could not discern whether the pain radiating from his chest stemmed from lack of air or the impending doom at the hands of his mother. His strength waned, and tears brimmed in his violet eyes, yet they never fell. Slowly, his eyes closed, and he began to await the arrival of death. Recent events flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern, exhaustion washing over him as his eyelids felt heavier. Just as the last vestiges of oxygen seemed to slip away, the pressure around his neck suddenly released. Xie Jinyang opened his eyes in confusion, oxygen rushing in as he coughed violently, his face flushed as he clutched his throat, the sound of Chu Wenqiang's heart-wrenching sobs echoing around him. He is going to die. In that moment, the woman's emotions unraveled completely, tears streaming forth as if to release all the grievances of the years. Xie Jinyang's coughing was relentless. He struggled to suppress the incessant itch in his throat while being immobilized by Chu Wenqiang's overwhelming turmoil. As his mother wept before him, he instinctively wished to reach out, yet the pain in his neck sharply reminded him of what had just transpired. In the brief hesitation, Chu Wenqiang suddenly turned her gaze upon him. Everything occurred in the blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment, the shattered woman seemed to have exhausted every tear of her life, only for resentment to reassert itself upon her face. She seized the still gasping Xie Jinyang and forcefully dragged him outside. Mom, please don't. A foreboding sense of dread surged within him, prompting Xie Jinyang to struggle fiercely. Yet, the recent asphyxiation had left his limbs weak and powerless. Despite his utmost effort to cling to the doorframe, Chu Wenqiang still pulled him from the room. She led him down to the first floor, during which Xie Jinyang attempted to call for help, yet no one answered. The servants had departed the villa for the evening, and Xie Haoyi was nowhere to be found. The expansive villa echoed only with Xie Jinyang's frantic pleas. Chu Wenqiang reached the hiding place where Song Jiliao and Xie Jinyang had concealed themselves earlier that afternoon. Upon closer inspection, the corner was not merely a wall, but a door nearly indistinguishable in color, a door that was clearly 3/4 shorter than those throughout the Xie residence, allowing him to hide perfectly in the stairwell corner, a door he had never known existed in his own home. Chu Wenxiong pressed the increasingly resistant Xie Jinyang against the door, her left arm pinning him down immovably while her other hand reached for the doorknob. The door swung open, revealing a staircase that descended into an abyss of darkness. After descending a few steps, Chu Wenxiong impatiently released her grip, allowing Xie Jinyang to tumble down the last few stairs. He hit the ground hard, emitting a muffled cry of pain. Chu Wenxiong stood above him, looking down with palpable hatred. "You stay here." The light from the living room crept in slowly from the doorway, ultimately halting at the step where Chu Wenxiong stood. Half of her body was illuminated, while the other half remained shrouded in darkness, an eerily unsettling sight. Her expression was frenzied, the bloodshot veins in her eyes threatening to engulf the whites, every suppressed emotion erupting forth that night, ruthlessly unleashed upon Xie Jinyang. Crouched upon the cold floor, he stifled his anguished whimpers, striving to lift his head to utter something to his mother, only to witness her unfeeling back as she departed. The last flicker of light was completely obstructed by the closing door, the sound of the lock echoing ominously in the dark. Chu Wenxiong had left. In that suffocating darkness, a small, curled-up figure remained. After a long while, the shadow on the floor stirred, struggling to sit up. He groped around for something solid, and in an instant, Xie Jinyang realized he was in the basement of his home. Enveloped by darkness, his violet eyes lost their luster, dimming completely. Everything that had transpired that night left Xie Jinyang feeling utterly disoriented. The once harmonious family had disintegrated in mere days, and now his mother had attempted to strangle him in the dead of night. Curled up in the corner, his small body trembled incessantly, engulfed by fear, confusion, sorrow, and despair. A plethora of negative emotions enveloped him, a far more terrifying sense of suffocation constricting his heart, rendering him breathless. Chapter 54 The Choice of Song Zhilio. The season has transitioned from deep autumn to early winter, necessitating the wearing of padded garments when venturing outside. The villa of the Xie family is suffused with warmth throughout the day, allowing its inhabitants to dress lightly. When Xie Jinyang was unceremoniously cast into the basement by Chu Wenxiong, he was clad only in a thin shirt. The basement, devoid of heating, is several degrees colder than the outside, and the flimsy fabric offers no defense against the biting chill. In this frigid environment, Xie Jinyang's lips swiftly took on a pallid hue. During his earliest struggle, one of his slippers had long since vanished, leaving him to cram both feet into a single shoe in a futile attempt to garner warmth. The cold compelled him to curl into himself tighter. However, the gnawing fear welling up from within was far more tormenting than his numbing extremities. The basement was enveloped in near total darkness, perhaps due to Chu Wenxiong extinguishing the lights in the living room, as not even a sliver of illumination seeped through the crack of the door. As his eyes gradually adapted to the murky surroundings, Xie Jinyang could barely discern his environment, cluttered with boxes of unknown contents, interspersed with elongated miscellaneous items, creating a scene that was exceedingly eerie and foreboding. He buried his head deep into his knees, attempting to shield himself from the endless abyss of darkness. Ever since he could remember, he had harbored a fear of the dark, which was why the small nightlight by his bedside was always left on. He had never envisioned himself confined within such a dismal setting. Desperately, he pressed himself into a corner, seeking solace in the illusion of safety, yet the unforgiving chill of the wall penetrated his thin nightwear, seeping into his spine, further robbing him of warmth. It was unnervingly silent. Xie Jinyang strained his ears to catch any sound, but ultimately, he was met with silence, his senses dulled by the cold and fear. He pinched himself, only to register the pain after a considerable delay. With neither a notebook nor pen at hand, he remained oblivious to the presence of Song Zhilio, the dark basement, the oppressive stillness, and the penetrating cold. The despair within his mind was far more agonizing than any physical suffering. Initially, he attempted to focus on his own breathing as a form of psychological comfort, but soon realized that this only exacerbated his terror. Perhaps I might silently perish here. Xie Jinyang thought, sluggishly. Just as he was pulled back from the brink of death, he was thrust right back into it. The child's body could barely withstand such torment. An overwhelming fatigue persistently sought to seize control of his body, yet time and again, he wrested it back. His limbs were now frozen and stiff, leaving Xie Jinyang at a loss for how to rescue himself. The stillness of the environment relentlessly eroded his will to live, leaving him questioning his own existence. In a near-dazed state, he silently pleaded, "Please, whatever it is, let there be some sound. At the very least, let him know whether he was still alive after an indeterminate duration. Was it a minute, 2 minutes, or perhaps half an hour? A frantic voice pierced through his semi-consciousness. Xie Jinyang, wake up. Don't sleep here. Xie Jinyang, he slowly blinked his eyes open, his violet irises clouded with confusion. The surrounding darkness remained impenetrable, yet the voices grew increasingly distinct. Xie Jinyang struggled to prop himself up, tentatively calling out, Gigi. It's me. Song Zhiliu exhaled in relief. She had just followed Xu Wenqiong and Xie Jinyang down, attempting to intervene midway, only to find the already loosened illusionary restraints tightening once more. It was the illusion itself that barred her from acting. This indicated that tonight's events were undoubtedly a trial for Xie Jinyang, and significant past events could not be easily altered. After Xu Wenqiong departed, Song Zhiliu endeavored to capture Xie Jinyang's attention, yet their means of communication, paper and pen, were absent, and inexplicably, Xie Jinyang seemed oblivious to her touch. As she watched his eyes begin to close, Song Zhiliu felt utterly powerless. Just then, Xie Jinyang suddenly heard her voice. With no time to ponder the reason, Song Zhiliu focused on rousing his spirits through conversation. How are you? She inquired. Upon confirming it was indeed Song Zhiliu, Xie Jinyang felt a sudden release of tension, and his body relaxed somewhat. So that's what your voice sounds like, he replied, somewhat off-topic. Song Zhiliu frowned. Who asked you that? Hearing her emotionally charged words brought a smile to Xie Jinyang's lips, his demeanor as obedient as ever. I'm fine, he reassured her, just a bit cold. Have you taken a look at yourself? Your little face is ashen, your lips devoid of color, and your knuckles appear stiff. This is what you call fine. She felt as if she might perish from worry over Xie Jinyang. Sensing her anxiety through her tone, Xie Jinyang attempted to comfort her in return. It's okay, Gigi, I can hold on. His weakened voice was softer than usual, lacking any semblance of credibility in Song Zhiliu's ears. Determined to take action, Song Zhiliu found herself thwarted by the illusion. The struggle between their opposing forces manifested starkly within her. As her energy surged once more, she hastily withdrew her spiritual power. Damn it, she cursed inwardly, what kind of situation is this? A child merely trying to sleep, only to be dragged from his bed into the basement by his own mother, while Xie Haoyi's whereabouts were unknown. Song Zhiliu's impression of the Xie family, whom she had never encountered in reality, plummeted to new lows. Was Xie Jinyang truly the only normal person in this family? Xu Wenqiong had barged into Xie Jinyang's room in the first half of the night, and now it was already the latter half, with temperatures only destined to drop further. Despite Song Zhiliu's continuous attempts to engage Xie Jinyang in conversation to prevent him from slipping into unconsciousness, she observed the frequency of his blinks increasing and his spirit waning. As the intervals between his responses lengthened, it became painfully clear that his situation was dire. Leaning against the wall, Xie Jinyang's eyes were half-closed. Casting a glance at the child's pallid visage, Song Zhiliu gritted her teeth and summoned her consciousness to its peak. Just as she was about to channel her spiritual energy, the voice from her initial entry into the illusion echoed in her ears once more. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The voice inquired. Song Zhiliu's hand faltered, her urgency laced with irritation. What else am I supposed to do? Let him freeze to death. You should know he will not perish here. The speaker's tone was calm. This event genuinely transpires within the trajectory of his growth. Your subsequent encounters with him signify that he has not died. Without you, he would still survive. Even so, do you still intend to confront the illusion to save him? As the voice spoke, it bore the weight of a divine perspective, analyzing the world with cold rationality. Yet, bonds are not born of reason. I will save him. Song Zhiliu declared without a hint of hesitation. The absence of death does not equate to the absence of suffering. She was uncertain how the original Xie Jinyang had managed to endure, but now that she was present, there was no justification for allowing him to suffer. The voice fell silent. And the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, flooding the entire basement. Numerous items were violently displaced, and even the lock of the basement door began to loosen rapidly. At the instant of the energy's explosion, the oppressive force of the illusion bore down upon Song Zhiliu. The metallic taste of blood surged in her throat, and under the enveloping force of her spiritual power, she cast one last glance at the unconscious Xie Jinyang leaning against the wall before her vision succumbed entirely to darkness. Chapter 55, The Consciousness of the Illusion Within the Realm of Illusions. The consciousness of the illusion resembles the heavenly Tao of the cultivation world. Should one dare to defy the heavens, one must inevitably pay the price. Song Zhijiao swore that in the past 18 years, she had never felt such profound discomfort. The blood she spat forth seemed to drain her entire essence, rendering her limbs utterly powerless. Around her, it felt as though she had reverted to the initial state of entering the illusion. In the enveloping darkness, Song Zhijiao felt as if she were submerged in water, yet this time, unlike the previous tranquility, an unknown pressure surged from all directions, overwhelming her with a suffocating sensation. Though her eyes were tightly shut, her consciousness flickered intermittently, acutely aware of the significantly harsher environment, rationally suspecting that the illusion was enacting personal vengeance. Truly as obstinate as ever, a voice sighed, echoing in her ears, but Song Zhijiao lacked the strength to respond. The incessant chattering was irksome. Noticing her furrowed brow, the voice was utterly amused. You seem to be growing impatient. In just a few days, you've managed to reduce yourself to this state. Your knack for causing trouble remains unchanged. The tone bore similarity to that of a mischievous schoolmate, who, after witnessing a fall, would linger beside you, chattering incessantly, yet never considering offering a hand to help you up. As Song Zhijiao's brow deepened in frustration, impatience practically written across her face, the individual clicked his tongue, his teasing tone reaching a level that would have earned him a punch from her in a moment of clarity. It's best to send you back quickly. Lingering here won't do you any good. But please, once you return, try to take it easy. Spitting blood is rather alarming. Listening to the intermittent voices around her, Song Zhijiao mentally labeled him as a master of self-talk. Yet soon, she found herself devoid of even the energy to complain, the side effects of resisting the consciousness of the illusion crashing upon her like a tidal wave, amplifying her discomfort. When faced with insurmountable issues, one should simply succumb to slumber. With a resigned blink, she yielded to her body's fatigue and drifted into unconsciousness. Isn't your heart a tad too carefree? The incessant chatter resumed at her ears, but this time, Song Zhijiao had completely lost her awareness. Confirming that she had truly succumbed to sleep, the voice muttered, "While I'm certain you'll be fine, perhaps you're being a bit too relaxed." Oh well, isn't this how it always is? Due to her limited field of vision, Song Zhijiao remained oblivious to the protective energy sphere surrounding her, continuously repelling the illusion's inherent hostility. Accompanied by a self-deprecating tone, the energy sphere encircling her expanded further, and in the next instant, she vanished from that space. TSK, a decrease in energy is indeed troublesome. The final murmured complaint dissipated into the silence of the void, the dark space returning to stillness as if no one had ever been there. After what felt like an eternity, the black substance flowing through the space suddenly began to bubble, akin to a person voicing a loud protest, only daring to make a sound once the confirming presence had departed. In a haze, a familiar force enveloped her body, light gradually seeping in from the outside. Her tightly shut eyelids fluttered several times before finally yielding to her owner's efforts, revealing the familiar arrangement of her room. Yet, Song Zhijiao had no time to take in her surroundings. She leaned against the wall and crouched down, dry heaving a few times as her right hand desperately sought to soothe her breath. Leaning against the wall, she took a considerable moment to recover from the wave of nausea. Gigi, are you all right? Since Song Jijiao began to resist the illusion, Zhu Qiu had fallen silent. Uncertain if it too had been targeted, it resumed its voice now that they had returned to the illusion. I'm fine. Striving to prevent the dizziness from overwhelming her mind, Song Jijiao's complexion improved considerably after a few minutes. Having sustained injuries, her body was already weakened, and for reasons unknown, the transition from that space back to here felt akin to a starship jump. The combination of her physical condition and spatial pressure left her experiencing a sensation reminiscent of motion sickness. Once, while on a bus that frequently braked suddenly, she had confidently scrolled through her phone, believing herself a chosen one impervious to such ailments. Little did she expect that in this new world, she would first encounter the very sensation of motion sickness. After crouching for a while longer, when she finally stood up, her vision momentarily darkened again. Song Jijiao, is this world ever going to improve? Feeling the intense malice of the illusion directed at her, she resolved to tread carefully. In Zhu Qiu's words, forcibly altering another fate would invite divine retribution in the original cultivation realm. Having merely exhausted her spiritual energy and suffered backlash, she had fared well enough. Closing her eyes to gauge the recovery of her spiritual energy, Song Jijiao sighed, realizing she could not afford to be reckless for the time being. Her current spiritual energy barely sufficed for a single technique. The energy she had previously used to tease Xie Jinyang now felt extravagant. Earlier, she had even jested with Zhu Qiu about incinerating the illusion entirely. Now, both she and the beast were firmly suppressed. Even breathing fire seemed a daunting task. Alas, she decided to take things one step at a time. Casting a glance around her room and finding no one present, Song Jijiao refrained from hastily searching for Xie Jinyang. The cushion she had previously fetched for him remained in the distance, so she made her way over and settled down into a cross-legged position to meditate. Her breath remained unsteady, the remaining spiritual energy coursing chaotically through her meridians. Should she venture out in such a state, she would undoubtedly experience motion sickness once more within 10 minutes. Gradually calming her thoughts, Song Jijiao closed her eyes and began to regulate her breath. Invisible to the naked eye, the minute particles suspended in the air within the room seemed to be drawn toward a single point, coalescing together. Individually, these particles appeared unremarkable, yet when gathered, they radiated a peculiar energy that seeped into Song Jijiao's body. Had there been an ability detector present in the room, it would have revealed a gradual ascent in the numerical representation of her energy level. Although the increase was slow, it was undeniably occurring. After a brief moment, Song Jijiao opened her eyes. She sensed the spiritual energy within her and let out a soft sigh. Indeed, while the spiritual energy in the illusion was not as abundant as in the real world, it remained terrifyingly. In an instant, she grasped the stark disparity between wealth and poverty. She couldn't help but wonder how she would manage should she unexpectedly return to the modern world one day. After all, it is much easier to descend from frugality to luxury than to revert from luxury to frugality. With this thought, Song Jijiao's lethargic disposition was momentarily invigorated. No, once she escaped, she must hasten her cultivation, seizing the opportunity to absorb as much of the abundant spiritual energy as possible. She contemplated with a serious expression. Additionally, forging weapons and concocting elixirs must be added to her agenda. After all, the quality produced in this world was exceptionally high. Having meticulously planned her future endeavors, Song Jijiao rose from the ground, resolved to check on Xie Jinyang's condition. Chapter 56. Return. The space was enveloped in darkness, and as her line of sight was obstructed, Song Jijiao's senses dulled. She could not perceive the passage of time, yet instinctively felt it could not have been long, could it? Standing on the staircase, she gazed down at Xie Jinyang, whose height had noticeably surged upwards, and fell into silence. It was over. She couldn't have been gone for several years, could she? The scenario she had envisioned, a brief outing that would last half an hour, had suddenly transformed into an unanticipated departure lasting years, leaving Song Jijiao momentarily hesitant. After all, she was uncertain whether Xie Jinyang even remembered her. Children are notoriously forgetful, and her sudden appearance was rather miraculous. If the roles were reversed, she might have doubted the reality of the situation and wondered if it was merely a figment of her imagination. Thus, her steps towards Xie Jinyang slowed, and she folded her hands on the railing of the staircase, leaning slightly to observe the figures in the garden below. The villa of the Xie family featured floor-to-ceiling windows facing the garden, allowing a clear view of the outside. However, the term garden was more a marketing ploy by the developers. In truth, it would be more fittingly described as a patch of grass. Upon inspecting the scene below, Song Jilia quickly dismissed her initial thoughts. No, to call it a lawn would be an exaggeration. After a moment of contemplation, she mentally retraced the history of that patch of land. It likely began with the growth of weeds, followed by a period of trimming and frequent trampling, leaving it rather bare now. Having merely fainted in an unknown space, her memories remained fresh. The last time she had seen it was certainly not like this. Xie Haoyi, with his penchant for theatrics, always insisted on projecting an image of familial harmony before others, and naturally, the garden was meticulously maintained. Upon her first glance, Song Jilia couldn't help but sigh softly, recalling how Xie Jinyang had once leaned over the railing with her, inhaling the fragrance of osman thus in the air, claiming it was a lavishly arranged creation by Xie Haoyi. There were even blessings from the deity of life. Under the influence of supernatural abilities, the osman thus, which should have wilted a month ago, continued to exude its distinctive aroma. I had always longed for a small garden as a child, Song Jilia mused while standing on the open balcony of Xie Jinyang's room, leaning her weight against the railing. It would be perfect if there were a swing too. She gestured animatedly in the air for quite some time before finally pinpointing a spot. Right there, it would be lovely. Only after indicating did she realize that Xie Jinyang could not see her gesture, prompting her to quickly respond. Following her direction, Xie Jinyang looked and discovered it was beneath a tall tree. The tree stood magnificently, its branches appearing robust. It resembled those trees she had seen in foreign films, where swings were typically suspended from the sturdy branches with hemp ropes. Xie Jinyang found Song Jilia's description somewhat vague, yet he maintained a serious demeanor. Catching a glimpse of his expression, she couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to touzle his soft hair. Why so serious while we're chatting? One might think we're discussing something of great importance. Xie Jinyang, with his head pressed down by her hand, rested his chin on the railing, a shy smile playing on his lips in response to her words. Observing the soft, fluffy figure beside her, Song Jilia found it increasingly difficult to maintain her serious expression. The two exchanged smiles, bursting into laughter together. Yet, Song Jilia was puzzled. She had merely fainted for a moment, so how had this soft, pliable figure suddenly morphed into a stoic presence? Gazing at Xie Jinyang in the garden, expressionless as he aimed at a target, Song Jilia envisioned the scholarly Xie Jinyang of the future. That expression, that posture, that aura, it was strikingly reminiscent of the Xie Jinyang she had seen in shooting lessons. She felt as though she were trying to bend a ruler, only to be rebuffed with a sharp sting. Outside, Xie Jinyang completed another shot, setting his gun down and turning to his instructor. The man approached the target, glanced at it, and returned with a tone tinged with admiration. Well done, your accuracy is commendable. Initially, he had been reluctant to accept the request from the Xie family, considering Xie Jinyang's young age. However, the generous remuneration offered by the Xie family had proven irresistible. Naturally, a high fee warranted visible results. He had previously worried that Xie Jinyang would struggle to meet expectations, but now he felt fortunate to have such a promising student. All 5 shots on target, 2 of which were bullseyes, he remarked, reaching out to pat Xie Jinyang on the shoulder. I will commend you when I report to your father today. Thank you, teacher. Xie Jinyang bent slightly, discreetly evading the man's outstretched hand. The man, oblivious to this subtle detail, assumed it was merely a coincidence. He picked up the gun that Xie Jinyang had placed on the nearby table, weighing it in his hand. We'll practice again in the next lesson, and then we can. However, the student's demonstrated adaptability and talent far exceeded his expectations, warranting an accelerated pace of progress. Xie Jinyang nodded, politely bidding farewell before heading inside the house. The man watched his retreating figure, marveling at how remarkable the boy was. Not only was he gifted, but he also possessed a steady temperament. Reflecting on his own child, the man couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. Noticing the time, he hurriedly turned to leave. Before departing, his own child had incessantly reminded him to procure a limited edition model, warning that it would be sold out if he delayed. As he settled into the Xie family's luxury vehicle, he once again marveled at the privileges afforded by his position. The salary was generous, and the children were well behaved. Since taking on this role, his family's financial situation had significantly improved. In the past, there had been no funds available for limited edition model. As the car departed the villa area, Xie Jinyang stepped through the door of the villa. Upon entering, he immediately sensed something amiss. The first floor, with its tightly shut windows, was filled with a breeze that seemed to flow past him, as if someone had just walked by. The boy's footsteps faltered, and a momentary look of confusion crossed his face before quickly being suppressed. After waiting for a moment, the breeze did not return. The now taller boy had lost much of his childhood softness. His features had matured, revealing glimpses of his future self. His demeanor no longer exuded the innocence of yesteryears. He appeared far more composed. Standing in the living room, his gaze fell upon an indeterminate point in the air, and Xie Jinyang parted his tightly pressed lips to speak. Gigi, say something. I know you are there. Chapter 57. 9 years upon being suddenly pointed out by Xie Jinyang, Song Zhiliao found herself momentarily stunned, instinctively letting out a soft gasp. This almost breathless sound was precisely captured by Xie Jinyang. The tautness in his spine subtly relaxed as he inquired, "Are you still unable to appear?" Realizing the implication, Song Zhiliao quickly responded, "Yes." "Very well." Aside from a hint of regret in his tone, Xie Jinyang maintained an otherwise normal demeanor. This was, paradoxically, the most unsettling aspect. To Xie Jinyang, Song Zhiliao was akin to a fleeting wisp, abruptly vanishing as suddenly as she had appeared. During her presence, he had expressed concern on multiple occasions about whether she might leave, showcasing the child's sensitivity to the matter. Yet now, his reaction suggested that she had never truly departed. It felt as though they had simply engaged in a game of hide-and-seek, and now that the time was up, Song Zhiliao had merely reappeared. Everything felt so natural. Uncertain whether Xie Jinyang was merely putting on a facade of calm, she struggled to articulate an explanation but found herself at a loss for words. How could she convey that she had merely been expelled from the illusion while trying to save him? Or should she concoct a tale to share? Song Zhiliao pondered, grappling with her discomfort. Deception had never been her forte. As a child, while others were tethered by parental oversight, she had dared to frolic alone in the mountains. Even in school, when targeted by peers, she reassured herself that the old man often couldn't find her, thus trouble would not find him either, leading her to confront challenges head-on. In her youth, if someone struck her, she would retaliate without hesitation. As she matured, she became wiser and learned to navigate situations where she could extricate herself without injury. Yet, she had rarely resorted to lies. Why did it seem that every encounter with Xie Jinyang thrust her into the predicament of fabricating a story? She felt a twinge of frustration. "Have you recovered from your injuries?" Xie Jinyang's voice interrupted her train of thought. "What?" Song Zhiliao failed to comprehend his meaning. Xie Jinyang pressed his lips together, his cheeks slightly puffing out, reminiscent of the last time she had seen him. "Before you disappeared, I saw you spitting blood." Despite his considerable composure, the essence of a child remained within him, and the sorrow in his violet eyes was laid bare. When Song Zhiliao chose to confront the illusion, Xie Jinyang had not yet succumbed to complete unconsciousness. His somewhat hazy awareness had been abruptly rekindled by the surging energy around him, and as he half opened his eyes, he witnessed Song Zhiliao's blooded state. A wave of terror swiftly spread from his heart, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, she vanished from sight, not in the way she had before, eluding him, but rather, she simply ceased to exist. Following her disappearance, the staircase spiraled upward, and the previously impenetrable basement door crashed open. Summoning his last reserves of strength, Xie Jinyang clawed at the icy steps, laboriously ascending them one by one. His limbs had long since succumbed to numbness, and after collapsing onto the soft carpet of the living room, he quickly lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a hospital bed. The stark whiteness of the room enveloped him, and he was alone, the air's flow returning to a semblance of normalcy. The entity had retracted the gift it had bestowed upon him. Suddenly, Xie Jinyang recalled the agreement he had made with Song Zhiliao, vowing that she would not vanish without a trace. She hadn't he lied to him, crouching on his bed, knees drawn to his chest, his violet eyes dimmed. He had witnessed her disappearance, and it was highly likely that the chorus was himself. Xie Jinyang possessed an extraordinary clarity, akin to his sensitivity to lies. He could discern truth from deception. He understood with unwavering certainty that Song Jiliao was no figment of his imagination. Her companionship was genuine, and the thick stack of kitten drawings in the room attested to her existence. He had failed to seize the opportunity. Outside the hospital, a fierce wind swept through, causing all the leaves that should have fallen daily to drop in an instant, leaving the treetops barren, as if stripped of all vitality. On the night that Xie Jinyang escaped the basement, the entire Federation experienced a significant drop in temperature, and the trees lining the streets lost all their leaves overnight. The television broadcaster announced the weather, declaring the end of autumn and the arrival of winter. This winter was poised to be the coldest in a decade, though the heating in the hospital room was ample. His hands, curled within the blanket, remained frigid. At the tender age of 4, Xie Jinyang began to grasp a poignant truth. It is exceedingly difficult to hold onto something, even if you make promises with that person, even if you exert every effort to retain them. He had confided in no one about Song Jiliao's return until today, when he felt the familiar flow of air once more. People often assume that time will dull all memories, yet when events from the past resurface, the body reacts instinctively before the mind can catch up. You might think you have forgotten, but in reality, you have merely grown accustomed to waiting. And Xie Jinyang had waited. The gift had returned to his side. The initial separation had etched itself indelibly in his memory, rendering Xie Jinyang hesitant to stir up anything. Thus, he maintained an appearance of calm, as though Song Jiliao had never truly departed. Straining to steady the tremor in his voice, he hoped she would utter something to confirm her return, yet he refrained from questioning her about her absence. He asked only if her injuries had healed, avoiding the earlier queries regarding her potential departure. Listening to Song Jiliao affirm that she was indeed fine, Xie Jinyang revealed a relieved smile. However, the hands that hung naturally at his sides betrayed his true emotions, tightly clenched into silent fists that spoke of his anxiety. In truth, Xie Jinyang longed to ask if she had forgiven him. He should have apologized, sorry for causing her harm, sorry for burdening her, sorry for not keeping her close. And why had she not appeared? Had her strength not yet returned, or did she simply not wish to confront him? A multitude of questions swirled within him, yet he ultimately remained silent. Song Jiliao was unaware of Xie Jinyang's thoughts and, naturally, did not realize he had misconstrued certain matters. Had she known, she would have vehemently defended herself. This was entirely beyond her control. However, now that Song Jiliao perceived Xie Jinyang's lack of further inquiries, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that she need not fabricate a story. By the way, how old are you now? Song Jiliao asked, finally voicing the question that had initially been on her mind. Xie Jinyang had clearly grown taller, yet children experience growth spurts at varying ages. She had witnessed peers who only began to grow significantly by the time they reached middle school. 13, Xie Jinyang replied. What? Song Jiliao exclaimed, taken aback. She had not anticipated that her brief fainting spell in the illusion could equate to a passage of 9 years. Chapter 58, Transformation. You. After much hesitation, Song Jiliao finally managed to stammer, you've grown quite rapidly. Xie Jinyang, somewhat uncertain, responded. Xie. Song Jiliao forced a couple of awkward laughs, regretting her words from 5 seconds prior, realizing how foolish she had sounded. Fortunately, Xie Jinyang seemed unfazed. Aside from the garden being overgrown, the layout of the Xie residence had remained largely unchanged over the past 6 years. Following Xie Jinyang, Song Jiliao returned to his room, contemplating the peculiarities of the situation. It appeared that Xie Jinyang could hear her clearly, yet he still could not see her. Although the previous 2-meter limitation seemed to have lifted, based on past experiences, Song Jiliao decided to linger near Xie Jinyang a little longer, hoping that the oppressive nature of this illusion would soon wane. As she sensed her spiritual energy gradually recovering yet still feeling arduous, she was acutely aware of the malice permeating the illusion. It struck her as profoundly strange. At times, it was benevolent towards Xie Jinyang, showing her considerable leniency, while at other moments, it was harsh, refusing to allow any interference. Song Jilio perceived a certain dissonance within the illusion. As she silently critiqued the illusion, she followed Xie Jinyang into his room. Upon reaching the doorway, she sensed something was amiss. A cursory glance around the third floor revealed 2 additional rooms. Previously, although there were numerous rooms, only 2 were in use, one belonging to Xie Jinyang and the other to Chu Wenqiang, both situated at opposite ends of the corridor. Now, however, the door to Chu Wenqiang's bedroom was firmly shut, while the doors of the 2 rooms adjacent to Xie Jinyang were wide open, revealing clear signs of habitation. "Is someone living next to your room?" she inquired casually. "Yes, my older brother and younger brother are residing there," Xie Jinyang replied nonchalantly. "Oh, I see, wait." Her voice trailed off abruptly as confusion washed over her. She almost believed that her memories had become muddled due to her incomplete recovery. "When did you get a younger brother?" she exclaimed. Wasn't it only CSI, the older brother, who was supposed to come back? In stark contrast to Song Jilio's bewilderment, Xie Jinyang remained remarkably composed. His fair, youthful face bore a calm demeanor as he dropped a bombshell. "That guy had another one." "Song Jilio, with your mother?" "Xie Jinyang, no." "Song Jilio." The Xie family was truly chaotic. Entering Xie Jinyang's room, Song Jilio followed his footsteps to the bedside. Although she had returned to the illusion and entered this room, she had been too disoriented at the time to take in her surroundings. In her haste to find Xie Jinyang, she hadn't even glanced at the room's layout. Now, upon closer inspection, she noticed some changes. The arrangement of the desk and chairs remained largely the same, but near the window, the space where Xie Jinyang used to sit as a child was now covered with a thick carpet, accompanied by a cozy beanbag chair. In truth, that little corner seemed out of place within the otherwise businesslike decor of the room. The soft carpet and inviting beanbag chair appeared ill-suited for a space that exuded a professional ambience. Moreover, Xie Jinyang's personality did not seem like one inclined to incorporate such items. After posing her observation, Song Jilio found that Xie Jinyang seemed somewhat perplexed. "Weren't you the one who suggested that having these around would be nice?" Taken aback, Song Jilio's memory swiftly retraced its steps. At that time, due to his height, Xie Jinyang had a habit of sitting on the floor, and although she had provided him with a cushion later on, he still seemed dissatisfied. "It would be better if there was a carpet." Xie Jinyang looked up from his book, perplexed. "A carpet?" "Yes," Song Jilio nodded, gesturing with her hands, "one of those thick, soft carpets that make sitting on it an absolute joy." Her family had one, and during her leisure time, she loved to snuggle up on it, cradling a chick or a cat while watching variety shows. Xie Jinyang appeared contemplative. "However, it seems you cannot change it." Song Jilio sighed, setting aside the fact that Xie Jinyang was still quite young. Given Xie Haoyi's high regard for him, she had no doubt that even if Xie Jinyang made such a request, it would likely be dismissed. Thus, she abandoned the idea of encouraging Xie Jinyang to voice his desires, yet, Xie Jinyang seemed unwilling to let the topic rest. "Aside from that, is there anything else you'd like to change?" "Huh." Although she was unsure why Xie Jinyang had suddenly taken an interest, she treated it as casual conversation. After a moment's thought, she pointed to the area beneath the floor lamp and suggested, "How about placing a beanbag chair there? Do you know what that is?" Assuming Xie Jinyang was unfamiliar with it, she proceeded to describe it in detail. Xie Jinyang listened quietly, his violet eyes shimmering with a hint of intrigue, his hands obediently cradling the book as he absorbed her words. Song Jilio was taken aback when her casual chatter unexpectedly manifested into reality, momentarily at a loss for words. "Did you have someone arrange it?" she asked, realizing he was likely too young to manage such tasks alone. Xie Jinyang nodded, mentioning someone she had not anticipated. "I had him find someone to take care of it." Unlike before, Xie Jinyang now seemed reluctant to refer to the man by name. Though he did not explicitly state it, Song Jilio understood whom he was referring to, yet this revelation was entirely unexpected. "Xie Haoyi arranged this for you," she exclaimed. "He seems like the type who would find you a nuisance." Her words were unfiltered and merciless, but she swore they were entirely accurate. Though Xie Haoyi presented himself well, she was keenly aware of his disdain for anything resembling warmth. even bordering on aversion. A businessman driven by profit, he failed to comprehend why one would expend time on such frivolities. Therefore, it surprised her that he would acquiesce to Xie Jinyan's wishes and even seek someone to help. However, Xie Jinyang swiftly dispelled her doubts with a single statement. "My abilities have developed." In an instant, Song Zhiliu recalled Xie Jinyan's extraordinary powers. No wonder, given Xie Haoyi's desire to keep Xie Jinyang within the family due to his psychic potential, it was only natural for him to show more favoritism now that he had learned of Xie Jinyan's godlike abilities. With an innate talent for psychic energy categorized as A, coupled with his word spirit powers, Xie Jinyang was likely Xie Haoyi's ideal son. "Do you believe in deities?" Song Zhiliu posed the question. "Not at all," Xie Jinyang answered without hesitation. It seemed he had remained unchanged from childhood, even at such a tender age, possessing formidable abilities, he remained unconvinced of their existence. Indeed, favoritism was evident, Song Zhiliu thought with certainty. Chapter 59, Xie Zhao's mother, would you like to give it a try? Xie Jinyang gestured towards the lazy sofa, stating, it should meet your expectations. The creamy yellow hue was the very color she had previously mentioned, and the sofa itself was exceedingly soft, allowing one to sink into it completely. Song Zhiliu was just inclined to test it out. The sofa was indeed plush, and upon sitting, one would instantly sink down, enveloped as if by soft clouds. Xie Jinyang, as was his custom, settled onto the floor, though this time the ground was adorned with a thick carpet. Song Zhiliu felt somewhat uncomfortable with the angle of her view, so after a brief moment on the sofa, she followed suit and joined Xie Jinyang on the carpet. The indentation left by her presence on the sofa vanished, replaced by the rustling sounds emanating from beside her. Xie Jinyang sensed Song Zhiliu settling down next to him. His gaze drifted to the large tree outside the window. Time flowed by, seasons changed, and the leaves began to turn yellow once more. And just before the arrival of this winter, someone who had departed in winter returned. Xie Jinyang withdrew his gaze from the window, returning to the intimate space shared solely between the two of them. With a sense of ease, Song Zhiliu commenced speaking. After all, only Xie Jinyang could hear her voice. If they were to converse in public, she would be fine, but Xie Jinyang might be perceived as having lost his mind. "So, what is the situation with your brother?" Song Zhiliu inquired. She surmised that the brother Xie Jinyang referred to was most likely Xie Zhao, yet she remained oblivious to the fact that they were half-brothers. Perhaps she had not been keeping up with the gossip on the campus forum, Song Zhiliu reflected. Such family scandals would certainly be abundant there. Regrettably, her intense focus on studies at the beginning of the semester had left her out of the loop. However, no one could have anticipated that she would have the opportunity to hear it directly from Xie Jinyang himself. Settling cross-legged, she prepared herself for the unfolding revelations. Nonetheless, the gossip surrounding influential families was far more explosive than ordinary tales. Upon learning that Xie Jinyang and Xie Zhao were merely 3 months apart in age, Song Zhiliu fell into stunned silence. Upon realizing that they were half-brothers, she pondered whether Xie Zhao had skipped a grade, accounting for their shared academic level. However, Xie Haoyi's shamelessness exceeded her wildest imagination. Before Xie Jinyang's birth, Xie Zhao's mother had already conceived him. The 3-month age gap redefined Song Zhiliu's perception of Xie Haoyi entirely. What about Xie Zhao's mother? Observing the structure of the Xie household, she noted that the first floor consisted of the living and dining areas, the second floor housed activity and study rooms, while the third floor was designated for bedrooms, with Xie Haoyi occupying an entire floor alone. Yet, as she had just passed through, she had only noticed signs of use in 4 rooms. If the additional rooms belonged to CSI and Xie Zhao, then Xie Zhao's mother's room was conspicuously absent. Xie Jinyang's violet eyes dimmed, and his response came noticeably slower than before. After a brief silence, under Song Zhiliu's inquisitive gaze, he uttered 2 words, "She died." Song Zhiliu was taken aback. She had not anticipated this answer. Xie Zhao had always struck her as domineering, as though he possessed an unwavering source of support behind him, allowing him to act without restraint. Song Zhiliu had assumed that such a personality stemmed from parental indulgence. How did his mother pass away? Song Zhiliu inquired. However, Xie Jinyang remained silent for an extended period, his head bowed, his expression betraying a hint of disdain. It was rare for him to be at a loss for words. As Song Jilio contemplated rephrasing her question, he suddenly spoke. She fell down the stairs. While this cause of death was uncommon, it did not evoke excessive surprise. Nevertheless, Song Jilio turned to observe the pillow Xie Jinyang held tightly, seemingly wishing to meld it into his being, and sensed that his emotions were somewhat awry. Could there be more to this incident? Just as Xie Jinyang refrained from pressing Song Jilio for further details, she instinctively chose not to pursue the matter any further. After all, Xie Zhao was not particularly significant to her. However, Xie Jinyang's candidness surpassed her attempts to change the topic. It was my mother who pushed her down. Song Jilio's pupils dilated in shock. Xie Jinyang pressed his lips together, recounting an incident from long ago. After you disappeared, I crawled out of the basement and was taken to the hospital by the servant who had come in the morning. That night, my mother was diagnosed with a mental illness. Song Jilio furrowed her brow, reflecting on the circumstances during that time. Chu Wenqiong's emotional state had indeed been somewhat unstable, but it hardly seemed severe enough to warrant a diagnosis of mental illness. To outsiders, Chu Wenqiong had appeared quite deranged that night, yet upon closer recollection, it now seemed rather abrupt. How could her animosity, which had been directed towards Xie Haoyi only hours earlier, have shifted to the point of attempting to strangle Xie Jinyang? As Song Jilio's frown deepened, she recalled the injection administered to Chu Wenqiong by the servant. Afterward, during her casual stroll through the living room, she had noticed the packaging for the injection, along with the instructions, still lying around. She had glanced at the instructions, noting that the drug's effects could last for 24 hours. However, Chu Wenqiong's behavior that night did not appear to align with the expected effects. Once the horrifying surface of a mother attempting to strangle her child was peeled back, a myriad of questions emerged. Casting a glance at Xie Jinyang, Song Jilio ultimately chose to keep her thoughts to herself. These were, for now, merely conjectures, and although the person before her had matured significantly, he remained at heart just a teenager. The impact of Chu Wenqiong's actions on him had been profound. Until there was a definitive conclusion, she did not intend to revisit this painful topic with Xie Jinyang. Xie Jinyang was not entirely clear on the specific details of that day. He only recalled a pool of blood at the bottom of the stair. Chapter 60. Disdain. Wait a moment. Songji realized something amiss in Xie Jinyang's words. Hasn't Xie Haoyi taken over the Xie family yet? She recalled hearing the servants address him as the head of the family during her first visit to the Xie residence. Xie Jinyang shook his head. He officially took over only 2 years ago. Songji pondered, so he was addressed as such even before assuming the role of head. Xie Jinyang seemed to discern her thoughts. His gaze grew distant and his tone unexpectedly imbued with palpable emotion. He has always been arrogant. Arrogant and conceited, convinced that everything lay within his grasp, believing victory was merely a matter of time. It was hardly surprising that Xie Haoyi would indulge in the fruits of success prematurely. Listening to Xie Jinyang's derisive tone, Songji concluded that Xie Haoyi must have secured the top spot on Xie Jinyang's list of despised individuals. Reflecting on Xie Jinyang's earlier affection for his father, she sighed softly. Discovering her father's true nature at such an early age, she wondered whether it was a blessing or a curse for Xie Jinyang. She had never known a father, while Xie Jinyang had to endure the transition from having one to losing him. Which of the two experiences was more painful? Observing the youthful features that were gradually merging with the visage of the future Xie Jinyang, a tinge of pity crept into Songji's eyes. Having seen Xie Jinyang as a child, she found it increasingly difficult to envision the trajectory of his growth, for the disparity was simply too vast. As a child, Xie Jinyang would envy the kids frolicking in the garden, yet as he matured, he preferred to distance himself from the crowd. He was once a boy who could find joy in a simple drawing of a kitten, yet now he seemed incapable of smiling. Having shared a desk with Xie Jinyang for over 2 months, Songji had witnessed a myriad of his emotions. Annoyance, indifference, resignation. Xie Jinyang's emotional repertoire was far from lacking, yet it was conspicuously devoid of one, pure joy. The simple delight that could be coaxed from a 4-year-old Xie Jinyang was nowhere to be found in the man he would become. This realization filled Songji with an inexplicable sadness. The child who had just engaged in shooting practice in the garden returned to the room, curling up on the carpet into a small ball. Gazing at the fluffy head, Songji placed her hand upon it, feeling the tousled hair. Xie Jinyang, though puzzled, remained still, allowing her to ruffle his hair into a disheveled state. "What is the matter?" he inquired. While Songji had often enjoyed ruffling his hair, it was rare for her to do so in silence, devoid of teasing or playful banter. "Nothing," Songji gently pressed down the unruly hair once more, just a tinge of sympathy for you.As emotion swirled within her. Songji felt a sense of helplessness. Ever since entering this illusion, she had become markedly more sentimental. In the past, taking care of herself alone sufficed, but now she realized that forming bonds with others meant her own joys and sorrows were influenced by them. Whether this was good or bad remained uncertain, yet she had yet to feel any inclination to resist. "What about CSI?" To avert further inquiries from Xie Jinyang, she proactively shifted the topic. Initially, she had mentioned that CSI would soon be welcomed into the family, yet by the time she departed, she had not laid eyes on him. "My brother is attending school," Xie Jinyang replied. "He goes to a boarding school and returns home once every 2 weeks. You seem to have a favorable impression of him." Songji raised an eyebrow, noting that calling him brother indicated the child had accepted him. Xie Jinyang nodded. "He is quite a good person. In fact, one might say he is exceptionally so." CSI possessed a gentle disposition and excelled academically. Shortly after Songji's disappearance, he had been brought into the Xie family under the guise of an adopted son. Though he returned home only once every fortnight, he always brought gifts for her and Xie Zhao.As Xie Haoyi gradually consolidated power over the years. Restrictions on them had begun to loosen. In the rare instances Xie Jinyang ventured out, CSI was nearly always by his side. A mere 3 years older than Xie Jinyang, CSI exhibited a maturity beyond his years, handling each task with great finesse. His performance at school was commendable, and Xie Haoyi had increasingly taken him under his wing, seemingly grooming him for a future role in managing the family business. Songji recalled a room she had glimpsed earlier. It was adjacent to Xie Jinyang's chamber, and from the doorway, she could clearly see the wooden bookshelf filled with books. A mere glance revealed an array of financial terminology that overwhelmed her. She had not anticipated that these were the studies of a 13-year-old boy. In that moment, Songji felt the stark variances of humanity. While she struggled with exam papers and exercise books, others were already delving into corporate finance. And what of Auntie? She pondered the appropriate way to address Chu Wenqiong, having reconsidered her title several times. Directly calling her by her name felt disrespectful, especially as she was Xie Jinyang's mother. Yet, the alternative title did not sit well with her either. The memory of Xie Jinyang fainting in the basement lingered vividly, and she was, after all, one to hold grudges. After much deliberation, she ultimately opted to refer to her as Auntie. When Chu Wenqiong was mentioned, Xie Jinyang's lips pressed together momentarily, as though he were about to speak, yet hesitated, his expression fraught with conflict. Songji understood that her feelings towards Chu Wenqiong were complex. It was likely the same for Xie Jinyang. Thus, she patiently awaited him to articulate his thoughts. After a brief silence, Xie Jinyang finally spoke. "When things are well, she stays at home. When not, she is in the hospital." He chose to disclose Chu Wenqiong's health condition. Songji nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Having grasped the general circumstances of the Xie family, the tension she had been holding began to ease. Fortunately, despite her abrupt 9-year absence, no occurrences akin to the basement incident had befallen Xie Jinyang. Given the nature of the Xie family environment, she was genuinely apprehensive about potential mishaps. Seeing a workbook with a clearly marked grade on the desk, she glanced at the date and casually inquired, "You have school tomorrow, right?" The school system in this world bore little difference from the modern one, and at 13, Xie Jinyang was in the first year of junior high. Tomorrow happened to be Monday, and junior high students were expected to attend classes. Resting his chin on a cushion, Xie Jinyang emitted a soft millimeter from his nose, appearing rather childlike in his lethargy. Songji replied with an "It had merely been a casual question, one she hadn't thought much about." However, noticing her lack of follow-up, Xie Jinyang unexpectedly asked, "Would you like to accompany me?" Just as she was about to respond that she had no reason to follow him to school, she met his expectant violet gaze. "I will go with you." Chapter 61. School in the morning. Groggy and bleary-eyed, Songji Liao stumbled into the dining room of the Xie household, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Ever since her high school graduation, she had not risen this early. The university dormitory was situated conveniently close to the lecture halls, allowing her to wake at 7:30 even for an 8 o'clock class. However, as she sleepily glanced at the clock on the wall, which displayed 6:20, she hazily inquired of Xie Jinyang, why on earth must middle school students wake up so early? Xie Jinyang, seated at the dining table awaiting breakfast, paused momentarily at her question before responding earnestly, "It's for morning reading." Song Jiliao. Quite a valid point, but isn't 6:30 a tad too early for morning reading? She recalled that during her own middle school days, morning reading commenced at 7, with high school starting at 6:30. Yet, observing Xie Jinyang's demeanor, one of accustomed ease, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After a long yawn while seated, Song Jiliao resolved that she would definitely not accompany Xie Jinyang to school the following day. Rising early was truly torturous for a night owl like her. Unbeknownst to Xie Jinyang, who was engaged in conversation with a servant, Song Jiliao was secretly plotting how to abandon him for a well-deserved slumber the next day. Second young master, the head of the family, mentioned that Madam will return this afternoon, the servant announced. Song Jiliao's ears perked up at the change in the servant's address towards Xie Jinyang. The only child had transformed into the middle one, and Xie Haoyi was indeed quite something, she mused inwardly. "I understand." Xie Jinyang gestured for the servant to take leave. The servant bowed slightly, placed breakfast on the table, and departed the dining room. "Are you dining alone?" After a moment of waiting and noticing no one else descending the stairs, Song Jiliao inquired. After swallowing a mouthful of food, Xie Jinyang replied, "Yes." Song Jiliao, puzzled, asked, "What about Xie Zhao?" He was of the same age as Xie Jinyang and should also be heading to school. Xie Jinyang, appearing nonchalant, explained, "He typically plays outside and doesn't he return home, he heads straight to school in the morning." "Staying out overnight?" "Yes." Song Jiliao. In modern times, although her grandfather was often absent, he had set curfews once she gathered the audacity to socialize outside. In elementary school, it was 7, in middle school, 8, and as high school progressed, her grandfather's infrequent returns rendered curfews moot. She had entertained thoughts of defiance, but each time she breached the curfew, there was always a guardian beast to intercept her. The Qinglong and Xuanwu were manageable, resembling snakes and turtles back then, but the Zhuqiu and Baihu posed greater challenges. Even in its feline form, Baihu was a large cat, sprawled across her path as if to say she would have to leap over it to exit, with Baihu blocking her way and Zhuqiu chirping incessantly. Song Jiliao found herself thoroughly ensnared. She once pondered if all animals possessed such intelligence. In hindsight, it was only natural that divine beasts were clever. The consequences of her early rising lingered, and as Song Jiliao struggled to awaken, she caught a glimpse of Xie Jinyang pushing aside onions from his plate. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "You don't like onions?" As he pushed the onions aside, Xie Jinyang responded. The pickiness he displayed struck Song Jiliao as unexpectedly endearing, prompting her to smile. "Then just inform the kitchen not to include them," she suggested casually. "That's troublesome," Xie Jinyang replied. "Every household matter, regardless of its magnitude, must be reported to Xie Haoyi." Song Jiliao suddenly understood. Indeed, given Xie Haoyi's controlling nature, it was better to avoid his scrutiny. The expansive first floor was quiet, with only Xie Jinyang, reminiscent of his 4-year-old self. As she gazed at the milk on the table, a question sprang to mind. "Do you experience growing pains?" Xie Jinyang appeared unfamiliar with the term. "Do your knees hurt at night?" She attempted to simplify her explanation. He shook his head. Song Jiliao pondered. 13. He should have encountered growing pains by now. She wasn't entirely sure how tall children of his age typically grew, yet she felt that Xie Jinyang was growing rather rapidly. Could it be that he was a chosen one, free from the affliction of growing pains? Initially, this was merely a casual conversation, and she did not dwell on it. Once Xie Jinyang finished his breakfast, she stood, heading towards the door. A car awaited outside. Xie Jinyang handed his backpack to the driver and entered the vehicle. Song Jiliao hesitated between the front and back seats before ultimately choosing the front, eager to gaze out at the scenery beyond the window. As the wind brushed against her, Xie Jinyang's motion to enter the car momentarily stalled, and he discreetly glanced ahead. The driver, sensing the unusual pause, inquired, "Second young master, is something amiss? Xie Jinyang averted his gaze and settled into the back seat. Nothing, just drive, he instructed. Understood. The journey from the Xie residence to the school took approximately 20 minutes, during which a serene silence enveloped the car. Song Zhiliao refrained from conversing with Xie Jinyang, fearing she might startle the driver. Thus, she remained quietly absorbed in the passing scenery. However, after a short while, fatigue once again enveloped her, exacerbated by the driver's remarkably smooth driving, causing her head to droop. Zhu Qiu, residing in her consciousness, noticed her head nearing the car door and hastily prepared to alert her, yet, just as it was about to speak, the driver abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing Song Zhiliao to lurch forward. She stifled a cry of pain, clutching her sore forehead, fully awakened. "Second young master, we have arrived," the driver announced, turning to address Xie Jinyang, completely oblivious to Song Zhiliao's resentful glare. How could he drive so smoothly yet stop so abruptly? The Xie family's car was spacious, with ample room between the two seats for a person to pass through. Without hesitation, Song Zhiliao squeezed to the back to exit the vehicle alongside Xie Jinyang. "This car is definitely jinxed for me," she muttered as she walked beside him. "I strongly suggest we change it." Waking early and then bumping her head made her contemplate consulting an oracle to determine if today was a suitable day for venturing outside. As she continued to grumble, Xie Jinyang simply agreed, "All right." Taken aback, Song Zhiliao asked, "What do you mean, all right?" Xie Jinyang replied, "We'll change the car." Before she could fully comprehend his response, he had already contacted the driver via his smart device, arranging for a different vehicle to pick them up in the afternoon. Witnessing the entire exchange, Song Zhiliao was left astounded. She began to reflect on her tendency to speak without considering the consequences. During her university days in modern times, aside from being in a state of living yet unilive, there were days when she wished to obliterate the world, and others when she contemplated blowing up the school. Such statements were often made in jest, as she lacked the capability to act on them. Her recent suggestion to change the car had stemmed from this mindset, yet, she had overlooked the fact that Xie Jinyang was indeed capable of making such things happen. Chapter 62 Morning Reading. Following Xie Jinyang, it took Song Zhiliao 20 minutes to reach the teaching building, prompting yet another reflection on the might of wealth. The school attended by Xie Jinyang bore resemblance to modern elite institutions, with the majority of its students hailing from affluent families like the Xie clan. Naturally, there were also those who gained admission through outstanding academic performance, such as Xie Jinyang's deskmate. "Xie Jinyang, hand in your homework," urged Wu Chenqi as he settled down with his backpack. After receiving the assignment from him, Wu Chenqi meticulously counted the submissions before gathering them up to deliver to the teacher's office. "You usually arrive quite early. Why are you late today?" he mumbled, bemused. Typically, he would be the first to receive Xie Jinyang's work, yet today, he had nearly missed the start of morning reading. "I woke up late this morning," Xie Jinyang replied, having taken a detour to show Song Zhiliao around the campus. Wu Chenqi looked at him in surprise. That's rare. In his memory, Xie Jinyang had a strong sense of time, never failing to submit assignments on time or arriving late to class, truly a model student. Today, however, it appeared he had almost been late. After expressing his astonishment, Wu Chenqi hurried off to submit the assignments. The homework system at their school was akin to that of a university. Not every subject required daily submissions, and the workload was manageable, resulting in no designated class representatives for each subject. As the class monitor, the responsibility of collecting homework fell squarely on Wu Chenqi's shoulders. Clutching the hard-won assignments, he dashed off with remarkable speed, observing the boy's hair flying wildly as he ran. Song Zhiliao remarked, "He is certainly full of vitality." As an orphan, her school life had not been particularly pleasant. However, now, as an observer, she found herself relishing the vibrant atmosphere of the students in the corridor, their radiant smiles and lively figures evoking a long-lost sense of youth. It was something she had been unable to appreciate while immersed in the environment. Now, as a mere spectator, she felt it acutely. Once again, she marveled at the wonders of fate. In the realm of interstellar studies, there was no need to memorize ancient poetry. Just as she pondered what the morning reading would entail, she noticed Xie Jinyang pulling out a thick federal history textbook. Song Zhiliao thought to herself, will this truly not bore one to death? When she had fervently crammed federal history, even a single unit could leave her utterly fatigued. With little else to occupy her, she began to meander around the classroom during Xie Jinyang's morning reading. To her surprise, she discovered that very few were genuinely engrossed in their studies. Apart from the various breakfast aromas gradually permeating the air, she noticed numerous glowing holographic devices. Upon witnessing steam rising from behind one book, she fell completely silent. This atmosphere was rather relaxed. Indeed, remembering the surveillance cameras her high school teacher had installed, a wave of melancholy washed over her. As the sense in the classroom intensified, Song Jijie finally resolved to step outside. However, just as she reached the door, contemplating how to open it without drawing too much attention, it swung open abruptly from the outside. She had to step back quickly to avoid being struck by the door. Raising her gaze to the newcomer, she recognized him as Xie Zhao. Unlike Xie Jinyang, Xie Zhao had remained unchanged since childhood. However, compared to his more serious demeanor now, he exuded an air of arrogance. His nostrils flared, as if he were attempting to touch the sky. Though she did not understand him, she respected him as she watched Xie Zhao stride into the classroom. His entrance did not disturb anyone. Those eating breakfast merely glanced at him before returning to their meals, while those engrossed in their holographic devices did not even lift their heads. They all appeared accustomed to his presence. Xie Zhao's backpack clinked with a multitude of items as he entered, reminiscent of a walking bell. Song Jijie mused, observing his gait. She thought that had there been any obstacles in the corridor, he would surely have tripped. She found herself perplexed by how such habits were formed. With a loud thud, Xie Zhao tossed his backpack onto the desk, startling the girl seated in front of him. She frowned. What on earth do you have in that backpack to make such a racket? It seemed Xie Zhao was oblivious to her irritation, offering no apology and merely casting her a glance. What is it to you? Am I in your way? The girl's expression soured instantly, and just as she opened her mouth to respond, she recalled his explosive temper and decided against it, turning back in frustration. Xie Zhao clicked his tongue and turned to the boy seated beside him. Did I submit my homework? Yeah, I handed it in. Xie Ji, the boy replied, eager to please. Good, Xie Zhao nodded appreciatively. From a distance, Song Jijie bore witness to Xie Zhao's entire entrance and subsequent interactions, her expression one of incredulity. If the future Xie Zhao would become a source of incessant trouble, the present version was already at a level of unlikability. With a fiery temper and an inflated sense of self-worth, she thought that if he were not a member of the Xie family, he would have faced a multitude of beatings by now. Sauntering back to her seat beside Xie Jinyang, she leaned against his desk. Has Xie Zhao always been like this? Though his gaze remained fixed on his book, Xie Jinyang was acutely aware of his surroundings. Noticing Song Jijie's departure, he momentarily paused in his reading. What is wrong? He inquired. Having spent considerable time together, Wu Chenji had grown accustomed to Xie Jinyang's habits. Unlike others who were lackadaisical, Xie Jinyang approached his morning reading with unwavering diligence, his voice steady and tireless. As the reading abruptly halted, Wu Chenji felt a twinge of discomfort, assuming something was amiss. Nothing is wrong, Xie Jinyang replied calmly, resuming his reading. Seeing this, Wu Chenji chose not to press further, assuming he was merely taking a brief respite. However, unbeknownst to him, Xie Jinyang discreetly tucked away a note. The note depicted a small cat, alongside a message indicating that she would be stepping out for a while. The drawing of the cat bore a striking resemblance to those he had seen on the papers in his room, unmistakably from the same artist. Yet, unlike the pages that had yellowed over time, this note was pristine white. As the new note slipped into his pocket, the tally of drawings increased by one, breathing life into the stilled moments from that winter long ago. From the day Song Jijie returned until the moment he laid eyes on this note, Xie Jinyang had felt a disconnection with reality, often questioning its authenticity and seeking reassurance of her presence. Yet, just now, upon encountering that familiar drawing, his heart found solace once more. She had truly returned. Chapter 63, ordinary yet passionate. Regardless of the era, schools have always placed a significant emphasis on the cultivation of students' psychological resilience. As Song Jijie gazed at the array of physical education electives on Xie Jinyang's schedule, she couldn't help but exclaim how vibrant and diverse they were. It is worth noting that during her own student days, at this hour, she would have been downstairs for morning exercises. 2 laps around the 400-meter playground, followed by rope skipping, and then a hurried return to the classroom, commonly referred to as their life-threatening package. In stark contrast, the physical education electives offered here included equestrianism, archery, and football, a long list that left her quite dazzled. Amidst the sound of Song Jilio's incessant chatter, a subtle smile crept onto Xie Jinyan's lips. Beside them, Wu Chenji sensed something peculiar about his deskmate today, typically indifferent to everything, showing no interest in matters that did not concern him. Today, however, Wu Chenji caught Xie Jinyang daydreaming several times, clearly distracted. Moreover, Xie Jinyan's mood seemed excessively buoyant today. His usually tense facial expressions appeared remarkably relaxed, and if Wu Chenji wasn't mistaken, he was indeed smiling. There was nothing particularly amusing happening at the moment. The more Wu Chenji pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Ultimately, unable to suppress his curiosity, he leaned over to Xie Jinyang and inquired, "What has you in such high spirits?" Xie Jinyang glanced at him but remained silent. If it were anyone else, they would have fled at the sight of his cold demeanor, but Wu Chenji, who had been his desk mate for half a semester, was not easily deterred. "Don't bother. I'm not frightened by your expression." Xie Jinyang received a gentle nudge from Wu Chenji's elbow. Under Wu Chenji's watchful gaze, Xie Jinyang chuckled lightly. Wu Chenji confirmed, Xie Jinyan's mood today was not merely good. It was positively explosive. "I just found something that I had lost for a long time," Xie Jinyang replied. Wu Chenji's eyes widened, a long-lost treasure. Xie Jinyang paused for a moment, then nodded, his tone unusually light-hearted. "Yes." Wu Chenji remarked. Today, he was simply too extraordinary. When the two first became deskmates, a conversation rarely extended beyond 3 sentences. Regardless of how talkative Wu Chenji was, Xie Jinyang always found a way to conclude the discussion. Now, however, it felt as if they could converse for an entire morning. Observing Wu Chenji suddenly erupting into laughter, Xie Jinyang cast a puzzled glance his way. "What's so funny?" he asked, surprisingly kind-hearted. Wu Chenji, however, was shaking with laughter. "Nothing," he waved his hand dismissively, yet the smile remained stubbornly on his face. "I can tell you're in a great mood." "Let's go," he said, reaching out to pull Xie Jinyang up. "Time for physical education class." Xie Jinyang glanced at Wu Chenji's hand gripping his arm and, without hesitation, freed himself from his grasp. "You rascal!" Wu Chenji's frustrated shout faded behind them as Song Jilio trailed slightly behind Xie Jinyang, clearly noticing the smile that had graced his lips. In that moment, the facade of maturity slipped away from the youth, replaced by an exuberant vitality that was distinctly youthful. Inspired by this vivacity, Song Jilio felt her spirits lift as well. Students walked in small clusters, occasionally playfully teasing one another with light punches, and the recipients of such playful jabs would merely laugh in response, sharing smiles reminiscent of Xie Jinyan's. It was an ordinary Monday, the corridors beneath their feet a commonplace sight in every school, yet, at this moment, in this place, bathed in the ordinary yet fervent sunlight, Xie Jinyang shed all his labels. No longer defined by his lack of spiritual prowess, nor as a child of the Xie family, nor overshadowed by the burdens of a troubled family dynamic, he was simply an ordinary student. A youth brimming with vitality and hope, the sunlight illuminated his purple eyes, reflecting a unique brilliance, much like a young boy beginning to make his mark on the world. "What did you choose?" Song Jilio inquired, tilting her head towards Xie Jinyang. Despite the multitude of options available, the form at the bottom indicated that each student could select a maximum of 2. "Equestrianism," Xie Jinyang replied, pausing momentarily before adding, "If possible, I wouldn't choose any." Song Jilio. "Why?" Xie Jinyang succinctly stated, "Laziness." Song Jilio thought, what an exasperating child. If tasked with running, he would behave himself. Unbeknownst to Xie Jinyang, her internal monologue stemmed from being momentarily at a loss for words due to his bluntness. The two arrived at the equestrian field, and as Xie Jinyang prepared to change into his gear, a voice called out from nearby, "Brother, what a coincidence." The familiar voice and opening line made Song Jilio momentarily dizzy, as she yearned to question, "Why are you so bothersome in every world?" Presently, Xie Jinyang had yet to master the art of concealing his emotions as he would in the future. Upon hearing Xie Zhao's voice, his lips immediately flattened, visibly dampening his mood. Xie Zhao approached with an air of casual nonchalance, directly blocking Xie Jinyan's path. Is there something you need? Xie Jinyang lifted his eyelids to regard him. Nothing much, Xie Zhao shrugged, just that Aunt Chu sent me a message this morning saying she would be back this afternoon. I thought you might not know, so I came to remind you. Song Zhiliu frowned at Xie Zhao's words. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing wrong with the statement, yet upon closer examination, something felt off. Aunt Chu informing her son about her return was overshadowed by her decision to notify Xie Zhao, her stepson, instead. Moreover, Xie Zhao made a point to inform Xie Jinyang of this matter. It all reeked of ill intent. Xie Jinyan's expression darkened slightly. No need, the servant has already informed me, he replied, his voice heavy. TSK. Xie Zhao clicked his tongue several times, feigning exaggeration. How pitiful, having to hear about your own mother from the household staff. Xie Jinyang warned, his tone stern, shut your mouth. Seeing Xie Jinyang visibly agitated by his remarks, a smirk of triumph flickered across Xie Zhao's lips. All right, I'm off, he gestured playfully, see you later, brother. Song Zhiliu observed the entire sibling confrontation, realizing that whether in the future or present, Xie Zhao relished in provoking Xie Jinyang. The difference was that the future Xie Jinyang handled it with ease, while the current Xie Jinyang clearly struggled. Xie Zhao's words undeniably struck a nerve. Song Zhiliu quickly replayed the earlier conversation in her mind, pinpointing the source of conflict to Aunt Chu. From the day she returned, she had sensed something amiss. Rationally speaking, both Xie Haoyi and Aunt Chu had caused Xie Jinyang pain, yet compared to Xie Haoyi, Xie Jinyang appeared to show an unusual degree of tolerance towards Aunt Chu. Song Zhiliu could feel that his feelings for Aunt Chu were complex, yet they were certainly not rooted in hatred, even after she had nearly caused his demise. Chapter 64, Chaos. Gazing at the tumultuous scene before her, Song Zhiliu remained bewildered by how the situation had escalated to such a degree. What began as a routine equestrian training session erupted when Xie Zhao's horse unexpectedly went berserk, charging toward Xie Jinyang. Despite desperate attempts to evade the oncoming danger, Xie Jinyang's horse also became startled, and amidst the gasps of onlookers, both riders were thrown from their mounts. With an array of horses milling about the training ground, Song Zhiliu stood anxiously by the fence, waiting for Xie Jinyang, and witnessed the moment he fell. The distance was too great, and her spiritual energy had yet to replenish. Nevertheless, she hastily gestured to summon a gust of wind to cushion his fall, hoping to mitigate the impact. As students tumbled from their horses, a teacher rushed over, and the infirmary's doctor promptly took his position. Fortunately, due to Xie Jinyang's timely reflexes and the protective assistance from Song Zhiliu, he sustained only minor injuries. However, Xie Zhao was not so fortunate. Blood marred his face, and his left foot appeared sprained, leaving him seated on the ground, unable to rise for the moment. The instructor responsible for the equestrian class stood by, worry etched on his face. Is there a fracture? The implications of a fracture would be dire. He recognized Xie Zhao as a troublemaker in his eyes, but the family shielded him fiercely. While his father remained oblivious, whenever Xie Zhao caused a ruckus, the woman who came to the school was as protective as a mother. No matter the gravity of the situation, she would always smooth things over. Many teachers whispered behind her back, commenting on her excessive indulgence toward her son, predicting that calamity was inevitable. The instructor had encountered Miss Chu once before and found it curious. He sensed that the mother and son bore little resemblance to one another. Despite sharing blood, Xie Jinyang appeared far more like her. As he anxiously awaited the doctor's assessment, a profound sigh of relief escaped him upon hearing that there were no fractures. Thank goodness, if something were to happen, Xie Zhao's mother would surely tear him apart. The thought of Chu Wenqiong's fierce protectiveness in the office of the grade director sent a shiver down his spine. Truly, he was not a foe to be trifled with. Given Xie Zhao's grave injuries and his disheveled appearance, the homeroom teacher issued him a leave pass to return home. Before departing, he glanced back at Xie Jinyang, a provocative smile gracing his lips. Witnessing the entire debacle, Song Zhiliu was left perplexed. What is his problem? Struggling to comprehend Xie Zhao's mindset, she inquired about Xie Jinyang's condition. The teacher also asked whether he wished to return home, but upon receiving a negative reply, he refrained from pressing further. Are you all right? After confirming that Xie Jinyang merely had a scrape on his leg, Song Jiliao couldn't help but murmur, what could have caused such a well-behaved horse to suddenly go wild? Although she lacked knowledge about horses, she distinctly remembered how gentle they had seemed when Xie Jinyang was selecting one earlier. Completely unprepared for the chaos that ensued, Xie Jinyang replied, "These horses have all been carefully selected." The school, despite its hefty tuition fees, was not negligent in its duties. Recognizing the students' youth and penchant for play, they ensured that only thoroughly vetted horses were permitted for use in lessons. Xie Jinyang's gaze darkened as he recounted what he had just witnessed. Xie Zhao kicked that horse forcefully in the abdomen. The abdomen is a particularly vulnerable area for a horse. Sudden stimulation can provoke panic or even frenzy. The force behind Xie Zhao's kick was evidently unrestrained, aimed solely at inciting the animal. Song Jiliao found herself increasingly baffled by Xie Zhao's intentions. If his goal was to harm Xie Jinyang, the outcome suggested otherwise, for he had emerged with more grievous injuries. Drawing from her own years of experience with injuries, she was confident that even without her gust of wind to soften the fall, Xie Jinyang's protective instincts would have spared him from serious harm. Conversely, Xie Zhao had shown no inclination to evade danger, allowing himself to tumble from the horse without a care. Xie Jinyang did not respond immediately to Song Jiliao's query. The memory of Xie Zhao's taunting smile and inscrutable gaze lingered in his mind, and as he contemplated the impending day, he uneasily began to grasp Xie Zhao's intentions. Noticing Xie Jinyang's sudden shift in demeanor, Song Jiliao inquired, "What's wrong?" He bit his lip and ultimately shook his head, resisting the urge to delve deeper into his thoughts. Recognizing this, Song Jiliao decided not to press further. She assumed his mood was merely a reaction to Xie Zhao's provocations, and understanding that he was still maturing, she chose to grant him the space he needed. However, the reality was far more egregious and absurd than she could imagine. Xie Jinyang's inner strength surpassed her expectations. Smack! The sharp sound echoed through the empty living room. Despite the woman's pale and frail appearance, the force behind her hand remained unyielding, corresponding with the rapidly reddening and swelling side of Xie Jinyang's face. On the sofa behind her, Xie Zhao lounged, his malicious violet eyes brimming with malice. Chapter 65, yearning. The leaves outside had fallen in abundance, and the temperature continued to drop, prompting the heating system in the Xie household to resume its warmth. The silent transformations around them heralded the arrival of winter. "Perhaps it is guilt," Xie Jinyang remarked. Guilt? Song Jiliao found this notion utterly untenable. If it were indeed guilt towards Xie Jinyang, then Chu Wenqiang's demeanor should be the opposite of what it was now. Xie Jinyang recognized at once that Song Jiliao had misinterpreted his words. He chuckled softly, his tone tinged with self-deprecation and resignation. "It is guilt towards Xie Zhao. Chu Wenqiang's mother died because of her, hence she seeks to atone for that." Song Jiliao grasped the essence of Xie Jinyang's self-mockery. How absurd it was. Chu Wenqiang retained the softness and affection of a mother, yet it was not directed towards him. Did she truly harbor such hatred for Xie Jinyang, a hatred so intense that at one point, she wished to strangle him, so fierce that she cast him into the frigid basement, so profound that she would rather bestow her love upon another? Neither Song Jiliao nor Xie Jinyang possessed answers to this conundrum. However, Song Jiliao's inquiries were far from over. "Then why do you not resist?" He could have chosen to evade, yet he allowed Chu Wenqiang's hand to strike his face with unrelenting force. "Gigi, do you know? She bears a scar upon her face." He suddenly shifted to another topic, catching Song Jiliao off guard, yet she refrained from interrupting. Her intuition suggested that what Xie Jinyang was about to divulge was intrinsically linked to his attitude towards Chu Wenqiang. "It was a wound I received at the age of 3 while she was saving me." At that tender age, he had yet to walk with steadiness, and while descending the stairs, he stumbled and nearly tumbled down. Chu Wenqiang had managed to catch him just in time. Although he escaped the fall, her head struck the stairs with a violent force. In that moment, the warmth emanating from his mother's embrace and the expanding pool of blood on the floor etched a profound impression upon Xie Jinyang. It left an indelible mark on his life. Everything suddenly made sense. Song Jiliao's thoughts had never been so lucid. Xie Jinyang's almost boundless tolerance towards Chu Wenqiang, and his acceptance of the harm she inflicted upon him, now had an explanation. It stemmed from a child's stubbornness. When Chu and Cheung chapter 66 The blessing of the deity. In the days since Song Jiliao's return, she had not once encountered Xie Haoyi in the villa. Thus, hearing of his sudden return surprised her somewhat. Xie Jinyang set down his pen and stood from his seat. Upon sensing Song Jiliao's bewilderment, he too felt a twinge of uncertainty. Since gradually taking the reins of the Xie family 2 years prior, Xie Haoyi's presence at home had diminished considerably. It had become commonplace for him to spend a week away from home this year. The family had grown accustomed to it. With power firmly in hand, Xie Haoyi was no longer as passionate about acting as he had been in previous years. Having received the support he deemed necessary, he had no desire to continue the pretense. Consequently, under Xie Jinyan's unabashed disdain, the father-son relationship swiftly plummeted to an icy standoff, with neither party inclined to mend the rift. However, now Xie Haoyi not only returned unexpectedly but also summoned him down at the behest of the servants, leaving everyone perplexed. The essential documents of the study had long been removed. Xie Jinyang felt no compelling reason for a return. 9 years had passed, and the child had matured. The once trembling ascent of the staircase was now traversed with assuredness. Upon descending the final step, Xie Jinyang beheld Xie Haoyi seated on the living room sofa, clad in a standard three-piece suit, his thick overcoat neatly hung by a servant. The man leaned back on the sofa with his eyes gently closed, seemingly indulging in a moment of quietude. On the coffee table before him rested 2 neatly arranged boxes. Hearing a sound behind him, the man opened his eyes and turned to regard Xie Jinyang. Their similar violet irises clashed in the air, one pair deep and viscous, the other calm and undisturbed. Xie Haoyi spoke first. Sit. He gestured with his chin toward the sofa opposite him, inviting Xie Jinyang to take a seat. Yet, Xie Jinyang did not comply. Instead, he opted for the adjacent single sofa. Xie Haoyi cast him a glance but refrained from comment. Observing their interaction, Song Jiliao's first instinct was that Xie Haoyi had undergone significant change. In the past, the man would not have permitted such defiance in his presence. Was this a sign of indulgence towards Xie Jinyang, or had he simply ceased to care? Surveying the living room, Xie Haoyi occupied a large sofa, while opposite him was a double sofa, with Xie Jinyang seated on a single one. After a moment of contemplation, Song Jiliao approached Xie Jinyang's side, leaning against the armrest of the sofa. Xie Jinyang sat rigidly upright, his demeanor somewhat tense. From a distance, it was indiscernible, but up close, one could feel the tautness in his posture. Aware of his unease, Song Jiliao gently patted his shoulder. Relax, I'm here. Xie Jinyang grasped her intent. A soft breeze brushed past, carrying away much of the tension that had enveloped him. Gradually, he began to unwind. In the spacious living room, only the father and son remained, neither inclined to speak. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly suffocating, another voice shattered the silence. Father! Xie Zhao limped down from the staircase, coming to stand before Xie Haoyi, his head bowed in greeting. Xie Haoyi nodded slightly, his gaze lingering little on him. In the presence of this man, Xie Zhao had entirely suppressed his usual temperament, taking a seat on the opposite sofa once granted permission. Noticing Xie Zhao's tightly pressed knees, Song Jiliao raised an eyebrow in intrigue. She sensed that Xie Zhao was quite intimidated by Xie Haoyi. Previously, Xie Haoyi had remained silent, seemingly awaiting someone. It now appeared he had been waiting for the brothers to gather. The blessing of the deity has arrived, the man proclaimed. Xie Zhao abruptly lifted his head, as if realizing something in that instant, his gaze fixated on the two boxes atop the table. "Control your gaze," Xie Haoyi reproached without mercy. Xie Zhao promptly lowered his head once more. "These are trifling matters," the man continued with a dismissive scoff. At his words, Xie Zhao's body stiffened, his hands on his knees clenching into fists. Leaning back against the sofa, Xie Jinyan's tone was indifferent. "What blessing?" Xie Haoyi's gaze shifted to him, and compared to his demeanor towards Xie Zhao, he was considerably more amiable. The Xie family has long held a belief in the deity of deception. The offspring of the family receive a blessing from him before reaching adulthood. He opened the boxes on the coffee table, revealing two pieces of purple crystal that emitted an extraordinary glow, with faint light seemingly swirling within. As she approached the boxes, Song Zhiliao distinctly felt the surge of power emanating from within. Moreover, the energy within these crystals was purer than anything she had previously encountered. These two crystals were also quite familiar to her. They were indeed the very ones Xie Zhao had produced before entering the illusion.so. They originated from the deity. Deep in thought, Song Zhiliao realized that on that day, Xie Zhao must have channeled his abilities into the crystal, amplifying its energy, which ultimately drew them into the current illusion. What splendid treasures! Her gaze fixated on the two crystals on the table, a glimmer of excitement sparking in her eyes. While she held no particular interest in Xie Jinyan's perspective, she could certainly scheme around Xie Zhao. Though it might not be possible to take them out of the illusion, utilizing them within should pose no issue, right? Sensing a sudden surge of exhilaration from the person beside her, Xie Jinyang felt a pang of confusion. Opposite, Xie Haoyi continued, "You each shall take one of these, it is best to carry them with you." Upon hearing his decision, Xie Zhao's joy was tempered by confusion. "Only two, what about my elder brother?" Xie Haoyi replied curtly, "There are none." The deity only granted two, and given Xie Sai's talent, it would be a waste to give him one. Reflecting for a moment, the man glanced towards Xie Zhao, who appeared increasingly anxious, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. "Or you could give yours to him." "And no, that's unnecessary," Xie Zhao stammered, panic overtaking him as he hastily claimed one of the crystals for himself, fearing Xie Haoyi might reconsider. Xie Haoyi's smile widened further. "No need to rush, I will have these two crystals fashioned into necklaces for you later." Hearing this, Xie Zhao awkwardly returned the crystal to its box. Necklaces. Song Zhiliao suddenly recalled the moment she encountered Xie Jinyang in the forest, when he seemed poised to retrieve something from around his neck in response to the attack from Zhu Qiu. Was it this? It seemed that had she not appeared, Xie Jinyang might not have faced any peril. As she pondered this, Song Zhiliao resolved to borrow the crystal from Xie Jinyang after their exit for further study. She remained deeply intrigued by the power contained within. In stark contrast to Xie Zhao, Xie Jinyang displayed little interest in the crystals. "Can I leave now that you're done?" he inquired languidly. Xie Haoyi showed no concern for his tone, shrugging nonchalantly, "Be my guest." By the way, just as Xie Jinyang passed by him, the man spoke again. "In 2 weeks, you are to move to the ancestral home. You may begin packing your belongings." Both Xie Zhao and Xie Jinyang froze in their actions. Only the true head of the family could reside in the ancestral home. By stating this, Xie Haoyi had fully taken control of the Xie family. Chapter 67 Betrayal. Xie Zhao was the first to react, quickly congratulating Xie Haoyi. In response to Xie Zhao's felicitations, Xie Haoyi merely nodded slightly and then shifted his gaze towards Xie Jinyang, seemingly awaiting his. Xie Jinyang halted his steps, slightly tilting his head towards the other two individuals in the living room, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, his tone dripping with unabashed mockery. "Congratulations, after scheming for so many years, you have finally achieved your desires." However, Xie Haoyi appeared oblivious to the underlying meaning of Xie Jinyan's words, and with an air of feigned sincerity, he expressed his gratitude. Regardless, he seemed to be in surprisingly good spirits. It was evident to any discerning observer that the man harbored a distinctly different attitude towards Xie Jinyang compared to Xie Zhao, and Xie Zhao was no exception. On the sofa, his fingers nearly tore through the leather as he cast increasingly dark glances at Xie Jinyang. Sensing something amiss, Xie Jinyang suddenly turned to meet Xie Zhao's gaze. Unlike the emotionally charged eyes of Xie Zhao, Xie Jinyan's gaze was as tranquil as still water, seemingly impervious to Xie Zhao's attempts to unsettle him. With an air of indifference, Xie Jinyang withdrew his gaze and ascended the stairs. Handing 2 boxes to the approaching assistant, Xie Haoyi followed suit, departing without sparing Xie Zhao a single glance. Alone in the living room, Xie Zhao fiddled with his light brain, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. After a prolonged silence, he initiated a call to someone. "I hear your family is facing a financial crunch lately. I can offer you a sum of money without charge. How about helping me with something? Once the task is completed, I will assist in transferring your studies." The other party fell silent for a moment, and after a lengthy pause, replied, "What is the task?" A faint smile curved Xie Zhao's lips. "We'll discuss the details later." "All right." After ending the call, Xie Zhao raised his gaze towards Xie Jinyang's room on the 2nd floor, a smirk gracing his lips as he returned to his own quarters. That morning, Song Zhiliu did not accompany Xie Jinyang to school. Firstly, she had stayed up late the previous night engrossed in a story about a secret realm, making it impossible to rise early. Secondly, given that Xie Jinyang and his peers had their midterm exams that day, her presence would serve little purpose. Thus, as she drowsily watched Xie Jinyang depart, she buried her head and resumed her slumber. During her time at university in the modern world, staying up late 2 nights prior meant she would inevitably sleep through her early morning classes. This pattern of rest had seamlessly carried over into this world. Therefore, when Song Zhiliu finally opened her eyes to find the sun approaching the horizon, she felt as though she had been transported to another realm. It was only upon noticing the carpet beneath her feet that she slowly registered she was not in her dormitory. Still groggy from sleep, she grabbed a pillow and hugged it to her chest, leaning against the sofa as she gradually roused herself. Just as she was lost in thought, the sound of tires screeching broke the silence from downstairs. Calculating the time, she realized it was indeed time for Xie Jinyang to return from school. Sure enough, when she peered out the window, she spotted Xie Jinyang disembarking from the vehicle. The car had stopped a fair distance from the entrance, and as she observed Xie Jinyang walking towards her with his backpack slung over one shoulder, she sensed something was amiss. After scrutinizing him for a moment, her brows furrowed. Xie Jinyang's pace today was markedly slower than usual. While this might seem trivial in others, it was decidedly out of character for him. Xie Jinyang possessed a strong sense of order and routine. His childhood was spent building blocks and reading, and as he matured, his daily activities remained fixed, with his walking speed rarely deviating. Having scanned him thoroughly and ruled out any physical injuries, she deduced the issue must be psychological. Xie Jinyang was troubled, Song Zhiliu concluded. "What's wrong?" she queried directly as Xie Jinyang entered the room. He paused momentarily. "What?" Song Zhiliu, her expression resolute, pressed on. "Why do you seem upset? How did you know?" He neither denied nor confirmed her observation. "I just know," she proclaimed with a hint of pride, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Indeed, she was correct. A familiar look of resignation crossed Xie Jinyang's face, accompanied by a soft sigh. "I thought I had concealed it well." "You did quite well. Most people wouldn't notice," Song Zhiliu replied, playfully shaking her finger, "but I am not most people." "True enough." A smile finally graced Xie Jinyang's lips. "You are a celestial being descended from the heavens." "Stop." Song Zhiliu regretted her playful banter with the younger Xie Jinyang. It had become evident that if one provoked a child with a sharp memory, it would inevitably become part of their future blackmail. Gradually sensing Xie Jinyang's cunning nature, she could only hope that once this illusion passed, he would forget these moments. "So, what exactly happened?" Song Zhiliu inquired, concern etched upon her features. Given that Xie Jinyang's agenda for the day only involved the midterm exams, she found it hard to believe he would be disheartened by them, especially considering his maturity and consistently high grades. As Xie Jinyang stepped onto the carpet and slipped off his shoes, Song Zhiliu observed him take his customary seat. It was evident that Xie Jinyang was a creature of habit. He had never once considered changing his spot since it transitioned from a cold wooden floor to a soft, plush carpet. Idly tugging at the fibers of the carpet, Xie Jinyang leaned back against the sofa and began to address Song Zhiliu's inquiry. "Xie Zhao accused me of cheating today." He used the term accused directly, a word laden with subjective connotations, placing the blame squarely on Xie Zhao as if he had already determined that Song Jiliu would side with him. Song Jiliu replied, Do you really think your grades could be obtained through cheating? She scoffed. Does Xie Zhao even possess any common sense? Such a claim would hardly convince even a teacher. Xie Jinyan's gaze fell slightly, but he has witnesses. Witnesses who would collude with Xie Zhao. Wu Chenqi. Song Jiliu's grip on the pillow faltered as she asked uncertainly, Your desk mate? Xie Jinyang gave a soft affirmative. In that instant, Song Jiliu comprehended the reason behind Xie Jinyan's discontent. Although she had only accompanied him to school a handful of times, she could sense that Wu Chenqi was likely his closest friend at school. Though unspoken, she could feel that Xie Jinyang had already considered him a companion. The boy's hearty laughter seemed to echo in her ears, making it difficult for her to reconcile him with Xie Zhao. Chapter 68, Deception. Isn't your relationship quite good? After a long pause, Song Jiliu could only utter such feeble words. Xie Jinyang remained silent for a moment before responding, I thought so too. Yet, they both overlooked the fact that thinking is the most uncertain of all. For a while, neither of them spoke. Song Jiliu could not comprehend how things had come to this, while Xie Jinyang seemed lost in thought, gazing out the window. Why? She pondered, utterly baffled. Xie Jinyang was unable to provide an answer, for that answer had not been given to him by Wu Chenqi. At that moment in the classroom, behind Xie Zhao stood Wu Chenqi, who had pointed him out. It was he who averted his gaze. Throughout it all, Xie Jinyang had not received a single explanation from him. Upon returning to the classroom after the exam, the seat beside him was already vacant. He left nothing but this. Xie Jinyang retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket. The paper was coarse, reminiscent of the draft paper distributed during exams. On its vast surface, there were merely 3 insipid words, I'm sorry. Absurdly, Xie Jinyang found it impossible to accept. He struggled to articulate the feelings that surged within him upon witnessing Wu Chenqi stand up. Was it the anguish of betrayal, disbelief, or anger? It seemed none of these fit. He merely felt a sense of inevitability. Beside him, Song Jiliu picked up the paper and examined it for a moment before abruptly turning to Xie Jinyang. Do you Xie Jinyang's eyes widened in astonishment, clapping her hands. Song Jiliu chuckled, who would care for his apology? Having chosen to act in this manner, it signified her abandonment of Xie Jinyang. What was there to apologize for? Was it merely to alleviate his own guilt, writing a note, yet lacking the courage to face Xie Jinyang? Is this your supernatural ability? Xie Jinyang inquired. This was the first time he had witnessed Song Jiliu utilize her powers. I suppose so, she replied. Upon uttering those words, she felt a peculiar sense of guilt, as if they were somewhat familiar. It seemed she had said something similar to Xie Jinyang back in the forest. Thankfully, the current version lacked the memories of that time, Song Jiliu thought with relief. Impressive, Xie Jinyang praised sincerely. Although Song Jiliu had merely burned a piece of paper, ordinary flames would at least leave some ashes behind, yet hers had vanished entirely. This indicated that her fire was far from ordinary. Song Jiliu accepted Xie Jinyang's compliment with a sense of rightful pride. Possessing a fire attribute spiritual root and bound by a contract with the vermilion bird, her spiritual fire was even more pure. It had long since transcended the level of other flames. The heightened success rates in weapon forging and alchemy could be attributed to this as well. Though Xie Jinyang could not see Song Jiliu, he felt as if he could envision her triumphant demeanor, vibrant and lively, a stark contrast to the Xie family. Noticing that Xie Jinyang's mood seemed to brighten a little, Song Jiliu continued to employ her knack for light-hearted banter, attempting to divert his attention. Seamlessly, Xie Jinyang followed her lead and changed the subject. Song Jiliu exhaled softly, relieved. Thankfully, Xie Jinyang was still young. Had he been older, her efforts might not have sufficed. However, the answers they lacked would soon be delivered to them that evening. On the way back to his room after dinner, Xie Jinyang was intercepted. Song Jiliu gazed at the person before her, feeling utterly speechless. This Xie Zhao must be utterly idle, she muttered. Xie Jinyang's eyes reflected agreement. When Xie Zhao was brought into the Xie family, Xie Jinyang had felt no resistance. By then, he had already discerned Xie Haoyi's true nature and discarded the father's filter. Thus, if Xie Zhao wished to be his brother, Xie Jinyang would willingly assume the role of an elder brother. CSI was a prime example of this, yet, Xie Zhao harbored inexplicable hostility towards him. The occasional jibes were the mildest form of provocation. It was the mischievous antics that truly irked Xie Jinyang. Chu Wenxiong's attitude left him unable to confront the situation directly, while Xie Zhao persistently thrust himself into his path. Just like now, leaning against the corner of the staircase, Xie Zhao wore a cheerful expression, his purple eyes shimmering. "Brother, how does it feel to be betrayed?" As he uttered these words, Xie Jinyang instantly realized that Xie Zhao had orchestrated this affair. "What have you done?" Xie Zhao stood a little straighter, shrugging nonchalantly. His family has recently encountered some troubles and needs to arrange his transfer. "I simply made a little deal with him before he moves." Xie Zhao raised two fingers, indicating a minuscule distance, a trivial transaction, yet for him, it could be nothing but beneficial. Song Zhiliu found his manner of speaking oddly familiar. It seemed that when she first met Xie Zhao, he had proposed a deal in much the same way. Emotion surged within her. This was not the first time, was it? At that moment, Xie Zhao had already begun attempting to sway those around Xie Jinyang. Facing Xie Jinyang directly, Xie Zhao had no qualms about revealing everything. "Wu Chenji's family is merely a small enterprise. I can easily cover the funds they lack. All I require—" His hands clenched tightly at his sides, a simmering anger brewing deep within his gaze. Yet, Xie Zhao reveled in his reaction, laughing maniacally. Xie Jinyang. This was, with both possessing an A-grade spiritual power aptitude, Xie Jinyang had awakened an extraordinary ability never before seen among the deity's servants. Xie Zhao could not comprehend why some individuals were so fortunate. While he and his mother huddled in a dilapidated home, Xie Jinyang had been born as the young master of the Xie family. Just when he thought they had finally reached a level playing field, Xie Jinyang awakened his supernatural powers. "Ever since I learned I was a child of the Xie family, I have come to terms with it. Why have you not yet done the same?" Xie Zhao sneered. "Could it be that your life as a young master has been too comfortable? What is it that you have not been deceived enough?" Chapter 69. The fire Song Zhiliu remained oblivious to whether Xie Zhao's words had impacted Xie Jinyang that day, yet Xie Jinyang began to maintain a certain distance from those around her. This distance was familiar to her, mirroring the Xie Jinyang of the future. "What exactly did you bring me here for?" she muttered, her finger tracing the condensation on the window. She recalled that upon her arrival. However, thus far, it seemed she had not accomplished anything. The inevitable had transpired. Xie Jinyang was steadily transforming into her future self. Her presence had induced no change. "What sort of back door is this?" Song Zhiliu felt a twinge of frustration. Exiting the room, she peered downstairs, with the time for the anticipated move, as mentioned by Xie Haoyi, rapidly approaching. The servants had begun to sporadically transport items out, yet, Xie Jinyang showed no inclination to pack her belongings. As Song Zhiliu observed the bustling servants, she noticed several unfamiliar faces among them. Were they still hiring new help even as the family prepared to relocate? The intricacies of managing a large family perplexed her. Dismissing the matter from her mind, she shifted her gaze elsewhere. The Xie household adhered to an early schedule. By 10 o'clock, the entire villa descended into silence. The corridors were devoid of any wandering souls. For Song Zhiliu, however, the night was just beginning. Yet, this evening, an inexplicable unease settled within her. Unaccustomed to the heating, she felt stifled and decided to step into the garden for some fresh air. Though the flowers had withered, the stone table and benches remained. Noticing the surface was relatively clean, she took a seat, pressing her hand against her heart. Song Zhiliu furrowed her brow and, after a moment's contemplation, opted to consult her divination. Retrieving 3 coins from her pocket, she flipped her palm, sending the coins soaring into the air. Upon their descent, each coin landed in her palm showing differing sides, prompting her to take note. This action was repeated 6 times, yielding a hexagram. Gazing at the hexagram she had received, a hint of gravity clouded Song Zhiliu's expression. Within her consciousness, Zhu Qiu observed the entire divination process and, upon seeing the hexagram, was taken aback. Water Mountain Jian. It had been ages since Zhu Qiu had witnessed Song Zhiliu interpret this hexagram. Water Mountain Jian, the 39th hexagram of the I Ching, where the outer trigram of water and the inner trigram of mountain, water atop a mountain signifies ice, with heavy snow accumulating on high peaks. This hexagram symbolizes a struggle against numerous obstacles in a frozen landscape. The commentary of the I Ching states, Jian, difficulty, danger lies ahead. Zhu Qiu inquired with concern, is this yours? Song Jilie shook her head, no, it belongs to Xie Jinyang. Zhu Qiu fell silent, and after a pause, managed to speak, little Xie seems to be facing some setbacks. Song Jilie sighed, flipping her wrist to make the coins vanish. She rose, gazing into the distance as her sense of unease intensified. Although ominous hexagrams foreshadow difficulties and crises, the I Ching advocates for the transformation of yin and yang. Within misfortune lies the potential for fortune. Successful transformation signifies growth, conversely, failure would signify the end. Song Jilie recalled the last coin toss, which should have fallen freely but instead halted midair, then rapidly flipped, creating a shimmering arc of silver. It plummeted to the ground mere seconds later. After such a swift turn, no one could ascertain what it was meant to be, not even Song Jilie. The coin appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, rendering the direction of fate obscured. This uncertainty shrouded the already ambiguous hexagram in deeper mystery, leaving Song Jilie unsure of the variables at play. As time crept into the depths of night, the temperature dropped swiftly. Song Jilie's thoughts were abruptly frozen. Rubbing her hands together, she resolved to change her position. However, just as she stood, the surrounding temperature surged. Song Jilie was taken aback. What? It's warming up in the dead of night. Yet the warmth did not plateau. In a mere moment, it escalated to a level that made her sweat. The heat seemed concentrated in one area. Suddenly, Song Jilie turned, peering through the first-floor window of the villa to witness flames roaring within. In the next instant, several individuals emerged from the villa, the last of whom swiftly closed and locked the door behind them. Illuminated by the dim garden lights, Song Jilie recognized the unfamiliar faces, those who had recently been hired. This was a premeditated act of arson. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she pivoted to rush back inside the villa. The other members of the Xie family had yet to escape. However, just 3 steps from the door, she was met with an invisible barrier that thwarted her advance. Attempting to harness her spiritual energy, she was immediately quelled by a familiar sense of restraint. The energy she had not yet gathered dissipated in an instant. Song Jilie exclaimed, "Damn it." Unable to contain her frustration, she cursed aloud. Not again. The last time the illusion had intervened was when Xie Jinyang was on the brink of freezing to death. Now was it poised to let him be engulfed by flames. Each time the consciousness of the illusion manifested, it was a clear message that the unfolding events were beyond her interference. It was as though it warned her that being allowed entry had been generous enough. She must not overstep. Enraged, Song Jilie kicked the barrier, only to be rebounded once more. Furious, she paced in circles. Previously, when her spiritual energy was at its peak, she had bled to forcefully dispel the illusion's consciousness. Now, with less than 50% restored, even if she bled again, it would prove futile. Despite Song Jilie's mounting anxiety, the fire within blazed with alarming rapidity. Xie Jinyang was awakened by the heat. Upon exiting his room and seeing the thick smoke on the first floor, he instantly grasped the situation. His immediate thought was of Chu Wenqiang. The medication she had taken before bed contained sedatives, and she should have been in a deep slumber by now. Without hesitation, he dashed to her room to rouse her. "There's a fire. We must go." Meeting Chu Wenqiang's dazed gaze, he realized her awareness was still foggy, so he refrained from further explanations and simply pulled her up. As they exited, they collided head-on with Xie Zhao, who was also emerging from his room. "What is going on?" he barked, his voice laced with irritation as he choked on the thick smoke. Xie Jinyang had no time to argue. "If you don't want to die, move now." Though Xie Zhao's expression soured, he understood this was not the time for discussion. Casting a glance at them, he took the lead in sprinting ahead. The fire had been raging for some time. Xie Jinyang shoved the damp towel he had taken with him into Chu Wenqiang's hands, urging her to cover her mouth. The drug's effect still lingered. Her steps were unsteady, and at his height, he barely reached her shoulder. struggling to bear her weight, they stumbled down the stairs, where the smoke was even thicker than on the second floor. Tears streamed from Xie Jinyang's eyes due to the acrid smoke ahead. He could hear Xie Zhao swearing, and he made an effort to steady his breathing, gripping Chu Wenxiong, whose consciousness was already wavering. Chapter 70, The End of the Illusion. As the grand door loomed before him, Xie Jinyang let out a subtle sigh of relief. The villar's timber structure was extensive, and many parts had begun to loosen under the relentless onslaught of flames. Xie Zhao dashed ahead, mere steps from the entrance, when suddenly, a falling timber from above obstructed his path. He cast a glance at the second-floor floorboards that had started to give way, muttering an expletive about the shoddy renovations. With the entrance blocked, his gaze shifted to a nearby window. The villar's windows were generously sized, allowing for easy passage when opened. On the brink of escaping danger, the window was within reach, and in his eagerness, Xie Zhao failed to heed his surroundings as he strode purposefully toward it. Just then, calamity struck. The wooden railing on the second floor continued to loosen, teetering precariously before ultimately plunging down in a fiery descent. Directly below, Xie Zhao was advancing forward, following his current trajectory. It seemed destined to crash upon him. Xie Jinyang, trailing behind, witnessed the railing's descent. His violet eyes flickered, and his extraordinary abilities momentarily swirled around him, only to be abruptly interrupted. It was not until his head collided forcefully with the cabinet that he comprehended the unfolding chaos. His eyes dutifully recorded the scene, etching it into his mind. In that split second as the railing fell, Chu Wenxiong abruptly awakened from his grasp. Having always appeared weak, Xie Jinyang had exerted considerable strength to support her, yet, Chu Wenxiong pushed him away with even greater force. Caught off guard, Xie Jinyang was instantaneously thrust aside. The ground was littered with debris and dust, and after stumbling several times, his head struck the coffee table with a resounding thud. In his waning vision, he beheld Chu Wenxiong rushing towards Xie Zhao. In that moment, her resolute determination mirrored that of the girl who had clutched him tightly at the age of 3. Yet this time, the hands that had once pulled him from despair now propelled him into the abyss. Uncertain of where he had struck himself, Xie Jinyang's vision blurred instantaneously. Thick smoke infiltrated his nostrils, and the sensation of suffocation in his throat intensified. The flames had spread, and his skin began to feel the searing heat, a reminder of the mortality he had faced in the basement at the age of 4. Yet, at 13, he no longer possessed the fervent resistance of his youth. People say that just before death, one's life flashes before their eyes. Xie Jinyang mused that perhaps he was experiencing that very moment. His father's exploitation, his mother's disdain, his companion's betrayal, all the events of the past few years suddenly converged in his mind, collapsed upon the ground. Xie Jinyang exhibited no intention of rising. Perhaps it would be acceptable to end it here, he thought absently, for he could find no reason to linger any longer. A single tear escaped from the corner of his eye. Since that day at the study door when he had wept bitterly at the age of 4, he had not shed a single tear since, not even when Chu Wenxiong had struck Xie Zhao numerous times, nor through the many grievances he had endured. But when the longing for something genuine was utterly shattered, his body offered the most honest of reactions. So be it. He had nothing left to hold onto, and thus this world could not retain him either. It was only fair, was it not? With this thought, Xie Jinyang slowly curled into himself, quietly awaiting his demise. Don't just wait to die. A frantic and somewhat disheartened voice pierced his consciousness, prompting Xie Jinyang to drowsily open his eyes. Yet, due to his injuries, his vision remained a haze. As his mind cleared momentarily, he recognized the voice. R.Gg, you're still here, he said weakly. The girl's voice persisted. There's still a chance. In a reflexive manner, Xie Jinyang buried his head deeper into his arms, exhibiting a hint of petulance. I won't escape, there's nothing worth fleeing for, this world holds no significance. Throughout his life, he had always been obedient, never exhibiting anger or capriciousness. Ironically, his only act of defiance occurred just before death. However, Xie Jinyang now found himself unwilling to ponder further. Perhaps your presence is merely a figment of my imagination, he murmured. After all, I can scarcely perceive you. His thoughts had begun to blur, and Song Jiliao's appearance felt more like a dream. Perhaps out of profound loneliness, he had conjured someone to accompany him. No? It was as though she had grasped something of great importance, her tone rising with urgency. I am real. She endeavored to substantiate her claim. You will be able to see. We will meet in college and become desk mates. We will become good friends. Xie Jinyang. For the first time, she earnestly uttered his name, her tone sincere and urgent. Your future does not lie here. You must escape. This is undoubtedly not a place for you to remain dormant. Song Jiliao depicted a future that resonated with warmth and promise. A flicker of hope ignited within Xie Jinyang. Could what she said truly be real? If so, perhaps there was something to look forward to. Yet, just as he prepared to respond, a foreign voice echoed within his mind. Will you choose to believe others again? That brief phrase silenced him. Indeed, did he still wish to place his faith in others, as a child nurtured in deception? Was it wise to trust again? His father professed love, yet it concealed ulterior motives. His mother had rescued him only to cast him into the abyss. Wu Chenqi had claimed friendship but had unhesitatingly chosen betrayal. Family, friendship, none had proven unblemished. What of the one guiding him towards the future? Beneath the earnest words, could there lie yet another deceit? Xie Jinyang remained uncertain. All he knew was that he was utterly fatigued. Thus, his violet eyes, which had opened, gradually closed once more. The consciousness of the illusion observed the figure on the verge of being engulfed by flames, yet still paralyzed into inaction, its power swelling further. It appeared the illusion was nearing its conclusion. It mused triumphantly. Just as it prepared to claim Xie Jinyang, a resolute and clear voice resonated from the darkness. I believe. His violet eyes abruptly opened amidst the flames, accompanied by the brilliant radiance emanating from the purple crystal adorning his neck. Simultaneously, a purple totem flickered faintly upon his wrist. Despite being repeatedly deceived, he chose to believe in this person. The image of the little cat in his pocket evaded the burning flames, affirming its authentic. If she was indeed real, then all she had spoken could potentially materialize. He yearned to witness the future she had envisioned. In the next instant, a surge of tremendous energy erupted from within the illusion, mercilessly consuming its consciousness. Within the illusion, as the oppressive force dissipated, Zhu Qiu immediately burst forth from the sea of consciousness, yet, the sight before it rendered it momentarily dazed. What is this? Everything around them was engulfed by colossal energy, with Xie Jinyang standing at its core, his violet eyes gleaming vibrantly. Zhu Qiu had witnessed such scenes many times in the past, yet had not encountered one since its spiritual energy had been depleted. Thus, it felt somewhat dazed, absorbing the power of the celestial path. So, this fellow had not perished after all. If one were to use past words to describe the current situation, it would be, the illusion shattered, the heart of the path solidified. Do not be shackled by the shadows of the past, rush toward the new future. P.S. Sad Smiley. The author has some words to share. Dear readers, feel free to take a glance. Chapter 71. Eager as Xie Jinyang answered the question, he felt something within him solidify abruptly. A searing sensation swiftly followed from his wrist. What was that? He hastily rolled up his sleeve, revealing a purple totem. Unlike a mere tattoo, the hue of this totem transitioned from light to dark, as if it were growing directly from his skin. He had never encountered the pattern on the totem before. Before he could ponder further, the environment around him seized his attention. When the crystal around his neck had erupted with power, a blinding white light instantly enveloped his vision. When he opened his eyes again, while his sight had returned, the space had transformed. Deep within a realm of darkness, Xie Jinyang felt a flicker of apprehension. Not bad, little one. You've passed the trial. The unfamiliar voice immediately heightened his vigilance. Who are you? A light chuckle echoed through the darkness, and a figure gradually materialized before Xie Jinyang. His gaze collided first with a pair of purple eyes. Though of the same hue, he could instantly discern that these eyes were utterly distinct from those of the Xie family. Despite the smile playing on the stranger's lips and the cheerful demeanor, Xie Jinyang's wariness surged to its peak. His instinctual danger alert began ringing alarm bells within him. Xie Jinyang subtly distanced himself from the figure. There's no need to be so tense. Noticing Xie Jinyang's tautness, the stranger's smile widened. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Heger. The newcomer offered a semblance of goodwill. Heger, wasn't he that the name of the god of deceit? it is precisely as you suspect. Heger grinned mischievously, resembling a lively neighbor rather than a deity shrouded in mystery, playful yet adept at gauging boundaries. He embodied a persona that was easily endearing. Even without a belief in deities, Xie Jinyang had not anticipated that one of the 5 supreme gods, the god of deceit, would present such an image. As the illusion faded, his body, the similar purple eyes of Heger scrutinized him, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Xie Jinyang, after a brief pause, he revealed his name. What do you mean by the trial? He inquired next. Heger's expression reflected a degree of admiration at the speed of Xie Jinyang's recovery. It is, of course, the trial of a divine envoy. He crossed his arms, exuding an air of pride. Though I have chosen you, we must see if you possess the requisite qualifications. Xie Jinyang's lips twitched, as if he wished to voice something but ultimately swallowed his words. What are the conditions for parsing? He asked. Tsk, you truly lack conversational skills, Heger remarked with mild displeasure. You don't engage in dialogue at all. Xie Jinyang opted for silence. Heger pondered if it was still too late to select another. All right, with a faint sense of helplessness, Heger finally divulged the criteria for success. It's trust. Xie Jinyang was taken aback. Are you serious? The core of a trial conducted by a god of deceit is trust. Heger narrowed his eyes. Why did it seem to him that Xie Jinyang was treating him so casually? Although he was one of the more amiable among the 5 supreme gods, this young man exhibited no respect whatsoever. Unaware that he had forfeited all authority with his initial words, Heger felt a surge of indignation. However, since this envoy was one he had personally chosen, he pouted and explained, if the essence were deceit, anyone could be selected as a follower. It is well known that the words of the god of deceit as followers are often the least trustworthy, for like the deity they revere, they seldom speak the truth. Lying comes as easily to them as breathing. Yet, Xie Jinyang sensed something amiss. What exactly are you trying to test? It is the heart. Heger's demeanor shifted to seriousness. It is the ability to believe in others even after experiencing lies. Indeed, there are many lies in the world, but genuine hearts still exist. As my envoy, you may guard against deception, but you must not cease believing in anyone. A soft lavender energy swirled in Heger's palm, and deep within his eyes, a totem similar to the one on Xie Jinyang's wrist began to manifest. For I also embody the principles of order. Absolute truths do not exist in this world. After witnessing the darker sides, one must still choose to believe in the existence of light to establish suitable rules. This signifies that you have discovered the equilibrium. As he touched upon his authority, Heger's divine gravitas gradually became apparent. Xie Jinyang's expression grew earnest as well. Regardless of circumstances, one must maintain a sanctuary of purity within the heart. If lies were to be exchanged for the pursuit of fame and fortune, then to be worldly yet unworldly, shrewd yet innocently naive, was precisely what Heger sought, convincing someone raised amidst lies to believe steadfast. In truth, he had felt some wavering at the end, reason tugged at his nerves, yet his heart urged him forward. In moments of unawareness, one often makes impulsive decisions, and to this day, he remained uncertain whether, had he been fully conscious, he would have made the same choice. But you did it, did you not? Heger tilted his head. Besides, that is not your concern. You simply have not encountered the right people. Encountering the right individuals indeed illuminates life. He raised his clenched fist, as if prepared to shatter the world with a single blow. For those individuals, just smash them to bits. Xie Jinyang was somewhat perplexed. Were all deities like Heger, strangely down to earth? However, you have already met good people, Heger continued. Xie Jinyang paused in surprise. Hu Songjiliao, of course, Heger replied matter-of-factly, assuming that the deity could see into the illusions. Xie Jinyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Heger cast a sidelong glance at him. This marked the first instance of Xie Jinyang aligning with his words. How amusing. So, do you wish to become a divine envoy? Heger resumed his cheerful demeanor. You could possess the power to smash those individuals. His tone resembled that of a salesperson, and the thought of a supreme. Xie Jinyang maintained a neutral expression, feigning disinterest. Do I have the option to refuse? Heger replied, of course not, I am a god. After all, no follower can decline a deity. Asking is merely a way for me to show my respect. His reasoning was sound, and without waiting for Xie Jinyang to respond, he placed a fingertip upon his forehead. The fluidity of his movement, like his character, was unexpected. The moment their skin made contact, Xie Jinyang felt a surge of immense energy flood into his body, and the purple totem on his wrist solidified abruptly. Simultaneously, billions of light years away, the divine monument at the Federal University began to transform. Following the night of the school's opening, the names of the 5 supreme gods illuminated, signifying that the deity had selected an envoy. At this moment, the name Heger shone brilliantly, its radiance surpassing that of the other deities inscribed upon the stone. Passers-by looked up in astonishment at the glowing monument, yet they remained oblivious to the cause of this phenomenon. This signified the birth of the first divine envoy of the god of deceit. Chapter 72 Reunion. Feeling the invigorating power coursing through every vein, Xie Jinyang glanced at the totem adorning his wrist before lifting his gaze to the deity before him. "What must I do?" he inquired. Heger shrugged nonchalantly. "You need not do anything." Xie Jinyang furrowed his brow. To gain something, one must inevitably sacrifice something in return. In the realm of conventional wisdom, a chosen envoy of the gods would naturally be expected to gather. After all, the faith of the people is intricately linked to the power of the divine, with the considerable influence of the Xie family. Accomplishing this should pose little difficulty. Yet, it seemed Heger was disinclined to continue this line of discourse. "Your memories have yet to fully return to normal, I presume." The distinction between illusion and reality remained palpable. Upon emerging from such a realm, individuals often experienced transient confusion regarding their recollections. Xie Jinyang nodded subtly. Heger displayed an expression of confirmation. "Xie," he suddenly elongated the syllables of Xie's name. Xie Jinyang instinctively sensed that what would follow might not be favorable. True to his intuition, he heard the deity utter, "This is my trial, the power is mine to wield, thus whatever notions you entertain in your mind, I can hear them quite clearly." Heger continued, "Any prayers or utterances invoking my title are particularly resounding in my ears." Observing Xie Jinyang's growing discomfort, Heger felt a strange sense of vindication. Finally, recalling the naive thoughts he had harbored during his youth, even the composed Xie Jinyang felt a twinge of embarrassment. As he parted his lips, ready to speak, Heger abruptly shifted his tone. "However, you did speak a truth. I have indeed bestowed a gift upon you." He smiled. "In retrospect, it is more fitting to call it a reward." With that, Heger opened his palm, revealing several luminous white streaks that had suddenly appeared. The speed at which they flowed was so swift it nearly seemed illusory. Xie Jinyang tentatively extended his mental energy towards them and soon confirmed that these streaks represented a different kind of power, one not belonging to the deity before him. "What is this?" Heger clenched his hand, causing those energies to scatter like shooting stars, illuminating the surrounding darkness with flickers of light. As Xie Jinyang focused intently, he noticed the areas where the white streaks fell seemed to distort the very fabric of space. "Borrowed from someone," Heger stated calmly as he reclaimed the luminous streaks. Despite possessing a high level of mental energy, it was fragile and clearly lacked rigorous refinement, rendering it inadequate for the trial he envisioned. "Can we get to the point?" Xie Jinyang interjected, his expression devoid of emotion. Heger, can an envoy be reselect? The crux of the matter is, Heger took a deep breath, his demeanor turning serious, the reality you seek truly exists. Xie Jinyang frowned. "I am aware that Song Jiliao is indeed real." Xie Jinyang instinctively sensed something amiss, yet Heger offered him no opportunity to speak further. "Enough," he clapped his hands. "It is time to send you back. She is still awaiting your return." With a mind eager to witness the unfolding drama, he pondered for a moment before tapping the top of Xie Jinyang's head. "To expedite the restoration of your memories, do not thank me too profusely." Before Xie Jinyang could utter a word, his vision swiftly plunged into darkness. Are all deities so self-absorbed? Xie Jinyang. Xie Jinyang, Xie Jinyang. At the sound of Song Jiliu's calls, the tightly shut violet eyes in the center of the temple gradually opened, still clouded with a hint of confusion between reality and illusion. Upon witnessing Xie Jinyang awaken, she exhaled a breath of relief. God knows how terrifying it was that he lay motionless on the ground despite the shattering of the illusion. Propelled by his left hand against the ground, Xie Jinyang sat up, striving to assist. His head throbbed slightly, yet there seemed to be a force assisting in untangling the chaotic thoughts. As he was guided by this power, memories that had once belonged to the illusion began to merge seamlessly with his past recollections. After several breaths, Xie Jinyang's memories returned to clarity. He recalled everything: the power to distort space and time, Heger's cryptic words, their true encounter. It was not merely an illusion. Gradually lifting his head, Xie Jinyang's gaze fell upon Song Jiliu, whose expression bore a tinge of concern. "Are you all right?" Seeing Xie Jinyang silent for an extended period, Song Jiliu worried he might have lost. Instead of responding to her query, Xie Jinyang retrieved something from around his neck. Song Jiliu focused her eyes, recognizing it as the purple crystal. However, unlike the one belonging to Xie Zhao, this crystal bore the intricate carving of a lifelike kitten. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She had seen this crystal before, yet it had been within the illusion. The very night Xie Jinyang received this crystal from Xie Haoyi, Song Jiliu had borrowed it to examine closely. When returning it, Xie Jinyang had suddenly suggested etching something onto its surface. As the crystal's rightful owner, he had the authority, and thus Song Jiliu had voiced no objections. Consequently, the crystal now bore the image of a kitten making a gesture of encouragement. But items from the illusion should not manifest in reality. Realizing something, Song Jiliu abruptly looked up at Xie Jinyang, the youth before her, as pure as snow and as steadfast as pine, seldom to yet, at this moment, a gentle smile graced his lips. Thus, the snow melted into water, flowing into the brook, and the pine swayed gently in the breeze. On this planet, thousands of light years away from the main star, transcending the river of time and the chasm between reality and illusion, a young man, now free from all shadows, stood before the future she had once described. Then, she heard him articulate earnestly, word by word, "Song Jiliu, it has been a long time." It was a long-awaited opening line, delayed by 2 months, signifying the reunion they had long promised each other. Chapter 73, Afterthought. In the heart of the temple, Song Jiliu stood while Xie Jinyang sat, their brown and purple eyes meeting in the air above. Even though she had somewhat prepared herself mentally, the phrase "long time no see" struck Song Jiliu like a thunderbolt. The events that transpired in their illusion began to replay furiously in her mind, the tender cheeks from her memories gradually merging with the sharp features of the youth before her. Meanwhile, the small cat on the crystal silent. Xie Jinyang replied, "Because this is the trial set by the deity." He rolled up his sleeve, revealing the totem on his wrist. Song Jiliu's eyes narrowed as she cautiously inquired, "The god of deception?" Although Xie Jinyang did not hold any divine beliefs, her mind only recalled this particular deity due to the level of favoritism shown. Xie Jinyang nodded slightly. The deity initially intended to create a trial ground through the illusion but discovered that Xie Zhao's mental strength was insufficient to support it. Therefore, the deity simply borrowed the strength of another. Since the ethereal was inadequate, something tangible was summoned instead. Unexpectedly, this brought the consciousness of the illusion along. The malevolent intent of the illusion's consciousness was too great, prompting the need for a backdoor to make. However, Song Jiliu's rebellious spirit evidently exceeded the deity's expectations. He recounted his earlier conversation with Haiguar to Song Jiliu, but upon finishing, he noticed her expression was far from pleasant. Xie Jinyang's voice gradually faded. Since exiting the illusion, Song Jiliu's spiritual energy had been steadily recovering, and the discomfort in her body was slowly dissipating. Yet now, a sense of trepidation enveloped her. The palms of Song Jiliu felt somewhat cold. If everything had indeed transpired in reality, she suddenly recalled her conversation with that voice in the basement. If she had not forcibly broken through the illusion's consciousness suppression with her spiritual energy, Xie Jinyang would have truly died there, wouldn't he? If she had not done so, there would be no future encounter between them. With a malnourished body, scant clothing, and the frigid temperature, Xie Jinyang would never have escaped that basement. Even after making the right choice, Song Jiliu could not shake the waves of anxiety. when one reflects on the past and suddenly realizes that a single misstep could have led another into the abyss, what rises? Observing Song Jijiao's increasingly grim countenance, miraculously, Xie Jinyan's thoughts momentarily aligned with hers. He seemed to grasp what she was contemplating, yet he felt at a loss for how to console her. In his childhood, he often faced picture books, and throughout his growth, he had scarcely any experience in comforting others. A person who could effortlessly achieve high marks on exams might be utterly inept in the art of consolation. After hesitating for a moment, Xie Jinyang finally spoke, "I am quite resistant to the cold." Song Jijie responded, "Is this truly an issue of resisting the cold?" Miraculously, however, she found herself amused by Xie Jinyan's pale words. She was never one to dwell excessively on past events. The very fact that Xie Jinyang stood before her in good health was the best outcome. "What would your path have looked like if I had not appeared?" Song Jijiao suddenly felt curious. This past was indeed being influenced from multiple angles, the deity testing him, the malicious consciousness of the illusion, and her own ignorance. Upon realizing she was partaking in a segment of genuine time, she felt fortunate that she had not acted out of line. When she first arrived, she had been somewhat eager to experiment, yet, constrained by their 2-meter limit, she had barely managed to suppress her restless heart. Eventually, realizing how miserable Xie had it, her energy had been largely consumed by playing with the child, leading her to settle down. Reflecting on Jujua's remarks about burning the illusion away, a wave of anxiety washed over Song Jijiao anew. She was uncertain whether the illusion's consciousness could be incinerated, but it was undeniable that it would leave shadows on the child. With these thoughts, she glanced at Xie Jinyang, who had grown nearly a head and a half taller than her, and sighed silently. Well, he could no longer be called a child. However, gazing at Xie Jinyang, she suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction akin to witnessing her own offspring flourish. Indeed, it was only upon seeing him in person that one could grasp the reality of growth. Who could have imagined that the small bundle from childhood would blossom into such a tall youth? Sensing an unusual look in Song Jijiao's gaze, Xie Jinyang subtly shifted his body. Unaware of his small gesture, Song Jijiao lost track of how much time had passed outside, yet, the sunlight streamed through the temple's windows, and upon touching her skin, it seemed to be a fine day. Raising her hand to catch the incoming sunlight, she suddenly recalled something. "So you have always had your memories?" An ambiguous question that only the addressed could comprehend. "Yes." "When did you recognize it? Was it in the woods or on the first day of school?" Anticipating an answer in her mind, Song Jijiao quietly awaited Xie Jinyan's response. After all, those were the only 2 options, she mused. However, Xie Jinyan's answer did not align with either of those. This was an answer she had not considered. On the day of registration, Song Jijiao struggled to recall, but she could not find Xie Jinyan's presence in her memories from that day. "You did not see me, as Xie." However, this did little to alleviate Song Jijiao's confusion. To recognize someone, one must either remember their appearance or recognize their voice, yet the time frame Xie Jinyang provided encompassed neither. Song Jijiao had a good memory. On the day of registration, aside from speaking a few words at the registration desk, she had remained in her dormitory, lacking opportunities to converse with others. Furthermore, there was no need to mention appearances, as Xie Jinyang had never laid eyes on her face. Even as the suppression on her aura gradually diminished, Xie Jinyang had likely never seen her before. The Xie family was engulfed in flames. When she posed these questions, Xie Jinyang did not respond immediately. Overlooking Song Jijiao, he slightly raised his gaze toward the statue standing tall. In the sunlight, the dust in the air swirled, slightly blurring Xie Jinyan's vision. Nevertheless, he still discerned the features of the statue clearly. With an almost imperceptible smile, his voice rang clear, like dew falling upon jade. "I could recognize you even when I could not see you, how much more so when I can." The gift bestowed by the deity was as fleeting as the wind. To capture it, one must possess the skill to grasp the wind. Fortunately, he was a quick learner. Chapter 74, Det, why have you remained silent all this time? Song Jilio inquired, though he had recognized her from the very beginning. Xie Jinyang had not uttered a single word about it, even going so far as to act as if they were complete strangers. With a playful tone, she added, Xie, your acting skills are quite impressive. Xie Jinyang graciously accepted the compliment. Because the time was not yet right, he replied, intrigued. Song Jilio asked, so when will the time be right? Xie Jinyang tucked the necklace back into his garment and turned to face her. On the day we truly reunite. Gazing into his violet eyes, she sensed the tumultuous emotion swirling within. The young man's feelings were subtle and not easily discernible, something she had already encountered in their illusion. Thus, returning to reality, she smiled, extending her hand towards Xie Jinyang. Xie Jinyang, it has been a long time. In her gaze, the girl's smile radiated brightness and brilliance, akin to the rare moments in life that one longs to capture. Consequently, Xie Jinyang took her hand. It has indeed been a long time. As their hands met, the timelines of the two individuals began to intertwine. At that very moment, Xie Jinyang had wandered alone with memories for 5 years, while Song Jilio had just acquired a fresh span of time. Yet, they both headed towards the promised destination, destined to embrace a genuine reunion. Together, they would embark on a new journey, enriched by shared memories. Replacing the words "long time no see" would be "see you tomorrow." This indicated that they had vanished from the external world for a full 2 days. Xie Jinyang was also checking the information on his wristband. Having squandered 2 days, others were gradually catching up. They maintained their previous scores, now ranked 5th and 6th. This outcome was quite satisfactory for them. I thought we would drop out of the top 30, Song Jilio remarked, somewhat surprised. Xie Jinyang's fingers glided across the screen, reviewing the remaining participants and their respective scores. Those who managed to stay until the end are increasingly formidable. Not only were the opponents stronger, but they also became harder to find. The expanse of this forest was vast, with numerous caves and hiding spots. The ultimate purpose of this midterm examination was merely to assign classes. Thus, ensuring one score remained within the desired range was all that mattered. Moreover, surviving an extra day would lead to an increase in points. Hence, as long as they ensured their survival, they could accrue points without any risk. Most individuals were risk-averse, preferring to bide their time until the competition's conclusion rather than actively seeking to eliminate others. This resulted in a tight scoring system, with the point differences between the top 10 positions stabilizing at merely 2 individuals. Glancing at the score rankings, his gaze settled on the participant ranked 32nd. Xie Zhao. Xie Jinyang clicked on his name. The last time his score was updated was 2 days prior. He, too, was someone intent on surviving until the end. Having been outmaneuvered by him, Xie Jinyang felt compelled to return the favor. After spending decades in the same space, he had gleaned some understanding. Xie Zhao was particularly concerned about Xie Haoi's opinion, which he only thus, throughout his life, Xie Zhao had strived for first place. After the results of the class assignments were announced, Xie Haoi unexpectedly praised him. During those days, Xie Zhao's mood visibly improved. If that were the case, then let us ensure he does not make it into Class A. As he pondered this, the purple hue in his eyes deepened, increasingly resembling the eyes of the statue before him. Song Jilio, sensing something amiss, glanced up at the statue. To her astonishment, it appeared as though the statue's mouth had curved into a slight smile. Song Jilio thought, this is getting a bit eerie. Suspecting that her fatigue was playing tricks on her vision, she rubbed her eyes and peered again. The statue had returned to its previous expression. Had she merely imagined it? Not entirely reassured, she stole a few more glances, confirming that there had indeed been no change before she withdrew her gaze in relief. She looked at Xie Jinyang, who was deep in thought while examining his wristband, and shivered slightly. Xie Jinyang rarely displayed such a serious expression. Although he did not often articulate much, he typically exuded a sense of ease. The intensity of a studious individual was distinctly different. Rubbing her chin, Song Jilio felt certain that someone was being plotted against. while she had never experienced the sensation of being outsmarted by Xie Jinyang, she could imagine it was far from pleasant. Silently mourning for that person, Song Jilie resolved to wait until Xie Jinyang had completed his scheming. Scanning the rankings above and below Xie Zhao, Xie Jinyang noted that aside from the additional points gained from merely surviving another day, their total scores had hardly changed over the past day. Were they all lying low? Xie Jinyang tapped the wristband, his eyes reflecting thoughtful contemplation. Class A admitted 30 individuals, and Xie Zhao currently held the 29th position, trailing the 30th by a single point and the 31st by 3. With less than 2 days remaining in the examination, the accumulated points from today had already increased in the morning, and they could gain more tomorrow morning. This meant that if he eliminated Xie Zhao today, there was a substantial probability that he would not secure a spot in Class A. How about we settle the score first, he proposed, looking towards Song Jilie. With a raised eyebrow, she replied, Xie Zhao. Yes. Suddenly recalling something, Xie Jinyang added, all his points will be yours. Sure. She readily agreed to Xie Jinyang's proposal. Moreover, she intended to attribute her own misfortunes to him, fueling her resolve. Charge ahead. Upon mentioning Xie Zhao, Song Jilie recalled another matter. Little Xie. With a serious expression, Song Jilie stated, you owe me 1 million. Xie Jinyang. She declared with righteous fervor, I firmly rejected Xie Zhao's offer of 1 million star coins. 1 million. She emphasized the words with extra weight. Xie Jinyang quickly realized she was referring to the transaction proposed by Xie Zhao. A flicker of amusement began to spread across his eyes, and he smirked slightly, adding another item to their debt. All right, and a house. Song Jilie's eyes lit up instantly. That was your promise. Indeed, it was, he confirmed. Chapter 75, The monitoring room. In the depths of her consciousness, Zhu Qiu was idly rolling about, but upon overhearing their conversation, she instantly perked up. So, does that? The voice of Zhu Qiu in her mind suddenly rose an octave, causing Song Jilie to be taken aback. Instinctively, she covered her ears, her expression momentarily contorted. What's wrong? Xie Jinyang noticed her discomfort. With Zhu Qiu bouncing back down from an ecstatic leap, Song Jilie forced a smile and replied, it's nothing, really. Her demeanor suggested otherwise, and Xie Jinyang hesitated to press her further. However, seeing her complexion return to normal, he ultimately refrained from probing. As Xie Jinyang resumed his forward stride, Song Jilie swiftly redirected her focus to her mental landscape. Grabbing Zhu Qiu from the ground, she shook him vigorously, exclaiming, all you think about is eating. Have you ever considered how plump you've become? She pinched him, and, indeed, he felt solid. With a heavy heart, she lamented, do you even remember how you looked when you first arrived home? Although he still appeared as a red puffball, that was merely fluff, now, he was entirely fleshy. Feeling the increasingly substantial texture beneath her fingers, Song Jilie silently regarded the feigned innocence of Zhu Qiu. Zhu Qiu sat smiley gazes skyward. JPG, perhaps feeling a touch guilty under Song Jilie's scrutiny. Shouldn't you be above such trivial indulgences? She questioned. Wasn't it said that they thrived solely on the essence of the heavens and earth? Zhu Qiu immediately perked up, retorting, a nonsense. A beast that utters such words clearly hasn't he experienced the finer While fairies might subsist on dew, Zhu Qiu would not. Sensing Zhu Qiu's volume escalating once more, Song Jilie hurriedly covered his mouth. All right, I understand. She absent-mindedly patted. The next time Zhu Qiu clamored for snacks, she would resolutely refuse to indulge him. Song Jilie felt a sense of overindulgence akin to that of a doting parent. Her usual expenses were modest, with the majority of the living allowance provided by Song Zuan now filling Zhu Qiu's belly. To this day, she remained perplexed as to how this mighty divine beast had developed such a voracious appetite. If this continued, she genuinely feared he might one day be unable to take flight. No, she must implement a weight loss regimen for her child. It would be a loss of face for a divine beast to be grounded. Unbeknownst to Song Jilie, who had already begun to conspire about her own weight loss, Zhu Qiu was still daydreaming about a splendid future. After casting one last glance at Zhu Qiu's rotund belly, Song Zhijiao withdrew from her consciousness. The temple lay deep within the forest, and upon emerging, Song Zhijiao had confirmed that no one was nearby. Upon hearing her remarks, Xie Jinyang glanced at her without further inquiry and proceeded outward. Observing Xie Jinyan's retreating figure, a smile crept onto the corner of Song Zhijiao's lips. Excellent, a fundamental consensus had been established. All inquiries were to be relegated to future curiosity. The two of them commenced their search for a path through the forest, entirely oblivious to the commotion they had stirred within the monitoring room. "Wow, you guys finally appeared," Jian Xingfei exclaimed, his excitement causing him to nearly leap onto the screen at the sight of the two figures appearing one after the other. "Calm down," He Xiaoping admonished, yanking him back and turning to report to the commanding officer. "Sir, since the third day, these two students had vanished from all surveillance screens. Initially, it was presumed they had merely hidden away, and the monitoring room personnel had not paid much heed. However, upon noticing their scores had remained stagnant for 2 consecutive days, coupled with their persistent disappearance from the screens, the observers began to feel a sense of urgency. With less than 10 key personnel assigned for close observation by the commanding officer, the sudden disappearance of 2, one of whom was a significant candidate for divine service, was alarming. The wristbands could monitor each student's physical conditions. Had it not been for the fact that the life signs and various data of Song Zhijiao and Xie Jinyang remained normal, they would have rushed in to locate them. "I told you, they would be fine." A gentle male voice came from. Upon recognizing the newcomer, He Xiaoping nodded in acknowledgement. Receiving He Xiaoping's glance, Wen Heyu greeted him with a simple "Hello, instructor. Release your grip." After this made it awkward for him to greet the students. "Oh, my apologies," He Xiaoping replied, smoothly moving his hand away. "I forgot." Jian Xingfei, hey. "Hey Heyu, you're awake." He turned to Wen Heyu with a smile, asking, "How did you sleep?" Wen Heyu replied with a gentle smile, "I slept quite well, thank you, instructor." Jian Xingfei waved his hand dismissively, "Not at all. We should be the ones thanking you." By the 5th day, they could no longer contain their impatience and dispatched personnel to retrieve Wen Heyu from the Federal University. Wen Heyu was favored by the god of fate and time, possessing considerable ability, and was listed in the records as one capable of perceiving the threads of fate. In truth, the abilities of this favored individual were not far removed from that, with the distinction being the extent of their perception. "Your predictions have indeed provided us with a sense of reassurance," He Xiaoping remarked. Wen Heyu replied, "The visions I saw were quite hazy. You should seek out individuals with higher mental capacity for better results. After all, my mental strength is merely C." "What nonsense," Jian Xingfei shot him a glare. "The level of mental strength does not dictate your potential for growth, and your ability level is quite commendable." Wen Heyu smiled and humbly acknowledged his fault. While this may be true, ability levels could gradually improve through diligent effort, yet mental strength levels often represented a ceiling. He Xiaoping let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Indeed, Wen Heyu's mental strength was rather low. Thus, even though he could delve into the fate lines of others, his C-level mental strength could not sustain him for long. Merely peering into the fate lines of 2 ordinary individuals had caused him to lose consciousness. Before closing his eyes, he had left behind the assurance that they are safe. However, He Xiaoping pondered the materials he had previously reviewed. Had the side effects of Wen Heyu's ability been so significant? After all, he had only glimpsed the fate lines of 2 students. Chapter 76, Destiny. Reflecting on Wen Heyu's condition at that moment, He Xiaoping furrowed his brows and inquired, "Have you rested well? Do you need to take another nap?" The sensation of depleted mental energy was rather unpleasant, and recovery could only be achieved through self-restoration. Observing Wen Heyu's somewhat pallid complexion, He Xiaoping felt a twinge of concern. Wen Heyu replied, "I am fine." "Very well." As the top student in his 2nd year, He Xiaoping had interacted with him before. This student was quite reliable in his endeavors. Upon hearing his assurance, Jian Xingfei popped his head up from behind He Xiaoping, exclaiming, "Junior, you've worked hard." Wen Heyu smiled slightly and remarked that it wasn't arduous. On what grounds do you call him junior? He Zhaoping retorted coolly. Simply because I too am a graduate of the Federal. He Zhaoping remained unperturbed when He Yu observed the two men engaged in a silent standoff, letting out a soft chuckle before turning his gaze to the luminous screen ahead. On the display, Xie Jinyang and Song Jijiao were traversing a forest, one following closely behind the other. After a moment of contemplation, when He Yu activated his holographic device. He called up a map of the forest, comparing it with the paths taken by Xie Jinyang and Song Jijiao, and drew a connecting line. Indeed, they were not wandering aimlessly, it appeared they had already pinpointed their destination. Pondering this, when He Yu noted that Xie Jinyang, a scion of the god of deception, and Song Jijiao, a descendant of the god of life, should not possess the ability to probe into supernatural powers. His gaze fell on the girl who was impatiently fanning away a massive leaf, and a flicker of insight crossed his eyes. He did not disclose to the instructor that he had only glimpsed the fate line of one individual. He could not discern Song Jijiao's destiny, and under Xie Jinyang's fate, he could only catch a glimpse of a fragment. As he watched the two figures come to a halt and stand side by side on the screen, the scene he had witnessed before losing consciousness seemed to replay vividly in his mind. The perspective he had gleaned with his exhausted mental energy revealed a boy and a girl approaching together, with the setting sun behind them casting a blood-red hue across the sky. A great crimson bird circled above them, its body encircled by flames that seemed poised to ignite the heavens. In the corner of the scene, he saw the figures of Jian Xingfei and He Zhaoping. Their faces were interwoven with various emotions, yet their expressions were not overly bleak. His viewpoint aligned directly with them, as if they were advancing towards him. If one were to encapsulate this moment in a single word, it would be grand. As his mental energy waned, he could no longer discern the expressions on Song Jijiao and Xie Jinyang's faces. He could only manage to utter, "They are safe," before succumbing to unconsciousness, pressing a hand to his still-throbbing head, when He Yu let out a soft click of his tongue. Initially, unlike the instructor, who could only assess based on data, he had a profound understanding of his own abilities. In simpler terms, the stronger the individual's fate, the more mental energy was required to peer into it. Merely being the young master of the Xie family was insufficient to drain his mental energy so swiftly. Song Jijiao and Xie Jinyang, one whose fate line he could not perceive, and the other whose mere glance had exhausted him, were both formidable presences. With these two around, when He Yu felt that the lives of this year's new students would not be overly mundane, casting a glance at the class where the two were currently situated, his expression gradually dulled. What's wrong? Jian Xingfei, noticing his change in demeanor, perhaps it was best to let the specialists deal with their own fields. Nevertheless, hearing when He Yu utter such words felt rather peculiar. He pondered for a long while, unable to pinpoint the right adjective. However, if Song Jijiao were present, her immediate reaction would likely be that when He Yu resembled a fortune-teller, as if he could predict one's fate with a mere gesture, charging 500 for a reading. Yet now, she could not voice her critiques, for she was on the verge of succumbing to the heat within the forest. "Good Pai Yao, let us make a deal, could you please maintain some distance?" Song Jijiao attempted to push the Song Jijiao felt a mix of despair and helplessness, since Pai Yao did not wish to enter the temple. She had let her find a spot to wait for them, initially expecting to emerge shortly. She found herself trapped for a full 2 days. She had assumed Pai Yao would have departed long ago, but as she stepped out of the temple, she was immediately enveloped by a fluffy mass. The irritation from being outmaneuvered by Xie Zhao dissipated instantly, and under Xie Jinyang's gaze, how soothing, as they walked, Pai Yao remained close to her, exuding an aura of affectionate companionship. However, as the temperature rose, the warmth of its fur became increasingly unbearable. She gently negotiated with Pai Yao for a bit of space, reasoning that distance breeds beauty. Yet before Pai Yao could respond, she caught Xie Jinyan's enigmatic gaze, which seemed to convey a message: when you need someone, I'm your little darling; when you don't, stay away. Meanwhile, in her consciousness, the equally fluffy Zhu criticized Song Jijiao's fickle behavior. Song Jijiao retorted internally, "Could you both refrain from complicating matters?" Nonetheless, there was a reason Pai Yao held a special place in Song Jijiao's heart. Upon hearing her words, it simply gazed at her with its golden eyes for a moment, then stepped forward to know. "Song Jijiao, why do I suddenly feel a pang of guilt, biting handkerchief, .jpg, as for Xie Jinyang," observing Pai Yao shift to his side in silence, he remained taciturn. Pai Yao seemed to sense something, glancing up at him momentarily before returning its gaze to the ground. The gentle breeze in the forest was suddenly stifled, and when their eyes met, Xie Jinyang chose to remain silent. He was well aware of Pai Yao's lack of amiability towards him compared to Song Jijiao. After walking for another 10 minutes, Song Jijiao's eyes suddenly brightened. "I found it." She pointed to the left ahead, about 2 kilometers away, nestled within a cave. Finally, they had unearthed the whereabouts of that rascal Xie Zhao. Chapter 77 Double Standards. Following her, what greeted the eye was a profusion of robust trees, standing closely spaced, with vines sprawling beneath. In contrast, the terrain on the opposite side was relatively expansive and much flatter. When traversing this area, most individuals would naturally opt for the more accessible path. "At least you've exercised some thought," Xie Jinyang remarked with a light scoff. Song Jijiao cast him a glance. Why did it seem that Xie Jinyang had relaxed a bit since emerging from the illusion? Had he always spoken with such biting wit? Nevertheless, she welcomed this change. After all, what would it be like if he remained a silent enigma every day? One could discern from Xie Jinyang's developmental trajectory that his current demeanor was not a product of innate disposition but rather a manifestation of prolonged repression. In the oppressive atmosphere of the Xie family, it was indeed challenging for anyone not to become. How did that saying go? A gambling father, ailing mother, a fractured self. Although Xie Haoyi did not gamble, his situation was scarcely any better. Oh, and let's not forget Xie Zhao, that eccentric. To be frank, aside from Xie Jinyang and the yet-to-be-seen CSI, Song Jijiao felt that the entire family was afflicted in some way. 1. Xie Haoyi was utterly estranged from kin. Another, Zhu Wenqiong, seemed to project her maternal instincts onto others out of sheer boredom, and then there was the timid Xie Zhao, who preyed on the weak while fearing the strong. The entire household was disturbingly askew. This was the first time Song Jijiao felt that her solitary upbringing was not such a misfortune. Though it had initially been lonely, her life had become enriched with the addition of Zhu Qiu and the others. Their once desolate home had transformed into a lively abode, a truly joyous development. The vegetation within this forest was astonishingly lush. Swiftly dodging a leaf that nearly slapped her face, Song Jijiao muttered, "The nutrients here must be extraordinary." Although the size of the leaves resembled those of modern banana trees, their appearance was entirely different. Since arriving in the interstellar realm, she had been continually astounded by the diverse flora. Collapse. JPG, noticing that Song Jijiao was struggling to advance, Xie Jinyang once again offered to lead the way. The very Song Jijiao who had confidently proclaimed her capability now readily accepted. All right. Thinking she was aware of Xie Zhao's location, she volunteered to take the lead. Ultimately, however, she underestimated the unfriendly nature of the interstellar plants. Once Xie Jinyang took the lead, she acutely experienced the advantages of his height. Leaves that had just been within reach of her face barely grazed his shoulders, and with a simple wave of his hand, He would pause momentarily when sweeping the leaves aside, ensuring none rebounded onto Song Jizao. Keeping pace with Xie Jinyang, she finally avoided the fate of being slapped by foliage. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Xie Jinyang suddenly shifted to the side. The enormous leaves had finally vanished. As she savored the sudden spaciousness around her, she felt her breathing ease. Grateful to have you, she made a hard gesture with her fingertips towards Xie Jinyang. He nodded in acknowledgement. You're welcome. After emerging, they had only walked a few dozen steps when a small stream appeared before them. Song Jizao gazed at the gently flowing waters at her feet, falling into a contemplative silence. Surely, Xie Zhao wouldn't attempt to swim across, would he? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Song Jizao cautiously expanded her consciousness over the area. After her reconnaissance, she shut her eyes, mentally noting another demerit for Xie Zhao. Weakly lifting her hand, she pointed across the stream. There, it's right over there. Xie Jinyang glanced down at the clearly impassable stream before turning his gaze to Song Jizao. Are you afraid of water? Not exactly. Having accepted the necessity of wading across, she began to roll up her pant legs. It's just that having wet shoes feels rather unpleasant, she confessed. After rolling her pants, preparing herself mentally, just as she was about to step decisively into the water, Song Jizao suddenly found herself unable to move. Song Jizao, she turned to the Pishio, which had clamped onto her clothing, and inquired, what's wrong? Given the Pishio's considerable size and strength, she tentatively tugged at her garment, but it remained steadfast. Upon hearing the unmistakable sound of fabric tearing, Song Jizao immediately ceased her efforts. Forget it, with those teeth, any further pulling would surely damage her clothes. Thus, the two engaged in a silent standoff, exchanging wide-eyed glances. As if confirming that she would not budge, the Pishio finally released its grip. Then, to her astonishment, it knelt before her, with its forelegs slightly bent. The Pishio appeared to shrink in size, its greyish-white fur filling her field of vision, and Song Jizao began to grasp its intentions. Are you suggesting Chapter 78, The Temper of the Vermilion Bird. The steps of the Pishio were remarkably steady, apart from a slight jolt when crossing the stream. The entire experience left Song Jizao relatively unperturbed. The texture beneath her hand was soft, and as she glanced down at the Pishio's firmly planted paws, she summoned the Vermilion Bird from her consciousness and inquired, is the Pishio truly this size? Although its current stature was not, it felt as though its territory had been encroached upon. In an attempt to tarnish the Pishio's image, it exclaimed, its original form is far larger, and frankly, it is not pleasing to the eye at all. According to legend, the dragon's historical accounts described it as having the head of a dragon, the body of a horse, the feet of a cheline, and resembling a lion, with greyish-white fur and the ability to fly. As the Vermilion Bird endeavored to articulate how unattractive the Pishio's original form was, Song Jizao fixated solely on the last point. It can fly. The Vermilion Bird responded with exasperation, I can fly too. Infuriated by Song Jizao's teasing, witnessing the formerly composed creature now ruffled and indignant, Song Jizao found herself both amused and exasperated. Compared to when it first arrived in her home, the Vermilion Bird had indeed undergone. She vividly recalled how, initially, it had ignored her completely, only emitting a reluctant chirp when sufficiently provoked. In contemporary terms, it embodied the archetype of one of the four divine beasts, noble and aloof. Yet, she could not pinpoint when it began to fill her home. Reflecting on its recent remarks about the Pishio, Song Jizao chuckled softly. The divine beast, having lived for millennia, could only muster the word ugly to describe its counterpart. She had anticipated a more elaborate description. Gently poking the puffed-up creature, she coaxed, all right, when we return, I'll make you some cream puffs. At times, she did not intend to refer to the Vermilion Bird, and the Vermilion Bird, prone to fits of anger yet easily placated, visibly relaxed at her words. Really? Indeed. Feigning seriousness, Song Jizao replied, when have I ever lied to you? The Vermilion Bird emerged from its nest, pondering for a moment before. It is a definitive truth. She nearly burst into laughter at its earnestness. All right, the Vermilion Bird huffed in reluctant acceptance of her proposal. Having soothed the beast, Song Jizao withdrew from her consciousness. Outside, the Pishio had already stepped onto the flat ground across the stream, with Xie Jinyang leaping down from its back. Song Jiliao followed closely behind. Upon crossing the stream, she sensed the presence of others nearby without needing to extend her consciousness outward. The extinguished campfire and scattered fish bones by the stream indicated recent human activity. A quick glance revealed a considerable number of bones. She raised an eyebrow, realizing that Xie Zhao had likely lingered here for quite some time. This individual, who was notoriously picky even when dining in their illusion, was now relishing several days' worth of fish. It appeared he was genuinely anxious about not making it into Class A. Among the various combinations of risks, he did not seek a high ranking. He merely hoped that the class division would proceed without incident. However, fate had other plans, and incident had come knocking at his door. When Xie Zhao spotted Song Jiliao and Xie Jinyang, he was one to bully the weak and hide from danger. A classic case of a turtle retreating into its shell. Xie Zhao had never been addressed in such a manner before, his face flushing with indignation. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "You insolent woman, shut your mouth." Song Jiliao clicked her tongue, turning to Xie Jinyang to remark, "His tolerance is quite lacking." One insult and he was already on edge, clearly someone who had not faced the trials of the outside world. Xie Zhao despised being ignored, yet now he found himself the subject of disdain from the two people he loathed the most. Observing Xie Jinyang, who appeared unscathed and in good spirits, his voice dripped with disbelief and resentment. Although he had been inexplicably rescued by the power within the crystal, Xie Zhao had never believed he could emerge from that ordeal. After all, it was his own mother who had thrust him into the flames. Determined to ensure Xie Jinyang's demise in this examination, Xie Zhao had even resorted to utilizing the power of the amethyst. Before leading them there, he had realized that the surveillance did not extend. Whether due to the influence of the deity or other reasons, this was undoubtedly Xie Zhao's best opportunity. He had assumed Xie Jinyang was destined for death, yet, your power has increased. Once more attempting to unleash his abilities only to be suppressed. Xie Jinyang's mental energy had remained stable for years. How could it suddenly have surged? Xie Zhao quickly grasped that something must have occurred after his departure. Out of the corner of her eye, Song Jiliao glanced at Xie Jinyang, who subtly shook his head, indicating his desire to remain silent. Although confronting Xie Zhao with the truth of his becoming a divine envoy would be the most crushing blow, Xie Jinyang was not inclined to reveal it just yet. Considering the myriad eyes concealed behind the screens, both understood the necessity of avoiding discussion about the events within the temple. Such idle chatter, Song Jiliao stepped forward. "I have yet to settle the score with you." Unlike Xie Jinyang, she was entirely an innocent bystander in this predicament. It would be impossible to quell her anger without delivering a few blows. Xie Zhao's attention was drawn to her words, and facing Song Jiliao, his demeanor shifted to one of haughty superiority. "What, do you think you can eliminate me just like that?" With a swift push, she lunged directly at him. The sound of air slicing through resonated as the two clashed instantly. Chapter 79, Xie Zhao gets hit. As Song Jiliao raised her hand to block Xie Zhao's punch, she felt a twinge of surprise. It wasn't for any other reason than the fact that this fellow seemed rather weak, or perhaps gentle would be a more fitting description. Unlike Song Jiliao, who had trained in combat since childhood, Xie Zhao appeared to lack any foundational skills whatsoever. With a mind to test him, she initially adopted a defensive stance. However, after exchanging blows a few times, it soon became apparent to Song Jiliao that Xie Zhao was employing the very techniques taught by their instructor over the past 2 months. Although they had been placed in different classes, the curriculum was consistent, differing only in pace. The wave of familiarity overwhelmed her, leaving her momentarily speechless. The angles she recognized, the preparatory stances she was accustomed to. Upon seeing Xie Zhao prepare to sidestepping his punch, she seized his hand and swiftly aimed a kick at his knee pit. The knee pit, being a particularly vulnerable area, was caught unawares by the sudden impact, causing Xie Zhao to collapse heavily to the ground. With a calm expression, Song Jiliao twisted both of his arms behind his back and pressed her foot firmly against his calf. Holding him down with ease, she remarked, "You truly embody the traditional." Incapable of B. Chapter 80, Consultation Song Giulio pondered briefly over Xie Jinyan's tone. It sounded less like a selection of brothers and more akin to a choice of methods of demise. Song Giulio could feel the palpable pressure emanating from Xie Jinyang, which only intensified the anxiety of the questioned Xie Zhao. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple, and Xie Zhao gritted his teeth, Suddenly, she recalled the metallic scent of blood that clung to Xie Jinyang during the beginning of the semester and the comments circulating on the forum. Noticing the sudden hesitation in Song Giulio's expression, Xie Jinyang cast her a curious glance. What's wrong? What he said, ignore him, Xie Jinyang interjected, echoing her earlier words. How can someone maintain such an indifferent demeanor while uttering such words? Reflecting on Xie Jinyang's previous demeanor, it seemed he had never spoken in such a manner before, leading Song Giulio to question if she had somehow influenced him negatively. Though her heart remained slightly troubled, she refrained from further inquiries out of a measured trust in Xie Jinyan. No matter the circumstances, she could not afford to show weakness in front of Xie Zhao. Seeing that Xie Jinyang was completely unfazed, Xie Zhao clenched his teeth and declared, "You may as well eliminate me." At this, Song Giulio's displeasure was evident. That is out of the question. They had travelled a great distance not merely for his course. However, the rules of the exam dictated that they could not exert excessive force on a fellow student. How troublesome. Song Giulio turned to Xie Jinyang, silently seeking his counsel. Responding to her gaze, Xie Jinyang lowered his eyes to the Pixiu crouching at his feet. The Pixiu lazily raised its gaze, clearly communicating, "What do you want?" Only then did Xie Zhao notice the otherworldly creature that had appeared beside them without his notice. This greyish-white beast was significantly larger than any of its kind he had encountered, and its golden-hued eyes. It seemed that the Pixiu had caught wind of Xie Zhao's scrutiny, glancing in his direction. Upon meeting its gaze, Xie Zhao instinctively swallowed hard. Was it an illusion, or did this creature's eyes betray a semblance of human emotion? That brief glance felt as though it were scrutinizing an insignificant insect. Observing the peculiar yet somewhat harmonious dynamic between the two, his sense of unease deepened. Recalling the items in his pocket, Xie Zhao instinctively sought to confirm their presence, only to remember that his hands were bound. Previously, Song Giulio had found restraining him too tiresome and had casually plucked a vine from nearby. It was an unknown variety, but it was both long and sturdy, perfectly suited for binding someone. Now, she had liberated her hands entirely. Meanwhile, Xie Jinyang was attempting to negotiate with the Pixiu. Upon hearing Xie Jinyan's request, the Pixiu merely cast him a disinterested glance before. "Xie Jinyang, I know you understand." Despite his inability to speak, he could engage in reciprocal communication with Song Giulio, yet with the Pixiu, he appeared as though he comprehended nothing at all. He turned to look at Song Giulio, who nonchalantly averted her gaze. Song Giulio, not my concern, contemplating certain attributes of the Pixiu and connecting them to Xie Jinyan's family business, Song Giulio was inclined to encourage their interaction. After all, Xie Jinyang was in possession of her 1 million and a property. Thus, unless a conflict arose between the human and the beast, she would refrain from intervening. Song Giulio firmly resolved this in her mind. "What are your conditions?" "State them." Observing the Pixiu resting comfortably, with its head resting on its paws, Xie Jinyang had no choice but to crouch down to engage in dialogue. The Pixiu, whose eyes had nearly closed, opened them again upon hearing his words, slowly directing its gaze towards. Its golden eyes scanned him up and down, seemingly assessing Xie Jinyan. In that moment, Xie Jinyang sensed doubt reflected in its gaze. Xie Jinyang. This seemed to be the first time someone had questioned him. Due to his academic prowess, he had always been the most trusted student in the eyes of his teachers, having become accustomed to looks of trust. Now, being scrutinized in such a manner by the Pixiu left him feeling somewhat disconcerted. Yet, he was at a loss for words to prove himself. Thus, an awkward silence enveloped them. What he said is true. Noting the impasse in the exchange between the human and the beast, Song Jiliao could not help but speak up. It was evident that her credibility was considerably higher in the eyes of the Pixiu. Xie Jinyang regarded the Pixiu, which had slightly lifted its body, finally displaying a willingness to communicate, leaving him momentarily speechless. "What do you desire?" he inquired. After a few moments of silence, the Pixiu extended a paw and began to inscribe words in the earth. Xie Jinyan's face briefly registered surprise, then his eyes sharpened as he silently recited a few phrases. In the following moment, an invisible force enveloped their surroundings. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the screen depicting their situation flickered several times before plunging into darkness. This sudden development incited a flurry of commotion within them. This creature was unlike any other. In the era of interstellar travel, otherworldly creatures were typically perceived as devoid of intellect, powerful yet lacking in mental acuity. Those marked by mental seals required extensive training to comprehend their master's commands. Yet this one not only understood language but could also write. Its intelligence was at least equivalent to that of a 5-year-old human. However, the exceptional was often the most perilous. Consequently, Xie Jinyang did not hesitate. Preventing others from discovering this was his instinctive reaction. Song Jiliao perceptively sensed the shift in their surroundings. Her nerves tensed, and just as she raised her hand to take action, Xie Jinyang cast her a reassuring glance. Thus, the gathered spiritual energy in her palm dissipated. Observing the suddenly close proximity between Xie Jinyang and the Pixiu, a question mark appeared above Song Jiliao's head. How had their relationship? Meanwhile, Xie Jinyang, who had intended to assist the Pixiu in concealing its writings, noticed that the grey feline seemed to shift slightly aside, maintaining a boundary just out of reach of both parties. A hint of exasperation flickered in his violet eyes as he leaned down to examine the Pixiu's inscriptions. The damp earth was an excellent medium for impressions, and the words were clear, but he still found them somewhat challenging to decipher. Not for any other reason than that the Pixiu's handwriting was rather unrefined. After scrutinizing for a while, Xie Jinyang tentatively read aloud the inscription, "Take me out, please." Upon hearing Chapter 81, His Beast. Upon receiving confirmation from the Pixiu, Xie Jinyang ground the characters beneath the tip of his shoe, observing the mud that clung to it with a. Once the markings had vanished, he raised his hand to dispel the surrounding energy field. Meanwhile, the maintenance personnel, recently dragged from the break room, glared at the seemingly normal screen in the monitoring room, their anger boiling over as they berated their colleague. "Do you all have a screw loose?" The sky had fallen. Those who had already hidden behind the crowd peered out to observe the situation, exhaling a sigh of relief upon realizing they remained unnoticed. It is well known that the wrath of technical staff is the most fearsome, and if he approached now, he would undoubtedly face a torrent of fury. Thus, brother, you have my gratitude for your efforts. Do you know how many sleepless nights I've endured? Accompanied by Xiao Ding, calm down. I'll take you on. Impulsiveness is the devil. Don't slaughter your colleagues. Colleagues, I'm resigning right now. Life had become unbearable. God knows the destructive capabilities of those students. During the exams, there was never a moment without issues, preventing him from enjoying a single restful night. Just as he thought he could catch a few hours of sleep, this group of rascals played a wolf-is-coming prank on him, stirring a murderous intent within him. In stark contrast to the turmoil in the monitoring room, the screen displayed a scene of tranquil times. After receiving the affirmative response from the PCO, Xie Jinyang endeavored to comprehend. Do you wish to leave? What had prompted such a sudden desire to depart? The PCO glanced at Song Jiliao. Xie Jinyang instantly grasped its intention. It wished to follow Song Jiliao out. Suddenly, under their collective gaze, Song Jiliao cast a look of confusion. Xie Jinyang shook his head to indicate that all was well, then began to contemplate feasible methods. The misty forest was typically closed to the public and was under strict military control. Even the Xie family would find it arduous to gain re-entry. This time, their entrance was likely sanctioned from above. Touching the totem concealed within his sleeve, Xie Jinyang continued to ponder. He could not return to fetch the PCO later, it would have to accompany them this time. It is possible, Xie Jinyang stated, but there is a prerequisite. The PCO's gaze returned to him. You must claim that you are my exotic beast. In truth, Xie Jinyang could have made this decision unilaterally. However, he placed the PCO on equal footing with him, necessitating a discussion. The PCO, however, appeared reluctant. It slightly rose and pointed a paw towards Song Jiliao. Xie Jinyang crossed his arms, coldly rejecting its proposal. No. The PCO opened its mouth to huff at him, but in the next moment, Xie Jinyang pinched it shut. The PCO, this turn of events was clear. From a distance, Song Jiliao noticed the PCO's bewildered expression and felt it resembled the look on Xie Jinyang's face when she first encountered him in the forest. When she had abruptly yanked him away, he had worn that same expression. Shared expression achieved. Calmly gripping the PCO's mouth, Xie Jinyang said, "Don't be anxious." The PCO, I am not anxious, but could you possibly release my Song Jiliao harbored numerous secrets, yet perhaps realizing he had no intention of delving deeper. She had recently allowed her facade to loosen around him. However, there was no need for reminders. Whenever they found themselves in the presence of others, she would promptly wrap herself up again, nearly burying her head and placing a sign outside, "Leave me be. Little knife, little knife." If an issue approached her, she would merely glance at it. However, more often than not, she preferred to be left undisturbed. Within their illusion, her abilities manifested distinctly compared to their real world, and should they be exposed, it would be enough to attract a multitude of complications. Thus, it was advisable to keep external scrutiny away from her. Xie Jinyang had no doubt that the PCO's peculiar behavior had already caught the attention of numerous observers. Her mental energy. However, Song Jiliao's sea-level mental energy was evidently insufficient for such a feat. In summary, Xie Jinyang regarded the PCO, speaking slowly, "If you wish to leave, you must sit." In the initial stages, Xie Jinyang had been acutely aware of Song Jiliao's reluctance to engage with him. It was only after tutoring her that he gained a more amicable disposition from her. The tone and structure of Xie Jinyang's speech evoked the impression of scaring a child, yet surprisingly, the PCO acquiesced. Its fluffy paw rested upon his wrist, and Xie Jinyang understood this as a sign of agreement. A smirk played at his lips as he turned his palm to meet the PCO's paw. Deal. Xie Zhao crouched awkwardly beside Song Jiliao's feet, watching as Xie Jinyang and the exotic beast abruptly rose, an overwhelming sense of unease washing over him. As he witnessed the beast approaching him, Xie Zhao's voice trembled. "Why you don't come any closer? Xie Jinyang." He finally ceased his pretense and called out to Xie Jinyang as a brother, "Make it go away." He had discerned that Yet Xie Jinyang merely shot him a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. In that moment, Xie Zhao felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene before him. It was reminiscent of 6 years prior when he had seen Xie Jinyang collapsed. In the final moments of his peripheral vision, he observed Xie Jinyang closing his eyes. 7 years later, the roles had reversed. In that instant, Xie Zhao empathized deeply with the Xie Jinyang of that time. Chapter 82, The foolish Xie Zhao lessons must be imparted, and points must be earned. After swiftly eliminating Xie Zhao with a single shot, and before observing the Pixiu carry Xie Zhao away, even as the latter flailed in a futile display of defiance, Song Zhiliao curiously turned to the approaching Xie Jinyang. He boasted brazenly in the presence of others, believing himself to be protected, yet in truth, he was a coward, trembling at the sight of any exotic beast. Having ventured into the mountains alone as a child, Song Zhiliao mused, this truly is an impressive display of mobilization. Is he still going to take the exam? The forest is rife with exotic beasts. Upon hearing this question, Xie Jinyang fell into an eerie silence for a moment. Song Zhiliao, what's wrong? Is there something unspeakable, considering the multitude of eyes in the monitoring room, and the years Xie Haoyi had spent building the Xie family's reputation? Xie Jinyang. Following subsequent upgrades, the screen was now capable of transmitting sound, and their conversation was clearly audible in the monitoring room. Jian Qingfei abruptly slammed his hand on the table. Impudent. Song Zhiliao was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he this tantamount to cheating? However, since this midterm examination was entirely overseen by military personnel, and all participants had undergone identity registration prior to entry, it should have been impossible for anyone to brazenly smuggle individuals. Realizing that his words could be misconstrued, Xie Jinyang rephrased, he paid people to protect him. Long before the midterm examination, Xie Zhao had recruited a few competent individuals to ensure his safety during the test. Song Zhiliao, a familiar sensation washes over me. Is he solely reliant on money? She inquired, unable to restrain herself. Xie Jinyang remained silent. Typically, their cards. How many did he hire? 7 or 8, I believe. In the monitoring room, upon hearing this sum, Jian Qingfei turned to He Xiaoping beside him and asked, is this how the wealthy operate? He Xiaoping wore a solemn. Xie Zhao indeed had an entourage during this examination. A timid voice spoke up. Initially, he assumed Xie Zhao was simply well-liked, with everyone willing to protect him. It turned out it was all due to money. Watching as the inexplicably amiable exotic beast submerged Xie Zhao into the water, he fell silent. Thus, was this predicament due to their bodyguards being eliminated? The screen displayed Xie Zhao's head sinking, leaving only bubbles rising to the surface. The individual hesitantly asked, is it truly safe? He Xiaoping replied, it's fine, Jian Qingfei has gone. According to regulations, however, upon his departure, his speed had noticeably diminished. Having worked with him for so long, He Xiaoping was all too aware of his intentions. It was evident he wished for Xie Zhao to endure some hardship. Leaning back in his chair, He Xiaoping let out a weary sigh. His tenure was considerable, yet Jian Qingfei remained unchanged since their school days. Wen Heyu stood quietly behind them, listening to their conversation, his gaze fixed. This exotic beast seemed somewhat familiar. In the corner of that scene, the greyish-white creature emerged from the forest, its golden eyes gleaming brilliantly. Glancing at the Pixiu's eyes on the screen, the creature appeared somewhat different. The one he had seen was significantly larger than the one displayed. Did exotic beasts possess the ability to enlarge themselves? Wen Heyu attempted to sift through his knowledge, but ultimately found nothing conclusive. As he pondered, Xie Zhao's actions on the screen captured Wen Heyu's attention. In the footage, the supposedly unconscious Xie Zhao half opened his eyes, his trembling right hand reaching for his left pocket. Furrowing his brow at the scene, Wen Heyu wondered what Xie Zhao intended to retrieve. In the forest, listening to Xie Jinyang's words, Song Jiliao now realized that Xie Zhao's admission into Class A was solely due to his innate level of mental prowess, devoid of any real capability. In truth, he could not withstand even the slightest scrutiny. Your family's genes are indeed impressive. Otherwise, Xie Zhao would not have lasted this long. Xie Jinyang remained. Since becoming a divine envoy, Xie Jinyang could easily suppress Xie Zhao, but what about before? Overwhelmingly, Xie Jinyang replied flatly. Song Jiliao teased, not modest in the slightest. His is merely at the passing mark. Song Jiliao was suddenly enlightened. Listening to the commotion from afar, Song Jiliao felt quite pleased. After her cultivation had advanced, after approximately 15 minutes, she began to feel something was amiss. Why hasn't the instructor come to rescue him yet? Previously, when she had just eliminated someone, Jiang Xingfei had rushed in to assist. How could it be that the Pishio had carried Xie Zhao away for over 10 minutes without any response, or, forget it, gazing at her ranking, which had soared to first place once more, she chuckled gleefully. There's money to be made. Her avaricious demeanor caught Xie Jinyang's attention. In a moment of contemplation, observing the slight margin between her and the second place. However, Song Jiliao needed to maintain her position at the top, and she appeared to be in no rush to act. Yet Song Jiliao merely waved her hand dismissively, and not necessary. Just as Xie Jinyang was about to inquire further, he heard her joyfully exclaim, "If the top 10 all receive a reward, I can grab an extra one from you." This was something Xie Jinyang had previously promised her. If he were to be eliminated now, it was uncertain whether she would still secure a spot in the top 10. Xie Jinyang. So that's how it is. Chapter 83, The Truth and Falsehood of the Forum. It seemed that the matter concerning the Pishio would not be resolved anytime soon. Song Jiliao leaned against a tree, engaging in a casual conversation with Xie Jinyang. Although Xie Jinyang was not adept at initiating topics, he was quite proficient at responding, enabling their exchange to flow back and forth. By the way, recalling Xie Zhao's earlier words, Song Jiliao abruptly turned to Xie Jinyang and inquired, "Are you true?" Uncertain about Xie Jinyang's stance towards Chu Wenqiong, she found herself wavering. Xie Jinyang was somewhat lost in her train of thought. What does this have to do with Chu Wenqiong? Upon hearing him directly address her by "Now that you have eliminated Xie Zhao, won't she retaliate in some way?" Xie Jinyang furrowed his brow. "What do you mean she was injured because of Xie Zhao?" His expression was one of confusion, and "It's not that, I mean, when you missed the exam at the beginning of the term, wasn't it because you were too injured to attend?" At this point, Xie Jinyang finally comprehended her meaning. His lips twitched, as if he were both amused and irritated, causing his speech to quicken. "Who told you that?" he asked. It was rare for Xie Jinyang to exhibit such a tumultuous tone, leaving Song Jiliao momentarily flustered. Indeed, who had informed her? After a moment of careful reflection, she cautiously replied, "The forum." Xie Jinyang responded incredulously, "You believe what you read there?" This time, he was genuinely amused by her naivety. Unable to contain himself, Xie Jinyang snapped a thin branch from a nearby tree and lightly tapped it against Song Jiliao's head. "Of course not. How could one discern its authenticity?" The tap was gentle, and Song Jiliao sensed he merely wished to impart some wisdom. With a playful grin, she took the branch from Xie Jinyang's hand, awkwardly beginning to admit her faults. This sensation was rather novel. As she attempted to soothe Xie Jinyang, her thoughts wandered. In truth, she had been raised in a somewhat unrestrained manner. Her grandfather was frequently absent, and her companions, Zhu Qiu and others, were unable. In simpler terms, she had seldom been subjected to supervision. After beginning school, while the teachers did exert some control, their gaze often held a hint of something else upon noting her family circumstances. Consequently, whenever conflicts arose, she was invariably the one reprimanded, as if she had no support whatsoever. this was the first time she had encountered the kind of chiding described in books, devoid of malice or condescension, merely a hope for her improvement. Much of what circulates on the forum is mere hearsay. "You mustn't believe everything you read," Xie Jinyang remarked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. He had previously noticed Song Jijie's lack of general knowledge, and now she was being led astray by the forum's fabrications. The ability to fabricate a seemingly credible narrative with just a few words had become a commonplace occurrence on the forum. Yet another issue seemed to arise before the previous one had even been resolved. After assuring Xie Jinyang that she would never again indulge in such nonsensical posts, she attempted to shift the topic. So, what truly transpired that day? Even if those posts were fictitious, it remained a fact that Xie Jinyang had not participated in the entrance assessment. She had an episode, Xie Jinyang. The forum's rumors were not entirely baseless, but to assert their truthfulness would require a timeline extending back a decade. Since the devastating fire, Xie Jinyang had not remained in a position to be harmed. Chu Wenqiong's condition had not only failed to improve over the years but had shown signs of deterioration. Her waking hours grew increasingly scarce, with her reliance on tranquilizers and sleeping pills becoming more pronounced. In the past 2 years, her mental state had inexplicably begun to fluctuate wildly. The night he was summoned back to the family coincided precisely with one of her episodes. The household's caregivers lacked any offensive abilities. By the time everything settled, it was already the following afternoon, while the entrance assessment had concluded that morning. That was why Xie Jinyang had been absent. Rest assured, after it had been an arduous journey. For the first 13 years, Xie Jinyang had endured, relying on the hands he grasped at the age of 3. Beyond that, all familial ties had ceased to concern him. Unlike her, Xie Jinyang's emotional detachment from his parents had been a gradual process. Each severance brought forth a piece of flesh, and before the previous wound had healed, if the earlier experiences had been akin to small cuts, the final rupture had been a brutal laceration. Though painful, it ultimately led to the absence of festering wounds. This was the man who now stood before. The chaos of the moment had been overwhelming, and the doctor had advised against agitating Chu Wenqiong, so Xie Jinyang had refrained from utilizing his abilities to their full extent. In a moment of carelessness, he had been struck on the back by a vase. Song Jijie frowned. But it's been a day. The scent of blood shouldn't be so potent. After being bandaged, how could the odor be so easily detected? Xie Jinyang's gaze suddenly drifted. Song Jijie sensed something was amiss. "You didn't bandage it, did you?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening. Xie Jinyang remained silent. "Seriously, big brother?" Song Jijie was at a loss for words. Such a strong odor of blood indicated a significant wound. "Are you out of your mind for not bandaging your injury?" Her frustration boiled over. "Do you have a penchant for self-harm?" Fueled by anger, her words spilled forth. After venting her frustrations, she stood with her hands on her hips, her chest heaving. Noticing Xie Jinyang was about to speak, she snapped, "Spit it out." Under her fierce gaze, Xie Jinyang managed to muster own. There had been a period when she had insisted he keep a small first aid kit in his room, believing it would encourage him to care for himself, only to find that he had ultimately disregarded it entirely. Taking a deep breath, Song Jijie was about to voice her concerns when a sudden commotion erupted from afar. A multitude of birds took flight from the woods, seemingly startled by something. The roar of a beast followed closely, accompanied by heavy footsteps that shook the very ground beneath them. Song Jijie turned sharply to look. If her memory served her correctly, that direction was where the Pishio had just been. Chapter 84, The Beast Uprising. This sudden commotion immediately drew the attention of the monitoring office. "What is happening?" He Xiaoping sprang to his feet, his expression grave as he observed the aberrant creature. A torrent of data commenced to cascade across the screen, and He Xiaoping, faced with the display, worked with remarkable speed. What is going on? His typically composed demeanor was now tinged with urgency. He flipped the screen around, revealing a week's worth of data on the aberrant creatures in the misty forest, and just moments ago, the curves representing energy fluctuations and emotional states had peaked dramatically. Facing the incoming personnel, he delivered the most unequivocal conclusion: the aberrant creatures have revolted. On the screen, a deer that had been resting languidly on the grass suddenly opened its eyes, which should have been clear and bright, now reflecting a hue reminiscent of blood. In the next instant, it sprang to its feet and began to dash rapidly through the forest. Such scenes unfolded on nearly every display screen. The individuals seated before the screens were rendered speechless by the bizarre spectacle. This, his voice quavered, the energy is nearing that of a mid-tier aberrant creature. Under the inexplicable turmoil, the aberrant creatures seemed to be provoked, their energy erupting in succession, far exceeding their initial data. The newcomers, without hesitation, the chief instructor issued a command: He Xiaoping, Li Yang, remain here to continue monitoring the situation in real time. The rest of you, enter the forest. His tone was grave, imbued with an authority. In a mere 3 minutes, the monitoring office was vacated. As they set out, He Xiaoping had already dispatched the areas each individual was responsible for to their respective light brains, and they were all hastening towards their designated location. The newcomers had barely begun systematic combat training. Prior to their deployment, the military personnel had thoroughly surveyed the forest, yet unforeseen circumstances had still arisen. He Xiaoping's subordinates worked swiftly, but as he gazed at the screen, his brow furrowed deeper with concern. There aren't enough personnel. His tone was anxious. There are still nearly 200 students inside, and we only have 15 instructors. A ratio of nearly 10 to 1. However, there were almost 1,000 aberrant creatures in the misty forest. The disparity in strength left them unable to predict how long the students could endure if they encountered the aberrant creatures and whether they could await rescue. The chief instructor asked, "Have notifications been sent out?" He Xiaoping replied, "Yes." Without any concealment, the chief instructor instructed He Xiaoping to relay the current situation to each individual's wristband, urging them to find safe hiding places. Won't this incite panic? He Xiaoping began to worry. The chief instructor's gaze was stern. They are students of the Federal University. As military academy students, they should possess an awareness of life and death upon entering this institution. Such circumstances are not unprecedented. When they truly enter the fray, there will be no prior notifications. Danger will confront them head-on. As a soldier, He Xiaoping instantly grasped the unspoken implications of the chief instructor's words. I understand. Within a few breaths, he input the notifications and pressed the In the now nearly empty monitoring office, he focused intently on the screen. The students' locations were recorded in the monitoring office's data. His task was to relay their positions to each instructor as swiftly as possible. Thus, he had a portal opened at the southwestern corner of the misty forest and sent the precise locations to each instructor and student. If possible, he hoped the students could escape on their own expediently. Observing the newcomer's pallid visage, the chief instructor nodded. Thank you for your efforts. Those with spatial abilities were few, and among those participating in this examination, only Jian Xingfei and he were available. Should a crisis arise, they would be the first to bear the burden. Where is Jian Xingfei? The chief instructor suddenly recalled not having seen him in the monitoring office. Li Yang glanced at He Xiaoping, who was fixated on the screen, his forehead glistening with sweat from the rapid processing of information. Thus, Li Yang responded to the chief instructor's inquiry. A report. He previously entered to retrieve the eliminated students. Understood. Redirecting his gaze to the screen, Liu Xiangyuan's brow deepened with concern. He had already reported upward, and reinforcements had been dispatched, but the distance was vast, making immediate arrival impossible. The instructors who had previously escorted students back to the main star were also en route. The students still within the forest were scattered widely. Even with designated areas assigned to the instructors, the efficiency of rescue remained low. On the screen, one student had already encountered an aberrant creature. Witnessing the student trembling uncontrollably, Liu Shengyuan's brow furrowed even tighter. At that moment, a gentle voice echoed in the monitoring office, "Chief return at once." However, Wen Haiyu showed no fear of his increasingly fearsome demeanor. "You should be aware of my combat performance," he stated. "You are merely a student, this is not your place," Liu Shengyuan emphasized. Yet, Wen Haiyu simply gazed at him steadily, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. "Uncle Liu," he addressed him, "the Federation raised me, this is my duty." Upon hearing this address, the monitoring office was momentarily filled only with the sound of keyboard clatter, while Li Yang observed the apparent standoff between the two. Swallowing hard, after a long pause, he heard Liu Shengyuan say, The rescue begins." Upon hearing this admonition, Wen Haiyu's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone becoming markedly more relaxed. "Uncle Liu, rest assured, I will return to celebrate your birthday." Despite Wen Haiyu's exceptional academic performance, he remained merely a second-year student. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Liu Shengyuan's eyes as he sighed. This child has always had his own ideas. Most importantly, Li Yang, here to assist with the examinations, had yet to interact with Wen Haiyu. Thus, despite seeing a near-perfect score on the report card, he continued to perceive Wen Haiyu's capabilities in the However, Liu Shengyuan was the commanding officer for this examination, and Li Yang could not oppose him. Ultimately, he swallowed his concerns, yet, while he restrained his words, his expression betrayed his inner turmoil. A glance at Li Yang's grim visage revealed to Liu Xiangyuan the latter's thoughts. However, the nature of strength is such that unless witnessed firsthand, words alone bear little weight. Thus, he merely remarked, "His abilities are comparable to yours." Though he was merely a technical officer, his practical performance upon graduation had been commendable, and he had seen action since joining the military. How could Wen Haiyu's prowess be likened to his? If that were the case, what was the point of continuing his studies? He might as well graduate immediately. His anxiety morphed into indignation as he turned his gaze to the optical screen, lapsing into silence. The chief instructor raised an eyebrow. He had yet to voice another thought, that not only was Wen Haiyu's strength on par with Li Yang's, but he was also more mature. However, to express this now, regaining his composure, Liu Shengyuan focused once more on the screens before him. Within the dozens of displays, the figures of instructors began to materialize, each hastening to their designated locations. Along the way, they encountered various beasts. From the moment they laid eyes on these creatures, they all sensed an overwhelming aura of aggression. Without hesitation, they opted to evade. Engaging with the beasts would not only consume precious time but also deplete. The primary mission was to locate the students, making avoidance a more pragmatic choice. After a thorough sweep, Liu Shengyuan felt a slight alleviation of worry. The students were scattered across the forest, nearly hidden in Gazing at the lake surface displayed on the screen, Liu Shengyuan furrowed his brow. Why had Wen Haiyu not appeared yet? A quick survey revealed Wen Haiyu's screen was positioned directly in front of Li Yang, who stood transfixed, his posture rigid. Liu Shengyuan's heart sank. Could something truly have gone awry? If that were the case, upon returning home, he would not be enjoying a sweet feast but rather facing dire consequences. His steps quickened, and just as he approached Li Yang's side, he barely had time to discern the situation on Liu Shengyuan. "Speak plainly, don't stammer like that," he barked. Li Yang trembled as he raised a finger, pointing abruptly at Wen Haiyu's face on the screen. "Isn't this student a bit too reckless?" God knows. After entering the forest, Wen Heyu, like his peers, soon encountered a beast. However, unlike the others who chose to evade, Wen Heyu opted for a higher vantage point, setting up a sniper rifle. At that moment, Li Yang shouted in frustration. During his school days, teachers had warned that unless utterly unavoidable, one should never attempt to snipe a beast unless they were absolutely certain of delivering a fatal shot. Most beasts are vengeful. If you fail to kill it with one shot, that shot not only exposes your position but also incites the beast's pursuit, a blatant provocation. Below where Wen Heyu was stationed, a beast resembling a leopard was sprinting at breakneck speed. Li Yang quickly recalled the second-year curriculum at the Federal University, confirming that this beast's speed far exceeded that of the dynamic training exercises. Meanwhile, on the screen, Wen Heyu had already aligned the scope on the creature. Damn, Li Yang cursed inwardly. Indeed, the chief instructor should not have permitted him to enter. Fresh out of school, students are often overconfident, and Wen Heyu must surely believe he could make the shot. Yet even if he hit it, if the beast did not perish instantly, given its current speed, it would reach Wen Heyu's position in under 5 minutes. On screen, Wen Heyu's finger rested on the trigger, poised to pull it. Li Yang inhaled deeply. Having prepared a rescue message on his optical brain, he was ready to send it, urging nearby personnel to rush to the rescue. Bang! The sound akin to an explosion resonated, leaving Li Yang in despair. He hadn't even attached a silencer. This would undoubtedly draw the beast's attention. His finger hovered over the send button, but just a few centimeters away, his motion abruptly halted, staring at the screen. The beast that had been sprinting just moments ago now lay lifeless on the ground, showing no sign of rising. Did he just? Was it mere coincidence? From such a distance, with the target moving at such speed, Wen Heyu had scored a direct, fatal hit. Li Yang himself was uncertain if he could have achieved such certainty under similar circumstances. Footsteps approached from behind, prompting him to turn in search of confirmation regarding this astonishing event. Yet, he found the chief instructor's expression unfazed, as he remarked, "Not bad, your skills have not diminished. It seems you have not grown complacent." Li Yang, why did the commander appear so accustomed to this? He stared in disbelief at Wen Heyu on the screen. After firing that shot, Wen Heyu simply stowed his rifle, seemingly unconcerned about the possibility of needing to follow up. Li Yang momentarily felt disoriented. How could it be that a second-year student possessed such formidable strength? Chapter 86. Wen Heyu. Li Yang stared vacantly at the scene before him, suddenly realizing something, and turned to Liu Xianyuan, asking, "Did you know this all along?" Liu Xianyuan stood behind him, glancing down with a look that clearly communicated, "This is hardly new." Li Yang accurately grasped his meaning. "I thought you were just joking when you mentioned it earlier." Observing Wen Heyu's agile movements on the screen, Li Yang gradually began to concur with Liu Xianyuan's assertion. He indeed possessed the prowess of a graduate. Among the cohort of recent graduates, he could not find anyone who reached the caliber of Wen Heyu. Bang, 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 the sound of gunfire echoed. Having just completed all the data processing, the instructors had largely reached their designated positions to begin searching for students. With matters now on track, his workload had become significantly lighter. The chairs in the monitoring room were equipped with wheels, and with a push of his feet, He Xiaoping slid over. At that moment, Wen Heyu had just eliminated another beast on the screen. Observing this, a glimmer of interest flickered in He Xiaoping's eyes. Resting his chin on his hand, he watched for a while, then remarked, "Little he is quite impressive." Indeed, Li Yang concurred from the side, "His marksmanship is impeccable." He Xiaoping cast him a quizzical glance. "You don't mean to say that he can achieve this solely based on his shooting skills, do you?" "What do you mean?" He Xiaoping pulled up his holographic screen, casually displaying. Li Yang focused intently. They depicted the beasts that Wen Heyu had dispatched mere moments ago. These creatures were sizable, and on their bodies, there were scarcely any visible traces of bullet wounds. He Xiaoping continually magnified the images until they could vaguely discern the injuries on the beasts. The bespectacled man compiled the locations of the bullet impacts and swiftly synchronized the data beside them. The accompanying images and text were exceedingly detailed. He gestured towards the screen. Take a look for yourself. What is all this dense text? It gives me a headache. I haven't read this much since graduation. Li Yang muttered, perplexed, as he leaned closer to the screen. Taking a deep breath, he began to read word for word. Observing his intent to read from start to finish, He Xiaoping felt his temples throb. If it were Jian Xingfei, he would have surely delivered a punch by now. Considering the need to maintain a friendly rapport with his new colleague, He Xiaoping raised his hand and extracted all the key points. Look again. This time, he shoved the screen directly in front of Li Yang. Li Yang tactically leaned back. He scanned the content before him with rapid comprehension, his expression shifting from confusion to seriousness, ultimately culminating in shock. No. This must be a coincidence, right? He murmured. TSK. He Xiaoping reclaimed the screen. What coincidence? This is skill. Liu Shengyuan stood behind them, having remained silent, yet they both knew he was listening. Li Yang instinctively sought confirmation from him. Liu Shengyuan nodded. Everything He Xiaoping had said was true. Li Yang turned back, his worldview seemingly shattered. This is utterly abnormal. What He Xiaoping had shown him was quite straightforward, images of the beast's wounds and analyses of their vulnerabilities. This was not an isolated case. Nearly every beast slain by Wen Heyu exhibited this pattern. What emerged from this was Wen Heyu's terrifying depth of knowledge. The beasts that appeared were entirely random, yet he knew the weakness. This could not simply be dismissed as coincidence. Beneath this knowledge lay his own ability to ensure a perfect shot. Without either of these elements, Wen Heyu would not have achieved such seamless success. Watching as Wen Heyu replaced his ammunition, showing no signs of pausing, Li Yang incredulously remarked, is he planning to eliminate all the beasts in his vicinity? He Xiaoping observed the diminishing number of beasts in that area on the screen, remaining silent. If there were dangers, one could simply eradicate all potential threats. What Wen Heyu was doing now was precisely that, the most comprehensive yet the most audacious plan. Once all the beasts were eradicated, the inhabitants of his area would not be. Yet, such a notion was exceedingly extreme. Most would not even entertain such an approach, let alone execute it. Glancing at colleagues evading beasts on other screens, Li Yang reflected that this was the typical course of action. Wen Heyu had chosen to eliminate every beast the moment he entered the forest. Li Yang felt that his reasoning seemed somewhat extreme. Was this an absolute confidence in his own strength, or a refusal to allow risks to manifest in his environment? He looked to Liu Shengyuan, who understood Wen Heyu better than himself. However, this time he did not respond as he had before, merely shaking his head silently. I in the forest. Yet this time, she encountered an obstruction. How could this be? She exclaimed in surprise. Xie Jinyang asked, what's wrong? Song Zhiliu did not respond immediately, instead trying once more, only to receive her current consciousness was still at the foundational stage. Song Zhiliu sensed that if her cultivation could reach the next level, she would be capable of confronting the present situation. The current circumstances were. Just as she wrestled with whether to release Xu Qiu, a great white figure came running towards them from a distance. The white divine beast emerged from the mist, its golden eye seemingly capable of dispelling all. Song Zhiliu exclaimed in delight, Pixiu. She dashed a few steps forward to the Pixiu, grasping its head and inspecting it thoroughly. Are you all right? Are you all right? Xie Jinyang approached, observing the duo for a moment before stepping forward. Song Zhiliu also turned her gaze to the substance in his hand. However, before they could continue their discussion, their wristbands simultaneously emitted urgent signals. Exchanging glances, Song Jiliao and Xie Jinyang promptly activated their wristbands. An emergency notification from the monitoring room leapt into their view. Chapter 87. Causes of the uprising. Glancing quickly at the notifications on her wristband, Song Jiliao's expression shifted slightly, and the notification clearly outlined the situation. The alien beasts had gone into a frenzy, and their behavior could not be predicted based on their usual strength. The examination had been urgently halted, with students instructed to evacuate promptly. The earlier agitation now made sense. Xie Jinyang was equally baffled. At that moment, the Pixiu began to claw incessantly at Song Jiliao's wrist. After she turned to look, it swiftly darted over to Xie Jinyang and the Pixiu nodded. There was a considerable amount of this powder clinging to the Pixiu, and Song Jiliao pinched a bit off. She first ground it between her fingertips, and after confirming something, she brought her nose close to sniff. "This substance is unusual," she remarked, furrowing. Having honed her skills in alchemy for the Zhuqiu since childhood, Song Jiliao possessed a modicum of knowledge about herbs. This powder contained several mixed components, but there was one she recognized well. This herb resembled catnip for animals, yet its effect was stimulating. Once, a rabbit had consumed this herb at her feet and immediately began to dash around frantically, ultimately colliding with a tree and meeting its demise. Even before the impact, it showed no sign of slowing down. It was as if an energy far beyond its physical capacity coursed through its body, compelling it to expel it through wild movement, tragically leading to its demise. However, this herb was not without its benefits. It possessed a high concentration of spiritual energy. Upon realizing this, Song Jiliao dedicated considerable time to researching it and discovered that when combined with while experimenting with the proportions of both, she found that her 4 little ones at home were completely unaffected by the side effects. And no matter how much she reduced the quantity of the other herb, Song Jiliao had she been toiling in vain. Initially, she had carefully regulated their intake, but once she confirmed there were no issues, she allowed them to indulge freely. The result was that they consumed it all. In an age where spiritual energy was scarce, herbs rich in such energy were already rare, and the consequence of several little ones treating them as snacks was the potential for. Since that time, Song Jiliao had not encountered it again. To her astonishment, she found it anew in this different world, even in a purer form than before. After scrutinizing it further, Song Jiliao stood up and addressed Xie Jinyang. Although this explanation seemed plausible for inciting the alien beast's revolt, the radius of effect should not encompass the entire forest. A mere dozens of alien beasts would suffice for the radius of effect. Xie Jinyang. Their mental seas can be easily invaded, and they easily resonate with one another. Thus, if just a few dozen alien beasts experienced a surge in mental energy, it could trigger a frenzy among the lower-tier alien beasts throughout the entire forest. While a single lower-tier alien beast going berserk was not terrifying, the thought of hundreds doing so was alarming. Song Jiliao cursed under her breath. Who on earth brought this substance in? Jiliao, Zhuqiu suddenly called out in her consciousness. Startled, Song Jiliao replied, "What is it?" Zhuqiu hesitated and said softly, "The Pixiu seems to have something to say." Upon hearing this, Song Jiliao quickly looked down at the Pixiu, which was perched on her wrist, its eyes reflecting a human-like earth. When it noticed her gaze, the Pixiu let out a hurried low growl. I can't understand what you're saying," Song Jiliao admitted, feeling somewhat helpless. At that moment, Xie Jinyang approached. "Can it write?" he asked. Hearing his question, the Pixiu growled a couple more times, this time with a tone full of impatience. This was a refusal. Xie Jinyang appeared contemplative, realizing that the Pixiu had some degree of understanding but not much. The earlier few words were likely its limit. The Pixiu, unaware of Xie Jinyang's thoughts, grew anxious and stood up, using its front paws to claw at Song Jiliao's shoulder. The sudden weight caused her to cough. "No. That's not it. Even if you claw at me, I still won't to understand," she managed to say, struggling. Just then, Zhuqiu spoke again. Giulio, let me handle this. Oh right, you must belong to the same family. Zhuqiu mused. Zhuqiu, where did that conclusion come from? Xie Jinyang. Song Giulio called urgently to the man a few steps away. Xie Jinyang looked over, puzzled. What is it? She beckoned repeatedly with her. Due to their height difference, Song Giulio's grip on his right arm forced him to bend down to hear her clearly. It was an uncomfortable posture, yet he said nothing, instead posing another question: which month were you born in? Clearly, he was skeptical of the familiar energy field enveloped them, and this time, Song Giulio felt neither alarmed nor tense. Freeing oneself from the watchful gaze of others was indeed a relief. Thanks, she said, her eyes sparkling. Xie Jinyang nodded slightly, then quietly awaited her next move. Song Giulio was not one to make requests lightly, thus, under his watchful gaze, she opened her palm. Her hand was fair, and as one looked up from her palm, a red totem suddenly appeared on her wrist. Xie Jinyang's eyes flickered, instinctively brushing his fingers over his own wrist. The totem pulsed with a brilliant glow on her wrist, the fiery red aura deepening rapidly, creating an inexplicable sense of heat. In an instant, a flame erupted from her palm and gradually expanded. Even from a distance, Xie Jinyang could feel the heat that could potentially scorch a person. His gaze remained fixed on the now inflated fireball. The next moment, the fire surged dramatically, bursting forth in a dazzling radiance. Instinctively, Xie Jinyang shut his eyes. When he reopened them, the flames had diminished, revealing a red orb resting on Song Ji. From behind, it resembled a fluffy red pom-pom, albeit one sprinkled with sparks. Xie Jinyang, why does this seem somewhat familiar? Chapter 88, Vermilion Bird and Pixiu. As the vermilion bird turned around, Xie Jinyang finally confirmed its identity. Locking eyes with those fiery red orbs for a brief moment, he suddenly lifted his gaze towards Song Jijiao. Yours? Noticing the hint of hostility in Xie Jinyang's tone, Song Jijiao hurriedly gathered the vermilion bird into her hands, donning a conciliatory smile. My child was being foolish. Please forgive the earlier incident. In an attempt to mitigate the bird's punishment, she added, it was quite anxious when you were trapped in that illusion. The vermilion bird, snugly contained within her palm, was perplexed. The two pairs of eyes, one purple and one red, exchanged a moment of surprise. Hurry up. Prodding the soft back of the vermilion bird, Song Jijiao whispered a gentle encouragement. Xie Jinyang perceptively caught her words. Observing the reluctant expression on the vermilion bird's face, he suppressed the urge to say it was of no consequence. Instead, he relaxed his posture, regarding the bird with an air of leisure, as if waiting for it to speak. The vermilion bird thought, what sort of lowly human dares demand an apology from a divine beast? It was generous enough not to incinerate you on the spot. However, Song Jijiao's persistent nudging was impossible to. After swallowing its indignation, the vermilion bird squinted at Xie Jinyang and finally muttered, I'm sorry. The reluctance in its voice was palpable, yet Xie Jinyang responded with grace, no problem. Insufferable human. Very well. Satisfied that the previous issue had been resolved, Song Jijiao then shifted her hand, transforming the purple gaze of the vermilion bird. In what seemed a bid to confirm the identity of the vermilion bird, the Pixiu tentatively extended its nose, beginning to sniff at something. Get away from me, the vermilion bird exploded in fury, flapping its wings and delivering a slap to Pixiu's face mid-flight. Was it truly unkind? After all, it was this creature that was overstepping, yet, under Song Jijiao's watchful gaze, it dared not escalate the situation. Thus, under the scrutiny of Xie Jinyang and Song Jijiao, it reluctantly chirped again, Come on, what are you waiting for? Pixiu recoiled its neck, momentarily taken aback by the vermilion bird's outburst. Observing the peculiar scene before him, Xie Jinyang found it somewhat absurd. Was it reasonable for a lion to fear a bird? Sensing Xie Jinyang's gaze, the vermilion bird turned its head ominously and chirped at him as well. What are you staring at? Xie Jinyang merely raised an eyebrow, his violet eyes remaining unblinking. So what if he was looking? This was the message conveyed to the vermilion bird, which was on the verge of exploding but was promptly restrained by Song Jijiao, who pressed its head down. Focus, we have important matters to attend to. Chirp, the vermilion bird shrank its head. Hurry up. Thus, Song Jijiao observed as the cat and bird engaged in their peculiar form of communication. Each roar from Pixiu was met with a chirp from the vermilion bird, leaving the two humans utterly. After a moment, this interspecies exchange finally concluded. Song Jijiao brought the vermilion bird before her and inquired, "What did Pixiu say?" The vermilion bird replied, "That powder belongs to that lunatic." Xie Jinyang was momentarily confused. Lunatic? Song Jijiao clarified, "It refers to Xie Zhao." Xie Jinyang remarked, after Pixiu retrieved the seemingly unconscious Xie Zhao from the water, it had intended to relocate him, but he suddenly began to thrash violently. Then, in a fit of struggle, he inadvertently. Pixiu instinctively released Xie Zhao. The powder was suffocating. While Pixiu showed no immediate reaction, the birds in the trees began to fly into them, and Xie Zhao vanished without a trace. This summarized all that Pixiu and the vermilion bird had communicated. After a long silence, Song Jijiao finally asked Xie Jinyang, "Why is he carrying so many random items?" Xie Jinyang. While Xie Jinyang was generally aware that Xie Zhao was not a straightforward individual, their paths seldom crossed, and thus he had not fully grasped the gravity of the situation. However, Song Jijiao had no desire to experience such chaos. She felt Xie Zhao was nothing short of a ticking time bomb. Given his behavior, isn't it grounds for expulsion? Song Jijiao inquired. Disrupting exam regulations and endangering so many individuals surely warranted such a measure. Xie Jinyang nodded in agreement. Bringing contraband onto campus certainly meets the criteria for expulsion. The regulations at the Federation University were stringent, and Xie Zhao's actions had undeniably crossed a line. Then that settles it. Let us see how he manages to escape this time, Song Jijiao huffed. That may lead to disappointment, a voice suddenly interjected. Xie Jinyang immediately became alert. While Song Jijiao found the voice somewhat. Narrowing her eyes, she looked toward the approaching figure through the mist, uncertainly asking, "Instructor Jiang." Hello. The man, still clad in his instructor's uniform, walked through the fog with a beaming smile, greeting them cheerfully. In response, Song Jijiao raised her hand. "Hello, instructor." Though Xie Jinyang also greeted him, his tone was markedly more subdued compared to Song Jijiao's enthusiasm. "TSK, such a dull fellow," was Jian Xingfei's discontented assessment. Xie Jinyang chose to ignore the comment. "Instructor, what do you mean by that?" Song Jijiao inquired. What did he mean by it not going as he wished? Jian Xingfei shrugged. Due to the influence of the exotic beast's mental energy, all surveillance went black for 3 minutes. Please don't tell me that was precisely when Xie Zhao caused the trouble. Indeed. Song Jijiao felt as though the world might explode. However, Jian Xingfei suddenly shifted his tone. Jian Xingfei raised a finger and dramatically pointed to himself. That would be me. At that moment, the vermilion bird communicated with Song Jijiao through their shared consciousness. Jijiao, that ugly cat mentioned that this person was also present during the incident. Chapter 89, Assistance. Upon hearing Jijiao's reference to Pixiu, Song Jijiao couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing the lingering grudge. Nevertheless, she had no intention of correcting the child. After all, it was a Song Jijiao prided herself on being an open-minded parent. As long as Xie Zhao could evade punishment, she genuinely believed his fortune was rather excessive. The source of the powder also requires investigation. He turned to Xie Jinyang, hesitating as if torn over whether to voice his thoughts. After all, Xie Zhao was a member of the Xie family, a clan whose influence in the Federation was The school faced challenges indirectly involving the military, which would only complicate matters further, however, if someone from the Xie family could lend a hand. Furthermore, based on the information at hand, Xie Jinyan's own influence appeared quite formidable. In the midst of Jian Qingfei's silence, Song Zhiliu remained perplexed, while it was Xie Jinyang who took the initiative to speak up. "I can assist." His willingness took Jian Qingfei by surprise. In an instant, Song Zhiliu grasped that they were engaging in some sort of silent communication. "Wait a moment," she asserted, pulling Xie Jinyang back with a serious demeanor. "Don't agree so hastily. Jian Qingfei." What on earth? Just as he was about to advise Xie Jinyang to disregard her, he heard the latter say, "Let's hold off on the assistance for now. Jian Qingfei, who taught you both to be so unreliable? Can you Jian Qingfei burst into laughter, finally understanding that this girl meant she was willing to help, but not without some form of compensation. With a plan forming in his mind, Jian Qingfei still, "What relevance does it hold for you?" Song Zhiliu faltered slightly, seizing the moment. Jian Qingfei pressed on, "What connection do you have with this?" In his moment of triumph, "What connection do you have?" Song Zhiliu straightened her posture, exuding the confidence of a victorious general. Xie Jinyang noted her resemblance to the two who had previously posed with hands on hips like mischievous kittens, their demeanor strikingly similar. Now it was Jian Qingfei who found himself at a loss for words. "How come you two are so close?" he queried, bemused. They had previously investigated Song Zhiliu. There was little need to elaborate on Xie Jinyang's lineage. As for Song Zhiliu, her father was an editor, and her mother a writer. Their household was not exceptionally affluent, yet their annual income remained respectable. By class standards, Xie Jinyang and Song Zhiliu should have never crossed paths, and indeed, that was the case. Given their vastly different upbringings, their worldviews ought to be dissimilar as well, hence the adage that individuals from disparate classes sell. Yet now, the unexpectedly harmonious dynamic between them was perplexing. Jian Qingfei scrutinized them both, realizing that the bond they shared resembled that of comrades, a depth he could discern. As a soldier, he understood that the most potent weapon on the battlefield. This profound connection was typically observed only among high-ranking officers who had survived countless life-and-death missions together. What could explain the relationship between these two, who had known each other for merely 2 months? Was this what they called a bond formed at first sight? Jian Qingfei pondered in confusion. Very well, he relented. "I see you two are in cahoots. Speak up, what do you desire?" he offered generously. Song Zhiliu's eye sparkled with excitement. "Anything at all." Of course, Jian Qingfei deliberately elongated the syllables, "Not quite. Perhaps What on earth was happening? They were brazenly discussing how to exploit the school's resources. "Hold on, you don't need to worry about a few coins." Jian Qingfei felt his sanity slipping. Here was Xie Jinyang, the scion of the Xie family, now intent on learning how to negotiate more funds from the school. Despite his usual demeanor of disinterest, it was evident he was attentively engaged. At most, they could offer a mere 10,000 star coins, a Jiang Zhengfei interjected, attempting to. Song Zhiliu let out a disappointed sigh, visibly dissatisfied. "Isn't that rather stingy?" "Not at all," Xie Jinyang reassured her. "A small sum is still money." So Xie Jinyang genuinely valued their funds. Just as Jian Qingfei grappled with this revelation, he suddenly felt something nudging against his leg. "What the hell?" he began to curse, only to turn and find himself face to face with a gaping maw. As he lifted his gaze, he locked eyes with a pair of menacing, golden orbs. Roar! After wiping his saliva-splattered face, Jian Qingfei swallowed the words he had intended to unleash. Hello there. Recognizing the creature as their peculiar beast his colleague had mentioned, he attempted to greet it amicably. However, it seemed the creature was unimpressed, as he detected a glimmer of disdain in its gaze. It seemed that any beast mingling with Song Zhiliao and Xie Jinyang was hardly a benign one. Moments later, the creature shifted, seemingly eager to advance further. Jian Xingfei's eyes darted, and he discreetly positioned one hand behind his back, sensing energy beginning to surge. Jian Xingfei then watched as the creature nonchalantly turned away, leaving without a backward glance. As it departed, it flicked its tail, deliberately striking him as it passed. Though it appeared unintentional, it was clearly deliberate. The Pixiu left without a trace of remorse, leaving Jian Xingfei grumbling in exasperation. Initially, due to their close proximity, he had only seen its sizable head. Now, with a squinting, he discerned that it resembled a round, red bird. Suddenly, that very bird turned to face him, and before he could process, it spun back around. Jian Xingfei, if he wasn't mistaken, that bird had just rolled its eyes at him. Chapter 90. Where did this bird come from? It seemed he hadn't seen it on the surveillance. Oh, that one. Song Zhiliao casually glanced at. He had initially come to pick someone up, but due to the beast riot, He Zheping had assigned him this area. Jian Xingfei stated, "I'll send you back first." As he spoke, he prepared to open a teleportation portal. "Hey, wait a minute." Song Zhiliao hurriedly interjected, "I don't want to leave yet." What nonsense. It was a fact, and it served to convey just how urgent the situation was to Song Zhiliao. So, wouldn't it be prudent to cherish the opportunity to leave while they could? Then I can stay to help you. The notion of her assistance was infuriating. Did she not realize she was merely a freshman? Suppressing the urge to voice his thoughts, Jian Xingfei struggled to quell Song Zhiliao's reckless idea, when suddenly, his cognitive device emitted a series of beeps. "Wait here." He pointed at Song Zhiliao, his head throbbing, then lowered his gaze to the message. Upon unlocking the screen, he was met with a text from Liu Xiangyuan. "Commander, let her stay with you." Jian Xingfei, at first, he thought he had misread, but after confirming twice, he realized the chief instructor had indeed suggested allowing the freshman to remain in the forest. Before he could voice his bewilderment, another message arrived. "Commander, if Xie Jinyang wishes to stay as well, that is permissible." Jian Xingfei, are you truly in your right mind? Standing nearby, Song Zhiliao awaited Jian Xingfei's response, only to witness him suddenly turn to Xie Jinyang and inquire, "Do you want to stay as well?" Xie Jinyang nodded. Oh, it seemed that after merely reading a message, Instructor Jiang had suddenly adopted a demeanor of impending doom. Orders from the commander were not to be defied, yet Jian Xingfei felt his visage swelling. Just a moment ago, he had instructed Song Zhiliao to wait. "Come with me." He deliberately averted his gaze from her. Sure. Fortunately, Song Zhiliao did not. At this point, Jian Xingfei could not help but scorn himself. After years of work, how could he still be so easily embarrassed as if he were back in school? Are they coming along as well? While he could comprehend the presence of a lion, a bird like this should have been gobbled up by larger beasts. Our task is rather perilous, perhaps you should release it. Jian Qingfei's words were interrupted as the vermilion bird suddenly took flight from the He looked on in confusion as the small red bird hovered before him. What are you doing? In the next instant, the bird provided its answer. He Xiaoping in the monitoring room witnessed this scene and averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Why had this fellow not matured even after graduating for several years? After expelling its fire, it returned to its perch on the Paishio's head, appearing as serene as if it had not just exhibited rebellious behavior. Jian Qingfei understood its intent. Even if Song Jiliao did not take it along, the bird was determined to accompany them. Can it comprehend my words? Song Jiliao displayed no hint of trepidation, asserting, it is a bit more intelligent than other beasts. Furthermore, given humanity's limited understanding of exotic beasts, Jian Qingfei did not dwell on it, dismissing it as an undiscovered species. Meanwhile, Xie Jinyang recognized the peculiarity of the Paishio and the vermilion. Upon seeing Song Jiliao earnestly fabricate lies, he could not restrain himself from casting her a glance. Song Jiliao winked at him. As long as she was not the one feeling guilty, others would remain oblivious to any discrepancies. Long before their visit to the library, Song Jiliao had discerned that the interstellar realm possessed scant knowledge about exotic beasts. Apart from 100 or so common species, there were very few written descriptions of others, let alone images. In an area yet to be fully explored, the discovery of new entities was entirely expected. In this regard, Song Jiliao could only conclude that the vermilion bird had truly kept pace with the times. Otherwise, it would eventually be captured for research. Yet, observing Jiang Zhengfei's eager expression, she felt a twinge of unease. She swiftly scooped the vermilion bird from the Paishio's head and cradled it in her arms, emphasizing, "This is my beast." Why did your words sound tinged with regret? To Jiang Zhengfei, her declaration had effectively branded the vermilion bird with a spiritual mark. While it could be erased with more potent mental power, such an action would undoubtedly inflict significant suffering on the beast itself. Thus, Jian Qingfei shifted his gaze toward the nearby Paishio. And this one is mine. Xie Jinyang claimed it outright. Jian Qingfei, I despise this, both of. How could Song Jiliao and Xie Jinyang act so swiftly? He longed for equally communicative beasts. Thoughts of the few he had in the regiment left him feeling disheartened. Let us go. Jian Qingfei took the initiative to lead the way. If the conversation continued, he genuinely felt he might perish from exasperation at these two little rascals. The wristbands of Song Jiliao and Xie Jinyang possessed only the most basic functions, necessitating their reliance on Jian Qingfei to discern their general direction. Keeping a distance from the front, ensuring he could not hear them, Xie Jinyang quietly inquired of Song Jiliao, "Why must you stay?" The examination had ceased the moment. The prize Song Jiliao desired was undoubtedly within her grasp. Xie Jinyang could not fathom any other reason compelling her to remain. In truth, Song Jiliao wished to leave as well, but look. She gestured toward the vermilion bird comfortably nestled on the Paishio's head, her tone weary. It is all debts owed by the children. After all, Chapter 91, Crisis. Upon entering the forest, despite the multitude of ferocious beasts surrounding her, Song Jiliao was preoccupied with her journey and thus failed to accumulate much sustenance for her offspring. She reached into her pocket and felt the somewhat shriveled pouch within, a slight pang of guilt washing over her. The students' locations will be updated in real time to the monitoring room via their wristbands, subsequently relayed to their light brains. Consequently, Jian Qingfei was able to locate his target with relative ease. It's just ahead, he remarked, glancing at his light brain before turning to address Song Jiliao and Xie Jinyang, who were trailing behind. Xie Jinyang nodded in acknowledgement, and just as Song Jiliao was about to respond, a thunderous roar belonging to a beast erupted through the air. Chirp! The Zhuqiu, startled, nearly tumbled from the head of the Paishio. Jiang Xingfei's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad." The sound emanated from the very direction they were headed. "Keep up," he shouted hurriedly as he dashed forward. Upon Jiang Xingfei's arrival, his gaze was met with the sight of an enormous beast. This creature bore a resemblance to a tiger, yet its fare was strikingly dissimilar. Roar! The deafening sound reverberated once more, and amidst the chaos, Jiang Xingfei discerned the girl's face was ashen, and even from a distance, he could see her trembling violently. Despite the poor's crushing weight akin to a boulder, she continued to struggle fiercely. Her firearm lay discarded some distance away, and her enhanced perception abilities were rendered utterly ineffective in this moment of despair. Amidst her hopelessness, her ears caught an unusual sound. Whipping her head around, she spotted Jiang. Her dimming eyes suddenly sparked with hope. He had entered the forest earlier than the others and had neglected to bring specialized weaponry to combat the beasts. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Xingfei resolved. Though the beast was swift, he believed his spatial abilities would buy him some time. Despite Song Jiliao and Xie Jinyan's insistence on assisting, Jiang Xingfei placed no faith in their capabilities. Regardless of their exceptional talents, they were still freshmen, having barely attended for 3 months. To this day, he remained baffled as to why the chief instructor had insisted he stay with them. It was a stroke of luck that they did not hinder him. With that thought, he fervently prayed for the strength to endure until his companions arrived. He regretted not bringing a firearm with him. Recalling the distress signal he had dispatched moments ago, Jiang Xingfei charged toward the beast. The creature's focus remained fixated on the human beneath its claw, its crimson eyes betraying its volatility. The energy surging within it caused its breath to come in labored gasps. As if to alleviate its physical torment, it violently shook its head several times before lowering it once more to regard the pale-faced girl. Roar! The girl felt the weight upon her intensify. She realized that the beast was preparing to end her life. In her despair, she caught sight of Jiang Xingfei, who was now behind the beast. In her gradually fading consciousness, Chapter 92, the Killsong Jiliao and Xie Jinyang did not rush directly towards the beast. After confirming that they had entered the shooting range of her firearm, Song Jiliao came to a halt. She glanced back at Xie Jinyang, who had stopped half a step behind her. From Jiang Xingfei's perspective, Xie Jinyang formed a solid barrier around Song Jiliao, obscuring the view of her raised hand and the swirling purple energy between them. Thus, he remained unaware that Song Jiliao had aimed the gun at the beast. Bang! The beast's roar completely drowned out the sound of the bullet being fired, and a projectile that should have been incapable of harming the creature suddenly pierced. In the next moment, the beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Song Jiliao's eyes as she gazed at the still smoking muzzle of her gun. The firearms provided by the school were primarily intended for eliminating competitors. During lectures, the instructor had explained that in the interstellar era, ordinary weapons struggled to inflict harm on these creatures. Weapons with equivalent lethality, when employed against beasts as opposed to other entities, yielded entirely different. For instance, a knife capable of effortlessly taking a human life could merely inflict a shallow cut on a beast. Hence, weapons designed to combat beasts required bespoke crafting. However, the specifics of the materials and manufacturing processes were never disclosed to the public. Such weaponry was under military control, and obtaining it necessitated military authorization, which meant that Song Jiliao had never had the opportunity to engage with them. Yet, upon her initial encounter with that serpent in the forest, she had discerned the presence of an invisible protective barrier surrounding the beast. This barrier, intangible and unseen, nonetheless existed in reality. The energy constituting this barrier may have been unfamiliar to others, but Song Jiliao recognized it well. It was spiritual energy. The spiritual energy surrounding the beast To ward off external harm, when she had dissected the serpent's inner core, she observed that this thin layer of spiritual energy impeded her blade's progress. Although damage could still be inflicted, she found herself exerting more effort than usual. Spiritual energy could serve both as a shield and a weapon, akin to a battle of stubbornness. The protective barrier of spiritual energy enveloping the beast before her was thicker than any she had previously encountered. In her earlier days, her spiritual energy might not have sufficed, however. Times had changed. She had now reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. The abundant spiritual energy surrounding her reassured her that utilizing it would not be a concern, as she would swiftly replenish it through cultivation. Thus, with no hesitation, Song Zhiliu infused a considerable amount of spiritual energy into the bullet. Shattering that protective barrier would pose no challenge whatsoever. Xie Jinyang and Song perched upon the back of the large feline. Xie Jinyang observed Song Zhiliu as she manipulated the firearm. Perhaps sensing his gaze, she took a moment to offer him a tantalizing promise. If I succeed, I'll make one for you too. He blinked, accepting it with delight, as his intuition suggested it was a valuable opportunity. Once she had completed her manipulation of the spiritual energy, an idea struck Song Zhiliu, and she retrieved a piece of talisman paper from her pocket. The talisman had been prepared in advance, and as she recalled its purpose, a smile crept onto her lips. She felt a twinge of the excitement she had experienced when she had first embarked on her journey of crafting artifacts. Xie Jinyang, observing the yellowed piece of paper in Song Zhiliu's hand, could not contain his curiosity any longer, asking, "What is that?" Song Zhiliu pondered how to explain the principles and functions of talisman paper to him, but it seemed he had merely presented her with a stack of paper, instructing her to draw upon it, without any intention of providing explanations. Thus, she could only awkwardly relay to Xie Jinyang, "It's from the East, magic." Xie Jinyang. Why does Song Zhiliu's rare moment of honesty sound so much like a fabrication? Unaware of Xie Jinyang's thoughts, she pressed the talisman down onto the bullet, murmuring a few incantations as strands of spiritual. In the blink of an eye, the talisman paper, which had been fluttering in the air, transformed into a cluster of luminous orbs, merging seamlessly with the bullet before the eyes of both Song Zhiliu and Xie. The beast appeared to possess tough skin and resilient flesh. Even if the bullet penetrated, she doubted it would achieve an instant kill unless it struck a vital point directly. Thus, she had opted to infuse the explosive talisman into. Once the bullet entered the beast's body, it detonated instantly, obliterating everything within its vicinity, regardless of where its critical point might lie. Now, as she surveyed the scene before her, Song Zhiliu felt that her strategy had been entirely sound. Song Zhiliu, you make a compelling argument. Perhaps it would be wiser to pursue less dangerous profits. In an instant, she extinguished her desire to undertake this venture. As the bullet detonated within the beast's body, coupled with Jiang Xingfei's earlier observation of Xie Jinyang raising his hand, he instinctively assumed that Xie Jinyang was responsible for this feat. Gazing at the obviously lifeless beast, he asked Xie Jinyang, "Has your psychic ability?" Xie Jinyang, with an unflinching expression, replied, "No, my mental energy has been exhausted." Har. Song Zhiliu could not contain her laughter, faced with Jiang Xingfei's puzzled. While Jiang Xingfei had limited knowledge of psychic abilities, he recalled the ratings associated with Xie Jinyang's abilities and deemed them comparable. Offensive psychic abilities are truly advantageous, he muttered. As someone possessing spatial abilities, he often found himself in a support. Even he considered his powers somewhat lackluster. Some might say they were only useful in moments of retreat. Jiang Xingfei could not refute their claims, observing the beast that had just moments ago sent him. Who wouldn't desire such an instantaneous killing ability? Chapter 93, the so-called troublemaker. Upon confirming the demise of the aberrant beast, Jiang Xingfei was eager to escort the individuals back. However, the young woman appeared rather reluctant. Jian Xingfei remarked, "Why does it seem like he only encounters troublemakers?" Observing the evident fatigue etched on Jian Xingfei's face, Yu Yunhan interjected, "Instructor, you cannot afford to deplete your abilities so frequently." Her parents were both in the medical field, allowing her to discern that Jian Xingfei's powers were somewhat overexerted. "Let us wait until there are more people before you escort us together," she suggested. "Or perhaps we could simply head directly to another portal." The pallor had yet to fully return to her cheeks, and her fingers, still trembling slightly at her sides, belied a steadfast determination in her eyes. "Do you have any idea how far this portal is?" Jian Xingfei attempted to emphasize the arduous journey ahead. "Your body may not even withstand the trek there." He could easily tell that this young woman was not in prime condition. Prolonged exertion would undoubtedly be torturous for her. With his mental faculties still recovering and a dull ache persisting in his head, he suppressed his growing anxiety and endeavored to soften his tone. Since enlisting, he had participated in numerous rescue missions, and every individual he rescued had one common request: to leave as quickly as possible. Thus, he had grown accustomed to expending his mental energy to ensure their safe passage. Yet this time, whether it was Xie Jinyang, Song Jiliao, or the student before him, all expressed a desire to remain. Jian Xingfei was perplexed by their reluctance to depart. Under Xie Jinyang's cover, Song Jiliao swift. Thankfully, the inner core remained intact. After stowing the still warm inner core in a small pouch, she pushed herself up from her knees. The argument between Jian Xingfei and the young woman persisted. Unlike Song Jiliao and Xie Jinyang, who had received the chief instructor's consent to stay, Jian Xingfei was resolute in his intention to send Yu Yunhan back. After all, lingering in the forest for any longer posed an increased risk. "You were nearly killed just moments ago," Jian Xingfei exclaimed, agitation creeping into his voice. "Do you truly wish to tempt fate again?" The harrowing memory of their near-death experience caused Yu Yunhan to visibly shudder, yet upon meeting Jian Xingfei's gaze, her resolve solidified. "I want to stay," she asserted, biting her lip. "I can remain. I am ranked 15th on the leaderboard. I am not weak." Yu Yunhan endeavored to validate her worth, seeing that Yu Yunhan was impervious to his arguments. Just then, Song Jiliao called out to him, "Instructor Jiang." Recalling their previous exchange, Jian Xingfei anticipated that Song Jiliao would offer no comforting words should she attempt to persuade. However, to his surprise, Song Jiliao uttered but a single sentence: "She is a student of the Federal University." Jian Xingfei was momentarily taken aback. He had saved countless ordinary individuals, often deemed powerless, who viewed him as their beacon of hope. Despite the repeated strains on his mental faculties, he bore no resentment, for he understood their pleas stemmed from a deep yearning for life, and protecting them was his duty. Yet, Song Jiliao's words awakened something within him. The individuals standing before him were not merely ordinary folk. They were students of the Federal University. By choosing this path, they had already resolved to confront danger at any moment. Though they harbored an innate fear of death, they also possessed the courage to face it. These students were not meant to remain perpetually sheltered beneath his protective wing. They were his future companions. One day, they too would occupy positions akin to his own, fighting alongside him. Gazing at Yu Yunhan, who had regained her composure and awaited his response with a blend of determination and trepidation, Jian Xingfei clenched his jaw. "Very well, you may accompany me. However, I lack the energy to oversee your safety. You must take responsibility for yourself." His final remark, though seemingly a warning, was in truth an opportunity for her to withdraw. "Understood, instructor." Her voice rang out clearly, unwavering in her resolve. "All right." Jian Xingfei nodded. "Then let us set forth." After indicating the location of the portal, the majority of the students began to venture in the same direction. Consequently, Jian Qingfei led them onward, not only to ensure their safe passage but also to facilitate any potential rescues along the way. As darkness enveloped the sky, Jian Qingfei halted for safety's sake. "Let us spend the night here." He located a suitable area for ventilation and prepared a fire. Enduring a single night would pose no issue. Song Jiliao and the others voiced no objections. The compressed biscuits from the school were dry and unpalatable, and Song Jiliao's thoughts were consumed by the prospect of fish from the river. After reporting to Jian Qingfei, she resolved to enlist Xie Jinyang. "There's definitely a share for him. I'll handle the cooking while Xie Jinyang can catch the fish. I'll join you," Yu Yunhan interjected, a hint of nervousness evident as she followed closely behind Song Jiliao and Xie Jinyang. Left alone, Jian Qingfei felt an inexplicable sense of isolation. Despite her unfamiliarity with Song Jiliao and Xie Jinyang, Yu Yunhan trailed them at a slight distance. Observing her somewhat tense expression, Song Jiliao called her over. Noticing the rigidity in her demeanor, which hinted at her anxiety, Song Jiliao initiated a casual conversation. "Are you unwell?" she inquired. Yes, I have been somewhat frail since childhood, Yu Yunhan. "I spent the first 3 months of my life in the hospital. I nearly didn't make it. As she spoke, a shy smile graced her lips, revealing 2 adorable dimples that softened her features. Song Jiliao initially assumed her frailty stemmed from a lack of physical strength, unaware of the perilous circumstances surrounding her birth. "How did you come to attend a military academy?" "I've always been a rebellious soul," she suddenly declared. "Throughout my life, the most frequently heard phrase in my home was that safety lies within." Due to her frailty, Yu Yunhan had been permitted to venture outside only on rare occasions. Each act of defiance was swiftly countered with the retort, "Do you wish to end up in the hospital?" Yet, deep within her, she yearned for the outside world. She despised the various labels imposed upon her by those around. These descriptors had, unbeknownst to her, become synonymous with her identity. In all these years, I have never once rebelled, she confessed, mischievously winking at Song Jiliao, except when it came time to fill out my application. "You are quite brave," Song Jiliao replied with a smile, though a flicker of confusion crossed her features. "But why share this with me?" Their acquaintance had barely reached half a day. Her candor seemed premature. "Because you embody the person I aspire to become," Yu Yunhan stated earnestly. "I wish to be like you." She longed to be as courageous as Song Jiliao, to face aberrant beasts without a hint of trepidation. She desired strength sufficient to safeguard herself entirely. She wished to live vibrantly and passionately. Song Jiliao was rendered speechless. In this young woman, she glimpsed the reflection of her own past. At the age of 10, after being struck by another, she had merely retaliated. That same year, she had resolved to forge ahead, undeterred by the words of others. Nearly a decade later, she heard someone who bore a striking resemblance to her childhood self declare that she represented the person she yearned to become. Amidst the passage of time, the once strong-willed little girl's visage had faded, leaving only a faint impression in Song Jiliao's heart. Even she herself was uncertain of who she had. Yet, in Yu Yunhan's narrative, it seemed as though she was gradually converging with the words of her youth. Thus, she had indeed transformed into the person she had aspired to be as a child, had she not? Chapter 94, Magic. Of course, Song Jiliao replied with a twinkle in her eyes. "But it's not about becoming me, it's about becoming your true self. This world is not devoid of successful individuals, and upon achieving success, their audience often exclaims, 'How astonishing!' Yet, if you have chosen a particularly arduous path, and those around you happen to lack faith in your endeavors, then immerse yourself in your journey, strive to become the extraordinary they speak of." After all, they are merely spectators, life has only just begun, and the conclusion lies in your hands. What is there to fear? Upon hearing these words, Yu Yunhan broke into a radiant smile, nodding emphatically as if to double her affirmation. Yes, by this time, the sky had completely darkened, rendering the path ahead nearly invisible, with roots twisting beneath their feet once again. As Yu Yunhan nearly stumbled, Song Zhiliu grasped her arm, surveying their surroundings. Noticing the low visibility, she promptly retrieved a piece of talisman paper from her pocket. From Yu Yunhan's perspective, Song Zhiliu delicately held a yellowed sheet between her fingers, seemingly murmuring an incantation. What are you? However, this time it was not Song Zhiliu who responded. With a casual glance at Song Zhiliu's gesture, Xie Jinyang kicked aside a stone in front of her and nonchalantly replied to Yu Yunhan, casting magic from the east. She looked at Xie Jinyang, her expression one of incredulity, and earnestly stated, "If you don't wish to explain, you needn't." There was no need to concoct fairy tales to placate her. And besides, I am already Xie Jinyang. How could he possibly articulate that this was indeed the exact phrase spoken by Song Zhiliu, and that it was likely 80% true? Casting a glance at the indignant Yu Yunhan, Xie Jinyang ultimately refrained from voicing. He noted that ever since her conversation with Song Zhiliu, her admiration for her had become abundantly clear. If he were to disclose that this was something Song Zhiliu had said, he had no doubt that Yu Yunhan would unleash a torrent of criticism upon him. Meanwhile, Song Zhiliu produced 2 more pieces of talisman paper, extending her fingertips to touch each one. The touched talismans quivered briefly before suddenly soaring into the air, merging her. They formed a triangle around her. Yu Yunhan glanced around, bewildered, before lifting her gaze to Song Zhiliu, tilting her head and blinking. Song Zhiliu snapped her fingers. Bang! The 3 talismans spontaneously ignited in midair, flames cascading downwards. Yet, what lingered in the air was not the ashes Yu Yunhan had anticipated, but rather luminous specks of light. These shimmering points enveloped her, illuminating the path beneath her feet. Yu Yunhan's eyes widened in surprise as she cautiously reached out towards the glowing orbs. To her astonishment, the playful light seemed to possess a life of their own, playfully departing from the formation to land in the palm of her hand. Her delight intensified. "I knew it." Song Zhiliu whispered to Xie Jinyang, "This is magic." Yu Yunhan's expression mirrored that of a child witnessing the enchanting world of magical fairies for the first time. Xie Jinyang remarked, "She claims to be 18 and no longer believes in magic." "So what?" Song Zhiliu replied nonchalantly. "She still believes in deities, doesn't she?" It's the same principle. Although Xie Jinyang himself held no particular belief in deities, he found himself slightly apprehensive, wondering if Song Zhiliu would truly escape unscathed in the outside world with such a cavalier attitude. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of wonder. Everyone he encountered treated discussions of deities with utmost reverence, even when necessary. Their expressions were grave, yet here was Song Zhiliu, as if merely discussing a passerby. If a deity were to appear, Xie Jinyang had no doubt she would approach them, pat them on the shoulder, and strike up a conversation. The mere thought of such a scene was utterly explosive. Despite their prior agreement, Xie Jinyang found himself uncontrollably curious about her upbringing. Song Zhiliu's demeanor was far from that of a typical individual raised in an ordinary family from the stars. Her thought processes and ethical understandings seemed to diverge markedly from those of others. Thinking about deities. As Song Zhiliu turned her head, she caught sight of Xie Jinyang deep in contemplation. She urged him, "Let us get to work." Xie Jinyang's extraordinary abilities manifested at this moment, and Song Zhiliu observed the fish on the ground, nodding in satisfaction, casting a silent glance at the curious Yu Yunhan, who was engrossed in examining the light speck. Since becoming a divine envoy, she had not witnessed him utilizing his abilities extensively, yet the tales surrounding divine envoys were steeped in mystery, igniting her curiosity about the extent of his power. Xie Jinyang replied, "It's somewhat difficult to articulate." Realizing that Xie Jinyan's situation might be more complex than she had initially thought, Song Jiliao straightened her posture, her expression growing earnest. He lowered his gaze, seemingly contemplating how to articulate his condition. After a brief pause, he finally spoke, "I cannot withstand the new power." Chapter 95, Restriction. Song Jiliao was momentarily, though the exterior remained intact, the interior was perilously unstable. Xie Jinyang tapped his temple. "Any attempt to wield my abilities results in pain here." Song Jiliao gradually donned a contemplative demeanor, recognizing the gravity of the situation. No matter how formidable the energy, if it cannot be wielded, it is utterly futile. Is it due to a lack of mental fortitude? She speculated. Having spent several months in this world, she had become increasingly acquainted with its energy system. If the extraordinary powers within the human body were likened to water in a barrel, then mental prowess was the ladle. A ladle too small would naturally yield but a meager portion of water. Indeed, Xie Jinyang affirmed. Song Jiliao furrowed her brow. Is your mental acuity insufficient? Given that Xie Jinyang possessed a rare talent for mental strength, if even he could not bear it, what magnitude of prowess would be required? This was a question Xie Jinyang could not answer. I can perceive the distinct nature of this power. Xie Jinyang's gaze flickered with intensity. It seems capable of influencing the very fabric of rules. Recalling the words spoken by He Jiao in that ethereal realm, initially, when he first acquired the ability of linguistic manipulation, he could only animate inanimate objects. As he matured and honed his powers, he gradually learned to restrict the actions of others. It was not until a month before his acceptance into the Federal University that he could issue concise commands to living beings and compel their obedience. Yet now, Xie Jinyang felt a vague premise. He sensed that the day he truly mastered this power would lead him to uncover deeper truths of this world. Listening to Xie Jinyang, Song Jiliao pursed her lips. Bestowing power without imparting. Deities do not whimsically select their emissaries, nor do they grant power to those utterly incapable of wielding it. Thus, it was certain that Xie Jinyang possessed the capacity to utilize his abilities. However, the method remained a mystery he must unravel himself. This deity possesses a rather mischievous disposition, Song Jiliao remarked. Such a manner of operation was far from that of a mature. Contemplating He Jiao's actions within their illusion, Xie Jinyang silently concurred. Yu Yunhan had spent an inordinate amount of time attempting to decipher the principles behind those luminous orbs. The essence of light typically belonged to the domain of the god of light, yet Song Jiliao had explicitly stated her allegiance. Considering the wildly gesticulating vines that radiated an unmistakable vitality, Yu Yunhan held no doubts about her. Is it magic? She pondered, recalling the illusionists she had seen in her youth, unconsciously linking them to Song Jiliao. Yu Yunhan couldn't help but admire, possessing formidable physical prowess, adept at wielding extraordinary abilities, and capable of performing magic tricks. No wonder she had taken a liking to him, unbeknownst to Song Jiliao, who was still by the riverside engaging in playful banter with Xie Jinyang. Yu Yunhan's admiration for her had reached its zenith within mere minutes. Upon arriving at the riverbank, her gaze fell upon a veritable carpet of fish. This is all that you just caught? Yu Yunhan's eyes widened, disbelief etched across her features. The sight of fish strewn across the ground could only be described as spectacular, and most were excessively fresh. In the brief moment that had elapsed while she spoke, 5 fish had already flipped themselves over. Upon hearing her words, Song Jiliao raised an eyebrow, her perception of Yu Yunhan elevating further. Xie Jinyang's powers were no longer a secret, with his formidable abilities, A-class mental strength, and the esteemed identity of the Xie family heir, the shining points surrounding him were indeed numerous. Therefore, to earn any accolades, his actions had to surpass those already acknowledged. However, Xie Jinyang certainly had not anticipated that he would be praised one day for his prowess in fishing. It appeared that in Yu Yunhan's eyes, Xie Jinyang lacked the myriad commendable traits. He was merely an ordinary companion, and as a companion who contributed to the team, he naturally deserved praise. Song Ji Lier would deem this as fulfilling their emotional value. Thank you. Xie Jinyang graciously accepted this somewhat unadorned compliment. I was just discussing deities with Xie Jinyang, she inquired cautiously. Which one? When asking this, she appeared rather apprehensive, as if fearful of being overheard by the divine. Although Song Ji Liao held a rather indifferent view of deities, she refrained from commenting on Yu Yunhan's caution and simply conveyed the truth. The god of deception, whose name is He Jiao. She spoke somewhat uncertainly, glancing over at Xie Jinyang for confirmation. Upon receiving his affirmation, she reiterated, yes, that's right, He Jiao. Song Ji Liao failed to notice the growing terror in Yu Yunhan's expression. And then, She wished to elaborate further but was suddenly interrupted as Yu Yunhan clasped a hand over her mouth. Though restrained, Song Ji Liao remained unperturbed, merely displaying a look of confusion. What is it? However, Yu Yunhan paid her no heed. The previously composed girl abruptly cast a fierce glare at Xie Jinyang. What does that have to do with me? Yu Yunhan appeared flustered. To utter the name of a deity so casually is an egregious disrespect, especially when this one is among the 5 supreme deities. Xie Jinyang's expression was a mixture of bewilderment. Thus, Xie Jinyang observed her pause for 3 seconds before she turned back. Why aren't you looking at her? Yu Yunhan stated with conviction. Xie Jinyang was perplexed as to how she had come to such a conclusion. She truly feared that Song Ji Liao might encounter fervent devotees. Just as Xie Jinyang was about to utter something, Song Ji Liao, feeling stifled, had already begun to resist. Breaking free from Yu Yunhan's grasp, she pointed at Xie Jinyang, ready to lodge a complaint. He said it too, yet Xie Jinyang was quicker. Silence. Anticipating her next words, he activated his ability, and in the next moment, Song Ji Liao, she shot Xie Jinyang an enraged glare, utterly astonished that he had employed his ability against her. How dare he, when she had been contemplating how to assist him in enhancing his mental capacity. Receiving Song Ji Liao's exasperated gaze, Xie Jinyang discreetly averted his eyes. The present circumstances dictated that Yu Yunhan viewed one of them as reliable. Should she discover that neither was dependable, Xie Jinyang was loath to envision that scenario. Chapter 96. The commotion having been forcibly silenced twice, Song Ji Jiao found herself both amused and exasperated by her 2 companions. She signaled to Xie Jinyang to wait a moment, observing. While the scene was indeed spectacular, it clearly exceeded the portion suitable for the 4 of them. Indeed, it is a bit excessive, Song Ji Jiao admitted. Now released from her silence, the power bestowed upon her by He Jiao was not entirely ineffectual. Within the scope of Xie Jinyang's previous abilities, her extraordinary powers had significantly increased. Originally, she intended to catch just 10 fish, yet now she found herself surrounded by them. Poor Xie Jinyang, unable to fully harness this newfound energy, had to reacquaint himself with his former powers. Not to worry, we can simply return them, she reassured. Most of the fish on the ground were still alive, and returning them to the river would ensure they remained healthy. Although Jian Xingfei remained in place, he kept a vigilant eye on the 3 students not far away. He first noticed a flicker of light emanating from their direction, followed by the trio huddling together, engaging in hushed conversations, and ultimately appearing to deposit something into the river. Jian Xingfei thought to himself, seriously, could you not engage in something more productive? Throughout the entire encounter, he had yet to witness any of them actually attempting to catch fish. Feeling the half-eaten pack of compressed biscuits in his pocket, Jian Xingfei concluded that he would likely not face starvation this evening. In the distance, it seemed that Song Jiji. Once confirming there were no immediate dangers, Jian Xingfei lowered his head to check his communicator. He noted a message from He Xiaoping indicating that a third of the students had already departed. Some, being closer to the teleportation gate, had left in the afternoon. Reflecting on his own distance from the gate, Jian Xingfei let out a soft sigh. The journey from south to north was indeed quite a hassle. After verifying the distance and confirming the direction for tomorrow's departure, he was just about to shut down his communicator when a new message arrived. The accompanying image depicted a steaming bowl of instant noodles, with the sender identified as He Xiaoping. Jian Xingfei thought, why do I have the feeling this rascal is about to act inappropriately again? Sure enough, the next message read, Sad smiley He Xiaoping, are the compressed biscuits tasty? Jian Xingfei scoffed and began typing furiously. I am having fish for dinner tonight, Jian Xingfei, what do you have to brag about, having subsisted on your overtime meal for 3 or 4 years? For He Xiaoping, overtime work was as routine as breathing. Since their acquaintance, he had scarcely left work on time. The hours he spent working late often surpassed those he spent sleeping. Each time he toiled into the wee hours. Having indulged in these for years, Jian Xingfei could not fathom how He Xiaoping had the audacity to boast about his culinary experiences. After exchanging those messages, it was a while before He Xiaoping's next. He Xiaoping, caught some fish, can you cook? Contempt, Jian Xingfei felt a pang of irritation. Indeed, He Xiaoping had struck a nerve. After all, his frying skills were notorious throughout the unit. However, he was determined not to lose face in front of He Xiaoping. Jian Xingfei, who says I'm the one cooking? I'm accompanied by 3 students. He Xiaoping, they're just teenagers. Do you really expect them to know how to cook? Reading the messages on the screen, Jian Xingfei fell into a sudden silence. He had to admit, He Xiaoping made a valid point. He began to reminisce about how he had managed meals at that age. It seemed his only options were to call his mother or order takeout. Why had he ever thought these youngsters could cook? Realizing how foolish he had been, Jian Xingfei still felt a twinge of stubbornness. Glancing at the seemingly dozing Pixiu beside him, he leaned in to ask, can your master cook? The Pixiu opened its golden eye. Observing Jian Xingfei's somewhat foolish expression, the creature emitted a huff. It understood whom Jian Xingfei was referring to and, if it could speak, would have certainly asserted, first and foremost, Xie Jinyang could not cook. Secondly, Xie Jinyang was not its master. Receiving no answer from the Pixiu, Jiang Zhengfei attempted to inquire of the Zhuqiu perched atop its head. However, before he could utter a word, Jian Xingfei perceived that both of these extraordinary beasts shared a rather problematic attitude akin to their master. The 2 girls appeared to be the sort who would never set foot in a kitchen, while Xie Jinyang, despite his outward reliability, at this moment, Jian Xingfei regretted sending his last message, yet, it was too late to retract it, so he steeled himself and typed out each word with determination. Sad smiley Jian Xingfei, I have faith in my students. He Xiaoping's response promptly arrived. He Xiaoping, all right then, best of luck to you. Raising a glass, Jian Qingfei thought, you'd be better off not wishing me well. While Jian Qingfei lamented over his dinner plans, Song Jijiao had already listened intently as Zhu Qiu recounted the entire story. Upon hearing Zhu Qiu's words, a question mark appeared above Song Jijiao's head. Are they really this childish? She couldn't help but scoff. The two individuals were arguing over whether they could cook late into the night. She thought the individuals on the other end of the communicator hardly resembled those who had been in the military for years. Instead, they seemed more akin to the talkative mischief makers of their school days. However, we truly cannot cook, Yu Yunhan remarked, gazing at the fish in her hands with concern. Shouldn't we roast them until they are cooked? Chapter 97, Golden Core Stage. As He Xiaoping was about to finish the last remnants of a bucket of instant noodles, he was bombarded with a flurry of messages from Jian Qingfei. He leisurely sipped the final spoonful of broth before raising his hand to activate his holographic computer. Considering that Jian Qingfei had only packed compressed biscuits into the forest, He Xiaoping suspected. However, the reality proved to be the remaining 20%. Upon opening the nearly overflowing images, He Xiaoping was somewhat taken aback. He placed the plastic fork down and leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing the pictures intently. A minute later, relying on his robust professional knowledge, He Xiaoping confirmed that the images bore no signs of digital manipulation. How peculiar, he murmured to himself. It would not have surprised him at all if Jian Qingfei had resorted to photo editing out of frustration. Yet now, gazing at the pristine white fish soup and the seemingly perfectly charred fish, He Xiaoping inexplicably felt a sense of strangeness. He Xiaoping, who made this? It seemed the other party had been waiting. Could it not be me? Sips tea lightly, He Xiaoping, those in the know understood. If Jian Qingfei could indeed produce such a dish, he would have devoured the entire bucket of instant. Fortunately, the person on the other end possessed self-awareness. Jian Qingfei, my student made it. Through the screen, He Xiaoping could almost hear the tone of his voice, a blend of shamelessness and arrogance. It struck him as amusing. The results of the class assignments had yet to be announced, yet Jian Qingfei was already so certain of these individuals being his students. To this, Jian Qingfei replied, Song Jijiao ranked first, Xie Jinyang fifth. All three were bound to enter Class A, and as the shooting instructor for Class A, it was entirely reasonable for him to familiarize himself with them in advance. As a fellow instructor of Class A, what audacity! In the forest, Jian Qingfei cradled his bowl and was already slurping down his third serving. Song Jijiao, holding her first bowl, appeared somewhat dazed. Isn't it hot? This pot of soup had just been prepared and had. Among the few individuals present, Jian Qingfei had buried his face in his bowl after snapping a photo and had not lifted it since, the sounds of his slurping quite pronounced. When Yu Yuhan received her soup, she merely uttered a word of thanks and had not spoken since. The only one who engaged with Song Jijiao was Xie Jinyang. It's fine, he said. Zhu Qiu stood beside Song Jijiao, observing the scene before her, uncertainly chirping a couple of times. Had Xie Jinyang's eating pace quickened compared to usual, the only one. This group truly had never experienced fine dining, unlike it, which now looked down upon such fish soup. Song Jijiao cast a glance at Zhu Qiu but chose not to expose it. Regrettably, her old phone was not at hand, containing many photos of Zhu Qiu, including one where it had dived headfirst into a bowl due to its ravenous appetite. Lowering her head, she took a sip of the fish soup, feeling a twinge of regret. If only there were a few more seasonings. The pot was generously provided by Jian Qingfei, and although she was puzzled as to why such an item resided in his backpack, she still expressed her. However, Yu Yuhan could not resist and eventually posed the question. Jiang Shunfei saw no reason to withhold the answer. My partner prefers to eat instant noodles cooked in a pot, so generally, The pot goes to me. We have to travel early tomorrow. Jian Shenfei began to usher everyone to sleep. We'll take turns keeping watch, 2 per group. I'll team up with Xie Jinyang. Song Jilia volunteered eagerly. Fine. Jian Shenfei made an okay gesture. After the night watch was assigned, the group hurriedly began to rest. Jian Shenfei and Yu Yuhan chose to stay beneath adjacent trees, while Song Jiliao and Xie Jinyang settled nearby. Sitting before the campfire, Song Jiliao gazed at the flickering flames, her ears twitching slightly. In the air, the breathing of the 2 individuals beneath the trees gradually steadied, and Song Jiliao, fixated on the flames, let her gaze drift downward. After a moment, she began to make a move. Keep an eye out, she whispered to the Zhuqiu perched on her shoulder. Receiving a response, she sat cross-legged and closed her eyes. Its fiery red eyes shone brightly in the night, an unspoken aura of authority radiating from it. As Zhuqiu remained vigilant, sensing the stirrings nearby, Xie Jinyang's eyes flicked. Instead, he poked at the campfire with a stick. The flames, which had dimmed somewhat, suddenly surged upward. Meanwhile, Song Jiliao released the suppressed spiritual energy within her body. Ever since she had slain, accompanying this was a frantic absorption of the surrounding spiritual energy by her body. In that instant, Song Jiliao realized she was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, given the urgency of the situation, she had not had. On the tree, Zhuqiu quietly observed Song Jiliao's condition. The surrounding spiritual energy surged into the girl's body at a staggering rate, a sight that could induce alarm. One must understand that absorbing an excessive amount of spiritual energy at once could lead to catastrophic consequences if the body could not withstand it. A hint of worry arose within Zhuqiu, uncertain of the current situation. With the depletion of spiritual energy in the modern era, it had been far too long since anyone. Coupled with the change of worlds, the uncertainties were overwhelming, leaving it unsure if the heavenly Tao even existed. Watching Song Jiliao's still rosy complexion, Zhuqiu decided to observe a while longer. If the situation turned dire, it would intervene immediately. Fortunately, the conditions Zhuqiu feared did not transpire. The events unfolded far more smoothly than it had anticipated. Sensing that meeting her light brown eyes, Zhuqiu inquired uncertainly, Ji, is it over? It is, Song Jiliao replied, a smile gracing her lips, feeling an immense lightness wash over her body. The cultivation that had stagnated for so long had surged to a new level. A round, golden ball now resided within her, marking her unprecedented ascent to the golden core stage. Chapter 98, The Way of Heaven. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy coursing through her body, noticeably more abundant than before, Song Jijiao was in an exceedingly jubilant mood. But why? She pondered with a hint of confusion. No matter how diligently she practiced before, she had always found herself unable to break through the bottleneck. Even though she sensed a loosening of her cultivation, it still felt like she was just a step shy of success. That elusive final push seemed perpetually out of reach. This predicament lingered from the beginning of the school term until just before the exams, leaving Song Jijiao somewhat disheartened. After finally mustering her resolve, she ended up bumping her head, leading her to easily recline back down. Let it be, she thought to herself. Once she entered the forest, a myriad of events unfolded, causing her to gradually set this matter aside. Yet, it truly resonated with the saying, with intent to plant flowers, they may not bloom. Without intent to plant willows, they will provide shade. To this day, Song Jijiao remained puzzled as to why she had suddenly achieved a breakthrough. Unable to comprehend it, she attempted to engage Zhuqiu in discussion. Thus, the pair, one human and one beast, began whispering in her mind. In the realm of cultivation, Zhuqiu undoubtedly possessed more knowledge than Song Jijiao. However, one mustn't forget that this was a bird that had lived for over a millennium and enjoyed. Its retention of information was rather limited. Zhuqiu, with a sense of justification, remarked, "You ought to ask Xuanwu about such matters." Song Jijiao retorted, "If that turtle were here, would I still ask you?" This avian companion was driving her to the brink of exasperation. Gazing at the fluffy creature before her, she grasped it with both hands and shook it up and down several times to vent her frustration. Despite being held captive, Zhu Qiu displayed no signs of panic. It didn't even struggle. It remained obediently in her grasp, exuding an air of resignation. Yet, only Zhu Qiu understood that, although Song Jijiao appeared fierce, she was not applying any real force. Through the thick layer of feathers, Zhu Qiu hardly felt her strength. It recognized that Song Jijiao was genuinely a tad annoyed but was also subconsciously tempering her force. Zhu Qiu was well aware that Song Jijiao would never harm it. Realizing it was perhaps being a bit too spoiled, Zhu Qiu smoothly offered an apology. Jiji, I was wrong. Very well, Song Jijiao accepted the apology with equal swiftness. The two exchanged a glance, and laughter erupted between them. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to have such a person in one's life. One can freely unveil their truest self without fear of disturbing others. Emotions can be expressed, knowing that the other party will comprehend and embrace them. Life may inherently be fraught with suffering, yet they serve as a balm for one another. Song Jijiao had lost her family at a young age, and Zhu Qiu had long adjusted to solitude. Remarkably, after their meeting, they had both found family and companionship. Thus, amidst the world's mountains and seas, they discovered a presence with which to journey together. However, you are indeed correct, Song Jijiao said, her smile. Once you ventured outside, the quest to locate the other young ones could be set in motion. With Xuanwu absent, Zhu Qiu could only rely on its meager knowledge to elucidate the current situation. It strained to recall past encounters and finally mustered a tentative explanation. Could it be that your merging of spiritual energy, bullets, and talismans has led to this? Merging them? Zhu Qiu nodded. There have been instances where a new spell or talisman, if luck permits, a breakthrough could ensue. Nonetheless, Song Jijiao did not consider her actions to be particularly innovative. After all, she merely applied the principles of artifact refinement, perhaps with the addition. In her original world, Song Jijiao's actions would not be deemed groundbreaking, yet in this new realm, they might be reassessed. Listening to Zhu Qiu's words, Song Jijiao attempted to further deduce, so, could this be akin to a change in the way of heaven? Zhu Qiu was uncertain. It could not even ascertain whether the way of heaven still existed in this world. Since her arrival, Song Jijiao had directly attained a breakthrough. Logically, the way of heaven should have unleashed a thunder tribulation, yet there had been no such occurrence, as if it were non-existent. However, one could argue that today's circumstances could only arise under the blessings of the way of heaven. If the way truly existed, it seemed rather benevolent to. In her recollection, those who achieved breakthroughs typically endured severe thunderstrikes for several days and nights to stabilize their cultivation. It was not uncommon for some to perish in the process. How was it that such a perilous ordeal was merely a light affair for Song Jijiao, who effortlessly absorbed spiritual energy? Observing her current state of vigor, Zhu Qiu found itself utterly baffled. It was merely a creature adept at recalling answers, yet with the question now transformed, it was at a loss. Thus, the late-night studying session between the human and the beast came to an unceremonious halt. Upon reopening her eyes, Song Jijiao glanced towards Xie Jinyang, who was not far off. It was already deep into the night, yet perhaps due to her recent breakthrough. Previously, when she had consciously controlled her spiritual C during the mental strength assessment, she had successfully suppressed her spiritual power level. At that moment, she realized that the strength of her spiritual C was likely linked to. Song Jijiao had not previously paid much heed to this matter, but considering Xie Jinyang's current state of mental overload, the only solution would be to elevate his mental power. After her breakthrough, she distinctly felt her spiritual C had expanded. Had there been instruments to measure it, she surmised that her mental power had likely increased as well. A flicker of realization sparked within Song Jijiao. She believed there must be a method to enhance Xie Jinyan's mental strength. If the elevation of cultivation relied significantly on spiritual energy, then her eyes gradually brightened as an idea began to take shape in her mind. Contemplating the feasibility of this method, she resolved to experiment once she stepped outside. As she lowered her gaze in thought, Xie Jinyang turned briefly to glance in her direction before swiftly averting his gaze. Following that, the extraordinary energy enveloping the vicinity silently receded. All fell quiet as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 99. The besieged squad. Song Jiliao surveyed the scene before her, utterly bewildered as to how she had found herself in such a predicament. Glancing around, she counted no fewer than a dozen creatures, some soaring through the sky while others scurried across the ground, with a multitude of crimson eyes fixed upon her. A shiver crept down her spine. Her brows furrowed as Song Jiliao swiftly manipulated a vine to drag a person away from the jaws of the beast, simultaneously launching an explosive talisman at the approaching creature. The talismans drawn after her cultivation had improved were indeed remarkable. Witnessing an unknown rabbit being obliterated in an instant, Song Jiliao finally grasped the true allure of these charms. It turned out that when her spiritual energy was insufficient, the explosions resembled mere firecrackers, lacking any real lethality. The individual she had rescued, Shishin Cheng, looked up at her with tear-filled eyes, brimming with gratitude. "Sister Song, you are my true sister." Song Jiliao's temples pulsed with irritation as she could no longer tolerate his exuberance. Initially, she thought he must have endured significant hardship, only to discover that his lamentation stemmed from a lack of conversation and overwhelming loneliness. Jian Qingfei promptly dislodged him from his person. At first, Song Jiliao had perceived his name as belonging to a rather composed young man, but upon glimpsing his dazzling red hair, she sensed something amiss. Indeed, he resembled a humanoid. In their group, while Jian Qingfei possessed a sharp tongue, he was hardly vivacious. Xie Jinyang and Yu Yunhan were both naturally reticent, and Song Jiliao herself preferred to remain in a state of repose. Thus, their journey had been characterized by a focus on the path ahead, with only sporadic exchanges. However, ever since Shishincheng's arrival, Song Jiliao felt inundated with incessant chatter. In the span of a single morning, she had heard all about his experiences since the start of the semester. Then, they were ambushed by the beasts. Heaven knows how disconcerting it was to suddenly find themselves surrounded by a throng of creatures in an open area. The current situation was nothing short of chaotic. Jian Qingfei found himself in a state of vexation. He glanced to his right, where Xie Jinyang and Song Jiliao were coordinating their efforts. Xie Jinyang controlled the battlefield with his abilities, while Song Jiliao selectively detonated the fortunate beasts. Though Jian Qingfei could not discern the exact nature of her explosives, the results were undeniably effective. Conversely, the situation on the other side was rather grim. Yu Yunhan's abilities leaned towards perception, lacking in offensive power, while Shishincheng's abilities enhanced his physique, providing him with the audacity to engage in close combat with the beasts. Jian Qingfei observed Shishincheng, who had just been yanked back by Song Jiliao, charging headlong once more with a red head, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. What good was physical prowess when common sense was so evidently lacking? Shishincheng's primary tactic was to charge recklessly, attacking whatever he set his sights upon, heedless of whether he could prevail. He was as stubborn as they came. While he might hold his own in a one-on-one confrontation, they were currently besieged across half an open space. Jian Qingfei noticed a bird descending rapidly towards Shishincheng, aiming directly for the back of his head. The sound of rushing air suddenly filled the atmosphere, yet Shishincheng remained oblivious. Bang! The explosion reverberated from above as Shishincheng, having just knocked an enemy beast to the ground with a punch, she kicked the great bird off Shishincheng, turning to the still-prone figure and admonishing, "Can't you pay attention to your surroundings?" Heaven only knew that even from a distance, she had heard the bird screech. As Shishincheng rose from the ground, he was momentarily taken aback by Yu Yunhan's tirade, then sincerely replied, "Thank you." Yu Yunhan. She was momentarily at a loss for words, her retort lodged firmly. After a few seconds of silence, she kicked his calf with some force, urging, "Get moving." The impact was substantial enough that even Jian Xingfei, observing from a distance, winced at the goodness. That girl had quite the strength. Remembering how she had easily dispatched the large bird that had pinned Shishin Cheng, Jian Xingfei shuddered. One would never suspect that this petite girl could unleash such explosive power. He pondered whether he might have her assessed for her strength upon their return. All right. Yet Shishin Cheng displayed an almost uncanny insensitivity to pain. He regularly engaged in physical training, his muscle mass quite high, and with his enhanced physique, he genuinely felt little. Unbeknownst to Yu Yunhan, she simply understood that after delivering that kick, the breath that had been stuck in her throat had finally released. Following this episode, she began to perceive the essence of Shishin Cheng's character. Consequently, during the ensuing skirmishes, Yu Yunhan divided her attention towards him. True to form, within a mere 10 minutes, she had rescued him 3 times. The discordant sounds of the girl's escalating frustration and the boy's earnest apology. Though their dialogue lacked harmony, their movements gradually began to synchronize. After opening a brief portal to send away the beasts, Jian Xingfei pressed at his throbbing temples. This was unsustainable. Whether they incapacitated the beasts or blasted them away, it was merely a temporary reprieve. As long as the creatures remained alive, they would inevitably return. Gazing at the beasts he had dispatched just 10 minutes prior, now returned, Jiang Xingfei gritted his teeth, wishing fervently for a weapon. That thought flickered through his mind, but amidst the chaos, he recognized it as mere folly. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the turmoil, the sound of gunfire suddenly erupted throughout. Had he not yet struck it, Jian Xingfei astutely discerned that the gunshots originated from a different type of firearm than that issued during their examinations. He swiftly began scanning the area for the source of the bullets. "Instructor, what are you looking at?" The boy wore his usual smile, yet his tone carried a hint of exasperation. "Jiang, you all are moving rather quickly. I saw your distress signal and rushed over, only to almost lose track of you." Jian Xingfei suddenly recalled the It seemed he had forgotten to cancel it. Chapter 100. The Rescue. Instructor, proceed. Wen Heyu did not linger on the matter, instead tossing an object from above, Jian Xingfei instinctively raised his hand to catch it, and upon realizing it was a firearm, he immediately gave Wen Heyu a thumbs up. With the gun in hand, Jian Xingfei swiftly extricated himself from a passive predicament. It became evident that his position as the shooting instructor for Class A was indeed well deserved. The magazine of the firearm Wen Heyu had thrown contained. Wen Heyu calculated their flight speed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Compared to the shooting competition where he had observed Instructor Jiang, it appeared his marksmanship had significantly improved. Once the magazine was emptied, Wen Heyu quickly tossed another one to him. After surveying the situation below, he leaned against a tree to steady his breath. Since receiving news yesterday, he had been hastening towards the area marked by Jian Xingfei's light. Although no further messages had been sent, Wen Heyu was acutely aware that Jian Xingfei's ability to issue a distress signal indicated he was unarmed. The level of the aberrant beasts had indeed escalated, yet they remained well within Jian Xingfei's capacity to handle. If he were unable to prevail even with a firearm, the chief instructor might very well instruct him to return to school for a refresher course. The current circumstances confirmed Wen Heyu's suspicions. Jian Xingfei had been thoroughly constrained by his lack of weaponry, which had rendered him quite frustrated. Now, armed, he not only initiated a counterattack but also unleashed all his pent-up grievances upon. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly, causing several students to gradually cease their actions. Exchanging glances, 4 of them instinctively congregated. Yu Yunhan gazed at the fallen aberrant beasts and hesitantly remarked, our instructor Jiang has gone berserk. The sudden surge of hostility took her a moment. Shishin Cheng stated, I previously saw 5 aberrant beasts attacking him simultaneously. Yu Yuhan, that explains it. His reflexes are astonishing, Song Jizhao marveled. Jiang Qingfei's shooting appeared to be guided by instinct, with his hand. Thus, even when the first shot brought a beast down without delivering a fatal blow, its eyes now closed, Jiang Qingfei could immediately perceive this and swiftly follow up with a second shot. Such reflexes are honed through repeated exposure to real combat. Moreover, in comparison to Song Jizhao and the others, Jiang Qingfei's decisiveness was markedly more pronounced. Upon witnessing blood, the 2 instructors remaining in the monitoring room remarked that they were still lacking practical experience. Observing on the screen as Jiang Qingfei successfully eliminated the remaining aberrant beasts, He Xiaoping finally exhaled in relief. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoping's expression grew peculiar. He does not require additional credits. Liu Shengyuan's lips curled into a slight smile, an unusual display of pride on his typically serious face. For a well-rounded individual like Wen Heyu, credits hold little allure. Li Yang, who had nearly failed to graduate due to a single missing credit, can this group of high achievers just exit my world? Reflecting on his own struggles for credits, Li Yang felt a wave of sympathy for himself. He Xiaoping first glanced at him, then withdrew his gaze, only to turn back a few seconds later. Sensing Li Yang's unspoken curiosity, he inquired, what do you wish to say? Vaguely realizing He Xiaoping was weighing his words, Li Yang boldly replied, it's nothing, feel free to speak candidly, we are quite familiar. Li Yang's encouragement served as a reassurance for He Xiaoping, who then ventured, next week marks the midterm examination for the military. His statement detonated like a bomb, causing Li Yang's head to buzz. What did you say? Assuming he had misheard, He Xiaoping repeated himself, kindly asking, have you been studying? Li Yang, wearing a woeful expression, replied, no. May I inquire how you typically prepare each year? Li Yang. What other method is there besides cramming at the last minute? Is it unheard of to create a miracle in a single night? Wait, hold on. He suddenly recalled that the person before him appeared to be an academic prodigy. Each time the military's group examination results were released, this individual's name consistently graced the top 3. You, an academic prodigy, are asking me how to study. Li Yang was astounded. He Xiaoping adjusted his glasses, his expression taking on a more serious tone. I'm simply curious. Li Yang. Curious about what? Curious as to how you consistently achieve a score of 60. Li Yang. Do you even realize what you're saying? While my grades may be poor, please do not insult me so. He Xiaoping replied, scoring 60 each time is a form of skill in itself. As a data analyst, He Xiaoping was genuinely intrigued by how one could manage to score 60 on every exam. I have no idea, Li Yang stated earnestly, after all, I achieved 60 every time during. There seems to be no deity specifically dedicated to ensuring one scores 60 in every examination. In the forest, Jiang Qingfei fired a shot that felled the last aberrant beast. Taking a deep breath as he surveyed the fallen creatures around him, he approached and kicked each one in turn, muttering, you were so arrogant, weren't you? Let's see you act so cocky now. The others. What just happened to the charming aura he had moments ago? Instructor, could you possibly exhibit a bit more reliability? Shishin Cheng could not help but retort. Indeed, Yu Yuhan echoed in agreement. Though Song Jizhao and Xie Jinyang remained silent, their expressions clearly conveyed the same sentiment. Jiang Qingfei widened his eyes. What about me is unreliable? When Heyu leaped down from the tree, the other 4 nodded in varying degrees of agreement. Jiang Qingfei, I truly owe you all.